Good morning, everybody, and welcome along to a bright, sunny Brands Hatch for the final day of racing in the 2023 season for the TCR UK Championship. We've got our championship finale coming up with 2 races later on in the day. 6 drivers doing battle for the crown. It's a full day of racing, though, because along with being the final round of TCR UK, we are also sharing the bill with the Formula Ford Festival, the 52nd running of this famous event. The winners list reads like a who's who of motorsport through the decades, and we will be adding someone else, perhaps a new name, perhaps an existing name, back onto that list of winners towards the end of the day. 2 semi-finals. We've got the historic final to come, a last chance race, and of course the grand final a little bit later on in the day. That is not all of the racing, though. We've got action from the Mini 7 Winter Series. The Brscc Fiesta Junior Championship will be out for their championship decider as well later in the day. But first of all, a qualifying session to decide the grid for the penultimate round of the Miltech Sport Civic Cup. They will have their final 2 races here today. All of their on-track action coming in one day, so qualifying this morning, 2 15-minute races later on. And again, we've got a very, very close championship battle. 3 drivers in contention, and only 15 points separating the top 2. It's going to be a real nail-biter, as indeed it was last year at Snetterton, in slightly worse conditions, admittedly, but it was a thrilling final round of the Civic Cup a year ago. And, well, we've got exactly the same points margin between the top 2 drivers this year as we had going into Snetterton last year, so that perhaps bodes well for what should be an entertaining pair of races. Andy McEwen up here in the commentary box all day. You don't have to move, you don't have to switch channels. All of the racing here today in the same place, either on the TCR UK YouTube page or the Brscc one, so wherever you're joining us from, we thank you for tuning in. And throughout the course of the day, I'll be joined by a few different co-commentators. Scott Woodwist will be with me a bit later on for the Brscc content, but we're kicking off with everyone's favourite scouser, Paul O'Neill, who joins me for what is going to be, Paul, a nail-biting day. I can feel the tension starting to rise already, chatting to a few of the Civic Cup drivers in the hospitality awning earlier on this morning. They're up for the fight. I just love a good championship decider, and last year we had one of the best.
Yeah, probably one of the best races I think I've ever commentated on, and it was great to have you as lead on that, Andy. It was, I mean, there was nothing left on the table, was there, from any of the competitors at all, and me and you, I think, can agree that this is one of the strongest championships and one of the strongest one-make championships that I've ever been involved in. It's been absolutely brilliant, so I expect nothing less than what we've seen at Snetterton. Obviously, the weather was difficult at Snetterton. This qualifying session, though, mate, this is very important. I think we were both in to the driver little get-together that they had with the chief director today, just going through things, the drivers briefing with Stuart Lines and listening to what they said and what was said to the drivers. Pretty interesting, you know, saying still get involved, everybody, but there's championships to be won, so please don't be too rough living, which is quite nice, isn't it? That's a nice little bit of livery. So yeah, don't be too rough on each other out there, but at the same time we want the same quality of racing as we've seen. So this qualifying session, though, mate, just to put it into perspective, look at the damp patches. That's just in the pit lane. There's obviously the sun is out on the circuit. I just had a quick look out the window going into Paddock Hill Bend. If you ain't on the line and if you drift wide, your left rear is going to have no grip. There is going to be some tasty action in this session now.
It's interesting, actually. I had the privilege of going out for a couple of laps in the course car earlier on this morning. Thank you to one of our clerks, Adam, for taking me for a spin. And actually, track conditions not as bad as they looked, but that's from my perspective. I'm sure the drivers will definitely notice there's a bit of a lack of adhesion, but it is warm out there. The sun is shining. There apparently is no threat of rain throughout the rest of the day, so hopefully the track conditions should improve. A relatively short qualifying session, this, just 15 minutes in length, so not a huge amount of time for the track to evolve, but wait and see. Perhaps those quickest lap times may come in the final few minutes. Cars released then out onto the grid. Before things start kicking off, let's remind you of what the championship situation is. I mentioned there are 3 drivers in contention for the title. 2 of them actually were in the championship battle going into Snetterton at the end of last year, they being Dan Thackeray and Alistair Camp. Thackeray is the points leader this time around. After all of the drop scores are calculated, he's on 412 points. Alistair Camp third in the championship on 371, so he's got a bit of work to do to try and get onto Dan's tail. But in between them is Max Edmondson, the area motorsport driver, second in the championship, 397 points, so he is 15 points adrift of Dan Thackeray. And as I said, that's exactly the margin we had between, I think it was Alistair Camp and Matt Luff going into that final round at Snetterton a year ago. And really, Max Edmondson, Paul, we're seeing him on screen now, as we also see confirmation of those championship standings, although interestingly they differ slightly from the points I've got. I think that's because they're updating based on the lap times that are just starting to come through, which hopefully we'll be able to keep you abreast of as the session goes on as well. Yeah, Max Edmondson, Paul, he's the momentum man, isn't he, really? He's been quick all season long, but the second half of the year he's really started driving like a professional, and he looks like he's arriving here with some momentum.
Yeah, talk about momentum. Did you see that on screen? That was Harvey Caton just nearly straight into the back of somebody. Look at the 11 marks that were there. Then that's how difficult it is up at Druids. Very damp up there. But going back to Max Edmondson, yes, he's on your screen now. That is Max coming through, and the 33 has really impressed me. He's been fantastic this year and getting the wins done. Bit of controversy around him over the last couple of years, you know, getting disqualified from some races from what I remember for a bit of contact. But I've got to say this year he's really got his head in gear. He's been fast, he's been fair. In my opinion, he's still a hard racer, but he's been super quick. And just watching him through Paddock Hill Bend then just shows me, look at how damp it is up here.
Yeah.
Going to be a lot of lockups going into here. I really do think people are going to struggle and just looking for that dry line. It's where the trees are just stopping the sunlight, get to the tarmac to warm it up.
And it is one of those tracks where you really lean on the front end a lot into paddock, into clearways at the end of the lap. If those rear tyres aren't gripping as you need them to, then it's very easy to end up pointing the wrong way slightly. So Max Edmondson then pushing on. He has gone purple in the first sector, which means quicker than anybody so far. But of course, it's very early days in this qualifying session. The area motorsport driver tips his way through clearways and Clark Curve, and he's about to set the first real benchmark lap time, I think. At the moment, it's Alex Kite fastest, but this should now be a new fastest lap of the session. Yes, it is a 54.389, 2/1000ths of a second quicker than Liam McGill, who I think is the car right behind. We've seen Liam going strongly on his couple of appearances earlier on this year, and at the moment going very much toe-to-toe with Max Edmondson. Were we likely to see drivers working together, do you think, in a qualifying session? Sometimes at tracks like, you know, Silverstone or Snetterton, where that slipstream is a bit more powerful, we do see that. You don't think of Brands Hatch as being a particularly slipstreamy circuit, though, do you?
Look at McGill sideways, as you like, for the 62. To go back to your question, no, the only people that will be following each other around will be people who are not too sure about how fast they are around this brand circuit, and you can just get references from their braking lights and just from where they get on the power, and obviously where the lines are as well. But the straights aren't long enough to risk getting involved in a tow from someone and then make a mistake, and then you have a problem on your lap. So yeah, watching McGill though, look at him going into Paddock Hill Bend. The car just oversteering a bit, misses the apex, big sideways down the hill. It's so treacherous out there, isn't it? McGill is desperate to get on the back of Max Edmondson and just try to have a reference and see, you know, what he's doing. But if you're going to get any tow, it will be literally 0.5 of a second. But it looks so difficult. I'm surprised no one's gone off at Graham Hill Bend as well, actually, because it's very damp on the approach, and it's a bit of a left kink, the braking zone. You're not really that straight in a straight line going down to Graham Hill Bend to brake. Dan Thackeray, lap 3, lap time disallowed track limits.
Yeah, that's not an ideal start to his session. He's got time, of course, to improve on his lap time, but this is when the tyres perhaps are at their best, and must knock your confidence a little bit as a driver if your early qualifying efforts are already being disallowed. Don't forget, points on offer in this qualifying session as well. The top 6 on the grid will score championship points. So 6 points for pole, 5 for second, 4 for third, then 3, 2, 1 for the rest of the top 6. And at the moment, Max Edmondson on course for the maximum points from this qualifying session. He's 4/10 quicker than Alex Kite, who's just jumped onto the front row. Then it's Liam McGill, whilst Alistair Camp and Dan Thackeray are only 4th and 5th. So as it stands, Edmondson closes in the championship. He would be 11 points off going into race 1.
So much oversteer. Look, everyone, no one's getting that apex at Graham Hill Bend. I will say this, and I hope it happens because I'm saying it, but I think it might be down to the last minute and a half, actually, this, because it's so damp up at Druitt. It's getting drier by every lap. Look at that. it's getting drier every lap. So every time that these cars go up there, they're actually putting so much energy into the tarmac that they're drying it up. So I think it will be maybe one of the last cars that crosses the line that will jump up quite significantly. But it does look like it's only Druids and Graham Hill Bend where it's a big problem. Look how dry it is here. So this is pretty interesting stuff.
That was Dan Thackeray and Alistair Camp going side by side into Paddock Hill Bend. Probably not the last time we'll say that today, but they are not working together. They run for different teams. They are championship rivals. Interesting that they found each other on track, Paul.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, it's the last thing you need now is Campy's right behind him. So Campy will be maybe trying to get that last little toe. You've got to remember that these guys are as quick as each other to the 1,000. So if you're the car behind and you can pick up a toe to start the lap, and that's what's going to happen now, then this may be an interesting next couple of laps for the guys that are both in front of Alex Kite.
Alex Kite sideways into clearways. He's on the dirty side of the road. That's ruined that lap, which is a shame because his first sector had been a personal best. Alex Kite, someone who's been getting stronger through the second half of the season as well. We've seen Alex racing in TCR UK in the past. He's a bit of a Castle Combe specialist, but now becoming a regular feature on the Civic Cup grid, and he's looking rapid this weekend. Fourth quickest at the moment, splitting Thackeray and Camp, who are third and fifth respectively. Lewis Kent back again to race in the championship is next, and there the brightest racing car in the world is his brother Bradley Kent, who is not competing in TCR UK this weekend, which is a bit of a shame, but he couldn't stay away completely, and he's out in the Civic Cup in one of the FN2s as well. So I think we've got 3 of those cars out there now for this weekend.
Sorry, purple sector. For Thackeray now, so this could be for the 29, this could be it for Dan. Pole position is looming. There's a lot of purples coming up now because the track is getting so much quicker. Does he come across the line and take it?
Yes.
Yes, he does. Wow.
Just over a tenth of a second. So well spotted, Paul. Dan Thackeray starting now to up the ante a little bit. He's sideways at Paddock Hill Bend, just gets it together. But that may well have just cost him a little bit of time. He didn't seem to lose too much forward momentum though, so might still be okay. So Thackeray now to pole, Edmondson second, Liam McGill third, and Alistair Camp fourth. So we've got the top 3 in the championship, all within the top 4, as that I think was Lewis Kent getting sideways into Graham Hill Bend. I've noticed they do run on that little green painted bit on the right going into the corner. That's great because it opens up the angle going in, but when it's damp, that is a bit of a risk.
A bit of a risk is an understatement because you're taking in good speed there. It's probably 4th gear, I would have thought, in one of these cars. So you're going at a rate of knots on turning, and you've got to rely on that right rear tyre not being cooled down too much by a damp patch on that green painted section. So yeah, not ideal. Harvey Caton in the 54, he'll want to finish this season strongly. This kid is a massive talent. And you've got to remember, no disrespect to his dad, but they're not running as a big top team.
Finally got back on the podium, of course, last time out at Silverstone, his second podium of the season, having netted a second place finish at Croft. He then got another one at Silverstone. So close to winning a race these days, isn't he, Harvey Caton? You feel like it's coming, and he's got the pace again this weekend, it would seem. 6th quickest right now. Lewis Kent, who's the next car behind him actually, is the next in the times as well. Then come Thackeray and Camp, so they're continuing to push on, but I don't think either of them now setting any personal best sectors. In fact, Camp has a lap time disallowed. That was his 9th lap, though not his fastest in the session, so that won't affect him too badly. Caton across the line. Is this going to be an improvement for one of the youngest drivers on the grid? Yes, it is. Moves up into 5th position. Pips Alex Kite, knocks him onto the outside of that 3rd row. And Harvey Caton now gets to within 6/10 of pole.
He looks quick here. It might be an interesting one to stay with him. Brennan's going to ruin this. Brennan, fair play, mate. Jordan Brennan, I've got to say, you don't see enough drivers doing that. That was great stuff. That was really good. And a Pro Allies car as well getting out of the way. It's getting really dry now. This is going to be a good lap. Let's see where the first sector is for Caton as he comes across the first. He's up, he's up, he's up. This could really knock him up a couple of places. Don't know how much faster he is. Lewis Kent has had a lap 10 disallowed. Great apex. That car looks very soft, but great traction right to the edge of the circuit. Where's this going to put the 54? He's currently 5th. Does he come across the line and go quicker? Oh no, he wasn't. He was a bit quicker, but just not quick enough to dislodge Alistair Camp.
Yeah, found a 10th, needs to find another 10th now in order to pip Camp, but of course that could have championship implications. It could take a point away from Alistair Camp, and Paul, you touched on this a moment or two ago. It's such a competitive grid, it's not going to be a case of the top 3 in the championship disappearing up the road and settling it between themselves. Other drivers will inevitably have a part to play in this, and that's a difficult position for those drivers to be in, because they're out there, they've paid exactly the same amount of money to come and race, they want to end their season on a high. They won't want to get involved in contact with the championship contenders, but they ain't going to roll over and let them through either.
No, but I think this championship and its drivers have enough respect within the paddock not to cause any grief. Edmondson across the line. Does he swap places?
No, he'd gone green in sector 1. His second sector not an improvement. He was in the end. What was his time? A 53.2, so 2/10 off his previous best in the end. But it did look good, and he's now behind Liam McGill. So these two have swapped around. We've seen how quick McGill is. In fact, these two are only separated by a 1/10 and a half as it is. So with a nice tow from another quick driver, this could be Edmondson having another big push for pole position.
This is hotting up. This is hotting up now, because the damp patches that were causing grief are now drying up, but they're starting to get into each other, aren't they? As we see a few more greens, but there's greens followed by yellows, and there's no purples. So I don't know whether the tyres are just getting too high pressured now.
And there was a surface flag going into Surtees, I noticed. I'm not sure what that was all about. It won't be because of a damp track. That will be that there's something else on the track, debris, dirt, bit of fluid maybe.
It's probably dirt. People starting to take that apex as they can get closer to it at clearways.
Have a look at the front grille of McGill's car. It's full of grass, so I think he might have been across the runoff area there.
Full of grass?
Yes, that's
like
not
a John
good.
Deere.
Cold day today, but I mean, these engines, they will overheat pretty quickly if that grille is covered.
He'll get an alarm on pretty soon, but to be fair, I think it's cold enough ambient that it shouldn't be a problem. It should not be a problem. So we've got a couple of green sectors. Marshall's going a bit quicker. Dave Marshall is going a bit quicker, but it's that second sector doesn't seem to be getting the grip that it's promised. Look how wide they're running out here.
Sorry, Paul, personal best first sector for Alistair Camp, so he's starting to work at an improvement. Needs to find a couple of tenths to move ahead of Liam McGill, as two of the FN2s make their way towards us up at Druids. Dave Marshall, who has been one of the revelations this year, really, finding some major pace in that car. Had a race win at Cadwell Park, his first ever in the championship, and 2 solid podium finishes last time at Silverstone. And behind him, Bradley Kent. How's young Brad getting on? 13th fastest at the moment. I mean, if that doesn't prove just how difficult this championship is and how competitive it is, we know what a good driver Bradley Kent is from his exploits in TCR the last couple of years, and actually he's just been demoted down to 14th place.
Yeah, it just shows you, doesn't it? I remember speaking to Ryan Bensley, and he believed that this was one of the most, and I agree with him, difficult championships in the country, and to a point where he said it was the hardest one-make. For me, it is one of the hardest one-make championships. So fair play to anyone that's kicking about in the top 6, and Lewis Kent is that person who is 6th on the same 10th as Ryan Bensley down in 8th.
And he's just improved in the first sector, Lewis Kent, as has Alex Kite as well. I think those two might be circulating quite close together. Lewis Kent improves his lap time, but not his position. 62 thousandths of a second slower than Harvey Caton. There is Lewis, the double TCR UK champion, making his second appearance in the Miltech Sports Civic Cup, having debuted at Silverstone. Really enjoyed the racing, got stuck in, and said it was really nice to get back out on the track. He's obviously been on the track since he stopped racing in TCR with test days and whatnot, does some driver coaching, but there's nothing quite like that, the thrill of competition, is the Paul, when you've been out of racing for a little while. That bug, you've sometimes just got to scratch that itch, haven't you, and get back out there.
Yeah, exactly. Just get it done. You can't let your passion die away. You've got to be out there, and yeah, absolutely flat out. Lewis is pinned, didn't he? Someone gone straight off in the gravel.
Yeah, I think they were following Lewis's line and got it slightly wrong. I'm not sure who that was. It was the car behind him, number 20. It is Thackeray, isn't it? Yeah. So Dan Thackeray with a bit of a moment. Shows how hard he's pushing. He clearly doesn't believe that 53.0 is necessarily enough to guarantee pole position.
So then, that is the checkered out. Who's on a lap that's green? Marshall. Dave Marshall's into the 31s now in the first sector. So Marshall will come across the line. That's Bensley, isn't it? Yeah,
Yes.
Bensley comes across, doesn't make any inroads. Where's Marshall? We should see him. Here he is. Marshall probably could move up.
Oh, well, just a bit. 5th place, Dave Marshall.
Oh, go on, Dave.
That was a 53.5. Big improvement for Dave Marshall. It was only about a 2/10 improvement, but I think it gained him 4 or 5 spots on the grid and knocks Lewis Kent down to 7th place as well. So Dave Marshall will score a couple of championship points for that. But once again, Dave Marshall on the pace, isn't he, to qualify near the front and could be a genuine threat for more podiums.
Yeah, fair play. I think someone who's had big trouble is actually Charlotte Birch. She's last.
Yes.
By a long way.
It is a shame, and ended the session in the pit lane, so you have to imagine that Charlotte has had some issues and have been asked to mention actually that her team received some support and help from Pro Alloys to get her car ready after an incident in Friday testing. So they've got the car out there, but not necessarily working as it should really. But yeah, Charlotte Birch with a couple of dramas. Hopefully they get that sorted for the race.
Other side of Dan Thackeray's car looks like it's been in the gravel.
Yeah, that was at Clearways, wasn't it, I think?
That's what it was, wasn't it?
Yeah, so he was pushing. Easy to do that, I suppose, in a front-wheel drive car. You come over the crest, it just wanders out to the edge of the road. But yeah, Dan Thackeray on pole position, but not a trouble-free qualifying session then for the championship leader. But provisionally, he has scored another 6 championship points for pole, and that means that if he now wins race number 1 with Max Edmondson towards the back of the top 10, could be enough to wrap the championship up with a race to go. I don't think that's going to happen, though. I think this is going to rumble on until the afternoon. Dan Thackeray, though, will start from pole for race 1. Max Edmondson will start right alongside him, and they were separated by 46 thousandths of a second. Game on for the championship then. Max is going to be well up for the fight going into race 1. Liam McGill will start 3rd, ahead of Alistair Camp, the 3rd of the championship 3, with Dave Marshall 5th after that late improvement, and Harvey Caton in 6th. Lewis Kent, Ryan Bensley, Alex Kite and Jack Riddell will complete the top 10 ahead of Louis Hounsell, Travis Chapman, Tommy Knight and Jordan Brennan. 15th place then will be Sam Nicolau. Bradley Kent down in 16th. He'll be a bit frustrated with that. Only a 2.5 seconds off the pace, but around Brands Hatch Indy, that is as good as 2 or 3 seconds at some other circuits, so he's got a bit of time to find. Harry England, ex-Fiesta Junior runner, 17th on the grid ahead of a struggling Owen Hillman. Anthony Gannon, 19th. Simon Welch, 20th. And yeah, as Paul said, Charlotte Birch in the end only completing 4 laps compared to the 16 or 17 for the majority of those ahead of her, so clearly a few little issues still with the number 27 car. So, provisionally, that puts Dan Thackeray ahead by a decent chunk in the championship standings. He's managed to outscore Max Edmonds by another point, so 16 there should be between the two of them. Alistair Camp, of course, only managing to score 3 points out of that session, so he's going to be that little bit further back. But it's all still to play for as we head into their first of 2 races later on. That first Miltech Sports Civic Cup race of the day will be taking place at around about 1:30, but it's a full day of racing, and with the Civics now vacating the track, we'll turn our attention shortly to our first Formula Ford action of this Formula Ford Festival weekend, and it is the Avon Tyres semi-final 1. In fact, the 2 semi-finals coming up next, so these will decide the drivers who get through into the grand final automatically later on in the day. So those cars head out onto the grid. Let's very quickly, though, head down to Anthony Jordan in the pit lane, who I believe is catching up with our pole sitter and championship leader.
Thank you very much. Yes, I am indeed down here in Park Fermé with our pole sitter, Dan Thackeray. Well, that certainly helps you out for a championship fight. I think if you win this next one, as long as your main rival, Mr. Edmondson, who sits over there, finishes 7th or lower, you could be champion in the first race today. How does that make you feel?
Well, that's a very big if. Double big if. Thank you.
Get the hat on, lad.
Yeah, it was a tough session. It was really slippy to start with, and it was quite slippy in places and grippy in others, so it was quite hard to get a good lap in. And I could see I got 1 or 2 quite fast laps in, but I couldn't really seem to improve, even as the track seemed to dry. So I wasn't 100% sure where I was, but I thought I was there or thereabouts. So to pull in the final P1, it's a great start.
You had a moment out there as well, I think, nearly kissing the gravel as well. What happened there?
Yeah, I mean, I knew I needed a better lap, and I was on a better lap, and I just got a bit too greedy on the throttle in the last corner, and I thought, just got to keep my foot in and hope it grips, but I didn't on the gravel, but that was another good loss, so luckily I had 1 in the bank and it was already enough.
Yeah, it certainly was a good lap as well, so you hold on to that title lead at the moment with another few points in the bags now. It's all down to race 1 really, and starting at the front as well, especially at Brands, it's looking good, and yeah, game plan really, elbows out and just hope for the best.
I mean, you can have the best game plan you want in the Civic Cup, but it never comes to fruition. Obviously, just try and get it off the line well. I mean, it's going to be probably still a bit slippy when we go out. Hope to be leading really at the end of lap 1, and then go from there. Hopefully I can keep them behind, because as long as if I lose a place on the first lap, it's going to be pretty tricky, I think, to be fair. So hope for the best on lap 1, hope to be leading race 1 and go for there.
Yeah, that's what we need, isn't it? Well done, mate. Congratulations. We'll see you out there in race 1.
Thank you. Cheers, mate.
Excellent stuff there. Congratulations to Dan Thackeray, getting away. Solid time for him, but very, very close, which means a lot of things could happen in the first race. The championship certainly isn't decided yet. We'll head back up to the commentary box because it's time for some Formula Ford stuff.
It is, and the first of our Formula Ford stuff is the first of our 2 semi-finals then for the 52nd running of the Formula Ford Festival here at Brands Hatch, and the cars are just about to head out onto their green flag lap ahead of a 14-lap semi-final. At the end of this race, there are 28 starters. The top 12 finishers automatically progress into the grand final. Those who don't will then be entered into a last chance race that takes place a bit later on, a 6-lap dash for the cash, an 8-lap dash for the cash, sorry, with the top 6 finishers getting through into the final then, but we'll cover that a bit later on. For now though, should we take a look at how the cars are going to line up for our first semi-final, sponsored by Avon Tyres, and it is the 2 of the 3 heat winners from yesterday who will start at the front. The pole position man, Nolan Alea, was the winner of the fastest of the heat races, which I think actually ended up being, was it the second of the heats was Nolan's heat? I think it was, wasn't it? So not when the track was at its best, but because heat 3 was stopped early, that meant that Nolan Alea was given the jump for pole position. So he will start from pole. Alongside him will be the 2021 champion of the Formula Ford Festival, Jamie Sharp. And Jamie Sharp arguably should have set the fastest heat time, but safety cars and an early ending to that race meant that he wasn't able to, so he will start from second. So it's Nolan Alea and Jamie Sharp on row 1. Then on the second row, we'll have Chris Middlehurst and Ayrton Houck, one of the Team USA scholarship drivers, with Tom Nippers and Jack Sullivan starting on the third row. Then it's Hugh Esterson and Vincent J, row 4. Row 5, Jason Smith. He's been pretty rapid, but a bit accident-prone in the heats yesterday. And likewise, really, Jordan Kelly, actually. They've both got front-running pace, but ended up slipping off the road on a couple of occasions. Then it's Rick Morris and David MacArthur, row 6. Row 7, Drew Cameron and Henry Sandblom, with Sam Street and Henry Chart on row 8. Row 9, Stuart Kestenbaum and Callum Grant. Dan Rennie Larson and Tim Fitzgerald will complete the top 20. Then it's Bob Hawkins and Ben Maludi, Adam Fathers and Ben Hadfield, with Gerhard Hauschelt, Brandon McGorgan, Morgan Quinn and Murray Shepherd at the back. And at the back of the grid, therefore, a couple of quick drivers. Actually, McGorgan's been rapid, Morgan Quinn has been rapid. He had a truly bizarre end to his heat race yesterday when he had a little bit of contact coming out of Paddock Hill Bend with Jeremy Fairbairn, sort of just touched the back of Jeremy's car. It flipped the nose cone up off Morgan Quinn's car, but it didn't detach completely. If it had have done, he'd have been fine, but it just flipped up and rested on top of his head. He couldn't see where he was going, and he had to head into the pit lane to retire. Thankfully, he managed to get the car back to the pit lane in what could have been quite a scary accident, and ended up just being a slightly bizarre end to his race. And there are some quick drivers from the back whose main priority is to get into the top 12 by the end of the 14 lap. Avon Tyres semi-final 1, which gets underway now, and it's a good start made by Jamie Sharp from the outside of row 1, and Sharp will get the advantage on the run into Paddock Hill Bend. So he may not have had the best of the track position, but he is going to have the lead at turn number 1. Nolan Alea slots into second position. Chris Middlehurst, I think, is there in third place. Houck is fourth as they head towards Druids for the first time. All cleanly through the first corner. Ayrton Houck, though, very circumspect on the brakes and charging around the outside. I think it was Tom Nippers was that, to move up into fourth position. So the Team USA scholarship drivers are now together, Ayrton Houck and Jack Sullivan, as they drop down through Graham Hill Bend for the first time. Down the Cooper Straight, then towards Surtees. A clean start, but a dream start it was for Jamie Sharp, whilst Nolan Alea seems to be struggling a little bit for pace. Chris Middlehurst right on his gearbox as they turn their way out of Clearways and Clark Curve for the first time. Well, as promised, I'm joined by Scott Woodwist to talk you through all of the Formula Ford and Brscc action today. And Scott, that start of the race couldn't have gone much better for Jamie Sharp. He's got the lead, and whilst they battle behind him, he's already starting to march clear.
Yeah, and also the scrapping that's going to help him is for second place between Orla, which I was told is apparently it's pronounced Orla by Richard John Hill, so we'll go with that. Orla against Middlehurst. Middlehurst is having a little peek. There's a lock-up from Orla in the inside right front as he goes into Druids, and that's going to push him a little bit wide. Here comes Middlehurst up the inside on the exit. This will give the inside line. They don't want to damage the touch wheels too much. We saw that yesterday with a couple of the cars tangling. We've seen that all too often. Now Orla just holding on to defend for Middlehurst, who again looks up the inside, this time forces the issue into Surtees. He might have to give it up here, Nolan, but again he sweeps across and chops the nose of Bedolan Van Diemen. Back up towards McLaren and Clearways for another time, and it's a wave to the back of all. There's red flag.
There's a red flag.
Red flag,
yes.
race has been stopped.
Not sure why, looking out of the window to see anything obvious and not yet finding anything. So there is a race stoppage for some reason, and well, Jamie Sharp will now have to do this all over again, but hopefully we won't be looking at too lengthy a delay before the race gets resumed once more. So Jamie Sharp, because we hadn't done 2 laps yet, we'll go back to original grid positions as well, as and when we do get a race restart. So it will be once more Nolan Orla on pole position as we await news on the race restarts. We believe something has gone off at Panikill Bend. That's the scene of the incident, so we're not sure who it is, but that is leading to the red flag stoppage. So we had a lap and a bit of good racing there, but Jamie Sharp, as I said, is going to now have to line back up on the outside of row number 1. But Scott, we've had this conversation so many times. There is somebody, driver out of the car.
That is...
there we go, it's
91. That's
Bob Hawkins.
Bob Hawkins, yeah.
Oh dear. And he's hit the wall at a fair rate of knots by the looks of it. Lots of damage done.
Key thing is he's out of the car.
He is, yes.
Obviously, and that damage I'm sure will be fixed, but that's one of the casualties in terms of the semi-finals, and that means he'll have to go through to the last chance race later on this afternoon to even stand a chance of making it through. And also to be reminded, it's only the top 6 that go through, because the top 12 in both of the semi-finals sets the first 24 cars. We can start 30 in the final. It's the maximum grid of cars we can have at the Formula Ford Festival, given what's denoted by Motorsport UK for grid sizes at certain circuits. And for these kind of cars, the maximum is 30. So it's the top 12 from each of these semi-finals. And then there's only 6 that will go through from a field of what could be potentially as many as, I think we've got 2. Yeah, we've got it's essentially top 12. It's about roughly a 26, 28 car field, and that in itself is going to be battling over 8 laps for 6 spots. So that's usually one of the more energetic races out there towards the end of the day, especially when there are drivers that have had 1 or 2 dramas that need to pick their way through. The interesting thing will be, in terms of 2 drivers that we need to keep an eye on, are going to be Morgan Quinn and Brandon McCorkin, who are starting from the back. They had their own dramas, as you mentioned yesterday. And they've got to this is where their really hard work starts, because they had the dramas when Brandon McCorkin, we still didn't really figure out exactly why he had that damaged left rear suspension, but it was a damaged left rear suspension that then eventually forced him to go off up the hill towards Druids. Thankfully, he backed it into the tyres at slow enough speed that it was relatively unscathed. He got away from it. It wasn't an incident that was too serious, as far as I could tell. And then, as for Morgan Quinn, we talked about the cowling over the front suspension of the shocks that he has came up after tagging the back of Jeremy Fairbairn's car, and then from that he had to pit in with that damage and come in. So those 2 guys have already had their own dramas and have to pick their way through. They're going to get a second chance to try and pick their way through if they didn't make the best of starts. But of course, for them, the big challenge, of course, is starting way back in 26th and 27th, respectively, for both Brandon and Morgan. There's Callum Grant, who's in a very classic, typical Formula 4 livery. The Duckham's colours, of course, of blue and yellow. Good to see Duckham's back in motorsport again these days, particularly sponsoring the Porsche Carrera Cup team that they have got quite a bit of success with. And Callum Grant is someone who is quite a successful driver in his own right. Anytime I've ever seen him in any kind of a Formula 4, he's always quick and always rapid. And he was, case in point, he came as a guest for the Super Classic Formula 4 race at Croft and blitzed both races. I mean, he's always been incredibly quick. He also won, if I remember serves me right, he won the Moose Trophy at last year's race at Alton Park. That was a non-championship race, and he came in one of the older cars in the field, and he was blitzing cars that were in Super Classic A and Super Classic B that are cars from the 90s and sort of early to mid 80s. And it just shows the Formula Ford. It doesn't matter to a certain extent what age the car is. If it's engineered well enough and the guy behind the wheel, or guy or girl at the wheel behind of it, can pedal it quick enough, then it's a quick enough car. I'll tell you what, these are some great shots we're getting from some of the close-ups.
Oh, that's nice to see.
Well, that's a great shot too. And this is just for the semi-finals, of course, because we've still got the crowd that I hope will stick around, not just from TCR UK, that will stick around for the festival final, of course. That's going to be quite a double whammy in terms of potentially, if it's not wrapped up in race number 1, potentially title-deciding race in TCR UK, going straight then into the festival final. That's going to be a real proper double hit of some quite fantastic racing action that we're going to get today.
And then Civic Cup, which could be perhaps race of the day, because that's almost certainly going to go down to the wire, I think. So what a great event this is, though. I mean, the real winners this weekend are the people on your screen right now, aren't they? The fans. If you want to come out and have a day in the sunshine, enjoying some of the very best motor racing that the UK has to offer, Brands Hatch is the place to be, and you don't need to take out a second mortgage on your home to avoid a ticket for the family. You can come along, bring the kids in for free. This is how motorsport should be.
Yeah, it's a brilliant event because it does bring two kind of rather sort of TCR UK, which is still building its stock and continuing up and getting more popular as the seasons go on. And for it to complement the Formula Ford Festival, that's obviously sporting its 52nd running, and of course going forwards there's more anniversaries coming up, such as the 50th running of the festival at Brands Hatch. We had the 50th festival 2 years ago outright. There's the 50th Brands Hatch Festival coming in 2 years. After that, a further 2 years' time in 2027, it'll be 60 years of Formula Ford, which is quite incredible. So that's going to be something which will be quite amazing. Oh no, will it be? Yes, no, it will be. Yes, it will be 60 years. I'm getting my years mixed up. But yes, it will be 60 years of Formula Ford, and incredible. Those will be some anniversaries that I'm certain will be fairly well celebrated. And it is a fantastic event, and just a great example here. We still get drivers that come across from America, Canada. Typically, it's quite a well-supported event with the Irish. They always love to come to the Formula Ford Festival. And again, we've had, even last year, we looked at some of the entries that we had from Brazil, from Australia, from New Zealand, anywhere else. It's fantastic. I think you're looking around because you're trying to figure out where exactly at Brands Hatch that is.
Yeah, if I disappear for a race or two later, Scott, that's maybe where you find me. I've not seen that before.
I haven't either, to be honest.
It might be up near Clearways, in which case, cracking vantage point when we're racing on the Indy circuit particularly. That's a real action hotspot up there, but a couple of photographers making the most of an elevated position and a chance to sit in the sunshine on what is quite a mild, pleasant day. Oh, no, I'll tell you where it is.
You're getting a zoom out now.
It's up at Druids, isn't it? So which is another good vantage spot.
Fair play, that's a really good vantage spot. I can see it from there. Obviously, you've got some of the faithful trackside watching right down to the speakers. There's a great, we should give reference because one person who sadly isn't here with us anymore, but is someone who's always synonymous with this, and of course has a trophy named after him in the historic final, is the very late, great Brian Jones. There was a great video which I found somewhere. Someone took some footage of Formula Ford back in 1986. It wasn't the festival, it was a more general Formula Ford race. And where the camera's positioned, it's underneath the speakers. You can clearly hear the beautiful, booming, dulcet tones of Mr. Brian Jones himself. And there's a great bit in there. I think there's a quote he says, which I think it typifies Formula Ford at Brands Hatch in many cases, or just Formula Ford in general. There's a bit of an incident that takes place. You can hear him talking about it, and I'm not going to try and press his voice. So I can't do his voice, but the simple quote he said: "Chaos, confusion, mayhem. That's Formula Ford, ladies and gentlemen." And I thought that was a perfect quote to kind of sum it up in the best possible way, because it is in sometimes a bit of a chaos, confusion, and mayhem, but in the best possible way. Case in point, the festival final 2 years ago. One of the all-time classics. Let's not even beat about the bush with that. We both of us in the box in that one. I'm always going to remember that because it was just fast, it was frenetic, it was, I can use all different superlatives, but it was just a wonderful example of just how good Formula Ford racing truly can be. I mean, in the end, the top 11 covered by, 2.2 seconds in the end. That just said it all. And of course, Jamie Sharp was the one that won it. And also to win the 50th Formula Ford Festival, that's quite amazing. I believe, according to our A's, we actually have some grid days to give you, so we can actually show you on it now with the restart. We'll be able to run you through the grid here in terms of running it up there. So, of course, the restart is taking place. If you didn't complete 2 laps, everyone's back in their original grid positions. So, as we get set to go on another formation lap once more, Rick Morris, at least for this initial getaway, is quite far out of his box. We'll be getting underway once again, although Rick Morris was a little bit slow to get away too. But to go off on the formation lap, let's run you through again how they look for this restart of semi-final 1.
Yes, we will be minus Bob Hawkins, but hopefully still 27 cars set to take the start, and they will be headed once again by Nolan Orler, who had not the best of getaways the first time around, but sometimes these red flags, they can allow drivers to really hit the reset button and go again. He not only didn't get a great launch, but also perhaps seemed to be struggling a bit on cold tyres, so maybe now he has got another chance to do this. So it is Nolan Orler and Jamie Sharp on the front row, Chris Middlehurst and Ayrton Hauk on row 2. And Ayrton, the first of those 2 Team USA Scholarship winners who are entered this weekend. The USA Scholarship has been going on since 1990, and Scott, we've been provided, as always actually, by the Team USA Scholarship some really good information on the drivers, but also a list of the past scholarship winners. And I think there's so many drivers on there, as a big American motor racing fan in particular, that I'm familiar with. and I had no idea they'd come through the scholarship. Drivers like AJ Allmendinger, for example, who of course has gone on to have a very successful career in NASCAR. Jerry Nadeau, even before him back in the 1990s, twice a winner actually of the scholarship. J.R. Hildebrandt was a winner back in 2005. Connor Daly and Joseph Newgarden about 15 years ago now. That's a terrifying thought. But again, a real who's who actually of American motor racing stars to come through the scholarship, and many of them, of course, with that scholarship coming over and sampling the festival at one point or another too.
Indeed, and we can also point out, I'm sure that Jeremy Shaw is watching, and hi to Jeremy if he's either watching on the live stream or I think he's here this weekend as well, so good to see Jeremy back here, and hi to Jeremy if he's watching on the live stream. Of course, you have to remind as well that Joseph Newgarden has won a festival. I say a festival because he won the, at the time obviously that was when there was a split between the Kent, the Zetec and the Duratec, or at least Kent and Zetec, if not Duratec on top of that, and there was always a separate Kent festival. So while it wasn't the main formula, Joseph Newgarden can claim a Team USA Scholarship Festival win in the Kent portion of the festival in the year he did it back in 2008. I think he's the only Team USA driver, although sort of tell a lie with there, because Joseph Newgarden won the Kent Festival. There has been another Team USA Scholars driver that has won it, but it wasn't in the year that he was a scholar, and that's Max Esterson, who was a 2021 Team USA Scholar, but he came back last year and won the 2022 Festival to kind of make up for just missing out on it last year, because he came in the year before, because he came second in 2021. That was after Neil McLennan had been disqualified for overtaking any yellow flags, which I've most recall was in plain view on the live stream for everyone to see on that side. So yeah, Team USA do a fantastic job that's well supported every year, and I think they picked two fantastic scholars in Ayet and Houck and Jack Sullivan this year, proven their quality so far. Both of them, of course, in the semi-final one. We've got a car waving, who's that? It's on the fourth row of the grid.
Vincent J,
I think. Vincent J, I think you're right. Yes, Vincent J, the blue car 122. He is waving. That's going to start delay because of that. Which means they're going to have to go into another formation that once they go again. So Vincent looks as though he's lined up in his grid spot, and that suggests that he's possibly stalled the car and can't get it going again. So either that or something has not quite gone right with the 122 machine. Because of that, he's now got to possibly be pushed off the grid or pushed into a position where he can, I believe it has to be start from the pit lane, I imagine, if he can't sort of get a refired.
Thought so, and that's a shame for Vincent. He was due to start 8th on the grid. Good starting position actually for Vincent J. But yeah, he may now not be able to take his original starting position. It could be something as simple as he stalled the car and can't get it fired up. So the marshals have actually left him alone on the grid now. So I wonder whether he has now got the problem resolved. But either way, yeah, we are going to have a second green flag lap, and I suppose it will become evident in a moment or two whether or not he's got the car fixed, because if he has, he'll head out on that green flag lap with everyone else, and if he hasn't, he'll be left behind and recovered by the marshals. But whether we will lose a lap from the race, I doubt it, because again, the distance the race goes and the amount of time it takes them to do it is significant, because the faster of the two semi-finals, the winner will get the pole position for the grand final. But as we've seen, not always a huge advantage to be starting from that pole position, and so it might not matter either way really, but for the in the interest of fairness, then I'm sure race control will try and make sure.
Well, Tom Nippers has a problem now for some reason. He's gesticulating to the marshals quite frantically to give him a hand, but as to what the issue might be, I'm not sure. There's Ben Maludi, who is looking rather moody in car number 11. He is starting in 22nd position, so quite far back. They're going on to the formation lap, and
I think a few are stalling, aren't they?
And crucially, that's Nolan all that's obviously not got away.
Yes, from pole position.
So pole to Nolan Orlai not actually getting away for some reason. Looks like the engine's running, because I can see the smoke coming out the sort of the steam or the coming out the back, and he's punching the steering wheel. So pole to Nolan Orlai with a problem. I think he's trying to refire it. You can see there's smoke. He's now got it refired, but I suspect if he's at the back of the field, I think he is. So he will now have to start from the back of the grid. So another front-running contender hits problems on Festival Sunday.
I hope he knows that he has to start from the back, because a penalty for driving up through the field is going to be worse than just starting from the back of the grid.
Because we saw that yesterday with Andy Charsley.
Yes.
He stalled on the grid. He actually picked his way back through to his grid spot, which he shouldn't have done, and was given a 10-second time penalty as a result of that for an out-of-position start. He started in his original grid spot when he should have been right at the back.
And guess what Nolan's doing? He's coming up the inside of everybody into Druids, and you cannot do that. If you fall to the back of the group on the green flag lap for whatever reason, you have to start from the back. Even if you just keep one car behind you, that's fine, but he didn't. I'm 99% sure from the glimpse I saw out of the window that he fell to the back of the field, and this, I'm afraid, could now do more damage to his festival chances than simply starting from the back.
Oh, that was, and that's the reason why you don't do that. That was 101 Henry chart, and well, that could have it goes without saying, really, what could have happened next if Henry Chart hadn't spotted driving up the inside there. And so ultimately, everyone will take their into the grid spots. There's 42, which is Hugh Eston. That's another one of the Ammonite cars. There is Nolan Orler, who is, well, incorrectly picking his spot. He's just picking his way past Vincent J as well. It's, yeah, unfortunately, his efforts here are going to be pretty much in vain, unfortunately. The one person he doesn't want to tangle with is another one of his stablemates in either the Team USA car, but also are run by Ammonite Motorsport, which is a legacy of the work that Cliff Dempsey did. Of course, and Cliff is here this weekend, so this is a legacy of what he did. So, yes, Nolan might be on pole position, but unfortunately, at least with the time penalty, he gets away by 10 seconds. Unfortunately, I think we can sadly early discount him as being a potential winner for this final, unless he does pull away by 10 seconds, which would be very un-Formula Ford-like, but I think there is an imminent penalty incoming for our pole sitter.
He could well get 10 seconds ahead of 12th place, though, couldn't he? Oh, well, hello, this is Vincent J again.
Yeah, Vincent J waving his hands, and Jordan Kelly behind, putting his hands in frustration, saying, really?
Goodness sake. Right, okay. So the race, by the way, has been shortened down to 12 laps from 14, and I fear we might now be on for another delay to the start because of whatever the issue is with Vincent J's car. In the drama of covering Nolan Orler's issues, I missed the fact that Vincent did actually get going. So the reason for the delayed start was Vincent J. He then got the car fired up, but he's now being pushed out of the way by the marshals. But I'm fairly certain that if we saw the other side of that LED starting gantry notice board, we'd see start delayed once again written across it, because they're not going to be able to start the race with the marshals still there. And of course they can't leave the car stationary for too long because the cars don't really like that. Engines start to overheat, and that I think is what was causing a bit of frustration amongst a couple of the drivers in the first place.
Well, case in point, of course, there was station for so long, and there was one or two drivers, Tom Nippers, and then Nolan Orler had issues. So it's one of those things where it's either clutch control or trying to keep it in the position to keep the car rolling or running without having something going wrong.
Now, playing devil's advocate here.
As you always like to do.
Yes. Technically, that race never started. Can Nolan Orler be given a penalty for a race that never started? Might he actually get away with this now? I mean, they're really not happy, are they?
It's this Tom Nippers again, for some reason. I'm not sure what he's gesticulating about, whether he's gesticulating about something to do with his car, or it looks like his car, because one of his team members has come through. Start delayed again, so...
And race shortened again, Scott. We're down to 10 laps now.
Yes, right.
So they're going to push him out of the way. What's going to go on?
I think we also the key thing to point out here is I think automatically this is going to be the slower of the two semi-finals, because of course it's not the full length. It's only 10 laps rather than 14. Yeah. So automatically, whoever Tom is still not happy about something. He's still. I don't know what he's gesticulating about. I think he's restarted his car, but what is he upset about? I'm not sure why.
He wants the start procedure to begin. He obviously his car does not like being sat on the grid for this length of time, but unfortunately, Tom, there are things that the marshals and race control have to deal with.
I can now see the back. Is that Jason Smith also
waving
his hands as well? So
yeah. There's only so much that can be done here, though. They can't start the green flag lap until they know for certain that the car and marshals are into a place of safety, because should they then have an issue with the recovery and they've already sent them round on the green flag lap, this could further delay the start. So a difficult position for race control to be in here, but important that they don't panic and make the wrong decision just because the drivers are starting to get a bit antsy down on the grid.
Now I can see one of the Team USA guys waving his hands. That's 21, which is Jack Sullivan. So why he's waving his hands, I'm not sure. There's an awful lot of hand waving, but not quite clear exactly why there's hand waving going on.
And admittedly, there now isn't an awful lot going on either. I mean, I do think they've got the car out of the way, so it must be some other reason that they've not started the green flag lap this time around. But there is a Jack who will be starting eventually, we hope, from 6th on the grid, with a gap behind him now where Vincent J was due to start. That could benefit Jordan Kelly. He's been pretty quick this weekend so far, but has to come from the 5th row of the grid. More waving towards race control.
Hugh Eston, there's also somebody on the grid looking after Jason Smith at the back of the grid behind him as well. So, but again, there's it's almost difficult to tell exactly whether they're waving at the procedure or they're waving at what's going on.
Well, the cars keep cutting out. I think certainly that's Nipper's issue. His car keeps on stalling, I think. Which suggests maybe he's got a clutch issue or something. He's having to hold it there physically on the grid, but they've got it sorted again pretty quickly. I think team members have now been allowed out onto the grid to assist with this, because of course what we don't tend to see before the races get underway, cars line up in the assembly area surrounded by the teams. They only fire them up just before they're about to be released out onto the track for this exact reason, really. So only fair that the team members have now been allowed out to deal with this and help get the cars fired up. We're eating into the time now. We don't have a lunch break today. It's racing all the way through because, of course, we're fighting at this time of year the fading light come day's end. And so important that we try and get a move on through the races as quickly as we possibly can. So a frustrating start to the day for our Formula 4 drivers, but I'm sure we will get this rectified and manage to get the race restarted in good time. That, I think, is Vincent J running back to wherever his car's been left to assist with the recovery. And he'll be hoping, of course, that he can perhaps now get back out there for this one, although I doubt it because he was technically the cause of the initial red flag. So little bit of confusion here at Brands Hatch, but I'm sure we will get the green flag lap underway in a 10-lap semi-final now for Avon Tyres semi-final 1 is the plan as and when we get there.
Yeah, so just a reminder, because the race has been shortened, it means that this will automatically count as the slowest of the 2 semi-finals. So essentially, whoever wins semi-final 2 coming up next, which is sponsored by Quantum Race and Suspension, that will be essentially your pole sitter for the final later on this afternoon. So ultimately, whoever wins this race is going to be on the front row alongside them. There is the safety car, which has been rolled back into position. So maybe that's one of the things they were waiting for, to get the safety car in place as well. And get ourselves sorted once again. There is Morgan Quinn, who's starting right at the back in 27th, right at the back of the grid, 27th position. Although technically, given those that stalled it, that is a good point you raised in terms of whether or not Nolan Orler is allowed again to take his grid position. There's Vincent J's car, which I think what they've told them is to get Vincent J back in the car so they can probably push him off the circuit behind the barriers. They've pushed it across to the track. It's now being wheeled backwards, as you can see, into the pit lane, which means it's completely off the road. Imagine that car will at least go back to the outer padding, which so his squad can go to repair whatever the issue is and get it ready for the last chance race, which is scheduled later on this afternoon to take place over 8 laps at around about 25 to 3 at that point. So I was going to mention Tom Nippers actually, despite all his hand waving, he's actually been one of the more impressive independent drivers in the festival, because he had put a really good performance yesterday to get himself up there on the podium in 3rd place. That's a really good run for him. And he now is looking at a good chance to get himself through automatically, which I think, given if his race runs well enough, he should do without too many issues. He's now sort of bouncing out in the cockpit, kind of cycling himself up a bit more.
He's an animated fellow, isn't he, Tom?
He's a little bit, yes, but I think it's because he loves his race and wants to go racing. Right, here's the game. Let's figure out who that driver is, because it's quite close up on the camera. The car might give us an idea. That is car 14.
And we still don't know. Oh, it's
Gerhard Hausholt.
Okay, that sounded better than my attempt. I think you're probably closer to
and
the...
alongside his car 47, that is Ben Hadfield. You
yes.
see that Hadfield in the mix as well. Some of the Hadfield family get out quite regularly. Now, here's a familiar surname, but not the person that you're thinking of. That is an Esterson, but it's not Max Esterson, last year's winner. That is Hugh Esterson, which is his younger brother, I believe. So he is taking his first run through. The semi-final's been shortened ever so slightly even more to now 9 laps, so it's a slightly shorter one in this run to the semi-final. So again, as it's not a full length, I'll stipulate, it will not be the faster of the 2 semi-finals, because of course it's a shorter race, but automatically it's not the full distance, so automatically I would imagine at least it will become the slower of the 2, which means whoever wins semi-final 2 is effectively guaranteed pole position for the final later on.
And of course the people who really aren't happy about this race being shortened, apart from us, because we want more Formula 4 racing, but the other people are those at the back of the grid who had progress to make, people like Brandon McGorgan, but like Morgan Quinn, who are aiming for that top 12 as a bare minimum. Now they should still be able to do that just about, even with a shortened race distance, but the further inside that top 12 they get, the further up the grid they will then start for the grand final. And realistically, the winner of the final rarely comes from outside of the top 2 or 3 rows of the grid. It can happen, this is Formula Ford racing, but generally speaking, you're wanting to be inside that top, as a bare minimum, top 8 on the grid. That means being top 4 in your semi-final. That's going to be difficult to do from the back anyway. Over 14 laps, they had a fighting chance, but over 9, that's now looking less and less likely.
It's not impossible. It is festival weekend. Anything can happen, and it usually does. So you see that there's Jamie Sharp getting the last congratulations, sort of good luck wish before he goes off to what will be the restart.
Saw Jamie actually out on track this morning, wandering around the final sector and making sure that the track conditions were to his liking, or just seeing, I guess, how they changed perhaps after some of the racing action that took place yesterday after his heat race. That's good to see, that dedication from the drivers. You know, you can learn a lot from getting out there on track, especially on foot. You can really sort of investigate where maybe some fluid had been laid down the day before, you know, and just see how the track has evolved. So he's taking this very seriously as Jamie Sharp, winner, as we said, of the 50th anniversary festival a couple of years ago, but he would love to add his name onto what is a very select list of multiple winners of the Formula Ford Festival. There aren't a huge amount of drivers who have achieved that over the years, and if Jamie could add his name to that list, that would be quite an achievement.
So one thing I should mention on the live stream, there is the moment, at least on our Brscc live stream we've got, there is 1,000 people watching. So that's good to see. So thank you to everyone who's tuned in, for those watching, and hopefully you guys will stick around. There's a lot of good racing coming out today, of course, including the Formula Ford Festival. Of course, we've got the finale TCR UK and Civic Cup and Fiesta Juniors, and of course the last Mini 7 Winter Series race, which of course is coming up after the second semi-final, so after these two semi-final races. Right, 30-second board is in the air then, which means the cars will be able to get out for another green flag lap, and all being well, hopefully we can get this first semi-final sponsored by Avon Tyres. I should mention, give a thank you to all of our, they can also get 2 green flag laps this time around as well, so probably just whether it's an assessment or whether the conditions have changed a little bit, because it's mostly dry, but I think there are 1 or 2 still in the shady parts, 1 or 2 ever so slight damp patches from some overnight moisture or overnight light rain or something. You can see it's particularly on the inside of the run down towards Paddock Hill Bend. You can see there's a couple of patchy areas there. So I think in the sunshine, whilst they've been waiting, the track has dried up a tiny bit more. It's still a little bit greasy. And you can see here as well, up on the run towards Bexting, Paddock Hill Bend, up towards Druids, there are still damp and greasy patches on the circuit from where there's been a little sprinkling of overnight rain through the middle of the night. So it's slightly trickier conditions, and I imagine that as it continues to get better throughout the day, which is what I'm thankful of, is that it's wonderfully bright sunshine on this festival Sunday, which is good omens for later on today in terms of the weather for the later on in the afternoon. But of course, as the track conditions have changed ever so slightly whilst it was out on the grid, it means that they've got a slightly different circuit to contend with.
Yes, sort of. Right, okay, well...
You don't like you're in agreement?
I don't particularly see what's changed massively, but anyway, thankfully I don't make these decisions, so we will simply wait and see what happens. And when we do get racing, I promise you it's going to be worth the wait, because we've got a few drivers at the front of this grid, all have the potential to grab the win. We saw Jamie Sharp get that really good start the first time around, and it will be interesting to see whether or not he can achieve the same thing now, whether Nolan Orler will escape a penalty or not. It waits to be seen. For now, we'll just pretend that he isn't going to get a penalty, because he's very much going to be a factor in this race regardless, and he will want to try and have as clean a run as possible to get out into the distance, if that's something that he can do. And of course, those coming from further down the field, they have some overtaking to be done. Keep an eye to Brandon McGorgan, to Morgan Quinn from the 26th and 27th positions on the grid. Of course, they'll gain a couple of freebies as other people have failed to take the restart.
I'd also be throwing out Adam Favers as well. He's not too bad around here at Brands Hatch 151. He's quite a local favourite 151. He's way back in ahead of those two in 23rd place, so he's got possibly an option to go forwards and do that. On their second green flag lap now as they go around. So as the pack works its way through, you can see the car 42 there is Hugh Esterson. You've got Jason Smith. There is the national champion Jordan Kelly, waving vigorously. He had quite an odd day yesterday. He wasn't completely off the pace, but he was very error prone yesterday in the sort of mixed conditions, and had no fewer than about 3 or 4 different excursions off the road. There's and it gives you a rather weird look in the commentary box.
That's a word I've never come across, and there aren't many of those, Scott. I'm quite impressed for this stage of the weekend. For you to come up with that, I'm pretty impressed.
I'm confused. What word did I use?
Error. What did you say? Error prone.
Error prone.
Yeah, that's a new one to me. Care to elaborate?
I was referring to Jordan Kelly, his day yesterday, in terms of he was off the road several times. Is that what Toby heard before?
No, I have not. I see every day's an education when you've got Scott Woodward in the commentary box with you.
Yeah, use stuff that's incorrect, but there you go. But anyway, it's going back to Jordan Kelly, before I was, because you looked at and questioned my grammar, mine was still Kieran. Jordan had a bit of a strange day yesterday. He was definitely on pace, but there were points when he was making, I think, 1 too many errors and mistakes, which is quite unusual for the national champion to do so. But Jordan, of course, it's only his first season racing in Formula 4. His previous experience was racing in a slight equivalent to this, which is Formula V, over in his native island. But he actually made his debut in Formula 4 in last year's festival with Team Dolan, and then decided to do a full campaign this year and picked up 7 wins along the way, if I'm correct in that one. He actually, in fact, I think he won at least five races, including winning the last 4 races on the bounce, both races at Knock Hill, in which one of those was won with David Leslie Trophy, and then won both races at Silverstone to claim the title on the national circuit. So it's good to see that Jordan's at least in some kind of good form. Each reminder, he starts in 10th on the grid. He is just the top of the shot, the blue Van Diemen, the number 99. Young Irishman. And also quite shouting well to Rick Morris. He's starting up at P11, of course, the evergreen Rick Morris, who has been in probably more formal festivals than I think we've had hot dinners in many cases. And he's been in, he always comes every single year. He's once again in his trusty Royale RP29, and he could be a possible dark horse for going well in the Brian Jones Memorial Trophy. You're giving them another look as well.
I finally cottoned on to what you said. I was only half listening at the time. Error prone, not one word, 2 words. Right, good, we've got it. English language, A-level, coming into good use, it seems.
It's only 5 to 11. Wake up, come on.
I was busy fixing the hastily redecorated commentary box that my TCR co-commentator was rather hastily putting up earlier on this morning to keep the sun off us, because it is baking hot here today in the commentary box. Perhaps not so warm outside, but we are slowly melting in here. So
right, should we get the semi-final underway?
Yes, let's give this another go, shall we? 9 laps of racing. We have got the front row set, and off they will go. And another good start made by Jamie Sharp, but not quite as strong this time. Auler has learnt from the first one, and he's going to go toe-to-toe with the 2021 festival winner into the first turn, and he beats Jamie Sharp through Paddock Hill Bend. Jamie tries to get the switch back, though, and looks to the inside line. That's the damp side of the road. Nolan tries to come over and cover, but gets there too late, and Jamie Sharp will bully his way through. Watch out for Middlehurst trying to find a gap on the inside as well. Out of Druids they go. It is indeed going to be Jamie Sharp to the lead. Nolan Auler slots into second place. There's cars on the grass further back, but that was a very feisty start.
It really was. Top three trying to get away. Good start from Tom Nippers as well. All that hand waving's done something, because he's up to 4th at the moment, one of the best independents in the pack this weekend. But Jamie Sharp then, 2021 festival champion. He wants that second title. He missed out on it last year. He's now going to go for it here in 2023. The 2 Team USA guys are up in 5th and 6th. There's also Jason Smith battling with his team. The teammate that's one of the Team USA guys to the gravel. That's 22. That is Ayrton Hauk, who started ahead of Jack Sullivan, but he's now dropping down the order. The key thing is where can he go, and that's one car off the road. That is, I think, possibly Henry Sandblom, I think. Yeah, 55 Henry Sandblom in the one of our Scandinavian drivers across from the continent. As for the leaders, it's now Jamie Sharp who still leads. There's battling behind Hugh Esson with Jordan Kelly up the inside. And Heston tries to come across. They're touching wheel to side pod, and somehow Kelly gets through, and they get away with that somehow unscathed. That was quite tricky. And there will be yellow flags that will be covering the car that's off. There was a spin somewhere, and that is Hugh Esterson. So that's off camera, but looks like he's tangled possibly Jason Smith or the car he was around as well on top of that, which was, I think that was around about Jordan Kelly or maybe David MacArthur in the mix that he was battling with. Either way, they carry on. There goes Kelly. There goes MacArthur. Now, the graphic you'll see here as the safety car is deployed. This is, if it wasn't confirmation, it's definitely going to be the slower of the 2 heats. Yes. Semi-finals, excuse me. Now, the graphic you'll see on the screen here is, it's safety car, so you can't get a take. And I think Sam Street both saw that later than they should have done, really, as they come back across the line. Now, the line that you'll see on the screen, you can see there's a separator between the top 12. That, of course, is to denote that the top 12 are going through. So, essentially, the car that's on the bubble at the moment is Ayrton Hauk in car 22. The first of the non-qualifiers is Brandon McCorkin, who, impressively, in 2 laps, has gone from the back of it to 26th up to 13th. And Morgan Quinn's gone with him. He's gone from 27th to 15th. So that's quite a good run so far. But if they can get this race underway relatively quickly and recover Henry Sandblom's car, there's still every chance, particularly if there's a safety car to help them, but they could even climb themselves up into the top 12. A shout out I should also give as well, Henry Sharp and Rick Morris, the highest 2 place the Super Classic cars, 8th and 9th overall. They could, on the track position alone, provided that they don't get caught by Smith, Cameron Hauk, and then possibly even McCorkin and Quinn, could find themselves with automatic spots into the final. What a story that would be for Rick Morris to automatically progress to the final and not need to use anything like a last chance race to get through. That's quite extraordinary, actually.
No, exactly. That would be a great story, and they may well be able to do that. They've been a bit fortunate with some of the expected front runners having difficulties, but yeah, they are looking strong within the top 10. So Jamie Sharp leads them across the line. Then this is 3 laps of 9 being complete, so 1/3 race distance is completed, and hopefully we won't have too many laps behind the BMW safety car. Sharp leads, Auler 2nd, then it is Middlehurst in 3rd, Nippers 4th, Jack Sullivan 5th, Jordan Kelly 6th, David MacArthur 7th, 8th Henry Sharp, 9th Rick Morris, 10th Jason Smith, 11th Drew Cameron, and 12th Ayrton Hauk. So Ayrton is still within the transfer spots, if you like, but only just, with Brandon McCorgan just 1 away from getting into that all-important top 12. But he and Morgan Quinn, they didn't want to see this safety car. The more laps of green flag running we have, the more chance there is that they can gain some positions in this race, and therefore on the grid for the grand final later on. But at least they are knocking on the door of the top dozen now, and that was their main priority, if you like, from this race. But quite a few expected front runners hitting dramas, and of course Hugh Esterson, another now who looked pretty nailed on, really, to transfer automatically into the grand final. Has it all to do from 25th. Now, the safety car allows him to catch back up. That's a good thing, but it now reduces the amount of laps that he's going to have to try and make up what is a good number of positions in order to get into that top 12. So perhaps we're looking towards Hugh as the first of our sort of expected front runners who may have to rely on that last chance race later on today.
They will do. And again, impressively enough, as I say, I've mentioned it again, Henry Chart and Rick Morris probably taking advantage of some of the slightly trickier conditions, given it's slightly damp out there. And rain or slightly wet circuit, there's a bit of a performance leveller. And so it seems that those two have taken advantage of getting up there in order to get themselves in a good position. If there are going to be two cars that will drop out of the top 12, admittedly, even though it's not, I don't like to say it, it probably will be Henry Chart and Rick Morris, because ultimately the two cars that I expect that they can pick their way through the next few cars to get up there into the top 12 transfer spots is going to be, I think, the favourites are Brandon McCorkin and Morgan Quinn. There's no doubt about it. Also, it looks like it's showing Vincent J is 22nd, so I thought that he pulled off the road, so he's back in the race by the looks of it. Quite intriguing.
Yes.
I thought him not starting the race meant that he couldn't start the race, but that's interesting.
Now remind me, did he pull off at the first attempt to restart or the second one?
It was on the second one, but he waved his hands on the first one, and then they went off again for a second restart. Then he was pushed off the track, and then he was pushed back into the pit lane.
Right.
So,
I don't know. Pass. Let's just be happy for him that he's out on track
yeah,
and still has half a chance.
I'm happy he's there. I was wondering sort of how he'd made it in, given I thought that as he'd been pushed off the road that he wasn't able to restart. But
there is a potential that he would argue it was because of the delayed start that the car stalled and he needed to say, force majeure maybe starts to come into it. But again, not our decision to take, thankfully. Right then, the safety car lights are out. The safety car has disappeared, which is a good thing. It means it's headed into the pit lane, and we're going to resume racing at the end of lap 5. So there'll be 4 laps of the Avon Tyres semi-final 1 to go. And Jamie Sharp, having made 2 really good standing starts, now needs to nail a safety car restart, something that he's got plenty of practice of over the years. Nolan Orler will be trying to go with him and trying to challenge, I'm sure, on the run into Paddock Hill Bend on the race restart. The field trickles through. Hugh Esterson there at the back is one to keep an eye on. But he's only got 4 laps to try and gain 13 positions to break into the top 12. Away we go then. Good start made by Jamie Sharp. The battle is on though for second position. Nolan Orler and Chris Middlehurst jockeying for position as they head for Paddock Hill Bend. A little look up the inside there by Jordan Kelly trying to get past Jack Sullivan. They almost tangle wheels at Paddock, but he does have the overlap just about heading up the hill. Look at the spray kicked off the back wheels into Druids where there is contact, and around goes the pole sitter. Nolan Orler off the track at Druids after contact with Chris Middlehurst, and that is major drama, Scott.
That's another drama for Ammonite Motorsport. That's 2 of their cars that won't be in transfer spots. So this now helps. It helps Brandon McCorkin at least, because he's up into this before they get to the timing graphic. He'll be up to 12th now, so he gets the final transfer spot. He's 11th now, so it's now Morgan Quinn and Drew Cameron are on the bubble. As now it's Middlehurst second, Thomas is 3rd, and that's now Jordan Kelly elbowing up the inside of Jack Sullivan. So they go wheel to wheels. He's now up into 4th position, but I'm sure Jack will probably just sit there thinking, come on, Jordan, that wasn't cricket.
It's only a semi-final, everyone, This is the kind of stuff that you tend to see at the end of Festival Sunday, but they're starting early with a very dramatic first Formula Ford race of the day. It is a successful pass, albeit perhaps a slightly rough one for Jordan Kelly, and he's up into 4th position. Now, further back into the transfer spots go Brandon McCorkin and Morgan Quinn, 11th and 12th respectively. How much further progress can they make with 2.5 laps of racing to go?
Interesting stuff, but they're both the places they want to be, and everyone that's from the back of the grid. That's 26th and 27th originally, so they are carving their way through, and that safety car's done them a favour. Of course, they've managed to bunch to pack up all the progress that they made early on, and they've gone through. Now, Jason Smith, there's McCorkin, and he's got Quinn behind him. That's Ayrton Hout going with him. Now, this could be, Rick Morris could be in the final transfer spot, but if he's not careful, he might lose the spot to Drew Cameron. Henry Chart, though, is having a blinding race. 7th overall. He's going to make, by far the highest placed classic car, and also, should I dare as well, one to watch also possibly for the historic final later on, which he could want to look for. This is side by side for 3rd now into the semi-final. Into a podium place goes Jordan Kelly past Tom Nippers. He's got 2 laps now. Dare I ask the question, does he catch the cars in front? Maybe a bit too far ahead, I think, but it's never say never.
He's not made many friends in this race, but he's demonstrated that he has got some real speed today, and is definitely now establishing himself as a contender when we get to the final. Side-by-side action here further back, and this is all around that transfer spot, isn't it? The black number 12 car is Drew Cameron. He was 13th. Is he still, Scott? I think he is.
I think he is. I think the one that's on the bubble, crucially.
Yes.
Bite your fingers, is Rick Morris. He's in 12th position now. He's a wily old fox. He's got plenty of experience. If he can get his elbows out, he'll try and do so. If not, at the very least, he'll be towards the front of the last chance race if he can get through. Certainly he'll be one of the potential ones to get through. There goes the 22 car of Indy Hauk. At the moment, it looks as though, all being well, as we go into the final lap of the race, it will be both Team USA cars through. And here goes Jack Silver up the inside of Tom Nippers looking for fourth. And Nippers closes the door as they turn into Paddock Hill Bend. But the key thing is as well, and not just at the front, Middlehurst sets the fastest lap of the race. Key thing is that transfer spot in 12th place. Can Rick Morris hold on to 12th place, or is he going to hold on? What have you spotted?
Well, I was just looking for where Nolan Orler is. He is 16th. He's about 1.5 seconds away from Rick Morris, but there are plenty of cars between them. I don't think that Nolan is going to make it back into that top 12, is he? It's been a very dramatic, a shortened, but a very dramatic Avon Tyres semi-final one here at Brands Hatch that looks like it's going to be won by Jamie Sharp and Chris Middlehurst in second place. Jordan Kelly with a charging drive to third. Jamie Sharp using all of the road as he exits the final corner. He will claim victory in the first of the semi-finals at the Formula Ford Festival. Jamie Sharp's second win of the weekend. Second place goes to Chris Middlehurst with the fastest lap at the end of the race. Then it's Kelly, Nippers, Sullivan, MacArthur who is going to get the final transfer spot. Here they come towards the line. It's going to be a drag race to the line. And here comes Rick Morris. Is he going to hang on? No! Sam Street gets him on the line. What? Sam Street by 16 thousandths of a second gets into the top 12. And Rick Morris misses out by a nose.
But front row for the last chance race. That's going to be a key one. But how close was that for Rick Morris? 16 thousandths of a second away from an automatic final transfer spot. Wow, that's got to be agonising. But that's the fun of the festival.
It is. I certainly enjoyed that. That was fantastic stuff. Nolan Orler, by the way, did get up to 14th, so he'll be starting towards the front of that last chance race. As long as he keeps out of trouble, should be able to progress to the final, but he will be off the back of the grid. Right then, Jamie Sharp gets the win, but Chris Middlehurst was quicker than Jamie once he got himself established into second place. That's interesting going into that final a little bit later on. Jordan Kelly came home in third. When did Jordan start that race? He was 10th on the grid and fought his way up into a podium place. Impressive stuff. Then it was Tom Nippers in fourth, Jack Sullivan fifth, David MacArthur sixth, Brandon McCorgan seventh from the back of the grid, and Henry Charles. What a drive that was from Henry Charles as well. Rick Morris may have missed out on the top 12, but Henry's top 12 position never really looked in doubt, having started 16th, so 8 places gained for Henry Charles, who is the Class C winner as well. Then it's Jason Smith, Ayrton Hauk, Morgan Quinn and Sam Street who got into the top 12 by 16 thousandths of a second. Rick Morris will have a front row starting spot for the last chance race then. Likely second on the grid, but we'll wait and see what the second semi-final time is. Nolan Orler will be in the mix in that race as well, but the pole sitter for that first semi-final will not be pleased with the way that his day has gone. Ben Maludi 15th, Drew Cameron 16th, then it was Adam Fathers, Callum Grant, Hugh Esterson 19th after his spin down at Graham Hill Bend, and Vincent J completes the top 20 ahead of Dan Rennie Larson, Stuart Kestenbaum, Gerhard Huschelt, Tim Fitzgerald and Ben Hadfield in 25th position. And then 2 not running at the flag, they were Sandblom and of course Bob Hawkins, who unfortunately didn't take the initial start. Well, it took a while to get there, but the fans in the end, Scott, were treated to quite the race.
And the crowd's getting bigger down the Paddock Hill Bend. I would hope we can get a point where we can get proper old school shot of a hopefully completely near full grandstand at Paddock Hill Bend, because that's the old school shot of the festival. We'll pick you on the grand final. The main grandstand at Paddock Hill Bend packed to the rafters waiting for the action, and hopefully we'll get that done. Yeah, that was an incredible first semi-final. We eventually got there in the end, and as I have a chat to our top 3 down there after a very intense first semi-final sponsored by Avon Tyres of the Formula Ford Festival, let's cross down to the top of the pit lane with our ever roving reporter at the top of the pits, Richard John Neal.
Thanks very much, Scott. Not so much roaming at the moment, but we are here. Jamie Sharp will be here. We may only have time for the one interview, I'm being told. I want to say a quick hello and get well soon, Garrett Van Calm. We said it yesterday, say it again, Garrett, get well soon. Car's on the grid already. I'm going to go over here. Jamie Sharp's having pictures taken. Jamie, I'm going to gate crash because we want to have a quick word with you. I don't think anyone wanted that race to get going in the end, did they?
No, it was a bit of a... Well, I'm not going to make any comments about what happened. It is what it is now. It was... I think it was everybody's own fault that they were boiling over. Everybody was revving all the time, and it was a bit silly on their part, but I'm not going to make any more comments on.
How difficult is it for you as a driver? Obviously you had a red flagged race yesterday, you won that heat fair and square. Great move, by the way, to get into the lead twice, but you don't get any race rhythm going over the 2 qualifying races up to the final.
No, it's it's a bit tough knowing that we've not had any actual race, can't get my words out, any actual racing on the upcoming to the final, but we've got good racecraft from the past and we know that, so I'm comfortable, ready for it. boss man's here now, so he'll want a hug. But no, I'm ready for the final, I think, still, yeah. That's good.
And going back to those two moves, you had to do it twice. Outside, wasn't it, first time? Inside on the slightly damp side on the inside, so great work from you.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, the first one was easily just because of the start, I can't deny that, but the second time I got a massive wheel spin off the start. I think it was just because I didn't burn out as I come across the second time, but that was my own fault. But still good start, just not good enough to get myself in the same position as last time. So.
Jamie, many congratulations on the Avon Tyre semi-final win. We'll see you next time. I apologise to the other guys. We're not going to have time to interview P2 and 3, Chris Medalhurst and Jordan Kelly. So apologies to them. We need to go up for the grid for semi-final 2. So back to Andy and Scott in the commentary box.
Yeah, thanks very much, Richard. Understandably, after the delays that we've had so far today, we're keen to get on with the programme. So our second semi-final for the Brscc Formula Ford Festival is already upon us. This race sponsored by Quantum Racing Suspension, and the grid is as follows. It is Luke Cooper who won in a very soggy first heat yesterday. Probably the most convincing winner, actually, of a heat, I'd say, in the 3 races yesterday. He will start from pole position alongside Rory Smith, who will give him a run for his money, as will Niall Murray, who has been bumped up to 3rd on the grid. That's a different grid to the one I had. Possibly some adjustments have been made, but Niall Murray came from 6th on the grid to finish 3rd in his heat and will start 3rd again alongside Jordan Dempsey. Then it's Alex Berg and Logan Paxer to complete the top half dozen. Charlie Mann starts next ahead of Porter Aiken. Then it's Sam Harrison and Tom Hawkins, with Kevin McClurg starting in 12th position. And in fact, that's where Jeremy Fairbairn's got himself to 8th on the grid. So obviously an amendment with some sort of penalty for Jeremy. I'm presuming that's after his contact with Morgan Quinn in the heat yesterday. So then it's Donald Downey starting 13th ahead of Guy Eskin. Guy Shepherd and Bruce Stewart share the 8th row. Row 9 for Andy Charsley, one to watch, I think, from 17th on the grid, and Sigblom Malin starting 18th. Row 10 then for Richard Higgins and Oliver Chapman. Alan Slater and Dieter Hackel share the 11th row. Row 12, James Buxton and Jonathan Nash, with Isaac Canto da Silva, Felix Fisher and Johnny McMullen coming from the back. We've got a couple of additions there as well. Shepherd and Baker at the back of the grid, clearly having been added on post heat races. So those 3 at the back in particular we need to watch out for. Johnny McMullen failing to finish in his heat yesterday. That was a big shock. He pulled off the line and the car immediately ground to a halt. So suspected a drive shaft issue. Hopefully he's managed to get the car out there, and he will be one to keep an eye on. So too Felix Fisher and Isaac Canto da Silva from the back of the grid. And those 3 all should have progress to move forward. This should, all being well, be a 14-lap race, so they ought to have time to get into the top 12. We saw Brandon McGorgan and Morgan Quinn achieve it in significantly fewer racing laps just now in Heat 1. But what can those 3 do as they try to salvage their 2023 Formula Ford Festival campaign? So, pole position, Luke Cooper. Different conditions now to those that he faced in the heat race yesterday, but we know that he is going to be up for the fight, and is a very, very good driver when he's out in the lead. Very good at controlling a race, Luke Cooper, and we've seen that for years in his Castle Coombe racing, also in his exploits in the National Formula Ford Championship. What can he do, though, from the front row of the grid here today? Luke Cooper and Rory Smith starting from row number 1. Keep an eye to those red lights which go on now, and when they go out, our second semi-final will get underway, which happens now. Is it a good start from Cooper? It looks like Rory Smith is way slightly better on the outside line, gets his nose just fractionally ahead. They almost tangle wheels heading for paddock, but he has done it. Rory Smith sweeps around the outside, and for the second semi-final in a row, the pole sitter does not lead into Paddock Hill Bend. That could be telling for the grand final later on. Smith leads up into 2nd place, goes Niall Murray, so Luke Cooper drops down into 3rd position. Not an ideal start for the Heat 1 winner from yesterday. He is down into 3rd, not a complete disaster, but he would have much rather been out in the lead, of course. All of them cleanly through the first few corners, though, despite some very close quarters racing there between the front row men.
Yeah, Smith really did force the issue and forced Luke Cooper out of it. He took it, pushed the back out here. And Niall Murray, after being a little bit off the pace yesterday, he's on his toes this morning. He's right on the back, and the 2 former festival winners and her nose to tail. This is what you want in the festival. 2 former champions ready to slug it out for the next 14 laps. Essentially, this is for grand final pole position, as of course the shortened race won't count toward pole position, and Niall Murray almost pushing the knows with Van Diemen up against the gearbox of the Medina Sport. They're very similar in chassis, but it's a slightly more developed car by Medina Sport and Andy Brickles and the guys down at BM Racing. And here comes Cooper back again as Murray runs a little bit wide, and Cooper thought about going up the inside but couldn't make it. We should mention the two Team Canada guys are in this race. We've got Logan Paxer and Alex Berg. Now Logan Paxer came across the line in 8th, Alex Berg in 5th. So at this point in time, if it stays as it is, all 4 of our North American scholarship drivers will get through to the festival final if it stays like this for the next 13 odd so laps. You can see Alex Berg, there's the 5th car. He's the white race chassis with the maple leaves all over. He's car number 8. He's the son of former F1 racer Alan Berg. That's Andy Charsley. So he's having such a promising start to qualifying yesterday. Then he had a stall on the grid, had a time penalty after going back to his grid spot. Spin up at Druids means he's going to have to pick his way through the last chance race if he wants to make it through. This is now Charlie May having a good run so far. He's up into 7th, but he's now under pressure from both Logan Paxer and also in there Porter Aitken. He was last year's USF 1600 champion. That's Jeremy Fairbairn slipping up the inside to get past Logan Paxer in the other Team Canada car. It's all going off for semi-final 2, and it's only lap 3.
Yeah, top racing this, isn't it? Looks a bit more competitive, arguably, than the first one. Number 35 is...
Marlem, I think,
it is, yes. Stationary at the exit of Graham Hill Bend. Now, if he can get out of the way, there is the access road into the paddock there, but where he is at the moment... he's not going to get anywhere, is he? He's missing a left front wheel, so contact somewhere for him. I wonder whether he was involved with Andy Charsley, maybe, up at Druids Corner. That could make some sense. Unsurprisingly, the yellow flags are flying, and the safety car is scrambled once again, which is good news for Rory Smith, because he was starting to really come under pressure there from Niall Murray. Out of the car gets Sigbjörn, and his festival perhaps is over now as well. That's a bit of a big shame for him. Now, what progress from the back for McMullen and Fisher? Fisher 16th, McMullen 17th. So again, they are working through the field as one. Isaac Canto da Silva is 21st, so not making quite the same sort of progress as those two who he started just in front of. But again, the safety car, yes, it bunches them together, but it also now reduces the number of racing laps available for Felix and Johnny to break into that top 12. So Rory Smith leads the way, Niall Murray 2nd, 3rd Luke Cooper, 4th Jordan Dempsey, 5th Jeremy Fairbairn with Alex Berg in 6th, Sam Harrison, Logan Paxer, Porter Aitken, Charlie Mann, Tom Hawkins and Donald Downey at the moment would be the 12. Automatically progress into the grand final. But I'll tell you what, Scott, Niall Murray is putting together a really strong festival weekend, isn't he? Didn't qualify terribly well in the wet yesterday, started 6th for his heat race, but was on his toes straight away, gained some good places early on, and in the dry he looks like he's really quick. And I don't know, sometimes we see drivers come into the festival and they dominate, they win their heat, they win the semi, they win the final. Other times you see drivers have a bit of a slow burner weekend. They start off all right, but then every time they hit the track they get quicker, and that for me is what Niall is doing.
Yeah, there was a suspicion that Niall wasn't as quick because he hadn't done as much track running as the people throughout the season, but it seems as though that at the very least he's been able to go away, make some tweaks to the setup now that it's in the dry rather than the wet, and Niall knows his place and was at the back of his hand. He's done that many festivals, he'll know it better than anything, so he's confident in his abilities and what he can do, so he will look to try and pick up as much of an advantage as possible as he can.
Charsley in the pit lane, so he's going to go further. The car out of the race, hopefully he'll get out for the last chance race a bit later on, but Andy Charsley's car going no further for the time being. That's massively frustrating. You sit around waiting all morning for your semi-final opportunity, and Andy starting 17th would have definitely had aspirations of breaking into that top 12. It just wasn't meant to be in the end. So 4 laps complete. How's the recovery getting on at Graham Hill Bend? Not really at the moment. The car is still there, so I think we're going to have at least one more lap after this. Of course, the problem is they can't tow the car. They need to get it lifted, presumably onto a flatbed truck, and the frustration is it doesn't have to go very far. It only has to go up that little access road that the marshals are stood on, and then it's out of the way, but it will need a full lift, I think, in order to be able to do that. So that means that we are in for perhaps a slightly longer delay to resumption of racing here. No red flag at least this time. We are continuing to circulate though, and we'll just keep on ticking off the laps. We'll get some racing in, I am sure. So Rory Smith then leading the way, the 2020 winner. A little bit of historic F3 racing as well has Rory over the years. Niall Murray behind him, of course, is a double festival champion, 2013 and 2016, so got 2 in relatively quick succession. Hasn't won it since, but every year is a contender. We always know that he's going to be in the final, he's probably going to make the podium, and is always a danger to get a win. He has been twice a champion as well in the National Championship 2016 and 2018, which was back when the National Championship was a sports series to TCR UK, and I remember him putting together a really strong campaign against a very competitive grid that year and coming out on top at the end of it.
2016 was a particularly monstrous year for him because he won practically everything there was to win. He won the Formula Ford Festival, he won the National Championship. Remember correctly, he also won the Walter Hayes that year, and the Martin Donnelly Trophy at Kyrgyzstan. You couldn't stop him. He was one of those proper put together years where anything he touched in a Formula 4 just literally turned to gold. It was like the quad that he managed to pick up, both but all forward pretty much. It was National Championship and it was the Kyrgyzstan title as well. And then it was also, of course, the two main races at the end of the season, the Festival and the Hayes. He was just, 2016 Niall Murray was untouchable in the Formula 4. He really was that good that year, and he still is. It's good to see him. And I reckon Niall just keeps going back because he wants that third Festival win. He wants to match, at least match Joe Foster's achievement. Joe Foster has won 3 festivals, 2 main ones and 1 Kent Festival, but when it wasn't the primary festival, so to speak. But he wants to try and get himself to be, I think he wants to be the first 3-time main festival winner, but Joe Foster can claim 3 festival wins, so he's essentially I know you don't like this word, but the winningest festival driver out there in terms of what he's done.
And I don't think anyone since 2016 has become a 2-time winner of the festival, have they? I think he's the last driver to do it, so already has the 2, and maybe a 3rd could come later on today, but it's not a foregone conclusion. Starting from pole position would help him potentially. We keep saying that actually starting on pole isn't a great thing, but if he finishes second in this race, he still won't start second, he'll start 3rd, because this will, assuming it does end up being deemed the faster of the 2 semis, which I think it will, the results, the top 12 from this race, will fill out the odd numbers on the grid, 1st, 3rd, 5th, 7th and so on. So they'll fill out the inside, semi-final 1 will fill out the outside. So actually it could be that Jamie Sharp is in the pound seat when it comes to the start of the final. Of course, he started second for his semi-final and led into Paddock Hill Bend on both occasions. So that sort of tactic does play out slightly, but actually for Murray, better to start 1st than 3rd. He's going to be gunning for the race win here, isn't he?
Yeah, even despite where he is, he's going to be able to try and pick as much as he can. A chance to possibly start from the front row of the grid if he can pick his play past Rory Smith, which he'll get a chance to in a second, because come up to the end of what will be half distance in this second semi-final, sponsored by Quantum Racing Suspension. Safety car lights are out, safety car making its way in, which means that Rory Smith now gets the turn to essentially pull the pin and decide when to get the semi-final back underway. And the Cooper looks pretty racy, so does also Jordan Dempsey. Shouldn't forget about Jordan Dempsey, last year's national champion, came 3rd on the podium last year, and he's not in a Kevin Mills Spectrum this weekend, he's in a Van Diemen, as that's one of the other cars going very slowly on the restart.
And heading for the pit lane.
And I think somebody overtook them before they got to the line. Well, there could be some leniency, but we'll wait and see. We'll let the clerk of the course decide that. We're back underway racing conditions at Brands Hatch in the second semi-final. And I think it was one of the Hawkins, was in the mix there as they go through towards Paddock Hill Bend. There's Johnny McMullen. He's now boxed in behind Felix Fisher. And also that's Guy again, I think, in car 61, just gone beside. Up the hill they go towards the left-hander at Graham Hill Bend. There's Murray in second place. And it's Cooper in 3rd, Dempsey 4th, and Fairbairn in the top 5. Good to see the 2 Team USA cars still 6th and 8th at the moment, sandwiching Samuel Harrison in the Joe Foster Racing Run Furman car. Joe Foster essentially taking over from Don Harbin these days and running the Furman chassis that Joey's been so associated with over the last few years.
Not a great restart there for Niall Murray, and again, maybe that is that little bit of race rustiness just starting to show up. It's his first safety car restart all year, and he really wasn't on his toes, was he? He dropped back from Rory Smith, who then got the jump on him, so Rory's now gapped Niall to the tune of 3/4 of a second, although Niall, of course, then immediately sets the fastest lap of the race. I'm not suggesting here that Rory Smith is going to have this easy, but yeah, Niall Murray just gave him a lap or so's respite, maybe. We are on to the 9th lap of 14, and we are watching here, I believe, the battle that's going on just behind the top 12. Johnny McMullen is up to 14th, Felix Fisher in the number 7 is up into 15th position. Donald Downey at the moment, car number 33, has the 12th spot, so it's all getting pretty tight at just outside the top 12. A move being made up the inside there into Graham Hill Bend. That was Johnny McMullen past Kevin McClurg, was it, into 13th?
Yep, so one more place. Donald Downey's there on his own, so I'm sure that Johnny McMullen will think he's there for the taking. He's got 5 laps to catch him, 5 and a bit laps to catch him. Meanwhile, this lot are still scrapping over exactly where they're going to sit if they finish where they are in the final. But it depends on which order. I have to say, really impressive stuff again from the 2 Canadian guys, Alex Berg and Logan Paxer. Because Paxer looking up the inside, he's forced Samuel Harrison to go on the attack to defend. and slips his way past Alex Berg. So the two Team Canada guys are now nose to tail. Also there to his Porter Aitken as well, because he's this year's US F2000 champion. There goes Paxer up the inside of Berg. Aitken might try and pick his way through. I think these three might be quite familiar, because I think they've all raced in the F1600 this year, I think at least in North America. So they'll all be quite familiar with each other in a sense, I'd imagine, if they have raced against each other. Porter Aitken, of course, was this year's US F1600 champion, so he's not too adverse to these cars either. I think with Oldfield Motorsport. So the front nose is held back, the twitchy oversteer there in typical Formula Ford fashion from Alex Berg, and in there too as well, of course, is Tom Hawkins, Charlie Mann in fact as well, having a good run here. Had a sporadic campaign in National Formula Ford, up there in the top 10 for a transfer spot, and the last two spots at the moment are taken by Donald Downey and Tom Hawkins and Johnny. Tom Hawkins, Donald Downey. John McMullen is trying to catch him. He's only 3/10 away, so we might look at that in a second.
He's done it.
In fact, he's gone through, he's done it. So Joe McMullen from literally the back of the grid in 27th place up into a top 12 transfer spot. He's got through.
Yes, he has. Now, can Felix Fischer follow him? That's the next question. Felix a few seconds further back, interestingly, not going really at the same sort of pace as the race leader. Here are, the number 50 car, which is broken into 12th place. Leaders suddenly absolutely together, by the way. That gap was 8/10 at the start of the lap. It's down to 2/10 by the end of sector 1. So Rory Smith must have had a moment somewhere. And Niall Murray, who has just set another new fastest lap, is on his tail. There'll be 3 laps to go at the end of this one. And Niall Murray surely is about to try and make a move into Paddock Hill Bend. No, he pushes Rory Smith down the pit straight, then pulls out at the last second. Surely not right round the outside, Niall, not yet. But it might well be the switchback manoeuvre. That's covered off beautifully by Rory Smith. It backs Niall Murray up, and here comes Luke Cooper around the outside of possibly the pair of them. As they go into Druid's Corner, he's cleared Niall Murray, and he might still have an overlap on Rory Smith. Rory slams the door in Luke Cooper's face. Terrific racing between the top 3 as they drop down into Graham Hill Bend. It is still Smith who leads the way. Murray on the outside line. Luke Cooper trying to force his way through into second as they go wheel to wheel towards Surtees.
Murray had a slight toe from Smith in front of him. That's why he got the better drive up towards Surtees to pick up second place again. So 2 laps to go. This is proper semi-final racing between the top 3 all together as they come up through McLaren and Clearways and back through Clark Curve onto the Jack Brabham straight once again, now with 2 laps to go in this second semi-final. At the moment, it seems though it's either going to be Smith, Murray or Cooper that will win it. The question is in what order they're going to stand on the podium. Across the line they go. For 4th and 5th, it's Dempsey versus Fairbairn, and Fairbairn moving around having a look. Fairbairn having a really strong festival so far. Was up on the podium in second place in yesterday's heat, up in the top 5 in the semi-final, making last year's national champion defend up towards Druids. And behind them, it's the scrap going on between Paxer, Berg and Aitken for 6th, 7th and 8th. And the rest of the transfer spots are still Charlie Mann in 9th, Samuel Harrison in the Joe Foster Racing Furman in 10th position, then Tom Hawkins and Johnny McMullen, who is only 6/10 behind Tom Hawkins, so he's not too far away from going back another spot. That'll put him up another place for the festival final.
Indeed so. Through Surtees come the 2 Team Canada drivers meanwhile. As they head for Clearways, they are still continuing to battle over that 6th position. Here come the leading 3 though. Niall Murray holding on to that 2nd place. What are the lap times like this time? They start the final lap. The gap comes down by a 10th that time, as here Jeremy Fairbairn tries to go the long way round the outside of Paddock Hill Bend, trying to wrestle 4th place away from Jordan Dempsey. Again, the outside line on the way in is the inside line on the way out. Dempsey crowds him over to the edge of the road, the wet side of the road as well, and Jeremy Fairbairn had no choice there but to lift off the throttle and leave the position in Jordan Dempsey's hands. Through Graham Hill Bend they will go. The leader's already heading along the Cooper Straight though for the final time, and Rory Smith, the 2020 festival winner, looks as though he is on course perhaps for a semi-final victory here. Niall Murray busily defending 2nd place. They have caught Rory on this final lap, but they're just going to run out of laps. I think Rory Smith will negotiate one of the lapped cars. That is Chapman, I believe, that they're putting a lap on heading to the line, but Rory Smith will get there first and claims the victory in the Quantum Racing Suspension semi-final number 2 here at Brands Hatch. 2nd Niall Murray, 3rd Luke Cooper, the top 3 covered by 0.4 of a second. Now, what about the transfer spots? We're looking at Sam Harrison. He had a decent cushion, actually, over Felix Fischer, who I don't think is going to make it. Felix will have likely the pole position for the last chance race later on, and does indeed come through in 13th place, a 2.5 or so off Sam Harrison as it was. So Harrison ends up getting into 12th position with Felix Fischer 13th. And looking further down, no major surprises really. Isaac Canto da Silva, maybe you would have expected to do better than 19th. Don't know whether he had some sort of niggly little issue with his car. And also telling there, Scott, that the top 14 in that race all entered into the pro class. They're the newer cars, the more experienced, faster drivers. That was definitely the more competitive of the 2 semi-finals. And well, those drivers going straight through into the final. It's shaping up nicely, isn't it? You said to me this morning you had a good feeling about today, and I think I'm starting to agree with you.
Yeah, I think apart from Fisher and Isaac Cantor da Silva, who I might have expected to get through automatically, everyone else is in through that I expected to be there. The good surprises, Charlie Mann and Tom Hawkins getting there in 9th and 11th place, and good to see again as well, both Team Canada cars 6th and 7th in the end. So all 4 of our North American scholars are into the final automatically. That is going to please both Brian Graham and Jeremy Shaw, no end I'm sure for the final later on this afternoon.
Indeed so. So Rory Smith then gets the race win in semi-final number 2 by over a second in the end. That's not what our timing screen's saying actually. I wouldn't necessarily say that's 100% correct. Rory Smith gets the win by a quarter of a second according to our timing screen over Niall Murray 2nd and Luke Cooper in 3rd, Jordan Dempsey 4th, Jeremy Fairbairn 5th and Logan Paxer comes home in 6th. Then it was Alex Berg, Porter Aiken, Charlie Mann, Johnny McMullen, Tom Hawkins and Sam Harrison completing the top 12 who automatically progressed to the grand final. Then it's Felix Fisher and Donald Downey. They will start towards the front of that last chance race along with Richard Higgins, Drew Stewart and Gaius Ginn, with Kevin McClurg, Isaac Canto da Silva, Dieter Hackel completing the top 20. Then it was Guy Shepherd, Jonathan Nash, James Buckton, Alan Slater, Oliver Chapman and Montoya Baker, who was I think one of those late additions to the grid. Andy Charsley we saw had his dramas but was classified as a finisher, was he? No, I think that's another glitch on the timing screen because Chapman, Baker, Charsley and of course Malin all were classified officially as non-finishers, so a bit of a glitch in the timing system. But anyway, the result still stands. It was a victory for Rory Smith, and in the end, a fairly convincing one. I'm not convinced he was the fastest car on the track, Scott, but he had that track position and knew exactly how to defend it.
Yeah, definitely. One thing I want to point out as well is the highest placed Super Classic car is Richard Higgins, and he also in the fast 2, which means essentially when we get the race parts historic final later on, he should be on pole position alongside Henry Char. So it's going to be Higgins versus Char, but also want to watch, I'm certain, it's going to be Rick Morris too as well. He was 2nd best classic car in that one. Let's head down to the top 3 for semi-final 2 of the Formula Ford Festival, down at the top of the pit lane with Richard John Neal.
Thank you very much, Scott and Andy. The Quantum Racing Suspension semi-final produces a win for Rory Smith. Let's hear it for Rory. We'll get you on the spot there, Rory, and we'll grab a quick word with you. Congratulations. That was some classic Formula Ford racing, which we were very much looking forward to. Again, blighted with the safety car, but you got a great start ahead of Niall there.
Yeah, I mean, it went pretty perfectly for me, apart from one quite a large mistake. But other than that, it was all good. Yeah, the safety car is always a bit of a troublemaker. But like you said, had a really good launch, so that gave me a bit of breathing space. But whenever you got Niall Murray behind you, that's never going to last very long. So I knew I had to maximise my chances as much as possible, and I also used Luke a little bit to try and make things more difficult for Niall. So that's what then gave me the breathing space for the last few laps towards the end as well.
You traded fastest lap, I think, towards the end of the race with Niall. I think he managed to edge it in the end, but it sets up what could be a fascinating final with the results of the other semi as well.
100%. I mean, Jamie's been on fire all week, so obviously he's my teammate, but part of BM Racing, we've been smashing it, I have to say so. Yeah, he's my teammate, but it's a one-off event, so all of that sort of thought process goes out the window, and it's all or nothing now. So he'll be with the same thought process, and he'll be going for it. And then obviously you got Niall and Luke and also Jordan as well. All amazing drivers, all got some great history. So it's literally anyone's game in the final, I think.
That's what we're here to see. Well, many congratulations on winning semi-final 2, and we look forward to seeing you for the final.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
I think we might have time. I'm going to try and squeeze in one. See if we can get Niall Murray over for a very quick word. Niall, we've got the minis on track already. Congratulations. Fastest lap and taking the race to Rory, the winner, but also having to defend from Luke.
Yeah, look, that was all I wanted in that race, really, to just get a good finish, to get into the final. Last year was a bit of a disaster with the heat in the semi, so I just wanted to get in there, starting now in 3rd and the inside of the 2nd row. Look, I knew I had loads of pace, so even safety car I just backed off and let Rory have a bit of a lead, because I kind of thought I'd be able to pull away from Luke and leave him and catch Rory and just kind of stay in the middle. Then Rory made a mistake halfway through, which put me right onto him, which meant he defended. That brought Luke back into play. So yeah, look, we're happy. I had loads of pace there in me. Just wanted to stay there. I didn't want to do anything stupid to try past Rory to, could have knocked both of us off. So
It was a cracking race. Great to see you, P2. See you for the final. And good luck. Enjoy the bit of a break. I'm going to grab a very, very quick word if we can. Luke Cooper, we got the minis on track, Luke, so I'll try and keep it short for them because we need to respect them. But well done. Great to see you yesterday and today. Good race.
Yeah, great race. Didn't get the best of the first laps there, but really good pace. Wasn't able to find a way through, but still in the mix for the final.
It's going to be a heck of a final, isn't it?
Definitely, I can't wait.
Oh, we look forward to that. Well done, Luke. Thanks for the word. Really appreciate that. So a quick word with our top three we had there. And now we've got our very welcome guest, the Mini 7 Racing Club. And we'll go back to Scott and Andy to give you the grid and a look forward to their third race of the weekend.
Yeah, thanks, Richard. Looking forward to this one then. The first two Mini 7 Winter Series races have been really good, as you'd expect, really, from Mini 7 and Mini Melia Racing. Aaron Smith has claimed a pair of Melia class victories within the 7s. Glenn Woodbridge has been doing battle with Ross Billison all weekend. They've had a win apiece within that class. And then in the 7Ss, Fraser Hack victorious by a nose, 19 thousandths of a second, his winning margin in the first race of the weekend in the 7Ss over Matthew Ayres, and then in the second race it was Matthew Page who came through to not only claim the S-Class victory but almost won the 7s overall, finishing second just behind Ross Billison in that class. Cars then making their way around on the grid, and this one again based upon the results from the early race, but with a partially reversed grid across both classes. So it is Josh Canning who gets the pole position, Bob Howard starting alongside him. Colin Peacock, who was on the podium in yesterday's first race, will start third ahead of Rupert Death, who retired, finished laps down anyway after mechanical dramas in race 1. He will start from fourth this time ahead of the double Melia winner Aaron Smith, and Julian Proctor at the back of the Melia grid. Just the 6 Melias unfortunately making it through to this final race of the weekend. We then miss a row, we get into the Mini 7s, where again we have this partially reversed grid, so it's Mark Simmons on pole, Paul Woodbridge starting alongside him, and then Darren Thomas and Arnold Duncan with Glenn Woodbridge and Robert Payne together on row 7. Kate Fraser-Kerr and Bertie Woolard are next, ahead of Andrew Page and Callum Perfect on the next row of the grid. That's the 5th row essentially of the 7s. It's Fraser Hack and Matthew Ayres with Matthew Page, the 3 pace setters really in the 7Ss. Again, the 7Ss have their own reversed grid, so they're starting towards the back, with Giles Page bringing in the rear of should be hopefully a 20-car grid. So, entertaining first couple of races, good track conditions for the Minis again now, and I'm looking forward to this one. I think Rupert Death's going to have a bit of a point to prove here, Scott, isn't he? Because really Aaron Smith and Rupert Death have been as evenly matched as always this weekend. It's just that Aaron Smith in race 1 had the mechanical good fortune that Rupert Death didn't have, and then in race 2 Aaron seemed to have better luck in the traffic, and that really was the only thing that could split them.
Yeah, really, and if Rupert can get a strong start here, he's basically starting in exactly the same spot he started pretty much in race 2 yesterday, because of the fact that he had that issue in race number 1. So this will be an issue, a key opportunity for him, starting ahead, of course, of Aaron Smith this time, to try and get ahead and stay ahead. And of course, I was talking about yesterday, those two had such a back and forth at Croft. It's kind of like a continuation of that rivalry a little bit. Didn't see quite so much of it at the final rounds at Silverstone a couple of weeks ago, but Aaron and Rupert will be certainly enjoying it. Phil Bullen Brown, of course, will be in the mix there too as well. There's a bit further back, I can't see him. I can't see him there. One person over isn't here also as well is Ross Billison. Reason being, as he said on the broadcast yesterday, if you're watching, he's on holiday. He's going on holiday, so he's not actually here today. He's probably on a jet to Links to Turkey. He's going somewhere already. But if he's got Wi-Fi and watching the stream, then if he's watching or watching it back, hi to Ross, and fingers crossed you have a good holiday. Never mind Turkey. This is Brown's Hatches, the Minis, and we're about to get set for race number 3, and away we go.
Oh, well, most of them do. Josh Canning with a slow start from pole, gets a hip and shoulder there from Colin Peacock for his troubles. Colin Peacock challenging for the lead, but Rupert Death comes around the outside of them all to claim the lead from 4th on the grid. Aaron Smith looks as though he's going with him. In fact, Smith is very sideways through paddock on cold tyres. He's already up the inside though. Look at this. Aaron Smith from 5th on the grid, looking for the lead into Druids Corner. He skates through on the inside line, that damp side of the road, but Rupert Death is hanging tough on the outside again. They almost lean on each other. Now the next corner is a left-hander. That favours Rupert Death, and he will get the early advantage as they head down the Cooper Straight for the first time. And towards Surtees, Aaron Smith is back on the inside again, though. They're leaning on each other. This is really close racing. A bit of paint traded there down the back straight, but Aaron Smith has got to the front of the pack. Rupert Death into 2nd position, and Colin Peacock sits there in 3rd place. Not Phil Bullen Brown next. It is Josh Canning next in the black number 36, because Bullen Brown not out there for this race either, which is a bit of a shame. Slipstream starts to bring Rupert Death back onto the tail of Aaron Smith. He looks to the outside line into Paddock Hill Bend, neck and neck they run into the braking zone, and Rupert Death, supremely brave under braking, goes around the outside of Smith, misses the apex slightly, but then gets across to the inside line to cover heading up Hailwood Hill. Game on between these two. They are playing for keeps in this final race of the season.
They are, and again, it's that rivalry once again. And of course, it's good to see Colin Peacock up there, giving a little bit more rivalry as they come down towards Graham Hill Bend. It's practically bone dry conditions there because the sun is beautifully shining here this morning here at Brands Hatch. As they make their way back down towards Surtees once again, it's getting pretty close now between the top two. Of course, Peacock's gone with us. This is the main top three, it seems. Canning in the mix now, along with Rob Howard. A little bit further back in fourth and fifth, having their own battle. Gideon Brock, of course, the sole Libra class car. And behind them, we saw some great racing in the sevens, which we saw Matthew Pace challenging for that overall win against. It was mainly Paul Woodbridge, I think, one of the Woodbridge, I think it was towards the front. Either way, this is the main battle between the top two. It's between Rupert Deeth and Aaron Smith, and back down towards Paddock Hill Bend they go. Smith just keeping in the wheel tracks of Deeth as they just cock a wheel each through. Getting up on the suspension, and now Smith's got a good run. He was on the damp part of the circuit on the inside line, but he breaks on the dry section. They're wheel to wheel in towards Druids Bend, and he forced Deeth to turn out of that. He went to go for the apex. Deeth was fully alongside, Smith was fully alongside him. He turned out of it once again, and just like that, a lead change between the pair. And I wonder if these two are going to start possibly working together temporarily, call a truce, and try and pull away from Colin Peacock, because if they do, they can have their own battle later on in the race.
Not a chance. Not a chance.
You don't think so?
This is Mini Melia Racing. They're going to fight for every position as they are in the sevens. That was close into Graham Hill Bend. Inside line for Glenn Woodbridge. The car trying to go around the outside is the 725 of Fraser Hack, who was the winner of the 7S class in the first race yesterday. He's trying to go right round the outside of Woodbridge at Surtees. That gives him the inside through McLaren and Clearways, and that will work nicely. Charging through on the inside further back was Matthew Ayres, was that. Trying to make some ground up as well. You know that Matthew Ayres has been rapid as the track has got drier over the weekend, as Woodbridge waving at someone. Was he there? I'm not entirely sure what he's waving at, because he's certainly not working with Fraser Hack. He pulls to the outside line into Paddock Hill Bend and will move not back through. Actually, Fraser Hack manages to defend the position. The 7 class, by the way, being led by Darren Thomas in the green number 20 car. Way wide there goes Callum Perfect. Bit of track limits perhaps there on the exit of Paddock. He will lose out to Matthew Ayres as they head into the right-hand hairpin up at Druids Corner. But yes, Darren Thomas leading within the 7 class. Fraser Hack second, but leads the S's. You can see the different coloured number backgrounds on the left-hand side of the tyre screen denoting the different classes. The yellows are the Melias, the pinks the 7s, the reds the 7S's, and then Julian Proctor, the only Libra class car, winning 6th position overall. But good battling going on here amongst the 7s, who really have stolen the show a little bit this weekend.
A little bit, but they're certainly at the very least adding to the spectacle of the festival. Look at all the other facilities going on around the track, but there is Fraser Hack, you can see. The 7's put on a fantastic second race yesterday. If you haven't seen that, go and watch it back after this broadcast dinner if there's a break in the mix, because it certainly was a brilliant race, particularly with the 7 and 7S cars, who are probably in regular competition probably aren't that close in terms of performance, but with Brands Hatch Indy here, you can see here the Fraser Hack car is in there in 2nd place overall, and he's actually holding off some of the cars which essentially are that little bit faster. Around Brands Hatch here, they're very evenly matched, the 2 categories, if they kind of are that well performing. And the star to watch out for, of course, is Matthew Pace. He was right up there taking 2nd overall and a definitive 7S win. He's there just at the top of the shot in car 703, just behind Arnold Duncan, who has a little look up the inside of Glen Woodbridge. They're not afraid of making lunges and going for chances, are they? Because these minis really do go for it when they get a chance. As for Darren Thomas, who just checked out, he's having a casual Sunday morning drive, thinking, see you boys, you scrap amongst yourselves, I'll have a go at it. Speaking of scrap amongst themselves, this is the scrap for the lead in Mini Medias and for the overall lead, and here comes Rupert Deeth with a new fast snap of the race up the inside, saying anything you could do, Aaron, I could do just as well. Back up the inside he goes, and for the time being, I'll say at least, back into a lead, but I'm sure with these two battling as hard as they are, that won't stay like that for long, will it?
No, likely not. We're about 5 minutes in, and it's this middle portion of the race in which Aaron Smith has sort of asserted his dominance in the other 2 races, so I wonder whether we're going to see the same thing happen. To do that, though, he has to get the lead back, and he couldn't quite do it into Surtees corner. So Rupert Deeth hangs on. Aaron Smith will take the wide line into Clearways. Defensive line taken by Deeth. The hope here for Smith is that the wide line in gives him extra momentum on the exit. He's already going to pick up a nice slipstream heading towards Paddock, and I'm sure he's going to try and pop out of that slipstream to make a move into the braking zone. It's the second part of the straight where that toe really starts to bring them together, although actually Deeth's car working well in a straight line. Oh, there's contact further back. That is Matthew Page off into the gravel. He just avoids getting buried. Who's he tangled with? That
looks like Matthew Ayres, I think.
I think it is. So 2 of our contenders in the 7S class getting together. And he might just have that. And I think if he hits reverse,
he needs to reverse that. Yeah, reverse that rather than go forwards. Otherwise, he's going to find himself in a world of trouble in the gravel trap.
Yeah, so hard to see, I suppose, from where you're sat exactly where that front axle is. But he is okay as long as he doesn't drive any further forward. I think he has now found reverse and is starting to extricate himself from the grass, but that's a shame. That's split the 7S pack a little bit, and perhaps opens the door for Fraser Hack now to take what could be a fairly easy victory, as easy as it gets anyway, in Mini 7 racing within the 7S class itself.
Paul Woodbridge putting Callum Perfect under pressure as they turn through Druids, still side by side. This will put Callum Perfect back on the inside line. Going to Woodbridge, he's going to give it up though. This is the small diminutive enough minis can try and go around the outside, and he might well try to hold on just outside the window, I think, and because the mini cars have gone past. Aaron Smith sets a new fastest lap of the race, as there's still 0.151 between them at the front, so that battle still continuing to rage on. Still look at Fraser Hack here. He's top of the 7S category, still being chased by Woodbridge and Duncan. Still Darren Thomas that still leads the way by about 2 seconds now in front of Hack. So the two category class leaders in the 7s are currently 6th and 7th overall. There is, in fact, Duncan Thomas putting a lap on, I think possibly, Matthew Page has recovered it. So yes, it is. Yeah. Matthew Page is putting a lap on Matthew Page, who, how 24 hours changes the thing. But he was up there battling for the overall win, and now because of his off, he's now right at the back and about to be lapped by the current 7 leader, Darren Thomas, in the front of the field.
We've lost Rob Howard, by the way. There were briefly yellow flags on the pit straight. He'd pulled off, I think, into the pit exit and was pushed out of harm's way by the marshals. Good work by the marshals to get that done without us even noticing, actually. So certainly no major impact on the race, those yellow flags. That's contact for the race lead though. Aaron Smith into the side of Rupert Death. They get tangled together up at Druids, and both of them now stationary. Colin Peacock comes through, rubbing his hands with glee to claim the race lead. What on earth happened there?
I think they're just too busy looking at each other, I think, and just came to blows for the same piece of tarmac up at Druids, and both came together, and they had that instant where they just both came to a stop. They got interlocked so much. They came to a stop and probably looked at each other and thought, what are you doing? And just then got going again, and Peacock just looked around the outside, probably laughing to himself, thinking, all right, see you boys, I'm off.
Well, let's see if he can now make good his escape. The good news is that Smith and Death have both carried on with minimal delay and minimal damage, it seems, so they probably still will have a shot at winning the race, but Colin Peacock is going to be only too happy to enjoy his moment in the spotlight here.
If one of these two still wins this race, I'll be staggered, because that's quite extraordinary. They've got the pace, I think, but Colin Peacock now, if he can hold on for the next 11.5 minutes, could be the one that gets all the glory in the end.
Well, let's see. He's only 1.8 seconds up the road, and his fastest lap of the race, 54.8, is about 0.3 slower than anything that Death or Smith have done. So they should have the pace to close in on him. The question is how much damage, if any, has been done to the two cars. You'd imagine Death is probably okay, but is the steering maybe out of line slightly on Aaron Smith's car? We'll watch the lap times with interest.
Looking at sector 2 times alone, both of them are still half a second quicker in the second sector than Colin Peacock, so they've still got the pace. It's just a case of when they catch them, I suppose, rather than if they do.
And they've both just done personal best first sectors. In fact, an outright fastest first sector for Rupert Death. I think that's that question answered. Right then, we've had all of a lap and a half without something kicking off, so now let's throw in some lap traffic, shall we? Colin Peacock squeezing up the inside of Andrew Page there, who I don't think had seen him coming. A graphic example there, Scott, of the speed difference between the two classes.
Absolutely. The minis are definitively the faster of the two. You can tell the minis because they have that slightly wide, almost go-kart style shape with the wider arches on them. They are
great looking cars, aren't they?
They are fantastic, and they do breed fantastic racing. They're some of my favourite race cars out there, because when you get a massive package together, I'm sure Mr. Paul O'Neill knows exactly what they're talking about when they've been on the other packages that they've been on as well, that they put on a fantastic display, and the race they put on is just second to none, and wherever they've gone. We've had them, of course, 3 times this year on the Brscc package at Silverstone GP right at the start in March. You think way back in March, it almost felt like yesterday in March. Thought they were back in a Croft, and of course then for the final rounds of the Silverstone International Circuit, and every single time, regardless of how many cars they had in 7s and in medias, brilliant racing all round, as they typically tend to do. So brilliant stuff here. Could be brilliant even more for Rupert Death if he can pick his way back past and get back into the lead as if nothing ever even happened at Druids. He's going to go possibly steaming down the outside up towards Paddock Hill Bend. He's going to break that a little bit later. Will he take the high and wide and handsome line? He looks like he's going to try it. Peacock will force the issue as much as he can. Holds the inside line, but Death has now got the outside line again towards Druids, but he'll be on the slightly drier part of the circuit. Looks down the outside again. It will bring Aaron Smith back into play. Still goes around the outside of Colin Peacock. Doesn't want to let it go. And Colin Peacock then has it covered off just initially towards down Graham Hill Bend, but up the inside goes Rupert Death, and what collision with Aaron Smith. He's back into the lead.
Well, but that does now mean Aaron Smith is right with them. There had been about a 2-second cushion between Death and Smith. Smith is now at the inside of Peacock, but they both have to then slip up the inside of the 765 car there into Surtees. That's Callum Perfect. He does his best to stay out of the way, but in the end has to enter the corner at some point. Peacock out wide. Smith sees a gap on the inside. Colin, I think, tried to wedge him in there behind one of the slower cars. They're absolutely inches apart as they head past the pits. Aaron Smith on the inside. Colin Peacock waving, I think, there at Aaron Smith as he goes by. And Aaron, I reckon, is about to move into second place. Yes, he is. So Smith into second, about a 1 second gap now to Rupert Death. Has Aaron Smith got the pace to close in?
See, if he can work his way through the traffic clean enough, he might well have a proper chance here as they work their way past Paul Woodbridge. Currently sitting 5th in the Mini 7 contest. Down the hill back towards Graham Hill Bend they go once more. Gone past half distance, just under 8.5 minutes to go in this final Mini 7 race of the entire year. Of course, they finished their regular season a couple of weeks ago at Silverstone International. You probably would have watched that on the Brscc live stream. Now, of course, they're here with the final rounds of their winter series, which again began all the way at Silverstone GP in March. And of course, the next rounds were last time at Silverstone and back at Brands Hatch. And they really are going for it outside of his back markers, around the outside of Arnold Duncan. As Andy McKeon shakes his head in disbelief as he grimaces to watch them go past. And I share the sentiment because they're picking their way through the slower traffic here whilst battling amongst each other. This is, again, Mini 7 racing at its finest, but also showing how traffic management is oh so crucial in a multi-class series.
Because that closing speed is astonishing, isn't it? For cars that look so similar from the outside, it's the performance under the bonnet that really makes the big difference, of course, but the extra speed that the Melias have coming out of Clearway's corner. Rupert Death there has a bit of a miscommunication with Matthew Page as they drop down the hill, and then almost another one with Darren Thomas, who, by the way, is only 3/4 of a second clear of Fraser Hack now for the lead in the Mini 7. So Fraser Hack starting to maybe move up to challenge, although he's now dropped way back in the first sector. So Fraser Hack, perhaps as the leading Melias came through, has dropped a fair chunk of time. So actually Darren Thomas now in a pretty comfortable position at the head of the 7th field. The same cannot be said, though, for Rupert Death. We're 2/3 of the way through the race, 7 minutes to go, and the top two are once more separated by only a handful of Minis lengths.
Yeah, the gap between the top two and the 7s is now about 3 seconds or so, because Fraser Hack lost, you actually think you're right, and you said, has lost quite a bit of time in the pack. He's now, let's say, 2.8 behind now, because the gap is between them, 2.9 seconds behind the leader, and then another 5 points. So that's between cars, actually, isn't it? So that's, yes, no, it is between seconds. So the gap is at the moment between them. Let's have a quick look. It's now gone to 2.8 seconds, yeah, so between them, that's looking quite close there, as Aaron Smith again getting almost too close to the back of Rupert Death and looking up the inside again. Remember what happened last time you had a battle? You came to blows. Let's not have more of the same, please, boys. Colin Peacock was sat there thinking, well, you could if you want to, because I can have a lead back again if you don't mind. But I'm sure, in general, you'd love to see them just battle towards the end without having to rub door handles or more. As they come now past 7, 7, 8, that's going to be Kate Fraser-Kerr, who Richard spoke to in the assembly area yesterday. It's got quite a bit of racing history, particularly in short ovals, I believe. He has to come back towards Paddock Hill Bend again. 6 minutes left on the clock in this final Mini 7 race of the entire season. Regular season's finished, of course, this is the final rounds of the winter series. Still, Aaron Smith pushing Rupert Death almost practically literally up the hill. From one way then the other, forced Death to go to that defensive line on the damp part of the circuit. The outside line's a bit more dry, which means there'll be more traction and grip for Smith to take advantage of. Now they come back down the hill again towards Graham Hill Bend. There's an opportunity here to possibly have a look up the inside, but Smith doesn't want to send it and risk more coming together as a Rupert Death. Now down the back straight they go once again. He's in the tow. Colin Peacock just keeping his power and dry in 3rd place, watching on. He's not dropping back too far, maybe because these two are scrapping so hard, it's giving him a chance to stay in touch.
Yeah, I was about to make the point, actually. Peacock's going faster now than he's been at any point this weekend. Just did a 54.8, which was a bit quicker than the race leaders. Leaders then come out of Clearway's nose to tail. They may well be side by side by the time they get to the other end of the Brabham Straight. Let's see, into Paddock Hill Bend. Smith peeks to the inside, but he's not really close enough, is he? Surely to commit to the move, thinks about it, but maybe just trying to force a mistake out of Rupert Death, which he sort of does. Death misses the apex fractionally, and Aaron Smith sees a gap on the inside. No, the gap is closed very abruptly by Death as they head towards Druids. Just under a quarter of the race to go. Peacock is right back with them again, and this is proper Mini Melia racing, the best race of the weekend, definitely, that this class has put on. And Rupert Death, Aaron Smith and Colin Peacock are going to duke it out here over the final few minutes to try and claim the final victory of the season. Up through Surtees corner they will head, and Rupert Death, with a little bit of damage to the right hand side of his car, continues to lead the way as they head towards the conclusion of another lap.
So they're supposed to go, and they've done it again. They're side by side. There's more collision between the two of them. Aaron Smith gets through. This gives Peacock a chance to get the run here, but these two can't leave each other alone on track. And Colin Peacock gets the run. He thinks, right, try this for size, looking down the outside line. They're going to go side by side again. They're not looking at each other, but I imagine it probably would be if they were side by side looking at the two of them. I imagine afterwards there's probably going to be some handshakes and some hugs after between. I imagine it's all friendly banter on circuit in many cases. Down the outside looks Rupert Death. Right, can we try it this time? The Peacock's there. He knows if either two of them trip over each other, he's right there to take full advantage, as he did several laps ago when they came to blows at Druids. Down the hill once again. Quickly cut away to our that's our second placed Mini 7 car. That's Glenn Woodbridge ahead of Arnold Duncan. There's Fraser Hack behind him, leading the 7S category and 4th in the 7s overall. Now, in fact, look at there, look. It's now Peacock closer to Death, and Death is to Smith, intriguingly. So, goes back under braking, though, is Rupert. And just lifts that inside rear wheel. They're good at doing that, quite stiffly sprung. I remember seeing a great picture that James Roberts, the photographer, took at Croft of Andrew Jordan. And I swear it's the highest I've ever seen a rear wheel in the air, because Andrew Jordan was throwing the car into the final hairpin. The thing was like 2 feet off the air. They're stiffly sprung and they're just taking the mickey. That was just unbelievable. So they really are stiffly sprung, these little minis. They're like proper little go-karts, these machines, and they race like them just as much as they look like them.
They do indeed. Right then, 3 minutes to go. Smith has got back to the lead. Can't shake off Rupert Death, though. Here comes Glenn Woodbridge, meanwhile, at the inside to put a lap on Kate Fraser-Kerr. Now, Woodbridge is catching, I think, Darren Thomas. Let's see what the lap times are between the two of them. Thomas does a 59.9, and actually Woodbridge was slightly slower in the end on that lap, so never mind. The gap had been coming down, but not on that particular lap. Maybe the traffic just playing a small part in that. Personal best first sector, though, has just been set by Colin Peacock, so again, he's going quicker than ever. He's right on the tail of the leading two, and as we head into the closing stages, if he's going to have any chance of winning this race, he might have to start making some moves pretty quickly.
Possibly. Smith continues to lead across the line then. What's the gap this time by? Is only 0.126 per second, and Deed's coming back at him once again. I thought he was about to make a last-minute dive up the inside at Paddock Hill Bend, but he thought better of it at the last moment. He's going to stay in the slipstream. Of course, these cars are incredibly boxy. They're almost like almost like cubes in a way, so they punch quite a large hole in the air. Hence, when you get a massive pack of them, particularly on a high-speed circuit, they really do race like NASCAR in many cases, like stock cars. They're all together in packs of 2 and 3 and more. And you always get into the draft, and you can find a drafting partner pretty easily. And they come back down the straight towards Surtees. Death is slightly off the back of him. That was the fastest second sector of the race from Rupert Death last time by. And wasn't the fast lap of the race. Meanwhile, that is still Darren Thomas. That's just ahead of the recovering Matthew Page. So Matthew Page, if he wasn't that behind, this would be almost a carbon copy of what happened yesterday. But it's Darren Thomas rather than Ross Billerson. I think he's probably halfway in the air towards Turkey somewhere, possibly at this point in time. But Darren Thomas then looking to try and finish off the Mini 7 season with a 7-class win. Back down the hill they go, and they're closed up again through that traffic. This is now the tail enders. That's Julian Proctor, the only Mini Libra car. And now we're towards the tail enders in the 7S category. You've got Andrew Page in there as well, at the top of that with Bertie Woolard as well. Down the hill once again. Just over a minute left to go, so I think next time by with the final lap. It's now or never ready for Rupert Death. He's got to try and make it happen now, if not on this next lap. Otherwise, he'll have to resign himself for second place.
Yes, indeed. So, now this is drama. That's the number 36 in trouble. Josh Canning, bits of bodywork going flying. He's obviously had a tangle with someone or something, and luckily finds a gap to head into the pit lane. Right, leader's about to start the final lap of the race. They'll have to dodge that little bit of front wing that's been left in the middle of the road, which they do. But Rupert Death has the slipstream. He's only a car's length behind. He's closing all the time. Looks from the outside. He's going to try and sweep right round the outside of Aaron Smith. He might just be able to do it. Late on the brakes he goes into the first corner, and I think he has managed to find a way through. Colin Peacock sits in third, but I reckon Rupert Death, yes, he did it. He's now defending the inside line into Druid's corner, and Aaron Smith tries to come back at him, but that was perfectly timed, that from Rupert Death. That is the best place to try and overtake here at Brands Hatch, particularly in these cars, and he managed to execute it perfectly. Now he just needs to try and fill the road as best he can for another half a lap. Aaron Smith gets a good exit from Graham Hill Bend. Death closes the door. Smith goes back to the outside again into Surtees. One more realistic overtaking opportunity to come, and then it's the drag race home. Defensive line taken by Death. Smith goes way wide and looks to try and carry the extra momentum through the corner. He's had a better run off the turn. He's in the slipstream. Get that photo finish camera ready. It could be a very close finish, this one. Rupert Death, I think, is just about going to hang on, though. He heads to the line and wins the final Mini 7 Winter Series race of the weekend by, in the end, just under a tenth and a half. Aaron Smith in second. Colin Peacock comes home in third, with Julian Proctor finishing in the end in fourth position in, as we said, the only Libra class car in the field. He was a lap down, unlike what the timing tower is suggesting. Meanwhile, back in the 7s, this is unfortunately not a fight for the class lead. It would be nice if it was, really, certainly for Matthew Page, but he is going to have to settle for a slightly disappointing final result of the weekend. It will not be a disappointment, though, for Darren Thomas, who is going to become the 3rd different 7-class winner of the weekend, I believe. Heads across the line, and Darren Thomas in the end takes a relatively uncontested victory in the Mini 7 category and a 5th place finish overall. Fraser Hack, meanwhile, next car across the line. He is very happy. Look at that, slamming the roof in celebration as he comes through to claim another victory in the 7S class and 2nd place of the 7s overall. A brilliant way to complete the weekend's racing for the Minis, and it is Rupert Deeth who gets the race win. Fantastic stuff. So under the autumnal sunshine here at Brands Hatch, we see the best mini race of the weekend, definitely. Rupert Deeth claiming victory in the Melias in the end by only just over 1/10 of a second, again, contrary to what that timing graphic is telling you. Aaron Smith 2nd, Colin Peacock 3rd, Julian Proctor comes home 4th ahead of Darren Thomas. Proctor the only Libra car, Thomas the winner in the 7s ahead of Fraser Hack, winner of the 7Ss. Then it was Glenn Woodbridge, Arnold Duncan, Paul Woodbridge and Matthew Ayres to complete the top 10. Callum Perfect 11th, Charles Page 12th, Mark Sims 13th, and Andrew Page comes home in 14th place. 15th for Bertie Woolard. Matthew Page was 16th after his spin down at Graham Hill Bend, whilst Josh Canning, we saw, was a late retirement. Kate Fraser-Kerr was 18th. Rob Howard, unfortunately, retired to the pit lane early doors as well. So great racing from the Mini-Melias, and for more information on, and the 7s, of course, more information on their 2024 campaign, then do be sure to head over to their website and social media pages, give them a quick follow, and we may well be seeing them back at a BRSTC meeting in the near future. Right, next racing action here at Brands Hatch is the first race of the weekend for the TCR UK Championship, perhaps a race in which Carl Broadley could be crowned the champion. We'll have all of the build-up on the grid from Anthony Jordan and Paul O'Neill on that one in a few minutes. Before that, though, let's head down into Parc Ferme and hear from Richard John Neal and our mini podium finishers.
Thanks very much, Andy. Well, yesterday we respected all the classes. Today we've taken a decision to have a word with the top 3. So if we can get Aaron and Rupert over first of all, because I want to get the take between the pair of them on that race. Rupert, Aaron, let's get you over here. We've got TCR to do as well, so apologies it is going to be quick, but not as quick as you guys were on track. Absolutely superb racing. What's the take between the tangle and the tagging up there? And I'll go to Rupert first because you won. You get the first shout.
Thank you for that. I don't know. Obviously, I thought I'd given him plenty of room, and I think it's a case of typical mini Miglia, wheels locking together and spits the other one round. And
you got going and managed to catch Colin between you, and we'll have a chat with Colin in a moment. Aaron, your point of view?
I reckon there's definitely 2 different views on that, but yeah, it was a good race other than that, but yeah, no, I'm pleased to be on the podium with Minisport. You know, like, they've done a mega job this year, so yeah, thanks very much.
So is this banter now in the paddock? Do you shake hands and give each other a little hug? There we go. Superb stuff. Brilliant racing. What's the plans for the winter?
Well, a bit more development on the car, hopefully, and yeah, hopefully come out strong next year.
Aaron?
Get a new bumper.
Good. Thank you for a super race and a great season, guys. Absolute pleasure. Well done on the win. Well done on 2 wins as well yesterday. Let's have a word with Colin Peacock if we can, very quickly. Colin's having a very, very quick word with Josh, our circuit commentator. I'm not sure whether we're going to get time to do this. I'm just looking for the wind-up from... Here he comes. We are going to get Colin. Thank you, Josh. Sorry for hurrying. Colin Peacock, well done. Lead briefly while those guys tangled. They got you back, and it's all mini racing, isn't it?
I was trying to get into the tangle again, you know, towards the end. They wouldn't do it, you know, please tangle again. But yeah, no, it was a really good race. I thought we might get some opportunities in the slower traffic, but it didn't transpire. But anyway, it was good fun.
Thank you to everybody for the Mini 7 Club on being fantastic guests for us this year. Wherever I've seen you, you've been fantastic.
Yeah, we try to put on a good show. It's close racing, and we really enjoy it. So we're glad to be here. And we'll be here for the August Festival on 3rd and 4th, but we're with the BRSCC. We love being with the BRSCC. So we're with you, I think, at Snetterton and at Silverstone next year, as many times as we can.
I know everyone in the club will welcome you back with open arms next year, and me as a spectator elsewhere too.
You to say so.
Thank you, Colin. Have a great winter.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Colin Peacock there, completing our podium. Aaron Smith taking 2nd place. Rupert Deeth, our race winner finally, so 2 different race winners. Well done to the other class winners as well. Julian Proctor taking a 3rd class win of the weekend, of course, in Libra. Darren Thomas for the 7s and Fraser Hack for 7S, just to give them their respect. I think we spoke to most of them yesterday. With that, though, from the Minis, thank you to them. Let's now turn our attentions to TCR. So back to the guys in the comms box.
let it go.
Do you wonder why your competitors' websites appear in Google searches ahead of you? Then make a call to the SEO experts Woya and understand how your business can be more visible online. As the official marketing partner of TCR UK, you can now work with a trusted search engine optimization partner to increase web traffic, inquiries and sales. Speak to us for your free audit and quote by visiting woya.co.uk today.
For voice and data solutions at speeds that are simply out of this world, choose Maximum Networks.
Hello and welcome everybody. It's TCR UK at Brands Hatch, a beautiful sunny Brands Hatch. We're ready to rock and roll. We're going to see some championship titles all done and dusted, hopefully, by the end of the day. But first, we just want to say a sombre and not a very nice thing to report. A good friend of the championship, a good friend of mine, Dan Kirby, unfortunately lost his life while we were off air from the last round. And the guys and girls and everybody here at TCR UK want to send all our very best to the family. And Alpha Live and TCR UK have put together a beautiful, beautiful video. Please have a watch.
Dan Kirby leads into Redgate.
It looks like Kirby's got the run, but he'll be on the outside for Rocket. If he gets this done early doors, that's a great pass.
Side by side for the race lead. Max Hart on the inside of Dan Kirby as they head for McLean's. To the inside goes Kirby as he tries to attack and defend at the same time. This is proper racing. Two wheels on the grass for Kent, and up the inside goes Dan Kirby as well. Some more really opportunistic overtaking there from him. Third place, it's close as well, but Bradley Kent goes around the outside and there's contact. Bradley Kent is off, Toby Bird is sideways. Dan Kirby gets the lead of the race.
It was just a mad, mad race, and to come through the pack like that, you know, a bit of fortune as well. Obviously it helps, of course it does, but you know, to get the first win is unbelievable.
A lovely, lovely tribute to a lovely, lovely man. Dan Kirby, good friend of mine, helped a lot of touring car drivers out. Proper guy, wasn't he?
Yeah, really was, and yeah, such a shame to see him go. A big loss, I think, to the racing community in the paddock here at TCR. He will be missed, and yeah, we do send all of our best to friends and family.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll all make him proud and his family today. And Andy Wilmot's obviously driving his car with his name on, and obviously a tribute to him as well.
Yeah, starting this one P12 as well, so relatively decent qualifying. It's in the middle of a championship battle as well, though, so he's got a lot of work ahead of him. But yeah, great to see him racing under Dan's name out there, and good to see the car having a proper send-off, I think.
Super. Very exciting today,
Yes,
isn't it?
it is.
Let's get this championship done. Carl Boardley and 5 others can win it.
Yep.
Can Boardley do it? 50-odd points ahead?
I mean, he's in the best boat, but it certainly is his to lose. I think qualified P5 in this one. He's not in a best starting position. He's got a lot of people around him, and he's got, a lot of drivers who want to get their nose out. Speaking to a lot of them before the start of this, they say, yeah, we don't care about the championship, but when you really dig into them and be like, come on, seriously, what do you think? I'd be like, oh, of course, mate, I'm going to get elbows out. I'm going to get right into it. This is going to be a touring car race, mate. It's going to be proper.
I think there's a proper twist ready to rock and roll. It's going to be very interesting.
It is.
We've got Stuart Lyons just at the right-hand side of us, who is the TCR UK promoter. Do you want to have a quick chat with him?
I might have a quick chat with him, yeah, because obviously, end of the season, it's been fantastic. Stuart Lyons over here. Stuart, well, the season's nearly done, mate. 2 races to go, 6 drivers in contention to win the championship. I would say that's been a solid success. What do you think?
Yeah, it seems to work out like that. They've obviously got the BOP right, which is, people always moan about BOP, but every year it's been down to the last race. I mean, everyone thinks that Carl's already won it, but you're in over until the last lap and the car rolls over the line. That anything can happen out there.
Yeah.
But I've got no favourite to win it. It's a fair fight, and he's been the most consistent. And if he does win it, he deserves it. But there's a few people going to be trying to change that.
Yeah.
When you talk about the balance of performance, the BOP, just to tell people at home, can you just explain the BOP a bit more?
Yeah, BOP is like, there's 3 things that these cars are affected by. One's the map, the other one is weight, and the other one is ride height. There's only 3 things that they play with, and they tweak the cars to try and get them as equal as possible. So, that's kind of like what it is. There's no magic formula. I'm not allowed to touch the cars or turn them up or mess with them. That comes from TCR World, WSC. It's their gig to change anything like that. So there's no magic dust in our championship. If you win, it's because you're the best driver.
Yeah. So much work has happened for the development of the championship this season, and a lot's happening next year as well. Some big changes coming.
Oh yeah. There's always changes with TCR, but it's all about inclusion. So we've got the new Gen 1. Gen 1s are now back as their own championship. So there's lots of cars out there that are quite, a lot cheaper to run, and it's going to enable young people who have got a low budget to be able to come and race with us.
Yeah, that's the main thing, isn't it? And I think I'm looking forward to that one the most, the Gen 1 Cup coming in next year, back to see that, and it's certainly going to spice things up, I think.
Yeah, a lot of people talking about the Gen 1 Cup. I actually want to ask Stuart a question. Stuart, can I just ask you, what will happen with the Hyundai in the Gen 1 Cup? Will that be a Generation 1 car?
No, it's too fast for it's going to be in the top class. Any Gen 2 cars from Audi and Cupra, and there's a few models, but all the Hyundai models will be at the top step. So anything below that Gen 1, older cars, that's the only emission really, because as everybody knows, if the Hyundai's quite strangled, if it was let loose to run as light and as low as it could, I think it would run rings around most racing cars, but it's where it is. So
I can imagine. So it's going to be good though, isn't it? It's going to be good.
Cheers, Stuart. I think that's a very fair.
We live now?
Yeah, we're still live,
mate. I've got Dan's mum and dad here, and they want to come and have a chat by the car at the top, if that's okay with you guys.
That's amazing, yeah. We've just been showing people at home about the Dan Kirby video,
Cheers.
so thank you, Stuart. So Dan Kirby's mum and dad are here today, so we will look after them and we will show them around. Let's just get into the middle of the track here. AJ, what are we expecting here from Brickley on pole?
Yep.
Boardley starting not very far up, but at the same time, it's his team. He's only 1 car, I think, behind him on the same side, isn't he? So, will he help him out, do you think, or is he going to go for the win? Because he can't win the championship, can he, Brickley?
I mean, he's a fair few points behind. He keeps talking like he's fighting for second. He's only 13 points behind second in the championship at the moment after qualifying. So, going into this one, he's still thinking about that. And I think his main focus is on second. He's not focused on first. Only because he was talking to me, I'd be like, if I can get second, there's like 12.5 grand's worth of cash prize at the end of the season for this one. So he's fully focused on second. It's not all for the money. He wants to get first, but I think it's just a bit of a tall order. We'll just have to see what happens in this race. If this race kicks off, it could change everything, couldn't it?
Interestingly enough, I was speaking to Chris Smiley, who's the #1 car just on your right-hand side, right in front of you. Speak to Chris this morning. He was very confident of doing the business today. He said the car was super fast, should have been on pole, was adamant that he should have been on pole, said that had a lot of oversteer at Clearways, which is the last corner, and oversteer being the car, the rear end was sliding and he couldn't quite pick the throttle up to get across the line. But yeah, very, very difficult for Chris Smiley, but I think he could go well. Callum Newsham might be actually somebody to speak to, you know, because he's done a cracking job.
Yeah, he certainly has, second in qualifying. We didn't expect that from him. He didn't expect that as well, either from him. So it would be great to see if we can jump in and have a quick chat with the, well, we'll call him the Flying Scotsman out there. Let's have a quick word with him. Let me open the door here. Callum, right, that is a clear view down in towards turn 1. We weren't expecting it, you weren't expecting it, but you put it on the front row. Mate, for this one, are you getting fully involved in this race?
Yeah, this is it. We've got something to prove here, you know. I've got nothing to lose, so... And we know we have pace. We've had it all year, we just not had any good luck, so... Yeah. I'm hoping for a podium or a win today.
Exactly. That's what you need. Podium or a win, that's what we want to see. But honestly, Brands Hatch, it's a completely dry circuit now. There's a bit of rubber out there. There's a bit of oil out there as well, I think, that the marshals have had to clear up. But for you, happy, confident, ready to go racing, yeah?
Yeah, I'm ready to go. Let's go. Yeah.
That's what we need. Mate, best of luck. See you out there. Cheers, Callum. That's getting in the way there. I'll close your door. Hopefully I don't slam it too loud for him. Hopefully I don't close it as well.
Cool,
but
right.
He seems ready, he seems comfortable.
I'll tell you who isn't ready. Jensen Brickley, pole man, stuck in the garage, done. He ain't gonna get out, he ain't taking pole. Just found that out from Goodyear.
Right.
Let's go and have a quick let's have a quick chat to Carl Bordley. It's all happening at the minute. Carl Bordley, this makes life a bit easier, doesn't it? Jensen Brickley stuck in the pits.
Oh, is he? I didn't know that.
Still doesn't make it too easy though.
Nah, it's never too easy, is it? But we're relaxed. We're going to do what we're going to do. See how the first couple of laps go. See how it pans out. Go from there.
You're going to go for it, mate. Got to get it done early.
Be nice, wouldn't it?
Seems very relaxed. I'll leave it to it. They're going to talk your wheels up and they're going to let you go. A lot going on, and lovely to see you guys here. Dan Kirby's mother and father.
Oh, this is I'm Dad. This is sister.
I'm so sorry. So sorry. Your sister. Sorry, your sister. What a great guy he was. The people are coming off the wall now to get inside for this race. What a great guy, though.
Yeah, thank you so much. I mean, it's the response from the motorway has been amazing. You know, in this industry, it's all competition, all this kind of stuff. But he seemed to have such a flair amongst people. He used to take videos, oh, this is the enemy, and all this kind of stuff. But no, great. Thank you so much, and thank you to TCR for allowing the car to race with his name today.
Not a problem, it's been great. Do you want to follow us? Let's come off the grid together, because we've got to get going. But I want to say Dan was a great guy. He knew me very well, I knew him. He did a lot for a lot of people, and he was a lovely, lovely, lovely man. So we're going to let everybody go, and I think, hopefully, we can get over to the comms box.
We can indeed, yeah. TCR UK, the finale, is coming up next. Don't go anywhere.
Wouldn't miss it for the world. Well, what drama we have ahead of our first race of the day for TCR UK. Jensen Brickley, title contender, not taking the start of the race. He was due to start from pole position as well, so this now moves everybody else up into an extra position higher, and it means that Callum Newsham now essentially inherits the pole position for this first race of 2 this weekend. And he will be gunning now for his first victory in TCR UK, and that also benefits Carl Bordley. A top 4 finish in this race for Carl Bordley would be enough to win the championship, unless that man there, car 117 Adam Shepherd, can somehow engineer a race victory. If Shepherd wins the race, then Bordley needs to finish needs to finish second, basically. If Shepherd doesn't win the race, then top 4 is enough for Bordley. Right then, cars heading up towards Druids on their green flag lap. Callum Newsham starting from now, essentially pole position, but he will still line up on the outside of row number 1. Alex Lee will therefore start from third. There will be no Jensen Brickley though, and that is now his championship hopes surely in tatters. Oh, he's at the end of the pit lane, we're hearing. Brickley at the end of the pit lane. Okay, so he will take the start, but from the pit lane. Alex Lee then will start third, alongside Chris Smiley, who's really up for a race win today. Keep an eye on the outgoing champion. Joe Marshall and the championship leader, Carl Boardley, will share row number 3. Row 4 then on the grid is where you will find Jack Constable and Adam Shepherd. Adam Shepherd needs to win this race realistically to keep his championship hopes alive, but coming from 8th from the grid is not going to make that very easy at all. Scott Sumden and Oliver Cottam, meanwhile, complete the top 10. Oliver Cottam perhaps one to watch for in the reverse grid race later on. Then it is Andy Wilmot running that Dan Kirby tribute from 11th with Bruce Winfield, 3rd in the championship. Remember Bruce, but he started all the way down in 12th on the grid. Brad Hutchison and Luke Sargent are together on row number 7. Luke Sargent's been spectacular in the Elantra this weekend. Then we've got Matthew Wilson and Darryl Wilson, the two Wilsons as ever, inseparable it seems, starting together on row number 8. Row 9 for Gary Townsend and Rick Kerry. Row 10 is then where you will find George Jackson, returning George Jackson, alongside Mark Smith in the Cupra. And then at the back of the field, Jeff Holden in the Opel Astra that was having overheating issues in qualifying yesterday. Starting from the tail of the field. Now there is Jensen Brickley. Big drama this then. Brickley having to start from the pit lane after some sort of an issue delayed him getting out onto the track. That's heartbreak for the youngster who was a long shot for the championship, but if nothing else, wanted to try and end his season with a race victory if he could. But that is now going to be a tall order. But Callum Newsham, starting from pole position, has never won a race in TCR UK. Alex Lee, starting alongside him, of course, got his first ever pole position and race win here at Brands Hatch in 2022, a year ago. So we know how rapid he is, whilst Carl Boardley essentially now starts 4th, knowing that as long as he keeps Shepherd behind him, that could be enough for the championship. Here we go then, back row of the grid starts now to form, and we get ready to go racing for 25 minutes, the penultimate round of the TCR UK Championship in 2023. Will Carl Boardley be crowned champion in half an hour's time? Let's find out. Away they go. Good start seemingly made by Boardley. Good one from Newsham as well. Can he cover off Alex Lee? No, I don't think he can. The second phase of the start is not good for Newsham, and Chris Smiley will grab the advantage. Smiley round the outside into Paddock Hill Bender's got the lead, and the reigning champion, the outgoing champion, heads them up the hill towards Druids. Lee second, Newsham third, Boardley safe for now in 4th, but here comes Shepherd up the inside. Places being gained already for the man second in the points, and he's inside the top 5, right on the tail of his rival. That was Darryl Wilson and Brad Hutchison making contact further back. They both managed to keep going vaguely in the right direction, but Smiley will lead the pack down the Cooper Straight for the first time, with Alex Lee, Paul, hot on his heels.
Wow, what a start. Nightmare for Jensen Brickley, but what a start for Chris Smiley. And Chris was struggling coming in and out of clearways where we are now, but Shepherd and everyone involved in this championship battle are still there.
Adam Shepherd has to try and get past Carl Boardley. He will be as aggressive as he needs to be here to get past the Cupra driver and try to get up into that lead group, which makes its way through Paddock Hill Bend now for the second time. It's got something further back there, defending from Andy Wilmot, but Alex Lee looks like he's got really good pace. Only one race victory so far this year for Alex, a man who many tipped for the title. He's wide on cold tyres, sideways at Druids corner though, and Callum Newsham almost had an opportunity to get to the inside, could not quite make it work though.
No, but I'll tell you what, you wouldn't want a really fast, Alex Lee, would you, behind you? And that's what's happening. But look now, Adam Shepherd, is that down the inside of Boardley?
Oh. It didn't work. Boardley bravely closed the door, but Shepherd is not going to be backwards about coming forwards here, is he? He's got to try and make that move, and he's up the inside in the background. Shepherd, I think, had made the move stick for 4th. Has he gone through? Yes, he has. So Shepherd is ahead of Boardley, but that is not yet enough. He needs to try and get into the podium places, and actually Carl Boardley coming back at him to the outside. Carl Boardley looking feisty in the early stages, not going down fighting, but Adam Shepherd should hang on.
Well, yeah, he's got to be careful here. Joe Marshall now in the back of him. This is going to be interesting if he just lets Joe Marshall go, as his teammate was in the background there, just getting a little bit of a nibble from someone. I think it was a Hyundai. I'm not too sure who it was.
Bruce Winfield.
But Bruce Winfield. Oh, and that's going to be a safety car. Mark Smith back in the championship and in the gravel.
Yeah, there had been, I think, Darryl Wilson through the gravel as well just before that, but he rejoined after a separate incident. No safety car yet, though. They're still racing at clearways, and Chris Smiley, despite getting the lead, Paul, doesn't have the pace to get away, does he?
No, that car has been a little bit too understeery, hasn't it? Yellows are on our screen. That's a safety car situation, but Chris Smiley will be able to catch his breath. 20 minutes plus of having those two rascals behind you, and that has done nothing for Carl Boardley, that, because Now the gap that he would have had behind Joe Marshall really closes up now, and he's got 3 of his championship protagonists right in front of him, which is nice to see out of your windscreen, but he's also got a hungry Joe Marshall, I think it is, behind him.
So at the moment, it would be a 46-point advantage for Boardley. Remember, there'll be 41 points available after this race, 40 points for a win and a bonus point for the fastest lap in race 2. So right now, Boardley is in a championship-winning position, but this safety car, Paul, has played beautifully into the hands of Adam Shepherd because he'd broken into that 4th place, but was a couple of seconds or so behind the leading 3. That gap now vanishes, and Shepherd looks like he's got really good race pace.
He really does, yeah. Them Hyundais look like they've just got fantastic race pace. This is going to be interesting what Shepherd does, because will he bother backing Boardley up into everybody else to drop him out of the point? I don't think he will. They don't have team radio, so he won't be au fait with what's going on. I think someone of his stature will just be trying to go for the race win.
He needs as many points as he can score, so I think initially he needs to go forwards. If Boardley then starts going with him, maybe the time to play those games comes later in the race, but for now, Shepherd needs to try and win this race. I think he might just have the pace to do it, especially with Smiley in front not seemingly having the pace. It was all getting very bunched up, and that's the kind of race situation that Adam Shepherd really relishes. He's a good racer. His overtaking skills are up there amongst the best on this grid, and he's got absolutely nothing to lose. He's got to try and make that progress, and I think he might just have a chance to do so as and when we go racing. Jensen Brickley, by the way, from the pit lane. Now, I did just get an update from Phil Kinch. It was a gear actuator that failed, apparently, on Brickley's car, so that is what delayed him getting out. He has gone out, and of course he's another beneficiary now of the safety car.
So the gear actuator on one of these paddle shifted cars, what that will do is ask when you pull the lever to go up or down a gear, that will ask the compressor to generate some air and change the gear. So the actuator, like a turbo actuator, can move around, and it can select a gear for you. So obviously big problem there. This shouldn't take too long. They'll get this out the way, maybe pull it now away. He's not going to, he could drive that.
Yeah. There's no damage, I don't think, is there? So it should be okay. And great work by the marshals there to get him out of the way quickly. Is he driving the car? Yes, he is, isn't he? So that's good news. Bit of gravel on the track. Oh, right where you don't want it, in the compression at the bottom of Paddock Hill Bend, Paul.
I will guarantee he's been told not to do that, because the marshals hate that, because that's more work, and that could put another lap on it, because there's no way they can leave that track like it is. It's like putting oil down. It's like, I always say to people, it's like a Mickey Mouse, not Mickey Mouse. What's the mouse? Tom and Jerry. It's like Tom and Jerry when they run after each other when someone puts marbles down. It's exactly like that. So the cars will be slipping and sliding. The 117, as usual, looking very rear-endy in its first few corners, but he's got it all under control now, and I think he'll be.
Oh wow!
Oh, that is not good.
I mean, just explain why that's not good, Paul, because you're coming over the top of a blind crest, a quick corner, you're leaning on the car, and then at the bottom of that compression, the car is fully loaded, isn't it?
Yeah, fully loaded. You'll be asking a lot out of the left-hand sided tyres. The car will probably be losing rear grip anyway, even if the gravel wasn't there. Then the gravel will make the car slide even more. Safety car lights are out. But what it will do is it'll smash a lot of windscreens as well, so it's not great. But this is going to be the start of all starts. They're back together. This is it.
Right, then what can Adam Shepherd do? Can he win this race and keep his championship hopes alive? He's made good progress in the early laps. He's caught the leading 3 courtesy of the safety car, but now more work to be done. Chris Smiley hits the loud pedal, heads for clearways. No overtaking before the cars cross the timing line, remember. But Alex Lee is going to be right there, isn't he? Sideways through clearways. Shepherd's had a good restart as well. He's on the tail of Callum Newsham as they head for the restart of the race. 18 minutes to go, and it's all still to play for. Wow. Towards Paddock Hill Bend they go. Good restart from Smiley. Actually, Lee was close, but then had that little bit of oversteer through the middle of clearways, and that means that Smiley doesn't then have to defend into Paddock Hill Bend. There goes Scott Sumpton, Smiley's restart racing teammate, a bit further back. They're all cleanly through paddock. Thankfully, the gravel starts to clear, but Adam Shepherd is right on the boot lid now of Callum Newsham, who has been as fast as I think I've ever seen him this weekend, actually, Paul.
Yep, he's been right on it. He's had some horrendous luck as Callum Newsham, and this is where he belongs, to be honest. He's as quick as anyone in the same car, and he's proven it. He's unlucky not shocked to have pole actually yesterday. I thought he'd done it, to be honest. But yeah, this is looking good. Oh, someone was having a right old look at Callum Newsham.
Shepherd couldn't quite get to the inside though. Newsham defended as he's every right to do. There's nothing here to say that Callum Newsham or Chris Smiley, just because they're not in the championship fight, they don't have to move aside and put the indicator on and wave Shepherd through. They're going to race for podiums, especially someone like Callum, who has had so little to smile about really this season. He wants to try and go after a race win himself. Out of paddock they go. Boardley at the moment quite safe, you'd say, at the back of this group. He's got a gap back to Joe Marshall. Quite content, I think, just to let this play out in front of him.
Yeah, exactly that. But look how close they all are, and this is going to start concertinaing up because Alex Lee lost a bit of pace on that restart, flashing his lights now. So now Alex is going to be right into Chris Smiley. Chris Smiley's going to get jumped here because watch the gap that closes. The turning of the Hyundai is so good. He's right into him, and I think that is going to back a lot of people up and cause a few people a problem. But I've got to say, Chris Smiley's got a right old exit from the last corner.
It's getting off the corners well, the Honda, isn't it? But it's just going into the corners. That's what he's struggled with all year. Says it feels a bit lazy, just not turning into the turn well enough. Callum Newsham peeking to the inside of Alex Lee there for second. Did that work? No, not quite. And Alex Lee manages to hang on, but a little bit of a battle in front of Adam Shepherd is really what Shepherd wants to see. It might open a door for him to break through. Of course, these are all identical cars. i30N Hyundais, different weights in all of them. Callum Newsham will be the lightest of the three, presumably, but identical cars in theory, and that will make Shepherd's job even harder.
I've got to say, the pace is so slow. 49 dead is Oliver Cotton fastest lap. I mean, that is, to be fair, that's pretty quick. That's only a few tenths off his qualifying. But why I say the pace is so slow is the leader has done a 49.3. Wow. These cars should be well into the 48s by now.
The trouble is, though, Smiley is not very quick everywhere else around the track. The one place he's strong is exiting clearways, and that means that he's not then under threat into Paddock Hill Bend. So as much as I think the cars behind him have more pace, where do they find a way through? Because it takes Lee the rest of the lap then to get back within striking range.
Yeah, that is the problem. But if Alex Lee can get close enough, we know he'll put pressure on Chris Smiley, even though Chris is a touring car winner around the country in different series. But this headlights are on. Problem Alex Lee's got is Callum Newsham is so fast. He's got to watch how he attacks. And this is where it's going to come. He's got to get down the inside. But that car is looking the strongest I've ever seen it, that FL7 Honda.
Yes, it is. Look at the traction it's got out of Clearways corner. Wow. Chris Smiley amazingly winless in his title defence year. He's not going to win the title for a second year running like Lewis Kent did a couple of seasons ago. Here comes Callum Newsham from the outside to the inside. There is just a chink of an opening. Alex Lee had to leave the door open, and that will delay them both through the apex. Still, though, Lee hangs on.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I keep grabbing your arm. It's That's just fine. I keep seeing purple sectors, and a 48.855 wow. is Brickley, Jensen Brickley, battling down there in 14th, but still he's got a gap to Luke Sargent in front of him, and he's just chipping away, and he'll have the fastest lap, I'm sure of it.
Everyone is just in one long line, all the way back to Oliver Cottam in 9th. It's a 9-car train for the lead because Chris Smiley just doesn't have the pace to break away. Lunge up the inside. That was Jack Constable against Joe Marshall. Teammates wheel to wheel. Lovely move, Paul.
Oh, stunning that is. And he's going to bring... Is he going to bring Winfield with him? Oh, this could get tasty. Watch out now, the two Audis. No. Constable just thinks, right, well, I'll keep my foot in, and Marshall comes out the throttle. I did see someone slowing on the Cooper Straight, but I'm not sure. Oh, you don't want to be taking too much of that curve. That'll rip a tyre off the rim.
Scott Sumpton and Andy Wilmot have both pitted, Paul, so I wonder if that's what you spotted. They were quite close to each other. I don't know whether they've tangled or it's just coincidence, but those two seemingly out of the race, as I'm afraid is George Jackson. Here, though, comes Alex Lee. He's closer at this part of the circuit than he has been. Looks to the inside at Surtees, not to try and pass, just to try and distract Chris Smiley, but that is where the Hyundai is stronger. There's no way through on the inside at Clearways, though. Smiley knows he can go in defensive, but still get the drive off the corner, and look, the gap just grows again.
Yeah, Lee'd be really attacking every lap. You just can't because Callum Newsham is so close. Adam Shepherd dropping away a bit. Callum Newsham looks like the quickest kid on the block here.
It's the outside at Paddock Hill Bend, looking for the switch back. Oh, that's Dan Kirby out of... that is out of the pit lane. Andy Wilmot. I knew I'd make that mistake. And he rejoins right in front of the leaders. Alex Lee goes to the outside line. Chris Smiley was delayed in all of that. And this might just work now. Round the outside goes Alex Lee. They're leaning on each other. Two wheels on the grass. He's going to keep on coming to the inside line. There's going to be another rub, surely, at the apex. And watch for Newsham and Shepherd. They could be 3 wide down the back straight. Callum Newsham on the grass on the inside line has to bail out of it. Is Smiley going to hang on? No, Lee goes through. Shepherd round the outside for third. It's all kicking off, Paul.
Oh, it is, but he's going to get in the back of him. Yeah, give him the tap. Alex Lee sideways, gets the car going. Look at Callum Newsham round the outside still. Look at the first to 98,000th place is all together. Boardley, watch out, son. Round the outside, don't be stupid. Oh, wow.
Smiley back up the inside of Lee. Did Shepherd get back ahead of Boardley? They're side by side at the apex of Paddock Hill Bend. These are risks that Boardley does not want to be taking, but he really hasn't got much choice. He manages to find a gap in the line just in front of Jack Constable, who's got Joe Marshall to the outside again. Chris Smiley now leaning on Callum Newsham out of Druid's corner. That nearly ended in tears. Alex Lee should now have the pace to escape. Bruce Winfield comes up the inside of Jack Constable. Proper stuff, Paul.
Oh, brilliant racing this is. I don't know how many times I said it. Cottam is down the inside of Winfield as well. Gets that job done. That'll be difficult to get back across him. Can he get it done? No, Winfield, he'll have to come back and try and switch across because Andy Wilmot is trying to get back in, but he's lapped. Look at the overlap from that Audi. Go on, son. Oh, he had to pull out.
Yeah, had to there. The door was always going to close, wasn't it? So Lee leads by nearly a second now. Smiley second, Newsham third, Shepherd fourth, and Carl Boardley still provisionally in a championship winning position in fifth. There goes Andy Wilmot, now a lap down, unfortunately. That pit exit always is tricky, and he very nearly sparked absolute chaos amongst the leading group. Lee for the win now looks pretty nailed on, but Callum Newsham wants to try and get past Chris Smiley quickly to then go after the race leader. Tries the inside at Graham Hill Bend, but you don't see many successful passes there, do you?
No, you don't. That usually ends in a car getting doored off the circuit. So yeah, a lot going on. But that Honda's just starting to struggle. Not so much on turning. It gets into clearways and our clearways fantastically. But it's just, like you said, the first sector of the circuit is very difficult for it. But Boardley has now got a great run. He's going to have to make Shepherd defend. Will he bother trying to get past him? You don't want to rattle that hornet's nest, but there's two Audis that are looking to get past him now as well.
If you're Carl Boardley, Paul, what do you do? Fifth place is enough for the championship. He probably knows that. He'll have done the maths before the race. But you're stuck between a rock and a hard place. He's getting bunched in behind Adam Shepherd. He's got the pressure from the Rob Boston cars behind. Do you attack and try and just keep on racing like you normally would? Or do you just try and box clever? Because sometimes that can get you in more trouble.
Yeah, firstly, you ring your mum. Because it's that upsetting that you've got to deal with this. Yeah, this is really, he's got to pick his fights very, very closely here. I mean, I would trust Joe Marshall, to be fair, and I would trust Jack Constable. I mean, I would drop 2 places just to get out of this melee. But at the same time, if the car's strong enough to defend, then I would be quite happy to try and stay where I am and just make sure I get the run. It's just how desperate that these guys in the Audis, the Rob Boston Audis, can be behind them, because that's going to be a big problem as Jenson Brickley comes through still with the fastest lap. He's up to 10th. That is a fantastic effort, that, to get up there.
Side by side again, Callum Newsham to the outside this time of Chris Smiley. Now again, not trying to go right round the outside, but trying to get that switch back. The Honda seemingly struggling off Graham Hill Bend, but just manages to keep ahead. This is all going to bunch everything back together again, though. And of course, Adam Shepherd is waiting in the wings to capitalise. Oh, there's not quite a gap up the inside. It's a Braille pass, is it? Nudges Smiley wide into clearways, but then we know the Honda will get off the corner well and should be able to hang on down the straight. That brings Shepherd now onto the boot lid of Callum Newsham, and Shepherd has to make some progress here.
Yeah, it's got to. I mean, he's going to start getting a bit desperate now, but look at Boardley's come back into it. He's not dropped Marshall, but he's now starting to look square at the rear of Adam Shepherd here. But great driving this. I mean, there's some instances where cars could have been turned sideways and put in the barrier, but they've not done that, and it's great to see.
Boardley looking to the inside of Shepherd. Shepherd needs to either gain some more places here or hope that Boardley loses some more places to keep the championship alive. But I think it might have to be a combination of the two, actually, because it's only really the two Audis who are within striking range of Carl Boardley. 10-second penalty, by the way, for track limits for Darrell Wilson. That keeps on racking up lap by lap, seemingly. Whilst Jenson Brickley, driver of the race by far, he's into the top 10 already. I think he's 9th now, ahead of Oliver Cottam. Could he yet be a factor in this championship battle? Maybe not for himself, but could he catch that lead group?
Well, I wouldn't say no, because of how fast he is. I mean, Winfield just defends. It depends how he defends, sorry. And then everyone in front is just holding each other up. Look at the gap now that Alex Lee's got. It's like 2.5 seconds. So there could be a second place on the cards here. It'd be a good effort if he gets past a load of people in 8 minutes.
Well, yes, but it could all kick off ahead of him, couldn't it? Because look, Shepherd has dropped away now noticeably from Smiley and Newsham. Whether that's intentional or not, I don't know, but the effect it will have is it slows Carl Bordley down and perhaps puts him in a world of bother. Worth pointing out as well that it's not just the fight for the championship that these drivers are thinking about, but 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th in the points. Very close indeed. Bruce Winfield extra motivated to keep Jenson Brickley behind because they're only 5 points apart at the moment as they fight for 4th in the points. Alex Lee would move to 3rd, whilst here Jenson Brickley tries to move up into 8th place in the race. Looks to the outside of a struggling Bruce Winfield, who just has not got his head around that car this weekend. He hops over the curb, runs out wide. Should be job done for Brickley.
Yeah, Oliver Cottam needs to be closer here and try to get down the inside. This is going to open up a treat. Oliver, you've just got to be careful. All Oliver really needs to do is finish in that top 10 and get the reverse pole. Oh, he's going to try it down the inside. Oh. That's going to be close. He's got to be careful here because Brad Hutchison could catch them up very quickly.
Yes, he could, and Andy Wilmot coming to play as well. He's not fighting for position with those cars, remember. Chris Smiley, meanwhile, a Herculean defensive drive this has been. He's really playing to the strengths of that Honda, but he's having to work hard here to keep Callum Newsham behind him. Down the pit straight they go. Honda versus Hyundai as they head for Paddock Hill Bend. Darrell Wilson's now picked up a drive-through penalty for exceeding track limits. He's all the way down in 15th place, but he's attracted the attention of the clerk of the course regardless. We've got 6.25 minutes to go, and still Chris Smiley defends this second position, while Shepherd is very much still defending from Carl Bordley behind.
Wow, look at that now. He's just stopping the car in its weakest point, and Callum Newsham's going to have to just have a big lunge if he's going to get past, because there's just nowhere for him to get past. From now on, there is nowhere for him to get inside Chris Smiley.
It's got to be that late lunge at clearways, hasn't it? But Smiley knows it's coming every lap and always seems to have it covered. Meanwhile, Joe Marshall back ahead of Jack Constable now after the little swap around that they had earlier on. He's not really applying a huge amount of pressure to Carl Bordley, is he? So Carl will be reasonably relaxed still. Warning now for Adam Shepherd for track limits as well. Just a warning, not a penalty, but he needs to be a little bit careful. Chris Smiley into Paddock Hill Bend. Callum Newsham right behind him, all over the curbs coming out of the first corner. He's just not close enough then to lunge into Druids. In the background, meanwhile, Jenson Brickley on the previous lap did a 48.8. He's a second a lap quicker, Paul, than the group of cars ahead of him.
That's crazy stuff, isn't it? But, you know, he's got the most compensation weight. He's got 40 kilos compensation weight for the balance of performance, and there he is flashing. He's going to be on these, and this could cause carnage as they all start to defend and attack.
At what point should I remind everyone that he and Carl Bordley have some history this year? They've come together a couple of times on track, haven't they? And there's a chance they might yet meet again before this race is over. And Brickley, of course, came into this race as an outside bet for the championship. Into Paddock Hill Bend they go. Smiley, Newsham, Shepherd, Bordley. Then it is Marshall, Constable and Brickley, who that time around does a 48.9, another 8/10 quicker than the car ahead. He'll be with them within the next couple of corners, but then he's got to try and work his way through a very, very tightly knit bunch of cars.
That is absolutely crazy. That is the speed and the slicing past people. That car. Oh, Chris Smiley's got a problem. Lights are off as well. Oh, lights come back on.
Did he lose power for a second?
I
the
think
car
he's
bogged down, didn't it?
There's an electrical problem with that FL7.
He's had this before, hasn't he, as well? Remember back to Croft, a similar thing kept happening. That caused a non-finish, and it's cost him second. Will he hang on to a podium? It all seems good for now, doesn't it?
No, it's gone again.
Oh no, heartbreak for Smiley. Through goes Shepherd, through goes Bordley, and the fairy tale comes crashing down around the reigning champion. Chris Smiley drove his heart out in this race and is not going to be rewarded for it. Through goes Newsham into second. He's 5.3 seconds behind Alex Lee. That is too late, unfortunately, for him to challenge for victory. But your heart bleeds for Chris Smiley. He does not deserve this.
Not at all, no. And look, you can just see now, Carl Bordley is just coasting this home. He just needs to stay behind Adam Shepherd. Adam Shepherd knows he's got nothing else in his locker now, and Bordley will be happy just to maybe even let an Audi through at the minute behind him.
He's 46 points clear, needed to be 41 ahead at the end of this race, so he could afford to lose a position or two maybe, but not much more than that. There is Smiley limping through Clearway's corner within the final 5 minutes of the race. It's heartbreak for Restart Racing. Now, what can Jenson Brickley do? Remember, he started from the pit lane instead of pole position where he should have been, and he's now into 7th place on the tail of Jack Constable, and if he can clear Jack quickly, he might yet have chance to gain some more places.
Yeah, and it's coming, isn't it? Brickley is now, if you can clear one of these Audis, he'll have a chance at the next 3 cars bunched up in front. Oh, that could be a difficult one. Is he going to try and get back on the switchback? Oh, he tries it. Oh, yeah.
Clever driving that from Jack.
Very clever driving. But it's going to drop him away from the pack, and Brickley ain't going to get any more positions now.
Adam Shepherd really seems to be down on pace as well. He's also got a load of leaves or grass or something in his radiator grille. There then, provisionally, is the way that the championship looks at the moment. Carl Boardley on 379 points would be in an unassailable position over Adam Shepherd. So right now, Boardley on course for the title. Shepherd would be 12 ahead of Alex Lee, who's moving himself right back into contention for a top 2 spot come season's end, whilst Bruce Winfield, Jenson Brickley drop down the order ever so slightly. That is with 2 minutes of racing still to go. And here comes Boardley to the outside of Shepherd. There was almost a bit of paint trade in there. Shepherd is really, really low on pace, and that backs Boardley up almost into Jack Constable. Brickley has gone, into Joe Marshall. Brickley's past Constable, and Adam Shepherd, all of a sudden, his pace has deserted him, Paul.
Yeah, very much so. That ain't so good, is it? But now Boardley will know. He'll know that the people in front of him and the people behind him, he'll know where they are, and he'll know that this should be enough.
Yes, but we're going to have 2 more laps of racing here, and Brickley is with them. If Shepherd keeps on running at this sort of pace, Brickley is perhaps the man to watch then. He's flashing the lights now at Joe Marshall, who so far has been quite content, it seems, to just follow Carl Boardley. Doesn't seem to want to get involved in the championship fight at all, but you can bet your bottom dollar that Jenson Brickley won't be of the same opinion. So keep an eye to the car 4th in this group, Jenson Brickley, who has put together one of the comeback drives of the season here to get himself into 6th place. He's all over the back of Joe Marshall. Carl Boardley again nibbling at the rear bumper of Adam Shepherd as they drop down through Graham Hill Bend and head along the Cooper Straight for the penultimate time of asking. It is still Alex Lee who leads the way, remember, by 4 seconds. That gap coming down quite quickly, but Callum Newsham, I still think, is going to run out of time. Here comes Brickley, almost into the back of Joe Marshall as they head for Clearways.
I'll tell you what, the last thing that Boardley will want to see is Brickley flashing his lights to get an Audi out of the way to have a go at him. I don't think that would actually do much to the championship points, would it, if he got past Boardley?
No.
But yeah, he won't want to see that.
No, but of course the danger is that if Brickley did have a go at Boardley, it could open the door for the Audis to come through as well. But I don't think he's going to get there, really, because that little bit of a gap between Boardley and Marshall is just a little bit too big. Through Druids they go. Shepherd understeering quite badly, it seems, out of Druids, taking a very slow, wide line, but they're managing to cover it off into Graham Hill Bend. The lead gap came down to 3.4 seconds this time around. Callum Newsham charging after Alex Lee, but the checkered flag will await at the end of this final lap of what's been a scintillating opening race of the weekend, the penultimate round of the championship. A second victory in 2023 for Alex Lee, who moves himself into the top 3 in the points with that victory. Callum Newsham second, third will be Adam Shepherd, but 4th place is enough for the championship for Carl Boardley. Carl Boardley is provisionally your 2023 TCR UK champion after a nerve-wracking 25 minutes of racing. What a performance that was from Carl. The pressure he was under there, Paul, to not put a foot wrong. You can see the witness marks on the front of the car. He's not had an easy 25 minutes, has he? But it was worth the effort.
It really was. I mean, you could say he's had a pretty easy season. He has been head and shoulders above anyone in the first half of the year, but then for me, Brickley come back at him. Fantastic drives, and everybody else had a go. Adam Shepherd was superb the latter half of the season. It's been a great year, but my congratulations personally to Carl Boardley. I remember the phone call I had with him when he was talking about what to race, and I said, have you ever heard of have you ever heard of TCR UK? Do you want to do the circuits, you know? Do you want to have a proper go at a championship? And he was like, oh, I don't know if I can get a car. He got older one, and he's gone for it. So fair play to him.
And honestly, his enjoyment has increased as the year's gone on as well. I made the comment that he was the grumpiest man at Snetterton at the season opener because everything was going wrong. He was really questioning all the decisions he'd made. Told me yesterday he seriously considered not coming back for the rest of the season, and yet he did come back, and every round that's gone on, he's really started to realise how much fun this is, and obviously it's more fun when you win races and win championships, and it really was that run, wasn't it, from sort of Alton, Knock Hill into Donington, where he just kept on winning races, 4 wins out of 5 at one point through the middle of the season, and whilst others had misfortune, that was enough ultimately to give him this lead, which he's defended to the end. Shout out to Alex Lee though, he drove a really mature race there actually, I thought, Paul, whilst he was boxed in behind Chris Smiley, didn't lose his head, didn't get impatient or over aggressive aggressive, waited for the opportunity. Nice to see Alex back on the top step.
Yeah, absolutely stunning. Like you said, I don't think that boy's won enough. He's good enough to have been champion for me, but just didn't get the rub of the green. But that is Alex showing us what he's all about. Adam Shepherd's had a fantastic year. I know it's not all over yet. He's got second place to battle for in the championship, but it has been a great year for TCR UK. I'd say probably the best year I've seen. The Gen 2 cars coming along has made it amazing. Gen 1 cars with their own championship for next year will be stunning. But this will be nice to see Carl Boardley celebrating this championship. I know that he was. Some people, like you say, I'm the same. I would say he was a bit boring sometimes and and a bit angry, but he got the anger into his car and he drove absolutely stunning, and he's probably just been told now that he's done it.
It doesn't strike me as a particularly emotional man, Carl Boardley. Maybe he was just wiping a bead of sweat off his forehead then as he pulled into the pit lane, but I'm sure the realisation of what he's achieved is now starting to dawn on him. I agree with you, this has been, for me, the most competitive year of TCR racing so far, and for him to come out on top means the world. Finally, he gets the release, he gets to celebrate a fantastic season-long performance that he's put together, a champion's drive today and throughout the rest of the year. Stuart Lyons, the championship promoter, is there to give him a hug. Best prize of all, quite frankly. He gets the Goodyear winner's cap as well, and we will, I'm sure, get a chance to chat to Carl. I know he wasn't on the podium, but we will get a chance to speak to him in a moment. And these are the moments that you live for as a racing driver, aren't they, Paul?
You don't live for that. Kiss off Nick Hart. No, you're all right. No, you're dead right, mate. And great to see. They've worked so hard on that side of the garage. And yeah, this is fantastic stuff. That car has been super, super stunning to watch. And Carl is a great driver, is a great thinker, and he doesn't put himself in danger, and that's what's gotten a lot of points this year.
Yeah, really classy drives at Donington, I thought, when the pace wasn't necessarily there, but he still managed to bank some good points. Silverstone, he just sort of sat and let the races come to him, made sure he looked after his car, looked after his tyres. We've seen a lot of that this year, and I think that's his experience through the years, isn't it, really starting to show. Lovely. And it means that he has indeed won the TCR UK Championship for 2023. Let's head down there then and hear from our podium finishers and, I'm sure, our champion with Anthony Jordan.
Thank you very much, guys. What a race that was, all the way to the flag for the championship. But Carl Boardley comes away with that provisionally. Of course, we have to say provisionally, he is everything. He's the TCR UK champion. He is the Tom Walker champion and the Goodyear Diamond champion. Carl, I know you want to celebrate with everyone there as well. Carl, let's have a quick chat, mate. 2023 was your season. I think a big relief for you as you almost put a massive dent in the top of that car. Well done.
I'm not worried about the car now, am I? Yeah, I mean, yeah, massive. Yeah, it's one of them.
Mate, I can imagine you're emotional out there, mate. Honestly, this season, the start, it wasn't going your way, but the back end of it, it all came your way. And right now, it's just been a picture perfect. And look at that, the sign's out. Look at that, brilliant.
Yeah, it's just thanks to everyone behind me, you know, parents, my wife, my kids, all the team. Without them, you know, I wouldn't even be here, let alone be stood here with, you know, with this championship and stuff like that. So, yeah, I'm absolutely made up. It's probably been a long time coming for another championship, because I think it must be a good 12 or so years since I've won an overall championship in anything. So, yeah, there's not really a lot else I can say at the minute, mate. Yeah, it's just great to come back from some struggles, some health struggles a few years back. Yeah, and doing what we love to do.
Yeah, it's what you need, mate. Congratulations. I'll let you bask in the glory in this one. Enjoy it with your team. Carl Boardley, 2023 TCR UK champion. But that can't be taken away. You can't take it away from Alex Lee, though, wherever Alex is, right here beside me. Alex, mate, a P1 in that one. That was a race. We had a quick chat before the start of it as well. Just saying, mate, head down, crack on, do your best. You certainly delivered in that one. What a race.
Yeah, so happy with it. P1. Yeah, I can't. So happy. It was a good race. I had hard battles with Chris. Once I managed to get through, it was just a case of just going as fast as I can every lap. But that time to do it again in race 2. So. Yeah.
Exactly. You got the reverse grid in that one, of course, so you'll be starting a little further down, but you had some decent pace out there as well. You look like one of the quickest drivers out there as well in the latter stages, so, you know, all is well with the car and ready to come away with maybe coming up a few spots in the championship as well.
Yeah, I hope so. I just need to do the same again, just try to do the best I can, get the best result, and then, yeah.
Mate, solid result, well done, congratulations, and I'll let you celebrate with the team as well. Brilliant result there for Alex Lee. We'll jump over to second place, Callum Newsham, who also had a fabulous race. Callum, the sun was shining on you today, not the start you would have wanted, but still, you came away with that one. A brilliant result, P2.
Yeah, I'm happy with that, but a shocking start from me. Just got tons of wheel spin, and yeah, I got bottled up behind Smiley for the rest of the race, so I couldn't get past him, but he had a issue which set me free a bit. But he was far too gone ahead. So, but yeah, I'm happy with that. First podium of the year, which is good.
Championship's pretty well it's settled now. Border's won that one, which means race 2 is coming up soon. It's going to be all elbows out in that one, maybe a few more positions, because, like you say, it's still a great track to go racing on here, isn't it, Brands?
Yeah, it's a brilliant track. But I think everyone's going to be out for the win now, or out for a podium now, aren't they? Because it's all finished now. So, well, congratulations to Bordy.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was a good race.
Brilliant, well done for you as well, P2. I'll let you celebrate with the team and enjoy that one.
Cheers, thank you.
Excellent stuff there for Callum. Let's jump in with Adam Shepherd, who finishes that one, P3. Adam, again, another brilliant result for you, another podium as well at the end of the season. Still one more race to go, but obviously championship settled. But for you, are you still happy with the result?
Yeah, pleased with the result. We've got some sort of power issue which we need to go look at, so fingers crossed we can get that sorted. But no, pleased with the result. We couldn't do much more. Started 7th, ended up 3rd. So overall decent, yeah.
Yeah. What were you thinking during that race? Having obviously you had Boardley behind you from the majority of it, and it was just thinking try to defend as much as possible, not let them get past. But it looked like a close race.
Yeah, it was. I was trying to stay with the 2 ahead. It was just I was losing like 4 car lengths up the main straight. So it was them battling wasn't doing me many favours because it was slowing me back up. But it's a mixed bag. I didn't know whether to push forwards and try and attack and get more positions, or back Carlins the pack behind. And yeah, we just didn't really have much more pace to go forward, so that's where we ended up.
Yeah, certainly so. Race 2 coming up later on today. Obviously, everything's settled. You've still got a championship position to fight for, though. Yes. Second to fight for. How are we feeling for that one? Is it still fingers crossed for it?
Yeah, fingers crossed. We go see if we can go get the car sorted, make some tweaks, and then yeah, again full attack and try and secure second now.
That's what you need, isn't it, mate? We'll let you crack on with that one. But congratulations on that one. Another podium, a great way to start the weekend here.
Yes, yeah, brilliant. Cheers.
Excellent. Cheers there for Adam Shepherd. Well, there it is. Champion crowned. Your top 3 out there as well. A brilliant race for Alex Lee and for Callum Newsham and for Adam Shepherd. We're going to cut to an ad break. Don't go anywhere. There is plenty more racing to come up today.
Do you wonder why your competitors' websites appear in Google searches ahead of you? Then make a call to the SEO experts Warrior and understand how your business can be more visible online. As the official marketing partner of TCR UK, you can now work with a trusted search engine optimization partner to increase web traffic, inquiries and sales. Speak to us for your free audit and quote by visiting warrior.co.uk today.
He's all the way around the outside. Miles for the lead. Side by side, who's going to be the bigger man?
for voice and data solutions at speeds that are simply out of this world. Choose Maximum Networks.
Well, it is finals time here at the Formula Ford Festival. Not the grand final just yet, that's coming up towards the end of the day, but the historic grand final, is about to take place here. 15 laps around the Brands Hatch Indy circuit for some of the cars that are not the latest specification Formula Ford, but we give them an opportunity here to compete for their own trophy, to compete for their own title of festival winner. And it's always a really competitive race, this. Richard Higgins has got the pole position. Henry Chart starts alongside him. They've completed the green flag lap already, and we're away and racing in the historic final. And a great start made by Henry Chart from the outside of row one. Is it enough to get the lead, though? No, it's not. Richard Higgins is going to hang on in the white car on the inside line. Danny Larson there in the yellow number 40 further back, getting stuck in. Higgins leads the way, and up into second place comes Gaius Ginn in the number 61, but up the inside, in fact, they're three wide at Druid's corner. Ginn ends up sort of sandwiched in the middle. Henry Chart goes around the outside, and I think Sam Street was the other in that group, looking to try and move forward. Down through Graham Hill Bend we head for the first time. Clean start is made by the historic final grid. Will Richard Higgins be able to break away at the front of the field? I wonder. Henry Chart has shown some good pace this weekend, and there are a few further back who we also know to be pretty quick, who didn't have the rub of the green in their semi-finals earlier on, which helps to dictate the grid for the historic final as well. So one lap in the books, a clean start to the race, and Richard Higgins doing his best to try and escape out in front. Side by side here behind him, though, this is for second place. It's Sam Street at the inside of Henry Chart, who hangs tough around the outside, ends up way wide into the gravel slightly with the left-hand side tyres, and that means that Sam Street's going to have a good opportunity on the inside at Druids to move through into second, which he does. So Sam Street, having started fourth on the grid, up into second place already. Now, does he have the pace, I wonder, to chase after Richard Higgins in front? It's hard to tell sometimes because they've come through the heats and the semi-finals. They may not have been in the same heats and semi-finals as each other, so it means that we haven't really seen a lot of Sam versus Richard directly together on track, so we'll have to look towards the lap times to see what the pace is that they've got. This lap time, the first full flying lap of the race, about to be completed. Richard Higgins does a 51.8, Sam Street a 52.1, 3/10 slower, but of course he was battling for that position through the opening couple of corners of the race. So down through Paddock Hill Bend comes the leading gaggle. I would say that gap is maybe starting to creep down now slightly, though. 17 there, Dieter Hackel in 5th position, the yellow car. He's got the Duckham's livery machine of Callum Grant behind. Now, Callum Grant started 8th. He's moved up a couple of spots into 6th now, one of the older cars on the grid, but a bit of a giant killing performance as we're used to seeing, really, from Callum. More than capable of mixing it with cars that were built a couple of decades later in some cases, and maybe could be a contender for a podium finish. In fact, he slips up the inside there of Dieter Hackel and does move through into 15th position. So leaders come through then. What was a 1.2 second gap comes down to 1.1 seconds. A fractionally quicker was Sam Street. Here, meanwhile, is Callum Grant back up the inside of Dieter Hackel, whose car, I think, is a little bit quicker down the straights, but then Callum Grant, better on the brakes into Paddock Hill Bend, manages to reclaim that 5th place he had briefly taken up at Clearways a moment or two earlier. Out of Druids, 4 laps, on lap 4 of 15. Purple first sector, by the way, for Henry Chart that time around. So Henry Chart, who started on the front row, seemed to get a good initial jump, but again was maybe then outpowered by some of the cars around him. And he's now starting to build up some pace again, trying to reel in those top 2. And in fact, he is now on the tail of Sam Street, but it's going to be difficult for him to pass Sam because again, Sam in a much newer car should have that advantage in the straight line. It's not a big advantage though, in fairness, is it? And Henry Chart is starting to ask some questions of him. Sets another fastest lap this time, actually, Henry Chart, at 51.6, 3/10 quicker than the race leader. If he could clear Sam Street quickly, he might yet have a chance to go for a race win. Looks to the outside through Druids Corner, cuts back to the late apex. They'll be side by side down the hill towards Graham Hill Bend, but Graham Hill Bend is a left-hander, and so Henry Chart tries to get to the inside line. It doesn't quite pay off, but a spirited effort nonetheless there to break through into second spot. Scott Woodward once again joins me in the commentary box to talk through this historic final. We're a third of the way through already, Scott. Richard Higgins not miles ahead. I think Henry Chart's still thinking at this point that he could be a race winner.
I think so. Also, maybe not contact Callum Grant either. He's just managed to get around Guy Skin to see what his lap times are like as we come on to lap 6 of this historic final, of course, for the Brian Jones Memorial Trophy, named after the great man, the voice of Brands Hatch himself. I'm sure that if he was still around, he would absolutely love seeing these older cars battling out amongst each other. There goes Callum having a look up the inside. Ginn goes back around the outside and repasses Callum Grant for 4th place. Now they're coming under threat from Dieter Harkel from Germany. Now up the hill they go towards Druids once again. Of course, Callum Grant in that distinctive Duckham's livery. That's exactly the same car that a certain Mark Goossens ran in last year's festival. Now, of course, renumbered to Callum's regular number 43, but still sporting the old school Duckham's livery. Coming up to put a lap on car 29. That's Montoya Baker. She's making her festival debut. There's a black and white track limits flag gone out for 169. Oliver Chapman, who's back in 14th place. Callum Grant now is being a little bit frustrated by Guy Skinny. He has a big dive up the inside in towards Clearways and McLaren. Meanwhile, for second, it's still Henry Chart pursuing Sam Street. Richard Higgins now has a lead of what looks to be 1.4 seconds as he comes across the line. Looks a little bit bigger this time by. It's come down slightly to 1.3, in fact, actually, on the contrary. So they're trying to chase after him here. Fast lap of the race. Henry Chart 3 abreast for 4th as Dieter Harkel dives past Guy Skin and almost gets past Callum Grant, but Callum gets past Ginn as a result of that. Then the 61 car runs wide over the curb, and that gives Harkel the perfect chance up the inside. Ginn fights back around the outside. This is a proper historic final, isn't it? Particularly just for 4th and 5th place.
What's fascinating as well is the variation in car performance. Of course, we're used to seeing amongst the pro drivers contesting for the outright festival honours, the cars a couple of years between them, but really not a lot of performance difference, whereas here we've got cars from very different eras, different decades in fact, and some of them will have slightly more horsepower, some of them might handle a little bit better, might be a little bit lighter, and so you do get that thing in Formula Ford racing that we don't see too much these days, of some cars excelling in certain areas and some in others. So we're seeing, for example, Henry Chart, very good through the corners, doesn't have the straight line speed though to draw level with Sam Street down the pit straight, and then conversely Callum Grant behind, struggling to defend his 4th position from quicker cars behind him, quicker down the straight at least. He is still 4th, in fact he's now getting away slightly from Dieter Harkel and Gaius Gim. As they make their way up through Druids Corner again. The lead gap 1.1 seconds, a good lap though that time by Sam Street, at 51.7, 2/10 quicker than the leader, Scott.
It is, it's getting closer. Looking at lap times, it was a personal bet. It's the fastest second sector of anyone for Sam Street, and it's the fastest first sector for Henry Chart. So they're catching up now, but past going to half distance now into this second half of this historic final, sponsored by Race Parts. Big thank you to Matthew Wright and everyone at Race Parts for supporting the festival and the historic final once again. And Henry Chart looks as though he's trying to get himself in the tow. It's almost like they're working together a little bit here between these two, because Henry Chart's not, I think he's got the pace to be fast on Street, but he's not purposely attacking because he's trying to help push himself and Street close to Higgins so we can make it a 3-car battle for the lead. And Chart's getting, and Street getting quicker now. Chart with the fastest lap of the race, and the gap has come now from what was 1.3 2 laps ago to 6/10. It is a real trio for the lead now. Higgins, Street and Chart. This is the fight for the Brian Jones Memorial Trophy between these three. It is also a 91 Van Diemen versus a 92 Swift versus an 81 Van Diemen. How good would it be for a nice 81 car to beat the 90s machines up here? Of course, the youngest car you can have, as Oliver Chapman gets a 5-second track limits penalty, is that 98 as off the track is gone, Oliver Chapman. That's quite far beyond track limits. It's off into the gravel. So now then, the questions be, what does race control do? Because they're deemed that in a position to possibly go for a safety car, if not cover it with double waved yellows. This is going to be very interesting.
Is it Paddock Hill Bend? I think it's Paddock.
Yeah, I think it is. Oh, there's contact. Sam Street into the back of Richard Higgins. And he backs off now then. Is that because Richard Higgins was trying to back off because of the yellow flags? Yes, Sam Street's put his arm out to recognise there is yellow flags down there. That was a very confusing and intriguing incident as to why that happened.
Yeah, I'm not sure the yellow flag had anything to do with it. I think it was just a miscalculation, really, on Sam and Richard's part there. I think Sam thought there was going to be a gap, or maybe didn't realise he was gaining quite so quickly on Richard, but very, very lucky to get away with that and seemingly undamaged as well. But yes, Paddock Hill Bend, not an ideal place to be doing a live snatch recovery. The circuit is licensed to do those, but whether or not race control decides to do it, there's a flag there at Sir Surtees.
I thought it was a board as well. Safety car.
You're right. There we go.
Safety car with 5 laps to go. This really does throw a spanner into the works, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's a shame, really. It was building up quite nicely anyway. We hopefully will get a couple of green flag laps of racing to conclude this.
I'll tell you who this does benefit. Callum Grant in 4th
yes.
place, because he was trying to chase after. He managed to get away by about a second from Dieter Harkel and Guy Skin as they were battling over 5th. And I said he might be one to watch out for as well. So now that he's in 4th, he's just at the back of the shot there in the Duckham's Van Diemen, which is only a year older than Henry Charles Van Diemen RF81.
Yeah.
And yet there's very similar design concept. You can see the kind of the hole in the nose between the two of them. If you look at the two cars almost front on, they look practically identical, but the 81's got a slightly more, I can see just ever so slightly more rounded edges on the front of the nose, I can see. That's just me being an anorak and observer in that case. But taking stock of where we are then, so Higgins leads then at the moment. It's Sam Street in 2nd place, Henry Chart in 3rd. Callum Grant gets back into contention here in 4th. I tipped him as one of the favourites, but potentially for this in pre-race, because of course Callum Grant, whichever Formula 4 you stick him into, he's generally quite quick. Dieter Harkel P5, Guy Skin P6. The rest of the top 10 is Guy Shepherd, Dan Render-Larsen, Henry Sandblom and Andy Charsley. We should also point out class leaders also, because technically I think that each of the class winners gets a trophy winning their class as well. So at the moment it's Richard Higgins winning Super Classic A. We call it Super Classic, I think they're called Class A, B, C, D, but it's the same class structure as Super Classic Formula 4. So it's Super Classic A, we'll call it, which is Richard Higgins. Super Classic B is being led by by Dieter Harkel. He's been called Klaus Dieter Harkel before. Class C being led by Henry Chart. And back down in 13th place, which is James Buckton in the Eldon Mark 8. And there's quite a few people here with Alan Bowles and the collective down here to celebrate the Eldons. If they can get a Class C, get a Class D win, that'll be their journey to the festival worthwhile.
Yeah, absolutely. Looks like it might well happen as well. We'll see what the final couple of laps have in store for us. So safety car out. We're on the 12th lap, so 4 laps remain. It's going to be a 2-lap shootout, maybe 3. But they'll have to get a real move on getting the car out of the way. It looked pretty well buried in the gravel trap, didn't it? Well, there is driver Oliver Chapman chatting away to the marshals. You can just see about the recovery vehicle there to the left of shot. And have they got the car attached yet? I don't think they properly have they? So I think it's going to be another lap possibly after this one before we get racing back underway. Good news really for Richard Higgins though, who had really good pace in the early stages of the race, but then does seem to have struggled a bit mid-race. This just gives him a chance not only to hit the reset button, but also a few less laps that he has to defend for. And perhaps just cool everything off, catch his breath, reassess, and figure out how he's going to defend that lead for the final couple of laps.
Yeah, I think the recovery we've got here should be enough to get us going next time, but not this time, but the next lap, which means it will quite literally be a 2-lap sprint to decide who wins the historic final. If you wanted proper festival drama, that will give it to you. 2 laps at the Indy circuit, 2.4 miles to decide who gets their name to go alongside Matt Rivette in 2021 and Cam Jackson last year as our 3rd recipient of the Brian Jones Memorial Trophy. Of course, it was commissioned with the blessing of Brian's family, of course, Charlotte Park, Tim Evans and all that, Tim Jones and Ross Jones, forgive me. And the entire Brian's family to give the blessing to have that trophy thing. I know Alan Bowles is also a instrumental person within that too, alongside them as well, to get that put together. And it's quite a magnificent trophy, I think, befitting of the man himself, I think, and he'd certainly approve of that kind of trophy. Some people do refer to it a little bit as looking like the FA Cup, which is, it has a passing resemblance, but I think it befits the occasion in terms of the older cars. And of course, Matt Rivette, of course, the first winner of that one, and then Cam Jackson in 2022 last year. That was quite a final last year, the historic final. That was a battle particularly between Cam Jackson, particularly went ahead and won that one. I think it was him and Tom McCarthy who went back and forth on that race. This is slightly different here. There's no Tom McCarthy this weekend and no Cam Jackson to defend it. So there is going to be a different winner this year, but exactly who it's going to be, we'll have to wait and see. Is it going to be Richard Higgins? Can Sam Street, Henry Chart, even Callum Grant or somebody else do it? Well, we'll find out in the next 2 laps or so, because safety car lights are out. So 2-lap sprint then to decide who wins the first of our finals for the Formula Ford Festival this weekend. The historic final sponsored by Race Parts. Richard Higgins has it at the moment, but Street, Chart, Grant and co, they all want it. 2 laps to go. Hold on to your hats, folks.
Here we go then. Has Richard Higgins been able just to formulate a plan here behind the safety car as to how he's going to claim the victory? Sam Street, Henry Chart ready and waiting for the restart. as Richard Higgins, I think, has gone now, hasn't he? Accelerates his way out of Clearways and Clark Curve. Good restart, not such a strong one really for Henry Chart. So he's got Callum Grant right behind him. And remember, those two fighting for the Super Classic Class C honours in this race. Up towards Paddock Hill Bend, the gap comes back down again between the top two. Dieter Hackle there has a little look up the inside at Paddock, but we need to focus on the leaders. Here comes Sam Street looking to the inside, has to go back to the outside because that lane was covered. They almost tangle wheels at the entry to Druids Corner. Just over a lap and a half to go, and Richard Higgins is going to have to get his defending boots on here. Sam Street clearly looks the quicker of the two, but can Richard Higgins keep him behind for 2 laps?
This is going to be a real test. Lap and a half now. Richard Higgins under pressure. Here comes Sam Street up the inside. He's got the room, he's got the space up the inside towards 30s. Job done. He goes to the lead with a lap and a half to go. So Sam Street leads in the historic final. There goes Richard Higgins back up the inside. It's side by side. They're going to be wheel to wheel, then practically wheel to wheel. It's side by side. Streets all over the curb, and here comes Henry Char and also Callum Grant onto the final lap of the historic final. It's side by side for second, but it's going to be Chuck gets the toe from Street. It's now across the line. 1 more lap to go. Who wins? It's anyone's guess. Down towards the Paddock Hill Bend. Sam Street looking to the outside line, looking for the high, wide and handsome line, but he can't find it. He holds to the second place. It's 4 for the lead now. Higgins, Street, Chart and Grant up towards Druids. It's anyone's guess. Oh, it's side by side. There's contact. Out goes Sam Street wide onto the tarmac. Through goes both to Chart and Callum Grant, and they could possibly snatch it here. Down towards Graham Hill Bend. Half a lap to go. Who wins this final is anyone's guess.
Out of Graham Hill Bend they go. Richard Higgins in front. That's twice that he and Sam Street have made contact, with Sam ending up airborne on both occasions. He's still 4th, but perhaps not for much longer, as up the inside of him goes Guy Skin. Into Clearways we go for the final time though, and Richard Higgins, after that bold lunge up the inside at this very corner a lap ago, is going to somehow hang on to claim the victory in the Race Park's historic final here at Brands Hatch. What a race that was. What a drive for Richard Higgins. He claims the checkered flag. Henry Chart is a class winner, but on the overall podium as well, as is Callum Grant behind him in 3rd, while Sam Street has to settle for 4th position after a battle for the ages between those two. That final 2-lap shootout was always going to be entertaining, and it certainly turned out to be so. Richard Higgins is rightfully delighted with that. An incredible defensive drive it was. A little bit of contact into Druids. A shame that it sort of ended that way, but he got away with it. He managed to hang on to the win, and he will be, as we've said, the recipient of the Brian Jones Memorial Trophy after a race that I'm sure Brian would have thoroughly enjoyed himself. Brilliant stuff. And Richard Higgins is the race winner. But my word, did he have to fight for that one. And yeah, Henry Chart and Callum Grant very nearly came in and stole it from him at the end. Both hands off the wheel in celebration momentarily there for Richard Higgins. I think it's starting to dawn on him what he's achieved there. But what a fight that was, and that moment through Paddock Hill Bend where they went side by side, you could tell that neither of them were leaving anything on the table, weren't they? They were going to push as hard as they had to, and ultimately Higgins won out.
It goes without saying, that's literally just classic Formula 4, just leaving it all on the track. And Richard Higgins really got defensive. He held on for as much as he could, and it just benefited him in the end. And it's unfortunate for Sam Street, but again, that's motor racing. He just held on for as much as he could. And Henry Chart and Callum Grant, they'll at least be quite happy. Henry Chart with a 2nd place, and of course 3rd place going the way of Callum Grant, so that will be pleasing. And a Duckham's Formula 4 event even on the podium, that's quite fitting. There's celebrations all around, unsurprisingly. Richard certainly worked hard for that one. And quite fitting, he's also wearing a helmet from our grand final sponsors, HeadTech, so that's even further success for them. It's a HeadTech sporting driver who wins the historic final, which is quite fitting, I suppose, to them. But Rich, I think, almost can't believe it. He's still sat in the car. There's Alan Bowles, of course, who's been helping out Callum Grant and a couple of other drivers this weekend, as also as well being Super Classic Formula 4 champion. But I think Richard Higgins is absolutely beside himself, quite literally. I don't think he can quite believe what he's just achieved.
Finally clambers out of the car, and I think, yeah, there is a look of disbelief slightly on his face. We'll have a word with him momentarily, I am sure. So Richard Higgins then claims the race win in the Race Park's historic final here at the Formula Ford Festival by 0.3 of a second in the end over Henry Chart and Callum Grant, with Sam Street having twice been airborne in that race, still managing to come home in 4th ahead of Guy Skim after a late challenge from the Van Diemen driver. Then it was Dieter Hackle in 6th. He claims victory in Class B. Dan Larson at 7th. Henry Sandblom was 8th. Guy Shepherd 9th, and Andy Charsley, after some troubles early on in the semi-final, ends up in 10th place. Stuart Kesterman time 11th, Jonathan Nash 12th, Gerhard Harschult is 13th, and it is James Buckton in the number 60 Eldon who claims the victory in Class D. Adam Slater, Ben Hadfield, Tim Fitzgerald and Montoya Baker complete the 18 runners. Only the one non-finisher, that of course being Oliver Chapman, who ended up in the gravel at Paddock Bend. So, fantastic first final of the day. Don't forget the grand final for the Formula Fords coming up, not at the end of the day, as traditionally has been the case. It will actually be the penultimate race of the day after a little tea break following our second TCR UK race of the weekend. We've also got the last chance race due to kick off at about 2:30 to decide the rest of the grid for that final. Right then, let's head back down to Richard John Neal this time, who is about to talk to a very pleased, I'm sure, Richard Higgins.
Thank you very much indeed, Andy. We don't like safety cars, do we? But what a grandstand finish we had. And you guys did a super job. Brian would have been proud of you, and that was worthy of the Brian Jones Memorial Trophy, wasn't it? That will be presented, that trophy, in the Kentagon at the end of the day as part of the live stream. But we will get to present to our the race winners' trophies and class winners' trophies to our winners down here. Richard Higgins just posing for the cameras at the moment on our first big trophy of the weekend for the festival side of things. Richard, can we grab you and grab a quick word? No hands free to shake hands. I'll give you a pat on the shoulder. Well done. I'll get you on the spot here if I can just clear you folks out of the way, just so we got a first of all, warmest congratulations on winning the Brian Jones Memorial Trophy, sponsored by Race Parts. What does that mean to you?
I can't even put it into words. I can't believe what just happened. It's amazing. It's been coming all year. It's my first win in Formula Ford, so to do it here is just, I dreamt about it last night, so wow. And it come true. So I can't thank my brother enough, Beastworks. Can't thank my family enough. Everyone, it's amazing.
That's the reaction and the emotion which I can see on your face. And let's go back to the race, because it was hard, wasn't it? Those last 2 laps. Talk us through what happened.
Yeah, so I managed to break away at the beginning, and then I just settled in, but I seen him coming. Sam was very quick, and I seen him coming. I couldn't go any quicker than I was going, and then obviously after the safety car, I knew I was going to be in for a scrap. But Sam's fair, you know. Me and Sam got on really well. We touched a couple of times. It was unfortunate what happened at the top. You know, it was just one of them things that could have been me off, could have been him. But you know, we'll speak after. But it was fair. It was close racing. And then I come out and told we interlock Will was coming over here, and I was like, oh. Yeah, we come through because I knew we'd give each other room. If we were alongside each other, I knew we'd give each other space. So it was a good race.
Oh, there we go.
Well done. No. You earned that, mate. That was quite tough.
Superb sportsmanship we're seeing here. Well done. Thank you very much indeed. Richard, we'll catch up with you for the main presentation in the Kentagon. Many congratulations. We'll have a proper chat then. Yeah, of course.
Hello, Jackson, my son. I know he's watching. I just want to say hello to him.
We won, mate.
Jackson will be on the grid in a few years. We look forward to that. Richard, well done. Second position, Henry Chart. Is Henry still here? Okay, so Henry's disappeared, and Callum Grant in third place. Let's have a word with Callum. How wonderful is it, Callum, super to see that Duckham's livery out there, and I know you've had lots of people that you probably want to thank, but a cracking drive from you from a fair way back.
Yeah, it's hard work. Big thanks to Alan Bowles and Cajun Engineering and Simon Langman for giving me the car to drive and the paying for everything. It's been great race. The first and second, I thought they're both going to put each other in the gravel, so stayed out of it, and me and Henry just came home second and third. Great weekend, thank you.
And of course, a great battle for you two for the Class C honours as well, because we've got this multi-class structure representing really golden eras of Formula Ford 1600 racing.
Yeah, it's great. It's just wish there's a few more here. Unfortunately, hopefully next year we'll be back up to a 100-car field, and that'd be fantastic.
That'll be great. Many congratulations, Callum. Thank you, Henry. Super stuff, well done, many congratulations. This is one of our big races of the weekend, and congratulations on winning Class C.
Yeah, thank you. It was basically, I wanted to take the win today, the overall win, but unfortunately these guys are a little bit too quick in a straight line, but good to get the fastest lap, I think, and the win for Class C.
That's absolutely well done. We look forward to seeing you for the main presentations a little bit later on. Thanks. Sorry to cut short, another race on the grid. Thank you to our podium. Apologies that we can't get our Class D winner as well. But remember, presentations at the end of the day. Congratulations, Richard Higgins, on the winner of the 2023 Brian Jones Memorial Trophy, sponsored by Race Parts. We have another support race on the grid, so let's go over back to the commentary team and get the grid and the look forward to the championship closure for the Civic Cup.
Thank you very much, Richard. Yes, the penultimate race of the season for the Miltech Sports Civic Cup. They've got one more to come later on this afternoon, but this is going to be a real nail-biter after qualifying took place earlier on this morning, and that was a pretty nervy affair for our championship contenders. It was, in the end, though, Dan Thackeray, the championship leader, who took the pole position, and with it, 6 championship points. Max Edmondson, though, his nearest rival, will start second as they come into this first race with Liam McGill and Alistair Camp together on row number 2. Then it's Dave Marshall and Harvey Caton completing the third row of the grid. Lewis Kent has Ryan Bensley for company on row 4 ahead of Alex Kite, and Jack Riddell with Louis Hounsell and Dan Chapman then on the 6th row of the grid. And we go back to row number 7, where it is Tommy Knight ahead of Jordan Brennan, Sam Nicolau and Bradley Kent making his debut in the championship, younger brother of Lewis starting 16th. Then it's Harry England and Owen Hillman on row 9. Row 10 for Anthony Gannon and Simon Welch, whilst Charlotte Birch and Rhys Lewis at the back. Rhys Lewis, a late addition to the entry this weekend, didn't get out of qualifying, but he is going to be starting at the front of the field. At the back of the field, I should say, but had not set a lap time yesterday. So we have cars lining up on the grid. Dan Thackeray leads the way to the grid, and Dan Thackeray is looking to try and claim a victory. It's unlikely that he will win it in the first race, because after this one there will still be 41 points available. They run the same points system as TCR UK do, and so 41 points, no dropped scores allowed at the final round. It's therefore very unlikely that it will get settled in this race. Jordan Brennan, I'm afraid, it's looking unlikely that he's going to take the start. There'll be a luckless Liquimolly sponsored driver in the pit lane, and it doesn't look as though he's going to make the start of the race, which is a shame, but the rest of them are present and correct. Dan Thackeray versus Max Edmondson on row 1, and Max Edmondson knows he has to try and get ahead of Dan Thackeray. Let's see if he can do it. The lights are out, we're away and racing, and it is a good start by Thackeray. He's going to hold the lead as they head for the first corner then. Thackeray on the inside line with, as they head for the first corner, Liam McGill there on the inside of Dave Marshall. It's Thackeray leading, but Max Edmondson already challenging as they head towards Druids Corner. Max Edmondson, we know, is not afraid to get stuck in, goes around the outside line. He's on the dirty side of the road. Does he have the grip? Not quite. Ali Camp, meanwhile, sideways as he tries to go up the inside of Harvey Caton there for third. Down the hill they head into Graham Hill Bend. Harvey Caton is just going to stay in front. Dave Marshall getting stuck in as well, and Camp is out onto the dirt.
Oh, Campy's having a nightmare here, isn't he? Because Marshall's ahead of him. That'll be a difficult car to get back past, and he's actually brought McGill with him as well, hasn't he? But no, Campy gets it all sorted. He's got to reset and see what goes on. But great start. It's good to see the two championship protagonists having a right old battle.
Indeed so. Across the line they will go. Camp trying to close the door on Liam McGill, who's almost squeezed onto the grass as they flash past the pits. It is Thackeray the leader, Edmondson second, Caton third, Marshall fourth, and it's all going wrong here for Ali Camp as he turns into Paddock Hill Bend, then goes for the wide line in to try and get the tight line out, which I think is what Edmondson did as well, because he's had a run on Thackeray as they head towards Druids Corner. It's so tight between these two in the championship that Edmondson knows a race win in this first race could make all the difference. He's been the momentum man, although Thackeray had a really strong weekend at Silverstone last time out as well, and that's what's given him this slender lead arriving at Brands Hatch.
Yeah, he's been the man on a mission, isn't he, Dan Thackeray? And yeah, Motion Motorsport doing an amazing job with those guys, and to be fair, he's the only car in the actual stable, so that is difficult on its own. Alistair Camp in 6th place really needs to get involved, and that's going to be so difficult because McGill is in front of him, and McGill can hopefully try to put a move on Dave Marshall and bring Campy into it, but Campy's too far back, and he's now got Bensley chomping at the back of his car.
Indeed he has, and then behind him Alex Kite, who was rapid at times in qualifying as well. They're all bunching together as they head for Druids Corner. McGill gets blocked by Marshall. That gives Camp maybe a chance to go around the outside. Liam McGill not treating the championship contender particularly nicely, and Camp nearly lost it completely there on the grass. Ryan Bensley briefly gets up alongside, but Bensley, of course, he might not be running the same colours as the other Pro Alloys cars, but he does run out at the same awning. He's not going to be too rough with Alistair Camp, but not an ideal start to the race for the former champion.
Kite and Kent having it large in the area motorsport. So Lewis Kent, ex-TCR racer. Good to see him right up there, actually. He's right in the mix, isn't he? And it's like we mentioned before in qualifying, it's not just a plug and play. You can't just jump in these things and think you're going to win. Even if you've been in F1, you won't be winning. I'll guarantee you that. So great to see. Fastest lap, Max Edmondson.
Ooh.
This is getting tasty now. Side by side into Druids. That's going to be a brave move. And how hard will Max Edmondson want to fight? Because I tell you, Dan Thackeray will not like this. He is pretty forwards and coming backwards, this Max Edmondson, but Thackeray's just got to keep it all nice and tidy.
Yeah, indeed so. 16 points between them coming into this race after Dan Thackeray took an extra point in qualifying than Edmondson did. So 16 points the difference, but it's a 5-point swing between winning a race and finishing second. So Edmondson knows how important it would be to get through. Louis Hounsell there, meanwhile. You may remember him from the production class last year. Well, little Louis has moved up into the Cup class. Debuted at Silverstone last time out. Really had some fun, and he's found some good pace actually this weekend, knocking on the door of the top 10. And remember, it's a top 10 reversal for race 2. Edmondson up the inside of Thackeray at paddock. That almost ended in tears. They just managed to keep it clean, but Thackeray is struggling here.
That's respect, that's respect. That in any other championship, there'd have been a tap there for sure. Brilliant stuff from Edmondson. Could have kept his nose in, said he turned across me, mate, but that wasn't the case. Obviously, Thackeray's not brilliant coming into this next section and getting out of this next section. He's really struggling with this car. It is pushing on. It's understeering the front axle. Look how close Max Evans is. They're in a different class, these guys, but this is where he's so slow. This is it. He's going to try and get back underneath him, is he? But he gets on the power too early and too soon. But will he be in the tow? This is where it looks like Edmondson just takes chunks out of him now. He's going to make him defend again.
Thackeray did tell me at Silverstone he felt his car was down on power slightly. I'm beginning to think there's some truth to that, but he's defending the inside line as they head for Paddock Hill Bend through the right-hander. Can he get the switch back this time? Thackeray just manages to close the door. That was really, really close. Again, great respectful racing, but how long can they keep this up for?
Yeah, absolutely stunning. I was in Dave Marshall, black and white for track limits. This is a great battle. This isn't just a great battle for the race. This is a great battle for the championship. The respect that I've seen in 99.9% of this series should be shown to everyone, particular Fiesta Juniors, actually, and I'll go and say it on record because this is brilliant stuff.
It is, isn't it? This is how side-by-side tin-top racing should be. Amongst youngsters, really. Max Edmondson is barely out of junior categories himself, really. He is one of the younger drivers on the grid. Harvey Kate up there doing well as well in third. A quiet performance this for Harvey, but doing well. Right, as it stands, 20 points the cushion between Thackeray and Edmondson, so 41 points will be available after the race. It would go down to the wire, but Edmondson wants to try and outscore him if he can. Crucially, though, Paul, as you've just spotted, the fastest lap at the moment going to none of the title contenders.
Wow, Lewis Kent has pulled it out of the hat, and he with a 53.4, so he must be in a little bit of clear air. He's right behind, isn't he? And look at Marshall's causing grief now in that Honda.
Yeah, that car wasn't handling particularly well through Druids, was it? But then hops and skips over the curb as well. He was desperate not to run over the sensor on the exit of Graham Hill Bend. He's got Liam McGill right behind him, and then Alistair Camp, who just can't get himself out of this little knot of cars, can he? He's 6th place. He looks to the inside of McGill, though. Little bit of paint traded. That was fair to me, though. There was a gap. He had the overlap. McGill had to leave the door open in the end, really, and Camp should now make the move stick.
Yeah, should do, but McGill is still quick, and look, he's pulled alongside him. Wow, that's a bit of side drafting. That's proper stuff. Oh, look at this move from Kent. Is he going to keep his nose in? No, he doesn't. But again, great racing from these two. And McGill will come back out and he'll have the overlap. Oh, if you squeeze him there, you're a brave man. And that's exactly what Campy is. But Campy really struggling now. He's got his DRS flap hanging open, a.k.a. the fuel flap.
Yes, that won't be hindering him too much, I am sure. The inside now looks to go. Lewis Kent, that nearly would have ended in contact again, I think, if he'd have committed to that move. Dan Thackeray, by the way, has just set the fastest lap of the race, so another bonus point now going his way, and of course in doing so starts to stretch away slightly from Max Edmondson. Camp now up into 5th place, needs more points than that though if he's to keep himself even mathematically in the hunt for the championship. He needs to now set off after Dave Marshall and really at the very least then try and get back onto the podium ahead of Harvey Kate. We're nearly halfway through this penultimate round of the Miltech Sports Civic Cup. The top 2 in the championship are the top 2 in the race, and they're still separated by just half a second.
Yeah, it's all starting to calm down now as the 2 Pro Alloys cars go side by side into Kill Bend, but come out all good. But yeah, McGill's been a great addition, isn't he, to this championship? Been fantastic to watch. Track limits, as I say, that for McGill, so he's going to have to be just backing off the mic a little bit and not getting too involved in getting on the power too early and running wide.
Is this group catching Harvey Caton? They were about a tenth quicker than him on the previous lap, so Dave Marshall's finding a bit more speed as well. I seem to recall having a conversation with him at Silverstone about tyre pressures, and he kind of set it. Oh, hang on, someone's off. That might be Caton. It was Caton. He's understeered wide at Clark Curve, and now Dave Marshall's definitely caught him. He's up the inside line, and Dave Marshall is back on the podium. Now, can Alistair Camp follow him? He's got to try and do something here, and the Pro Alloys racer gets to the inside at Paddock Hill Bend. Harvey Caton with dirt on his tyres is surely low on grip on that outside line, but he's going to keep his foot in it, try and fend off the former champion, and he might just do it still. Really carry speed into Druids. A bit too much speed though. Camp goes through, and McGill will now look to follow.
Yeah, he had a go, didn't he? Looks like he's probably just got on the throttle too early, and maybe, I'm speculating, drove into the gravel trap with that front left tyre. Such a shame that, because his dad was only saying, can you not turn up, because every time you don't turn up we have a podium.
Yes, they were keen to remind me of that fact at Silverstone when he visited the podium again, but easy to do that, isn't it? Clearways, it's a corner that goes on and on and on and on and on, and you go over a big crest into quite a big compression actually as they come out of Clearways and Clark Curve, and in a front wheel drive car, particularly when that VTEC kicks in, very easy to spin up the front tyres and understeer off the track. Right, the leaders are still only half a second apart. They're sort of matching each other now, lap time for lap time, so all of the action is happening behind them. Third place on back, Dave Marshall in third position. There with the leaders. Look at the gap that they pulled. They're 6.5 seconds clear of this almighty battle pack for third. Marshall, Camp, Caton, McGill, Lewis Kent and Ryan Bensley starting to close in as well.
Yeah, this is all going. Look at the speed. Camp carries through Graham Hill Bend now. And I've got to say, Dave Marshall has been pretty special in that car, hasn't he? He really has turned up now, and great to see that. Good lad. But Campy having a nibble on him. But look at the grit that Campy's got. That looks like that car's running wide. But no, that shaped Civic is definitely better off that corner.
Yeah, the FN2 car then versus the EP3s, the newer shaped car. It's taken a while really for it to catch on, hasn't it, the FN2? Not a particularly popular car as far as numbers are concerned, but might we see a few more on the grid next year, with Dave Marshall proving exactly what it's capable of. He's in third position. He's had a couple of podiums, including a race victory at Cadwell Park earlier on in the season. And he wants now to try and claim another podium, but when he looks in his mirrors, he must think that that is going to take a little bit of work, because that queue is getting longer by the lap.
Got a lot of race winners behind him and podium winners as well. So, yeah, this as soon as Campy puts a move on him, if it does come, I've got a feeling that Dave is going to struggle as Campy struggles with understeer, and Caton's got himself back in the fight. But because of Campy just starting to back off in that 45 and understeer through the corner, he's brought everybody else with him. But that's a big lunge. Oh. That's a great move. If that comes off, he might have to pull his nose out, and Dave Marshall gives him room. But now Harvey Caton and McGill are now into them. Look at this now, 3 wide into Druids. Oh, Caton so late on the brakes. McGill down the inside of Caton. Tap, contact, but no, gets it all straightened up. And Lewis Kent wants a bit of this down the inside of McGill. Job done. Brilliant move. Opportunistic. Look at it. This is it now. This is a great race. Bensley down the inside of McGill as well.
Oh, McGill's already been warned about track limits, and I reckon he might have triggered the sensor again there at Graham Hill Bend, although he will say he was ushered out there by Lewis Kent, which I think he might have a point in saying. Anyway, back through Clearways we go. There goes Bensley, who, had it not been for a crash in qualifying at Silverstone last time out, could well have been a 4th title contender coming into this weekend. But as it is, he's looking simply for podium finishes, maybe, or perhaps in race 2 anyway, a podium finish to cap off what has been his strongest season to date. Marshall sideways backs it into Paddock Hill Bend. That car never looks like it's handling particularly well, and yet somehow he gets really good pace out of it.
Yeah, got a big red dot against McGill here on the TSL time.
That'll be a track limits penalty, I reckon.
That's a track limits penalty. 5 seconds it'll be, won't it?
Yeah.
So that'll put him down in, well, he is in 8th anyway, isn't he?
He is. I think 5 seconds would knock him down to about 11th or 12th, and crucially out of the reversed grid then. It's the top 10 finishers who get reversed to form the grid for race number 2. So with that would put Sam Nicolau, I think, up into 10th spot, and Tommy Knight would join him on the front row. Simon Welch here going a lap down as they come out of Clearways and Clark Curve. The lead gap, by the way, up to a second now, so Dan Thackeray, again, as we've seen him do a few times in the this season, quick at the second half of the race, not necessarily in the first half. And Max Edmondson sometimes goes the other way around. Alistair Camp, meanwhile, 5-second track limits penalty as Harvey Caton runs through the gravel trap. And Alistair Camp, I did think I saw him run wide at Graham Hill Bend a lap or so ago. And, well, unfortunately, the judges of fact agree. He's picked up a 5-second penalty, and that will drop him out of podium contention.
That's him finished for his championship challenge.
Yeah, well, to be fair, he had to beat Thackeray anyway, and hasn't really had the pace, has he? But yeah, that's the final nail in the coffin, really.
Yeah, that's a shame. Campy's been a stalwart of this championship, hasn't he? And had a lot of support from the fraternity of Honda drivers. That's a great move. When he's come up to TCR, he's shown how it's been done, but just shows you, doesn't it, side by side. One time you're racing Dave Marshall and... Oh, is that Thackeray?
That's the championship leader. The engine has blown on Dan Thackeray's car. He's out of the race. Surely Max Edmondson is going to pick up a race win, and there are no dropped scores. This is disaster for Thackeray. He's about to lose 40 championship points to Max Edmondson in the most heartbreaking of fashion. He was leading, he was pulling away. I just noticed that they were side by side across the line according to the timing screen, and that is why. Paul, I don't know what to say.
No, neither do I, but there could be oil down as well now as Campy round the outside, hip and shoulder. Lewis Kent wants a bit of this. Who's that on the inside? Caton's going to try and take third. This is going to be a monster move. It can't end like this. Up against the curve.
Marshall.
Oh, brilliant stuff from all of these drivers. This is superb, but please don't go on the oil. That was a massive explosion from Thackeray. Big sideways Camp into the back of Kent. And now Caton side by side. Dave Marshall will be loving this.
Now, with Thackeray out the race, Camp could still be back in this now, but he needs to gain some places. It's all started unravelling for the former champion. He's behind Kent, he's behind Harvey Caton. He is down in 5th position. Liam McGill has got a 10-second penalty now. He's out of this battle anyway. So far, so good. No sign of cars losing control on the oil. That is good news. We had that at Snetterton last year as well, didn't we? They go past what remains of Dan Thackeray's car. Hopefully, they can get a new engine in that for race 2. He would be 20 points behind Max Edmondson as it stands, and Alistair Camp needs a couple more places to get back into himself.
And this is it. It's all over now, isn't it? Yeah, the race is all over. But what a result this is for Edmondson.
Wow is about the best way to sum that up, I think. Max Edmondson is a winner again in the Milltec Sports Civic Cup, and that is his most significant victory to date. It gives him a 20-point championship lead going into the finale. Now, Camper's up the inside of Harvey Caton. Can he beat Harvey to the line? I don't think he quite will. Marshall will get second. Lewis Kent is on the podium for the first time, and Harvey Caton pips Alistair Camp, who had the penalty anyway, remember, 5 seconds, so Camp will be 7th on corrected times, and I think mathematically out of the championship fight. If only he'd managed to make a bit more progress towards the start of that race, he could have really benefited from that as well. But Max Edmondson gets the win, Dave Marshall second, Lewis Kent in third, and Dan Thackeray scores 0 points. There is Dan. We say this quite often in motorsport, it can be a really, really cruel thing. Dan had driven an exemplary race there, Paul. He dealt with the pressure that Max was piling on him in the early stages, started to pull clear, and something completely out of his hands has potentially robbed him of the championship. It's not over yet, but it's an uphill struggle.
That is going to be a huge struggle, and Edmondson just was going to finish second, wasn't he? And yeah, it was all done for him. That's such a shame. But he didn't do anything wrong, and he raced the race.
Yeah, absolutely. He was fair. He was clean when they battled early on. Not a hint of contact between the two of them. That's what we like to see. But unfortunately, Dan Thackeray ends up out of the race. So Edmondson gets the win provisionally. Marshall second. Lewis Kent third. Harvey Caton fourth. Ryan Bensley gets into the top 5, having started quite a bit down the order, I seem to recall. Alex Kite sixth. Camp 7th after a penalty. 8th, Tommy Knight. 9th, Liam McGill after a penalty. And Sam Nicolau 10th. So actually, Liam McGill is still going to stay inside the top 10 after that time's added on. And it will be Nicolau and McGill the front row for that second race. George Art Williams there, former race winner in the category, there to cheer on Max Edmondson as he arrives slightly bemused, I'm sure, actually, into the holding area. I don't think he would have been expecting to win that race as the time was winding down. We'll get the official points calculations done as soon as we can for you, but provisionally we are saying it's actually a 23-point lead for Max Edmondson going into the finale. So 23 points, 41 still up for grabs, and unfortunately Alistair Camp now out of it. Oh, wow,
my
what
word.
drama.
I tell you what, you talk about drama, you've got to make sure you watch this last race of Civic Cup, and that's going to be later on today. Last race of the day, I believe it is.
It is, yes, yes.
So, are we going to have another Snetterton? I know there's not going to be any rain, but you don't need rain in the Civic Cup.
No.
It's as lively as it comes, isn't it?
Well, of course, Edmondson now has to start 10th. So, assuming they get Thackeray out there, assuming the engine works properly, because that can always be a bit iffy when there's a rushed engine change, as they'll have to be, because that race is due to start at something like 4:30. So they've only got about 2 hours. That's going to be pushing it, I think, to get that engine in. But if they can, he'll be starting somewhere around 20th on the grid. Only 10 places behind Max, but he needs to then outscore him by a reasonable amount. We'll get the calculators out. We'll work out what all of that means. In the meantime, let's head down to Anthony Jordan to hear from our race winner, Max Edmondson.
Thank you very much indeed, guys. Yes, what a drama for Middlesex Sports Civic Cup. Well, here, Max Edmondson, race winner and now new championship leader going into the final round of the championship. You lead now 20 points from Dan Thackeray. Max Edmondson, congratulations. That was a tough race.
Yeah, I'd say I had the pace at the start when the tyres were new, but I sort of dropped off towards the middle, and then obviously, unfortunately, Dan, I think his engine's blown, so that's unlucky for Dan, but obviously we've capitalised off his bad performance, well, not performance, but bad luck, so I'm happy. A win's a win.
Yeah, certainly is, and now this means championship decider at the end of the day. 20 points hangs in it, and obviously your main rival sits broken at the side of the track right now. Main thought is that if you can get that one ready to go racing, it could be a cruise to the end for you.
I mean, the same thing could happen to me, so I'm not going to take anything for granted. I'm just going to see how things play. I'm not going to drive like an idiot. Dan drove well there, kept me behind him. But obviously his engines went, so yeah.
It is what it is, but mate, honestly, next race is coming up next, and like you say, looking forward to it, see what you can do, possibly could come away with a championship here.
Yeah, anything can happen, can't it? So just take it lap by lap, minute by minute.
Let's hope so. Mate, best of luck with that one. Let's chat to second place in that one, Dave Marshall. Dave, well, certainly it looked like that car was a handful for the majority of that race. A lot of sideways moments. How is it feeling from your end?
I'm pleased to look at that on camera. Yeah, we're still, as I said, from Silverstone, you know, you brake as late as you can, but you just can't quite brake quite as late as the EPs. And when you do, the back end just starts to go. So we need a bias valve looking at. But wow, that was some dicey racing, I think it's fair to say.
It certainly was. You're now in the middle of a championship battle. Obviously, you saw Dan Thackeray braking at the side of the road. That bumped you up into second. Yeah. But yeah, obviously for race 2, it's certainly going to shake things up, isn't it?
Just is a bit. Ali Camp was behind us. And, you know, I was looking going, I'm not in this battle, really should let Ali through. But it didn't feel like I could really let him through without then losing his place to, I think it was Caton behind at that point. Yeah. Caton ran wide out the last corner onto the gravel. I was just praying he was coming back on, but fair play to him. Joined nice and safely left his room. And yeah, wow, that's what racing's about, isn't it?
It is indeed. There's a multitude of track limit penalties out there as well for many drivers. Yeah. You thankfully weren't one of them.
No,
but
I got a warning for it.
Yeah.
I think it must have been turn 1. It's just when you're trying to push it that far on, you know, you're nearly opposite lot the whole way through the corner. Yeah. So trying to judge that, and as soon as I saw the one, I was like, just back it off a bit. But luckily at that point, we were defending at that point, so it was all right.
Anything you want to change ready for race 2 later on?
Might need another set of brake pads.
Excellent. Get those brake pads changed then, and we'll see you on the next one. Excellent stuff. Let's go over to third place. Well, it's good to see Lewis Kent back in a paddock, and, well, a P3 on your debut back in it. Well, mate, congratulations.
Thank you, yeah. That got a bit hair-raising at the last lap. Yeah, I saw that the guys in front were having a little squabble. They sort of slowed each other down as I went through Graham Hill. Got a run, and I thought I have to pick the middleman to push through because the other two will back out. So gave Dave a tiny little nudge, a little help along the way. Pushed through, got through the middle of the other two. And yeah, it was just sort of a hold your defence from that point on. Really good to see Max up in first. You know, it's unfortunate for Dan, but you know, as my teammate, I'd like to see Max up in front. Hopefully that now brings it a bit closer into the last round, makes a good show for the last round as well. And yeah, hopefully we can get the silver arrow back up the front again.
Exactly. Are you going to plonk yourself right in the middle of that battle as well?
I'll try and stay out as much as I can. If there's room for a car to come through and it's inviting me in, then I'll obviously put my nose in the way and come through. But yeah, I won't be smashing people off left, right and centre for the sake of it. I want to see the championship go down in fairly. And yeah, I think that them two are two great people to prove themselves in that.
Yeah, definitely so. Congratulations on that one. We'll see you on the podium, but well done, Lewis Kent.
Thank you very much.
Excellent stuff there. A P3 result. I don't think anyone saw that one coming. Let's very quickly jump over to Anthony Gann on this one. Good Year Diamond Award winner, Anthony. Solid name from yourself again. You did a reaction test with me earlier on. It seemed to have paid off. You come away with some silverware.
Do you know what? I just can't get my head around this year at all. Obviously, I'm new to the championship. I'm new to racing. To come away with silverware full stop is just a godsend. Honestly, I'm blessed to be even being amongst these guys that are so talented racing drivers. But no, as far as the race is concerned, it's quite steady for me until Thackeray obviously dropped his oil on down in yeah, that was quite hairy.
Yeah.
But no, fantastic.
I can imagine so. Never a nice thing when you see a plume of smoke in the air. You always think, oh, what do I do?
Well, you do. It's what you're doing. For me, I think of the driver as well. Just make sure you always look at your eyes everywhere. Just make it they're safe as well. And like when I saw him on the inside the hairpin, I thought that's fine. We just carry on going then. But no, thoroughly enjoyed it.
Brilliant result, mate. Enjoy it, and yeah, enjoy the silverware and the podium later on.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Excellent stuff there for our top three and our Goodyear Diamond Trophy Award winner. Plenty more racing coming up. Do not go anywhere. Junior Fiestas, they are coming up next.
Here we go then, yes, the final round of the Brscc Fiesta Junior Championship then. Cars making their way out onto the grid, and great to see so many of them, because unfortunately a few of them weren't in the best of condition at the end of a bruising opening race yesterday. And excellent work by the teams. I'm sure there's been a lot of work in the paddock overnight to get the cars ready, and it looks as though we've got the majority of them taking to the grid this time around. It was a dramatic race, the most dramatic moment being a collision between two championship rivals, Benmore Ryan and Dan Lewis, and neither of them in the end scored a point, and that meant that their race car consultant's teammate, which was Hodgkinson, Jacob Hodgkinson, managed to score some really good points. But it is Roddy Smith who has got the pole position for this race, because this grid based upon second fastest lap times from qualifying. So it's Smith with the pole, and alongside him is George Foxlow. Then it will be Lucas Hayden and Benmore Ryan, row 2. Jensen Mason and Wesley Swain on the 3rd row. And then it's Sam Nesser and Jensen Bell together on row number 4. It will be Billy Blockley and Jacob Hodgkins completing the top 10 ahead of Marcel Lechitsky and Ryan Mikulev. Dan Lewis due to start 13th on the grid. He's been given a 10-place grid penalty, I'm being told, for the contact with Benmore Ryan. So that's why he's that bit further down the order, ahead of Ben Doughty on that 7th row. James Pope and Charlie Ellis are together on row 8. Row 9, Jensen O'Neill Cohen. He was on the podium yesterday, and that was a fantastic first race that he's finished anyway in the championship, with Oscar Dix alongside him on row 9. Freddie Hunter-Johnson and Rasham Tyler Chigarimbo are then together on row 10. Row 11, Jasmine Shaw and Josh Watts, with Favour Regular potentially at the back. She unfortunately ended up on her lid after that start line shunt in yesterday's race. Is that Flames car at the back? I can't quite see.
That's Jasmine Shaw's. I can see the stripe going down the middle of the car.
We're missing Oscar Dix by the looks of it. That's not a huge surprise. He was off a couple of times yesterday, but largely the grid seems to be there, Scott, which is good news. I'm sure there's been, like I said, a lot of hard work overnight, and knowing this paddock the way I do, I'm sure teams were helping other teams out if they needed to, just to try and get cars out there for the good of the championship. If nothing else, really, always looks better if we can get a full grid, and we are only, by the looks of it, missing 1 or 2. Now, points-wise, unofficially, that win for Hodgkiss with the fastest lap of the race means that he's now 34 points, we think, behind Benmore Ryan, who of course didn't score anything in that race. There are 50 points for a race win, and there are 2 for a fastest lap. So 52 points up for grabs. That means that mathematically Sam Nesser and Dan Lewis could still win the championship. They are 45 and 47 points back respectively by my maths, and this is all unofficial. We don't get official points updates from the championship for Fiesta Juniors, but based on our calculations, that's the situation. It means basically that if Jacob Hodgkiss were to take the maximum points again in this race, that I think a 13th place finish, yes, well actually probably a 14th place finish would be enough for Benmore Ryan to then tie with Hodgkiss, but he'd win on a countback. So as long as Benmore Ryan finishes in the top 14 in this race, he is champion, we think. He's got to finish the race first, though, and we thought yesterday he was going to finish on the podium. That didn't happen in the end, Scott. One of the real dramatic moments of the season, that tangle that he had with his teammate. I'm sure they've both been given a talking to by the race car consultant squad overnight. But hey, there's a championship on the line. It's 3 drivers from the same team competing for the title, and they all still have a shot at it.
It's just pure competition, isn't it? All the way through this one. But at least let's look at the positive. We're ending on a high in terms of we've still got a grid which has only dropped below 20 cars once all season. We've had a record number of Mark 7 cars in the field. At one point we had 10 entered at Silverstone, which is great to see. Drivers stepping across from Mark 6s to Mark 7, and now we're in a position to see the Mark 7 take its first overall championship at its 2nd attempt, because it was only introduced last year. And we only had 1 full season. That was Harry England, who was just out in the Civic Cup race just now. Now, of course, we've got a good, healthy mix of Mark 6 and Mark 7s. Next year will be, as far as I'm aware, I believe it's the last year for the Mark 7, Mark 6, sorry, next year before it becomes Mark 7 only. And in that basis, it means that the cars will be able to go through as we now make the way to the grid. So, George Foxlow, then, who's been getting quicker and quicker throughout his last couple of seasons in Fiesta Juniors, particularly this year. Good to see him towards the front row of the grid. Lucas Hayden, who was last year's Jam Sport Scholarship winner, who's been running with race car consultants this year. Of course, George is on the front row alongside Ronnie Smith. Good to see Ronnie Smith back out there, because, of course, his car behind the safety car in the second start had an issue where it must either overheat or something, because it hasn't totally blown the engine by the looks of it. So he's got back out again. Crucially, Ben Ryan, championship leader, potential champion-elect, is standing from 4th on the grid. This is the big one, of course. Also noticed that Dan Lewis is carrying, I think, one of the spare front splitters or front bumpers from Ben Ryan, so he's running the same black and green front splitter. So 21 of them on the grid then for the final Fiesta Junior race of the season. Let's see how it plays out, and let's see who becomes 2023 champion-elect.
Don't forget Jacob Hodgkiss, 2nd in the championship, starting only 10th on the grid. He's the blue, white and yellow car you can see on the outside of that 5th row. Red lights go on. Out they go now. We're away and racing here at Brands Hatch. Then good start made by George Foxlow from the outside of row 1, but he'll have to slot in, I think, behind Ronnie Smith on the approach to Paddock Hill Bend. That then allows a run for Lucas Hayden to the outside line, but they actually form quite an orderly queue this time through Paddock Hill Bend, single file amongst the leaders, but a cement dust down after that previous Civic Cup race. It is Smith who leads the way. Here comes Hayden back up the inside of Foxlow for 2nd, with Ben Ryan sat in 4th position cleanly through the first couple of corners. He'll be happy with that. Bit of touchy-feely stuff going on further back, but they all come out of Druids in more or less one piece, whilst Jacob Hodgkiss, look, Scott, is already making some serious forward progress.
Yeah, looking around the outside of Jensen Mason, they're trying to pick up P5, but it is going to be Ronnie Smith who leads the way. Then it's Mark 6, 1, 2 and 3. And championship leader Ben Ryan there in 4th one already. He's got the man, he's going to try and beat him in the championship. Jacob Hodgkiss with him, and up the inside already, Ben Ryan. I wonder if he goes the connotation sideways went George Foxlow. I guess the big question was, did he jump or was he pushed? But either way, they're all over each other now as they come out through Clark Curve. They're all stacking up amongst each other. Careful.
Is that Ben Ryan?
Is that him with problem?
That's the championship leader. He's slowing. He's got the indicator on. He is off the pace. Ben Ryan.
He's back to speed. Did he miss a gear possibly?
Maybe.
He may have missed a gear.
I don't know. He's certainly lost a lot of places. Remember, he needs to finish somewhere inside the top 14 or so. That's Dan Lewis, who's gone past him now as well. Is Ryan in trouble? Was it just a little blip?
Maybe.
He's losing more places now as they head towards Druids.
High drama. Just when you thought it was safe to go back in the water, it all comes unravelled again. So Ben Ryan, he's got his left indicator on, but he looks like he's sort of back up to speed now. So whatever it was is almost tempered a little bit, but he's in the mix. He's ahead of Marcel Lasischke, but he gets a slightly better run off the corner. He's trying to go defensive because he knows what it means to lose more places. He came across the line in 12th. Hodgkiss, meanwhile, is up to 3rd. So we've got to do the calculations now, and he's frankly getting his spreadsheet up so we can work it out. And we have to remember, of course, there's a race going on at the front as well, of course. And actually, Ryan is coming back at it because he's now on the tail of Jensen Bell. That was really odd. It looked to me almost like he kind of lost a bit of momentum, didn't quite get the gear shift he needed, because it looks like it's just about back up to speed. He's looking down the outside of the recovering George, and that's Dan Lewis on the outside of George Foxlow. Down the straight they go, and he is now trying to chase after Bailey Blockley in 11th place. So Ryan is 11th. Hodgkiss is 3rd. Jensen Mason tries to defend from Ryan McAuliffe up the inside. This is for 4th and 5th positions. 6th now for Wesley Swain in the Pro Alloys Fiesta Junior car in the mix, the Mark 7. Also there's Sam Nessa. He looks like he's currently on course, it looks like, to be the Mark 6 class winner. All around the outside for Nessa, trying to pick up the move. Meanwhile, here comes Smith, Hayden and Hodgkiss. Of course, it doesn't matter what class you're in, you score points based on where you finish overall. It's 50 points for a win, plus 2 for the fastest lap. You see here, Mason really starting to stack everyone up here, because he's now got McAuliffe who almost gets a bit sideways, and that's Foxlow and Nessa, and that benefits now 2 more places, almost 3 passes, 1 at least, for Ben Mulroney. He's also got past Jensen Bell and Billy Blockley. That puts him back in firmly into the top 10. As Nessa drops back outside the top 10 at this point. There goes Hotchkiss round the outside into Paddock Hill Bend. Can he pull that one off? He runs wide over the curve. He's got to be careful. If he does that too many times, he could be at risk of getting black and white flags and even a track limits penalty. He's got to be careful. He doesn't do that too many more times. He might be quick key for positions, but he's got to do it carefully. Brscc through the gravel at Paddock Hill Bend. He gets back on the road unscathed. And there's still 11.5 minutes to go. Back up the inside for second goes Hotchkiss into P2. That'll give him 46 points. And he has the fastest lap of the race. That's 48 points he'll get from this race. As for Mulroney, he's back up to 8th.
He's back up to 8th. That's okay. So he's gaining a few more places now. He is, at the moment, 16 points to the good for the championship over Jacob Hotchkiss, who does look like he's got the pace to potentially go on and win this race. Ryan Mikulev up the inside there at Clearways and tries to find a way past Jensen Mason as they battle for 4th position. Mikulev having a really good race here. He's on the inside. There's drama behind. I think that was Nessa in the gravel trap again as they went through Clearways corner. But as they head towards Paddock Hill Bend, Jacob Hotchkiss is in the lead. Jacob Hotchkiss gets to the front and looks now set to recreate his win with fastest lap result from yesterday. There's drama further back. Someone with a, is that another engine?
Is that Mason? Jensen
Mason.
Mason.
I think, yeah, Jensen Mason bodywork rubbing on the right rear tyre. I think he was a bit sideways through Paddock Hill Bend, and this all going on right in front of Dan Lewis and Ben Mulroney, who at the moment is on course to win the championship by just 12 points. Mulroney cannot afford to lose too many more places.
Particularly after what happened towards the end of the race yesterday. You think the one place to be very careful behind is Dan Lewis after what happened. Obviously, it's not a funny situation, of course, but it's quite interesting that he's found himself at this point in time as Hotchkiss now wheeling his way through, and Ronnie Smith is trying to give it a good go here. And this is also a good example of how it's been good all season, where the Mark 7s and the Mark 6s have been very evenly balanced throughout the season. That was been the objective with these new cars, to make them as evenly balanced as you could. And as you come down through towards Paddock Hill Bend, Hotchkiss has got the advantage, but Smith and Hayden, that is literally a race car consultant's 1, 2, 3. It's the McKenna from 4th for Jam Sport. You've got Jensen Mason up there in P5, and no, Wesley Swain, in fact, looking down the outside. Wesley Swain's having a fantastic weekend in the Pro Alloys car. All up the inside of Jensen Mason. There's a bit more bodywork rubbing. Swain's over the curb on the inside. There goes Ben Mulroney, who's now inside, crucially, of Dan Lewis looking for another place. That will put him into 7th place. Swain goes out wide, through goes Mason. Careful now, Ben. Was that Dan Lewis slowing?
Yeah.
Dan Lewis slowing has an issue. He's got a problem. And that's Dan Lewis, who, after the incident yesterday, was pretty much out of it, but that might well be his final shot of the championship gone, I'm afraid. So that will be Dan Lewis, who's possibly pulling off the road. He's up the inside line, so possibly that might be his title contention over, I'm afraid. There's still 9 minutes to go as Wesley Swain continues to push onto the rear end of Jensen Mason's car. This is over 5th and 6th, but Mulroney's up to 7th now, and this currently would give him the title, but provisionally by 14 points at this point in time. If he can get a couple more places, that will be certainly quite handy, and here he comes.
Yeah, he's going to try it, isn't he? Swain to the outside, but then Ben Mulroney gets boxed in behind Jensen Mason now, so he's got to be careful here. He wants to keep moving forward, but doesn't need to. But it's whether he's been working out the maths correctly from within the car. It's almost impossible to do, really. He just needs to try and concentrate on the race and not get caught up in unnecessary contact. Looks to the inside at Druid's corner. Now that, of course, backs him up into Ben Doughty. So Ben Doughty tries to go to the outside, where Swain is slow off the corner. And look at the gaggle of cars behind. Some of them pretty quick cars as well in that next group. Mulroney will definitely be wary of that. He doesn't need any more cars joining in this battle who could potentially find a way past him. It's 2 points per position, basically, at this part of the order. And so every place that he potentially loses would cost him another 2 points. He can therefore afford to lose about 6 or 7, but he won't want to be cutting it that fine. Out of Clearways and Clark Curve they go. There is Dan Lewis still limping round, but looking unlikely now to score any meaningful points, and that will probably mean that he has to settle for 4th in the championship. Towards Paddock Hill Bend we go again, and Wes Swain on the attack once more. A brilliant sight they make as they fan out into lots of different lines through the braking zone of Paddock Hill Bend. Good scrap going on further back. That's Ellis up the inside of Billy Blockley, and manages to make that move stick quite nicely heading through the first corner. Through Druids come Wes Swain and Jensen Mason. Mason climbs the curb, just leans on Wes Swain slightly and then defends nicely, actually, heading down into Graham Hill. Benny's being given a bit of an assist there from Swain as they head through the left-hander, but Wes Swain doesn't ultimately take any big advantage out of that. Jensen O'Neill joining in this battle as well. Now, Jensen was second in yesterday's race, got on the podium, which was an astonishing result, so we know he's got pace and he's up the inside already of Ben Doughty, and he's going to go through. So Jensen O'Neill Going now, the Jam Sport driver, son of Jamie Going, man behind the Jam Sport squad, very much a part of this scrap as well, and he might now start to put some pressure on Ben Mulryan as they head up towards Paddock Hill Bend. Mulryan once again has a face full of this Wesley Swain and Jensen Mason battle as they go side by side again into Paddock. Swain on the outside, inside for Mason. And this is nervy stuff for Ben Mulryan. If these two were to tangle, he could so easily end up getting caught up in it. He tries to go to the outside. There is contact just in front as they head for Druids Corner. And Ben Mulryan is going to lose out to Jensen O'Neill Going. Through the right-hander at Druids they go. And Ben Mulryan is on the outside line heading for Graham Hill Bend.
But remember, Jensen O'Neill Going's a guest. So even if he gets past,
Yes,
he won't lose
right.
any more points. It means he'll still be 14 ahead at this point in time. So for Jensen O'Neill Going, eventually he's being a bit of a nuisance at the moment. He's a bit of a nuisance that he needs to. Car 20's in the pits, which is Freddie Hunter-Johnson. And apparently we're being told now is he was linking a little bit of fluid out of that car as he goes Jensen O'Neill Going on the back of Jensen Mason. He might give him a slight little nudge. That was Wesley Swain getting all sideways. Down the back, I think it was Charlie Ellis.
Is this fluid? Is this fluid
it might
down,
well
maybe?
be that might be the fluid that Freddie Hunter-Johnson's put down, because that's Josh Watts in the background. He went sideways. Also, so did Charlie Ellis. I think that was genuine. That was fluid down, I think, from the leaking car of Freddie Hunter-Johnson that's in the pit lane right now.
So Ben Mulryan survives again. He's down to 9th, but that's fine. 28 championship points going his way. He would be 10 clear as it stands, but how many near misses is he going to have to dodge in this race? It seems that around every corner there is a potential threat to his championship hopes. A lot of damage there to the front of Rashan Tyler Chigarimbo's car. He runs 11th at the moment. So, down the hill, through Graham Hill Bend, Wes Swain being warned about track limits. He's still just in front of Ben Mulryan, who's got Billy Blockley closing in behind. So as they make their way towards Surtees Corner, remember, 14th place we think would be enough for Mulryan. He is 9th at the moment, but it's not inconceivable that something else like that could happen that ends up with him losing some more places. Back towards the front, meanwhile, Jacob Hodges getting away, 1.5 seconds clear of his race car consultants' teammates, Ronnie Smith and Lucas Hayden, who themselves are doing battle for that second spot. Is Lucas Hayden going to have a go here into Druids? He is going to have a go into Druids. Goes to the inside line. Ronnie Smith tries to close the door. Little bit of levering aside there. It was quite a late move by both of them, really. And in fairness, Ronnie Smith, Lucas Hayden, I think, was letting Ronnie back through as they went down the hill. Bit of
that's Charlie Ellis and George Fox are going slowly.
Yes. Very slowly in Foxlow's case.
Yeah, that's a shame because George was up on the front row of the grid, which is unfortunate. I thought just also there Ryan McHale, he's some 6 seconds back, but I thought he was also sort of going a little bit slowly as well in the background. Maybe just him exiting out of Graham Hill Bend trying to get back up to speed, but still 4.5 minutes to go. And there's still, as it is now side by side. This is now Ben Mulryan trying to get past Wesley Swain. This will be to put him back into 8th position. But Swain's a little bit wayward over the curb. He's now got Billy Blockley behind him. Good to see Billy Blockley up there in the top 10. He's having a decent enough run in there. It's one of his better runs of the season. He's had 1 or 2 elements of bad luck himself, but even so, he's still having a good run so far on the top 10. He's in the mix there too. Just ahead of them, you've now got Jensen O'Neill Going. Now gets a 5-second, black and white for track limits. But again, if he was to get a penalty, wouldn't really change how many points that Ben Mulryan gets back. Because remember, he's one of a handful of guests in this weekend. So Jensen O'Neill Going is invisible for points. As this is now between Jensen Mason and Ben Doty on the outside line. Doughty goes for it into Druids at the back end. Then into the pit lane go with Charlie Ellis and George Foxlow. They were going slowly earlier on. They managed to trundle away back to the pit lane, thankfully out of harm's way too much. As Hayden and Ronnie Smith continue on in 2nd and 3rd. Hayden, of course, on course to win here in the Mark 6s. This battle here is looking pretty tight, though. It's Mason's 2 battles you've got to look out for here. This is Mason, Doty, and Jensen O'Neill Going. This is over 5th position, and then 8th, 9th, and 10th between Swain, Mulryan, and Blockley. And Blockley's Mulryan's the key one. He's right in the middle there as well. 9th position. If you can get past Swain, it'll be 1 more place, and he won't gain another couple of points until he gets past both O'Neill Going, or at least Going, and then possibly Ben Doherty or Jensen Mason, one of the two. But at the moment, as it stands, touch wood, he's 3 minutes away from potentially provisionally wrapping up the Fiesta Junior title. But he's got to survive these next 3 minutes on the Brands Hatch Indy circuit. And if he can make up a couple more places with moves that certainly make sense, he certainly will do it. Well, that was Jensen Mason getting caught in the middle. He sort of gives a little love tap to the back of Ben Doherty. They're all over each other, and Jensen O'Neill Going was right over the front bumper of Wesley Swain there. But now the two groups have come together. He's now Jensen going back round the outside. Fair play. That was a great move from Jensen O'Neill going round the outside. Look at that. Mason's so busy defending from Wesley Swain. Here comes Ben Mulryan down the outside. Is he going to get squeezed out? He does. Looks to the inside line to try and get back through again. They're all stacking up. Ben Mulryan This is nervy. This has been nervy times for both his parents and the race car consultancy, thinking, please just keep it together and get it home to seal the title provisionally, please.
I think he very much jumped out of the throttle there, wanted no part of that as they went down the Cooper Straight. He's already had a bit of damage to the front of the car. Hopefully that's not going to cause any major problems. He certainly still has some good pace in a straight line, doesn't he? Closes in on the 2 cars ahead, who again go side by side. These two have been locked in combat all race long, Jensen Mason and Wesley Swain. They've been battling for a few different positions as the race has gone on. Again there, Swain tried the outside. That leaves the door open
Here
now for Will Ryan. Jensen O'Neill going, goes past Ben Doughty. What's going on behind? Will Ryan up the inside of Wes Swain, who will hang tough on the outside. That's the inside line then for Graham Hill Bend, and he should get the better of Ben Will Ryan. But does that then allow Billy Blockley up the inside? It might well do. You've got Marcel Lechitsky closing up on this group as well. So more cars arriving behind Will Ryan, who could have the potential past him. In fact, Lechitsky goes past Billy Blockley there around the outside at Surtees. And so he now becomes the man applying the pressure to Ben Will Ryan, for whom 9th place we think should be enough. Dan Lewis still going slowly. Yes, it was. They're all just going to go around the outside of Dan, whose championship hopes very much now have started to dissipate. So Lechitsky up into the top 10. It's a 3.1 second lead for Jacob Hodgkiss, though, over Lucas Hayden. Roddy Smith third. All of the action happening behind. What a performance this has been, though, from Jensen O'Neill going, Scott. I mean, I really enjoy watching Jensen. He's exciting to watch. He is aggressive, but always seems to have it under control, doesn't he? And he has emerged in this first full weekend of racing that he's done with us as one of the fastest drivers on the grid, and surely a contender for the championship next year.
You'd certainly think so. And he'll certainly want to do, if he does go in for a full season, that will certainly be his aim, to try and get up there and be towards the front if he can make it. I just noticed that Dan Lewis is still circulating around, it looks like, but some 2 laps down, and he looks like he'll still finish in 18th position. 18th gives you 10 points.
Oh, no.
Billy Blockley's off the road.
So
that's interesting. And Rashan Chikarimbo gets a trackman penalty. Now then, the question you never like to ask really is, did he jump or was he pushed? And he was in that big regular car, so that'll be intriguing. We didn't see the outcome, but we'll wait and see how that plays out. Meanwhile, though, there's Jacob Hodgkiss literally doing just everything he can, really. He's literally not really put a foot wrong in this case. He's driven as hard as he can. He's got out into the lead, got the fast lap of the race, practically led most of the way. And he's literally, all he can do now, literally everything is, the fate is in everyone else's hands right behind them, really. That's where it comes from. It's Mulryan in 9th that will give him, Mulryan will give him 28 points, and we put it on by 10. Now, there's a little bit of damage to the front left of Ryan's car by the look of it. So
yes,
on the front left. Meanwhile, Jacob Hodgkiss will weave from side to side, as he knows he's done all he can. He will end the weekend with double victory in Fiesta Juniors. Cross the line, and he just about tentatively comes across. 2nd place, Lucas Hayden. He wins the Mark 6 category as well. And 3rd to Ryan McKellar. But for 9th place, he stays where he is. You know what's going to happen.
Should be the championship for Ben Will Ryan, but what a nervy way to win it after the drama of yesterday. He's got a damaged car. He's got the indicator flashing. He was well out of the top 10 at one point, but he is going to cross the line in 9th position to claim provisionally the Fiesta Junior Championship in 2023. 9th place, not necessarily the way that he would have liked to have wrapped the title up, but hey, it gets the job done. There is Sam Nessa. He had a trying time in that one as well, and Sam will still, I think, secure 3rd place in the points. Yes, just about, over Dan Lewis by about 10 points or so. But Ben Will Ryan, deserving champion, really had the edge all season long, came into the final round with that lead, and arguably should have been a bigger one coming into this race. In fact, he almost wrapped the title up yesterday. It ended up going down to the final race, and he has survived. Survival definitely being the operative word, I think, in that one. He survived to claim the championship provisionally. Of course, this all depends on any post-race judicial procedures, but hopefully he wasn't involved in anything. He has got that little bit of damage, but I think that was just incidental, really, from the very close racing that they were enjoying. So Jacob Hodgkiss wins the final race of the 2023 season in the Fiesta Junior Championship by 6.4 seconds over Lucas Hayden 2nd, and Ryan Micallef comes home in 3rd. Then it is Ronnie Smith and Jensen O'Neill going. O'Neill going capping off a fantastic weekend. Driver of the weekend, actually, for me, Jensen here at Brands. Ben Doughty was 6th, Jensen Mason was 7th, Wesley Swain was 8th after their race-long duel, and Ben Will Ryan in the end had to settle for 9th, but that is, we think, enough for the championship. Marcel Brscc was 10th, ahead of Rashan Tyler Chikarimbo, Jensen Bell, James Pope, and Sam Nessa in 14th. Watts, Jasmine Shaw and Dan Lewis were next, whilst it was non-finished then for Billy Blockley, George Foxlow, Ellis and for Hunter Johnson as well, so just the 4 of them failing to get to the flag. We did get 21 of them out for that race. We only lost a couple, actually, after yesterday's shenanigans. Well, Scott, brilliant end to the season, actually. A fantastic race. Had it all, didn't it? It was a great race just on its own. A brilliant drive that by Jacob Hodgkiss to come through from, where did I say started? 10th on the grid, I think, something like that, to win the race. And then what drama behind as Ben Mulryan just about got it over the line.
Yeah, and I think that caps off what's been, let's look at the positives. I mean, it's been the biggest season of Fiesta Juniors today. It's their first year running as TCR Support Series. Lots of interest, lots of support, lots of incoming new drivers for next year. We've got the brand new Fiesta Junior Scholarship, which is happening in the middle of February next year. If you want more information on that, head to the Brscc website. There's a tab at the top that says Junior Scholarship. If you want to enter that and possibly win, if you have your junior driver, you are a junior driver or a parent or someone who knows someone who could race in it, then that could be a possible win in the scholarship to race a Mark 7 for the full season in a prize package worth £65,000 with all the trimmings on top of it. More info on that, check it out. But I think for the final time in Fiesta Juniors, we can head down to the top of the pit lane to have a chat with our top 3 and hopefully our provisional champion, Ben Mulryan. They'll be at the top with Richard John Neil down in pit lane.
Thanks, Scott. Apologies for being away from the Brscc backdrop, but as you can see, we've got Ben Mulryan being congratulated. Jacob Hodgkiss here as well. It's difficult. Who do we congratulate? Jacob, first of all, you're nearest to camera. Well done on the win. We'll grab a quick word with you in a minute. And Ben, this has sorted itself so well this weekend with the incidents of yesterday. Ben Mulryan, congratulations. How does it feel to be champion?
Oh, it's unreal. I'm just so happy. Oh, let me get my helmet off.
Well, we will let you do that. While you're doing that, pause for thought on what I was going to say. I spoke to you youngsters in the holding area before the race, and the way you've all dealt with the incidents from yesterday, you're a credit to the formula. I've got to say, the way you dealt with it, and there's some real honesty around the paddock. Well done on the championship. What are your first thoughts?
Wow, I can't believe it. It's just that we've worked so hard for it this year. You know, through the highs and through the lows, for especially. You know, ended it with in the gravel of paddock, race 1. I can't believe it.
And that was with your teammate, wasn't it? And you guys have sorted that out, I think, in a pretty mature way.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, between me and Dan, obviously there was a little bit of anger between us between the first part of it, but then we managed to sort it out. Just spoke out, and I know there isn't a bone in Dan's body that would try to do it intentionally. So I see it was completely an accident, and it all ended well either way. So.
Well done on the championship. I'm sure we're going to hear a lot more of you. Any thoughts about what's next at this stage?
No plans for the moment. Yeah, no plans for the moment.
And I'll tell you what, I don't know if you were doing the sums in your head and getting the pit signals. Was that the case?
Yeah, for some reason I couldn't see my guys on the pitch. So I came in and I had to speak to Laura. Did I get it? Did I get it? Because it was kind of the in-lap and I could kind of feel like I got it, but I wasn't 100% sure, so yeah.
Ben Mulryan, 2023 Fiesta Junior Champion, one of some many great names that are coming through this wonderful championship. Well done, we look forward to seeing you. I hope you'll be at the scholarship in February. Jacob Hodgkiss, the race winner. Jacob, great to see you, congratulating. I'll tell you what, I'm going to get you by the backdrop, just so we've got a little bit of a money shot with the logos, and pull you away from the celebrations there. It's wonderful to see just how well you're all celebrating together. We'll get you forward a little bit more. No, well, congratulations. What a weekend for you, though. Obviously, 2 wins. You had a win earlier on in the season. Your words to us after yesterday's race were very measured and calm and pretty wise, I thought. And you've gone and done it again today. Super result. And you took the championship as far as you can. Yeah, come in, Laura. Let's have the spoils of victory as well. From Laura, our championship coordinator. Sorry, I'm whittling on too much. What are your words on that double win?
I mean, I did everything I could with Ben. You know, I had a bad start to the championship. He deserves the championship, but all I could do was get to the front, and that's what I did. I'm really happy with my results. I mean, a double at Brands Hatch, I can't really ask for much more. But vice champion, you know, he doesn't have the same ring, but I'll take it.
Very well done indeed. The camaraderie we've just seen, that's real, isn't it, for the juniors?
Yes. Yeah, 100%. Ben deserves that. And to congratulate him, everybody should. I mean, he's worked for it.
The future of this championship is based on what you guys do. People come and look at it. What's your message for anyone thinking about joining or thinking about coming to the scholarship?
Anybody thinking about coming like anywhere near this championship, it is a team. The paddock is just friendly, unless obviously it's a bit heated after you get out of the car sometimes, but the paddock is friendly, the racing is amazing, and the teams are phenomenal as well. You should really come to the scholarship or just give it a try on the test day.
Jacob, well done on a double win for being a great ambassador for the championship. Our second place man, Lucas Hayden. Let's see if we can get Lucas over. Where is he? We're having a look around. We've got Lucas Hayden met this guy on another scholarship a good while ago. Let's get you onto the spot here, and many congratulations. Is that, oops, break the pot. Is that, I think that's your first podium, is that right?
No, we had a podium last year at Cadwell and we got in class at Donington, but it's just what a way to, this year, and what a way to round out the year with a win in class. Couldn't quite get Jacob, he was so quick today, but yeah, unreal result. Proper.
The team clearly put a lot of work to get the car together as well when I was looking closely at it in the holding area before the race.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, after yesterday's incidents, we were involved, unfortunately. We did get collected, but the team have put in an unreal job working overnight to get it out for today, and it's still just as quick as it was yesterday, and we managed to bring home the result.
Not a bad way to finish the year, is it, getting up into the top three? Nick Jacobs' trophy. Laura's going to give Lucas his second place trophy. That's great, we get to see the presentation as well. It's a good way. It's nice to finish the year with a pot, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely, and it's just when we can take the momentum into winter testing and push towards next year. So hopefully more of this next year.
Same championship?
Not same championship, but front wheel drive. So.
Okay, can you say or?
That front wheel drive is all I can give.
Okay, we look forward to seeing you on social media. Lucas, great to see you again. Many congratulations on getting that fine race for second position. Our third position man, Ronnie Smith. Let's get Ronnie. Where's Ronnie? I'm scanning around doing the panorama shot. Ronnie. Here's Ronnie. Congratulations.
Thank you.
I think Laura wanted to shake your hand and give you a hug. Let's get you on the spot, Ronnie. A few podia over the course of the season, and another one to wrap things up. Third position, not too bad. Second in the Mark 6s as well.
Yeah, it was all right. Last 5 laps, we only had fourth gear only. Gearbox blew up, so I'm quite happy at the end. But yeah, not much else I could have done with only fourth gear.
That's good. What are your first thoughts when you realise that you got that problem? Because presumably you have to adapt, and you've got to adapt in a split second.
Well, yeah, I basically just tried all the gears, and fourth was the only one. So I was like, well, it looks like I'm driving with that. So, but yeah, I mean, I think we've secured second in the championship now. So that's more than good for my first year in cars.
Many congratulations. Thoughts on the future? Obviously, we all look towards budgets and things like that, but reflections on the year as a whole.
Yeah, for a first year, I come from karting last year, so done a lot of learning through the year. We've gradually improved and improved. And hopefully next year we can find the money to be doing something quite big.
That'd be good, Ronnie. Been great to see you. Great to meet you. Look forward to seeing you as you continue your journey up the ladder. I don't know if we've got Sam Nesser here as well. Is Sam here? We'll grab a quick word with Sam. I think he's Mark 6, top Mark 6 runner. We've got a bit of time before the last chance. All right? How's it going? Let's have a quick word.
I mean, I said to the team and staff, we're just going to go have a bit of fun because that's all I need to do. Didn't quite mean to that extent, but can't complain. Third overall Mark 6 champion.
Championship's been frenetic, hasn't it? And but he's come through with a very, from my point of view, very positive race at the end of the year.
Yeah, I'd say so. Yeah, it's been such a chaotic year. Had so much bad luck throughout the second phase of the year. Just over the moon that we could actually bring it home where we wanted to.
Sam, good luck. Thanks very much for chatting to us. Well done as our Mark 6 winner. Mark 6 is, of course, the past. We look to the future with the Fiesta Junior Championship. The Mark 7's very much now the car that's going to be to have next year. We've got a Mark 7 champion this year. We have now got the last chance race for the festival, top 6 of whom will go through to our festival final. So let's go back to Scott and Andy in the commentary box for a look forward to who is going to get those last 6 slots on the grid.
Yeah, thank you very much, Richard. The last chance race, always a highlight of the weekend, actually. It's the shortest of the Formula Ford races, just 8 laps. Not a lot of time to get the job done, and not a lot of opportunities, really, to get the job done either. Only those top 6 finishers will progress to the grand final, and of course, they'll have to start off the back of the grid for that grand final, which is not ideal, but a couple of drivers towards the front of this grid, well, arguably should have been looking at front row starts maybe for that grand final later on, namely the likes of Felix Fischer and Nolan Orla, who we saw start on pole position for the semi-final earlier on and ended up going off the road at Druids, if memory serves, and fell out of those all-important transfer spots. Only just missed out on an automatic transfer, but certainly not on the front of the grid as he would have been expecting. So a nervy time this for the drivers. They're out on the grid, so before the green flag lap gets underway, let's take a look at how they're going to line up for our last chance race. It is Felix Fischer on the pole, Rick Morris starting alongside him, then Donald Downey and Nolan Arla on that second row of the grid. Then it's Richard Higgins and Ben Maludi. They will share row 3. Higgins, of course, fresh off winning in the race part's historic final earlier on. Then it will be Drew Stewart and Dave Cameron on... Sorry, Drew Stewart and Drew Cameron, 2 Drews together on row number 4. Row 5, Guy Skinn and Adam Fathers, with Kevin McClurg and Callum Grant rounding out the top dozen. Then a couple to watch for, perhaps Isaac Canto da Silva and Hugh Esterson. Hugh Esterson also should have been a lot further up the order than this, but had a spin in his semi-final earlier on, so he's got some work to do from 14th, definitely one to watch for. Then it's Dieter Harkel and Dan Rennie-Larsen. On the 8th row, whilst row 9 is shared by Guy Shepherd and Stuart Kestenbaum. Then it is Jonathan Nash and Gerhard Hauschult, with James Buckton and Vincent J on row 11. Row 12, Tim Fitzgerald and Oliver Chapman. Ben Hadfield and Montoya Baker on the 13th row of the grid. Then we get Andy Charsley. He should make some forward progress from there, you would imagine. He's got Sigmund Marlem next to him. Then it's Harry Sandblom and Murray Shepherd to round out the field. And again, Murray should make some progress, whether he can make it to the top 6. Might be a bit of a long shot. We have seen it before though, Scott. Certainly the 2 years that I previously covered the festival, there's always been someone off the back of the grid who we know has the pace to get to the front. It's just whether they have the time to get to the front. And there's often a big disparity in pace in this race. You've got a lot of the historic cars naturally find themselves in this race, and then some of those newer cars running in the pro class coming from the back. They can make quick work, but what they don't want is a safety car, and what they certainly don't want is to get tangled up with anybody, because you just don't have time to bounce back.
That's the magic of the festival, though. That's what it is. Even with the last chance race, you have to work as hard as you can in that short space of time. It's just 8 laps. You have to bear in mind that the shortened semi-final one that we had was 10 laps, so that was only 2 laps more than what they're going to get here in this last chance race. It really is going to matter in terms of making the most out of the time that you've got, out of the way you start on the grid, and just trying to pick your way through. Yes, it's going to be frenetic. Yes, it's going to be frantic out there, but ultimately, it's going to be key to make that happen. It looks like, I think, Sigbjorn Malem is having 1 or 2 car issues, because that car is looking rather slow. It's sort of jolting along. He's trying to keep it going, but either it's something on some drive-wise or gearbox-wise or something.
Was this the car? It's been a long day, Scott, so forgive me. Is this the car that lost a wheel at Graham Hill Bend?
Yes, on the outside,
so
yes.
Perhaps a legacy of whatever that was.
Potentially, but that was a front left wheel. So it looks like that was more mechanical in terms of getting drive or getting along, whether he's trying to select a gear or get drive somewhere. But either that was just taking his time. But either way,
it doesn't look healthy, does it? Yeah. Particularly. Does he head for the pit lane?
That doesn't sound healthy. I can just hear it in the background. Yeah, he's heading for pit lane. So unfortunately, that will be Sigbjorn's festival. Sadly, prematurely over, but good to have at least a small handful of Norwegians and Scandinavians through to come across the festival, and hopefully we'll welcome them back and a few more Europeans back on the grid as well.
Indeed so. So he will pull into the pit lane and unfortunately not take the start. Looks like there's a couple of gaps actually towards the back of the field, but everyone at the front is there who we expected to see. The top 6 finishers will progress to the grand final. Who will they be? We'll find out in just a few minutes' time. The 8-lap last chance race gets underway with a good start made actually by Rick Morris there from the outside of row 1. He's going to try and challenge Felix Fisher into paddock, but doesn't quite manage to draw level. Into 3rd place already has gone Nolan Ola, and he will look now to try and close in on the leading group. Up towards Druids they go then. Morris still in 2nd position, and Nolan looking to try and find a way through as soon as possible. Few movers and shakers further down the order, including one of the other red and white Ammonite cars. Cleanly through the first couple of turns, down through Graham Hill Bend, and already, Scott, lots of shuffling through the pack, including near the front where Nolan Ola tries to get ahead of Rick Morris for 2nd place.
So Rick Morris is not interested at all in letting anyone through unless he really has to, because he would love to, and I think all of us would love to see him get into the final on this last chance event. He's still in 3rd place. He's got Donald Downey alongside of him. That might be possibly, I think, an ex-Cliff Dempsey or Ammonite Motorsport car, but he's holding on to 4th place at the moment now at least. He can at least only to lose 2 more places. Be careful, he's got a lot of modern cars around him. Richard Higgins, also fresh from the historic final, is also holding on for that place, and that's Murray Shepherd, who I think is trotting around. Ooh, that was Hugh Esterson getting sideways there too, getting past. That was Guy Skinn. He's also fighting with Callum Grant. So they're all over each other here. And Adam Fathers is not too bad. Where did Adam Fathers start? He started in 10th position at the moment. He's going around the lap Murray Shepherd. Adam Fathers up to 8th. You can see the graphic on the left-hand screen where the blue bar is. That is the cut-off point. So on the bubble right now is Ben Maludi. And a fair play to Rick Morris. He's keeping with the top 3. if he can do this for the next 6 laps, he'll get through to the festival final, and that would be some story if he can do that.
Well, he's a good couple of seconds up on that transfer spot as well, isn't he? So he's doing well. Ben Maludi there, the blue card running wide. He's on the bubble. As, again, we've got Murray Shepherd there sort of limping around back to the pit lane, you would hope, at the end of the lap. Yep, that's where he goes. There is Maludi, though, and Drew Stewart behind him. So this is the battle for 6th position. The 2 blue cars heading towards us, whilst behind Adam Father's under threat from Drew Cameron, who looked to the inside at paddock. Wasn't quite able to make that move stick. Adam Fathers then holds on to 8th place for now. What's going on in that fight for 6th just ahead? They're still in the same order. They've got Richard Higgins just ahead as well. So it's actually 5th, 6th and 7th running nose to tail as we're already on to the 3rd lap of 8. There is Higgins, the historic champion for this year, having won the historic final probably only about an hour ago, if that. He turns down then into Surtees' corner, whilst there, look, is Hugh Esterson. Now, Esterson's the other one that we said would make some progress. He started 14th, actually only just inside the top 10.
Yeah, he could be the one who could possibly score the party for likes of Maludi and maybe Higgins at this point, so we have to keep an eye on him, see how much more progress he decides to make. He's now on the back of Adam Fathers. That will, I think he's got past Drew Cameron in car 12. Yep, he's past the BM racing car. Now getting wheel to wheel with Adam Fathers. Down on the outside goes Hugh. Of course, he would love to make the festival final in the same way that his brother Max has done the past 2 years. Of course, Max won it last year in 2022. Hugh trying to battle his way through, and he's found his first kind of proper adversary here, because Adam's not really interested in letting him through that easy. And why not? Because, of course, they're trying to get towards the final transfer spot, and Fathers defends and holds on to the place.
Yes, he does. Down through the left-hander at Graham Hill Bend they go. It's a fascinating battle then. Maludi and Stewart either side of the transfer line at the moment. They're also catching now Rick Morris and Donald Downey slightly, so that could very shortly become a fight for 3rd as Hugh Esterson nips up the inside of Adam Fathers, moves into 8th position, and now sets off after that group of cars ahead. Look at that beautiful tight line taken by the Ammonite Motorsport driver. Bit of bunching going on ahead, though. Was that Rick Morris under threat? Yes, it was. To the outside goes Higgins. To the inside will look to go Maludi, who doesn't really want to get too involved in this because it could back him up into Drew Stewart again, but he commits to the inside of Richard Higgins, and now Richard Higgins is the man on the bubble. Takes a tight line, tries to cover coming out of Paddock Hill Bend. To the outside will go Drew Stewart. Is that one going to work? This to try and get into the grand final later on today. Sideways for Higgins off the curb, but just about manages to stay in front.
Tense stuff. I think I'm probably not the only one. I shouldn't have picked your favourites, but I'm probably not the only one that actually wants Rick Morris to do this. He's holding on to 4th. Oh, he's got 3 more laps to hold on. That's a massive ask when you've got cars stacking up behind. And look who's joined the party now. A certain Hugh Esterson, he's getting involved. Ooh. But that was Maludi and Higgins in the mix as well. This is now Felix Fisher versus Nolan Alleye. This has been a change for the lead here. Alleye leads across the line, but Felix Fisher coming back in. The Castle Coombe Formula 4 champion. Go for the lead round the outside towards Paddock Hill Bend. He slots back in behind Alleye. He's going to try and replicate what he did in his heat. As for the top 6, it's still Morris in 4th, Maludi 5th, Higgins 6th. Esterson still holding on to 8th position. This battle continuing on. So there's the two key battles then. It's the battle for the lead and battle for that final transfer spot. The current top 6 at the moment as it stands. There's Rick Morris. He's still there. This is helping him because he's now got Higgins in 5th position. This is now Maludi, Stewart, Esterson in there as well. He's got to try and get around at least these 2 because and then get after Higgins if he can. No, in fact, if he gets past both of those cars, he will be in the festival final. He's got 2 more laps to do it now. If he can pass Stewart and then pass Maludi, that will be him as the top 6. And there goes Stewart looking up the inside, but he covers the line nicely. So 2 laps to go to decide who gets the final couple of transfer spots. They're putting a lap on. I think that's Montoya Baker. Yes, it is. Here comes Fisher again to the outside line. No, all they're holding on with that fastest lap of the race for what it's worth. Over the curb, holding on. Fisher will keep on pushing. If he stays there, it's another. If you get hand the place high, it'll be 25th to the 26th, and this is going to be very close indeed. But it's that battle for the 4th, 5th, and 6th spot. Rick Morris, legit by far, and I say it's politely, the oldest man in the field, the most experienced man in the field. No. He's holding back the entire tide of all of them. Look at this. They are 2 by 2 hurrah behind him, but Rick Morris, the wily old fox, is holding on. Come on, Rick, hold on.
Oh, where does Esterson go? He's up the inside almost of Higgins. He does go past Stewart. That puts him 7th, but he needs 1 more place. And in fact, Stewart comes back at him as they head down the Cooper Straight, wheel to wheel into Surtees' corner. Does Drew Stewart commit? He tries to, but Esterson just hangs tough on the outside line and stays in 7th place. 1 more lap to go. And 1 more place to gain. There goes Isaac Canto da Silva as well. He's not completely out of this as they go up the inside of Montoya Baker onto the final lap of the race. Mick Morris defending this 4th position. To his outside goes Ben Maludi. Meanwhile, for the race lead, Felix Fisher looking to the inside of Nolan Alleye as they head for Druids Corner. You don't know where to look as we start the final 1.2 miles of racing in this last chance race. It has been everything we expected it to be. It's all kicking on behind. That's Esterson out wide. At the inside goes Higgins as Any three, I think, of these 6 cars are going to make it through. Oh, there's contact. That is Esterson over the back of the car in front of him, and that will be his festival done with, unfortunately. A big drama as they came out of Druid's corner. Esterson is out, and it was Maludi, I think, wasn't it, that he tangled with. Meanwhile, at the front of the field, Nolan Orlyer comes out of the final corner, and he will claim the victory in the last chance race here at the Formula Ford Festival. Nolan Orlyer wins just from Felix Fischer in second position, and then third position, Donald Downey. Fourth position, Rick Morris. Fifth, Richard Higgins. And Drew Stewart will get it the 6th position and make it through into the final. Wow, what a race. What a dramatic conclusion. Drivers putting everything on the line. There are Ben Maludi and Hugh Esterson both walking away unscathed after what was quite a scary moment there with Esterson clambering over the back of Maludi's car. Thankfully, they both emerge unscathed. Sadly, their festival over, but at least they are okay. What a dramatic race that was. We sort of saw it coming. Brilliant battle for the win, actually, between Nolan and Felix. Could easily have been a battle for the final victory, actually, coming into the weekend. But they'll both have to come now from the back of the grid for the grand final, with Donald Downey, Rick Morris, Richard Higgins and Drew Stewart making it through with them.
First of all, it's good to see that both Ben Maludi and Hugh Esterson are out of that incident. Of course, it's never you want to see, everyone wants to see an incident like that. Second, I got my moment. Getting Rick Morris 4th place in the festival in the last chance race, and he makes the back of the festival grid final in 28th place. That is a story and a half for the festival to get into it, and I know how he's tried on that year after year to get into the festival final this year. He's driven superbly all weekend, and I'm certain he'll be one of he's one of the top classic cars in the mix. So that's good stuff. So the 6 cars then to confirm: Nolan Orlyer, Alla, Felix Fischer, Donald Downey, Rick Morris, Drew Cameron and Richard Higgins. They will make up places 25 to 30 as Hugh Esterson almost loses his crash helmet down the hill. That's a bit of an extra little unnecessary thing he didn't need, but understandably, both Hugh and Ben looking a little bit fed up after that. But I hate to say the phrase, but that's motor racing. The main thing is they're both okay. That's the key thing out of all of that. Obviously, you never want to see one car on top of another, but ultimately, they've both gone out. They're both okay, and obviously, I'm sure they'll come back if they can next year and try all over again. But essentially, what that means now is once they add to the back of the grid, we have a festival final grid. We have 30 cars preparing for the final later on this afternoon. We've still got literally, well, 2 more races, 1 more race in between this. It's a big one. Of course, it's the 2nd TCR UK race coming up. That is going to start by the timetable I would learn from the car, of course. That's going to start at 5 to 3. So there's going to be, they're sticking at 5 to 3. And so they're running a little bit ahead of time. Of course, they're doing that so they can keep it ahead because, of course, after the final TCR UK race of the season, you then have 2 more races, which is, of course, the all-important Formula Ford Festival final, sponsored by HeadTech. Big thank you to Ed and Natasha and everyone at HeadTech and Motorsport Events Limited, who's the parent company for them, to sponsoring that one, and they'll be involved in the presentations later on in the Kentigan, both for the final and for the special prize. There's a special prize they're putting up as well for the most places gained in the festival final. So there's a couple of drivers in there that certainly could get it. Felix Fischer, I think possibly Nolan Orlyer could be a contender as well. He could be that one. I know as well that we've agreed that if there is a tie between the number of places made, so if 2 drivers make up 10 places, it's whoever finishes higher of the 2, because obviously when they've done, one's done better than the other, so obviously they'll get it on that side. And the prize of which, very kindly provided by HeadTech, is a HeadTech crash helmet. So that's quite handy for them. That's if they're looking for a new crash helmet for the next season, then whoever wins that can take that away and use that and put that to good use for next season, hopefully. Good stuff. Which is good stuff. And of course, there's on top of that, there's the other trophies we've got. We've got the John Nicol Memorial Trophy, the Roger Pedrick Trophy. The John Nicol Memorial Trophy is for the most outstanding performance by a British driver. It's chosen by John's surviving widow, Deb, so she would choose the most outstanding driver. There's also the Roger Pedrick Trophy, which is presented to the highest placed Englishman in the festival final. There's a couple of contenders in there, possibly Jamie Sharp, Robbie Smith, Chris Middlehurst could be in the mix as well. And then, of course, on top of that, we have the main award, which is the Neil Shanahan Trophy, and that's, of course, for the winner of the festival grand final. And given the group we've got now, with a few cars towards the back picking their way through, I got a feeling. I got a feeling about this final. I'm getting vibes of 2021 a little bit, and I hope I'm proven right, because the 50th one was an all-time classic. Even if it's not exactly the same thing, I hope we get a nice, clean, good, solid race, and we get something that just befits the grand final. And also, in all honesty, something that makes up for last year, because, of course, it was disappointing last year, of course. It was circumstances that fell in that one, but hopefully we get a race that not only makes up for that one, but also befits this year's event as well, in terms of the quality of the racing that we've had and the quality of drivers on top of that as well. It's been pretty mega all round on that side of things. So, yeah, 3 exciting races to come up next. Of course, TCR UK Finale, Grand Final for the festival, and then a dramatic Civic Cup Finale to end it all as well. I say bring it on.
Absolutely. It's been a fantastic weekend so far. It ain't over yet, as Scott quite rightly says. That's easy for me to say. We have 3 races left. TCR UK up next for their final round of the championship. And we will have Paul O'Neill, I think that's what he was signing to me then, heading down to the pit lane to have a chat with, either to have a chat or have a drink with some drivers. I mean, maybe leave that till after the second race, Paul. I'm sure there'll be some celebrations to be had. And we look forward, as always, to hearing Paul's insightful comments down on the grid, with Anthony Jordan as well, who will be talking to a few drivers ahead of what still is quite a nervy second race after the championship may have been decided. But we still have a fight for second place in the championship. There are cash prizes for drivers who finish within those top 3 positions, and lots still on the line for our TCR UK drivers, many of whom just want to end the season on a high. Although some unfortunate news to come out between the 2 races. We will not have Chris Smiley on the grid for this race. I believe he has withdrawn from the final race, the issue that took him out of race number 1, sadly taking him out of race number 2 before it even starts. So the outgoing champion in the final race of the season is sadly going to be a non-starter, and that is a crushing shame, really, because Chris has been a great supporter of TCR UK the couple of years that he's raced with us. We don't yet know what his plans are for next year, but it may be that he looks to move on and race elsewhere, in which case it'll be TCR UK's loss, very much so, and a particular shame if that's the way that he has to bow out. But we'll see. We might not have seen the last of Chris Smiley here in TCR UK. We shall have to see what his plans for the future are, but yeah, fascinating fight for second in the championship incoming, and we will have all the build-up for that race coming up in just a few minutes' time. So we are waiting for drive forecast to be released. I think there is a small delay as they pick up the Ben Meludi and Fiesta mess that's been left on the run down towards Graham Hill Bend. But the spectators basking in the sunshine here late in the weekend. And we've been really spoiled with the weather, actually. To be honest, all weekend, actually, I know it was wet yesterday, but it could have been a lot worse. We were told it was going to be a lot worse, and actually turned into quite a nice day yesterday too. Bit of overnight rain last night, but that had all cleared up by the time we got here this morning, and today it's been a picture-perfect day, really. Blue sky, only a few white clouds above, and perfect conditions for racing, and that's why I'm sort of inclined to agree with Scott, actually, about that Formula Ford Festival final to come. It's ideal conditions for racing, really. Yeah, that is one not to be missed. Right then, we are going to be back in a few minutes' time with the build-up for our final TCR UK race of the season. Championship may have been decided, but there's still plenty to race for in the final race of 2023.
Let it go.
Do you wonder why your competitors' websites appear in Google searches ahead of you? Then make a call to the SEO experts Woya and understand how your business can be more visible online. As the official marketing partner of TCR UK, you can now work with a trusted search engine optimization partner to increase web traffic, inquiries and sales. Speak to us for your free audit and quote by visiting woya.co.uk today.
for the lead. Side by side, who's going to be the bigger man?
For voice and data solutions at speeds that are simply out of this world, choose Maximum Networks.
Hello and welcome back to Brands. It's TCR UK and the sun's going away. It's getting a bit colder. What do you know, AJ?
I know many things. About TCR racing, I know even more. Plenty of things happened over the course of that one. Race one, very exciting. I think one point we had about 10 cars fighting for first place. Dramatic moments as well. Dramatic exit for Andy Wilmot, leaving the pit lane right in front of the race leaders. That was a big drama, I think, and a big shake-up for Chris Smiley, who unfortunately, as you saw in that race, dropped back. He's now retired from the meeting, which is a big shame. As Mark Smith's wagon firing up, he had a trip at the gravel as well. But yeah, for Chris Smiley, yeah, disaster for him. Power steering failure. It then melted some wires, and then it cut all the power.
Wow.
And it stalled several times. He brought it in, and yeah, I think it's just for him. It's just, yeah, I think we're done. I had a good chat with him. He is going to stay. He's going to watch the next race, but yeah, big shame for him.
Yeah, that is not good, is it? And I was just thinking, I think Andy Wilmot's car is actually a bit further back. I wanted to show. Yeah. Is it? Actually, sorry to put you up and down the paddock, but if the car is there, I would like to. I would like to show you the tribute to Dan Kirby on the actual car. Sorry, Mickey. Mickey Butler from Goodyear behind me. They've done a great job this year, haven't they? The winner of this championship, the Civic Cup, actually gets a Jazz Honda drive, don't they? And a test.
Yeah, in the FL5 as well. Yeah, so looking forward to seeing who's going to be taking that one. And yeah, that certainly shaked itself up, hasn't it?
But the support of Goodyear is always awesome, isn't it?
It is, yeah. It is always good to see. And here at Andy Wilmot, and yeah, obviously you can see on the front of the car there the fantastic tribute to Dan Kirby.
Yeah.
His dad's here, sister's here as well, watching the action. And yeah, you got to think they've had an exciting weekend to watch, haven't they?
Yeah, they have. And we'll just get a little shot of the Dan Kirby tribute just here. Hello, kids. Just on the front of the bonnet, obviously carrying his name as well, which is lovely. But yeah, I've actually not seen Andy Wilmot kicking about today. I know he's always usually around and about, but he has not. He's not been really around today. But we will try and catch him on the grid because we have got a bit of time. I know we're a bit ahead of schedule today, but a lovely gesture from Andy Wilmot, and also a lovely gesture from the team as well, who are running the car, and a great car it is. But I think we should maybe explain to people what this tribute's about. Obviously, Dan was a very good friend of ours in the paddock in TCR UK, a stunning lad. I knew him pretty well. He helped a lot of drivers get onto the grid in different championships, and he was a fantastic guy, and unfortunately lost his life between transmission to here at TCR UK at Brands Hatch. So we'll show you a little video if that's okay, and just show you, you know, what Dan was about.
Kirby leads into Redgate.
It looks like Kirby's got the run, but he'll be on the outside for Rocket. If he gets this done early doors, that's a great pass.
Side by side for the race lead. Max Hart on the inside of Dan Kirby as they head for McLean's. To the inside goes Kirby as he tries to attack and defend at the same time. This is proper racing. 2 wheels on the grass for Kent, and up the inside goes Dan Kirby as well. Some more really opportunistic overtaking there from him. The third place, it's close as well, but Bradley Kent goes around the outside and there's contact. Bradley Kent is off, Toby Bird is sideways. Dan Kirby gets the lead of the race.
It was just a mad race, and to come through the pack like that, you know, a bit of fortune as well. Obviously it helps, of course it does, but you know, to get the first win is unbelievable.
So there's the new champion. Thanks for that, Stuart Lyons.
Yeah.
He isn't the new champion,
Legend.
just walking through our shot there. Yeah, well, that's not Carl Boardley, is it? Looks a bit like Carl Boardley. But the new champion there on his, not looking like he's going anywhere yet, still on the jacks. Carl Boardley in the background, 2023 TCR UK champion. And yeah, he's hiding now. He doesn't want any more press coverage, does he?
No.
But yeah, what a great year. And I know we've spoken about him quite a lot, but a deserving champion.
Oh, definitely so. You know, he thought it was all over for him, didn't he? You know, leaving the world of motorsport, then coming back, joining TCR UK, and I don't want to say dominating the championship, because it certainly wasn't a dominant performance, but at the tail end of the season, that's where he really started to come into it. And apologies for Stuart Lyons again. He does get he get paid to come here these weekends?
What I find interesting is that I'm more professional than Stuart Lyons, which is just the weirdest thing to say, isn't it?
No, I don't think that's strictly true, but it's close. It's close. But yeah, for Boardley, I mean, yeah, I think it's definitely been a season to remember for him. You saw him after the race. There was some emotion there. He got choked up as well when I was speaking to him, and it just shows it means a lot, doesn't it?
Yeah, it really does mean a lot, and you know, so it should. You winning any kind of championship is not an easy feat, but he's done a great job. Should we go and have a little look at Jensen Brickley next door? There's a wall between these two cars now, but they were quite close in some of the races at Silverstone, weren't they?
They certainly were. Well, in fact, too close. But yeah, no, for Jensen this weekend, I mean, fighting for the championship, and yeah, unfortunately, it didn't go his way. Pole position, he lost it. It wouldn't go into gear. That was the issue. It wouldn't go into gear. The gear actuator had failed or something like that. The team had to. They found a fix for it. It's not repaired, and they're not replacing anything, but they found a solution to the problem. So the issue is still there in the car, but hopefully they can do the race. And the race one was Mecca. He came through the field.
Yeah. I mean, you'd be a brave person not to bet against him being on the podium for this one.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. He's got nothing to lose, but the battle for second place in the championship is pretty impressive, isn't it? We've got, you know, there's still second place to be sorted. I know that Adam Shepherd is going to go out all guns blazing. He was telling me in an interview that, you know, he was struggling for power halfway through. There was a problem with his car as well. So yeah, it's all to play for. But Jensen won't be going out there just for a bit of crack. He'll be going out there to hopefully finish second. You can see them just talking the wheels up on the car. These cars have 5 and 6 wheel nuts that they need to make sure have a. Very, very cool.
To tell you exactly what's going on, Alex Lee, now third in the championship, humps himself up 11 points. I think it's 11 points behind Adam Shepherd going into this final race.
Yeah.
So, yeah, 11 points separating then second and third in the championship. And it's not like, you know, it's only second.
Yeah.
The cash prize for second in this championship is still mega.
Well, this is the thing we've got to think about. There's a lot on offer, isn't there? The cash that TCR UK are giving to drivers for winning, for being second and third, for being on pole position. There's all sorts of cash prizes on offer, and also where you finish in the championship is a cash prize as well. So
yeah,
that's something to bear in mind. And they won't, you know, there's quite a bit of a difference in how much you will get for second and third and things like that. So pretty cool. Shout out though to Oliver, who's going to be on the front row, Cottam, and obviously Paul Sheard Racing and Pep and the team have been working hard to get that car working. The Audi has been a great car, but it's a car that really does work well in the World Series on longer tracks.
Yeah.
So they have had their work cut out trying to get this car to perform how it has been performing here this weekend. So I wouldn't be surprised if that lad was on the podium this week, in this race too.
Yeah, it should be good. I mean, if we can make that wide Audi as wide as he possibly can, I'm sure he'll be absolutely fine. But yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head there. They really do prefer the longer circuits, and yeah, Brands Hatch is just one of those circuits where it's not a long track, very short, very technical. The Audis have struggled just that little bit, but I'm sure the guys who are running in the Gen 2s, as well as the guys at Rob Boston Racing as well, Joe and Jack, you know, they've all been working hard to make sure that they've been working well around this track, and I think they've done a great job. Yeah,
definitely. If we just have a quick look at Oliver, actually, he's been left on his own in the car, so he's just guiding himself into his thought process and making sure that everything's ready to rock and roll. Engine isn't running on the car. It's just time to get the circuit in your head. This is a big opportunity for him, starting on the front row of the grid.
Yeah.
Car was fast enough. I think he had second or third quickest lap in the race.
Yeah.
So, you know, this could be the one for him. It'd be great to see him end on a high.
Shall
we have a little walk down?
Yes.
Let's go to the. Let's go towards Adam Shepherd. Adam's got his engine running, and obviously all the drivers are in now. Alex Lee's in there. Looks like he's just sorting his belts out.
He's focused, ready to go. Brilliant result for Alex, taking a race win. Solid for him. Good to see him again shining at the end of the season, like he did last year as well.
Which is pretty special stuff, isn't it? The cars are starting to leave the garage now, so if we just come a bit further out of the way, because I know we'll either get pinwheeled or we'll end up starting the race on the front of the bonnet, which is we don't want that.
I mean, what a reporting angle that would be. Into turn one.
That would be some journalism, that wouldn't it? Taking one for the team. Yeah, they're going to get sent out. It'd be interesting to see what kind of tyres these guys run. I know on the front of Bruce's car. Wow, Bruce is going for new fronts. So I'm just looking behind you guys. There's a few cars that I can see they've got brand new rear tyres on the car, and they will be changed to the front.
Yeah,
when they go to the grid. So yeah, there will be some people who won't have that opportunity because you only get 6 new tyres in TCR UK. So,
but it's the last race of the season, so why not?
Yeah, why not? He's right. So should we head onto the grid while we can?
I think we can.
Yeah, we can
do that,
can't we? So let's go and have a wander around. I always hate.
There's a gap in the fence up there. There's also a gap over there. I think we go for that gap.
Yeah, let's go down the bottom here. We'll just let Rick Kerry come past us. And that's Rick in the 72. Don't want to get run over.
I mean, okay, let's talk about it. Championship, the actual championship itself, it's been decided.
Yeah.
For the rest of these drivers here right now, it's kind of all to play for.
Yeah.
How wide are they going into turn one? How many? 4?
Well,
5?
I'm going to say that when it's the end of the day and it's the last race of the year, everybody just goes for it because these cars don't need to be fixed anymore. I think they will just have it large. It's at the last day of school. There might be a few little niggly moments that they've had in the earlier part of the season, and people will be getting paid back. I say we go and have a little walk. Should we go and do that? Come on.
Do it. Go on.
I bet you any money it goes green now, and we all
exactly. It goes green while we're in the middle of the pack. Let's quickly.
Hopefully Mark Smith stays on the track for the first lap.
Yeah.
He caused a bit of grief, didn't he, before?
He did. Well, I think he helped out Jensen Brickley a little bit to get through the pack, didn't he?
Yeah.
So,
go on after you, mate.
Cheers, mate. Cheers, mate. Squeeze through. It's a bit more space out here. I feel a bit safer on the track. A bit weird, that, isn't it? But, mate, round 15 of this one. It's been a year, hasn't it? It's been a year. Hey, Ashley Gallagher, I think you've got to have a word with Ash, haven't you? Why not? Get in there.
He hates this, doesn't he? Ash Gallagher, don't swear.
We'll pincer him.
I nearly did then, sorry.
I haven't seen you much today, mate, but...
I've been hiding from you as soon as you keep stopping me on the TV.
We always wax lyrical about your impact on the championship, mate. End of the year, were you expecting it to be as successful as it has been, mate?
It's difficult to say, really, Paul, what my expectation was at the start of the season, I guess, because it's, a new job for me. The championship was going through a big change with coming onto our own weekends and, headlining. So it always talks on my ear when I'm on this. But I think, we're really pleased, There's still a bit of work to do. We've got a lot of changes planned for next year, but I'm pleased, for sure.
This Gen 1 Cup will be quite cool, mate. Whose idea was that?
I'd love to take credit for that, but yeah, Stuart did, he dreamt that one up. I think that's going to add another dynamic to it, gives people opportunities to bring cars out that aren't currently racing. There's no downside to it. It'd be great for the championship. So
there's a lot of people asking me about it, mate, so it's a good thing.
Maybe we can get you out in one.
Nope. Right, cheers, Ash. I don't want to be beaten by a load of people. AJ, who have you got? He looks like a nice fella.
I got Michael, the friendliest man with the biggest beard I've ever seen in my life. Michael, who's looking after the entirety of pretty much the start line. Michael, this has been a tough day. We've got a busy bunch of drivers here with Formula Ford and the Fiesta Juniors, Civic Cups, and of course TCR UK. The final race of this one, certainly, it's going to be a busy one. What do you think?
Yeah, it's definitely going to be busy, especially as race 1 championship was over, so it's all gloves off for race 2. So it should keep us busy all around the track.
Obviously, you guys do an absolutely fantastic job of making sure that these guys stay nice and safe. You're one of the volunteer marshals here, and we can't thank the marshalling team and yourself enough for all the hard work you do. But it must be an experience being a marshal.
Oh, I love it. I've been doing it for about 7 years now, and you cannot get closer to motorsport than a marshal's job. You're hands-on, fantastic mates that you meet around the circuit and around the country, going to various circuits. Absolutely love it.
Yeah. What would you say to anyone who wants to maybe be a marshal? What would you say to them to do?
Log on, BMMC, marshals.co.uk, do a taste today, and I believe you'll be coming back for years to come.
Awesome. Cheers, Michael. Have a good day. Enjoy it. Thank you very much.
Top
Paul.
man, eh?
Yeah, great beard.
It is great. It looks like
I'm very jealous.
Look like the lead singer of ZZ Top. I just don't want to get in the way here. Let's just get to the front of the grid. I don't know what else to say really about the championship. It's been that good this year. Even that first race today was what tin top racing should be about. Close, no massive contact, and just respectful racing. They've done a good job, haven't they?
They have. I think the respect has grown between the drivers in this paddock dramatically since the start of the season, and I think it's only going to grow even more. Like you say, the changes going into next year as well. I'm really excited to see new drivers come into the championship. I know there's a couple of younger drivers, maybe a couple of even Civic drivers coming up with the new reg changes that are coming in. Also some brand new cars that are being announced as well. I think there's a Peugeot that's coming into play as well, that's being built in Australia. That's possibly coming into as well.
I didn't know about this.
Did you not know about this?
Are you sure you're supposed to be talking about it?
I am allowed to be talking about it because it's been announced already, so you can talk about it. Yeah, honestly, lots of cool stuff happening. So really looking forward to seeing what happens. And, this second race today, plenty more action.
I reckon so. Right, we have got cars coming to the grid. I think it would be nice for you to go and speak to Oliver Cotton and see what is going on. He's just nearly run over Pep, his chief mechanic, so that's quite good. So do you want to head over and then maybe I might be able to get a quick word with Brad Hutchison after that, but we'll see. But I'll let you crack on, my man.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Paul. Yes, let's go have a quick chat with Oliver Cotton because, like I say, he could come away here with his first ever TCR UK race win. I'm going to jump the door open while the guys work on the car doing the tyre change. Ollie, mate, you could come away with a race win here. You're starting on the front row. I can imagine the pressure is on your shoulders a bit here.
Yeah, obviously we're going to be pushing on the front row, but see what we can do. We can move forward and move back, and hopefully we can move forward.
Honestly, mate, it's going to be mega. These Audis always been a handful, haven't they? But you certainly look like you've got the thing dialed in here this weekend.
Yeah, we've got it dialed in this weekend. I think qualifying wasn't the best. We could have been further up in the grid, would have helped us. We would have liked, but we've got a good pace, but just not in the right position.
Yeah, awesome, mate. Best of luck. We'll see you out there. All the best to Ollie Cotton. Nothing worse than a car going down office jacks at the end of that one. Paulo is with Brad, starting on pole position on this one. Paulo, what's he saying?
Nice one, fella. Sorry, I couldn't quite hear you there. But Brad Hutchison, what car is this, mate? You're in a different car again.
We're back in the dinosaur for this one. We thought TCR end of the year brand hatch Indy, probably best to limit the repair build to something we actually have spares for. So far so good, but we'll see.
She ain't let you down though, mate. It's not bad having a reverse pole, or not, but battling for 9th and 10th in this championship in a race is not a mean feat, is it? Especially in a Generation 1 car.
Yeah, it's certainly not easy. It just the Generation 2 cars that we were battling last time, they're behind us now, so hopefully they can hold up some of the front runners coming through. But we'll see what happens. We'll make it interesting.
Top man, listen, have a cracker. I am now going to go throw to AJ.
Thank you very much, Paul. Hopefully you can hear me and it's all good. Yeah, Bruce Winfield, last few words of encouragement there from Josh Fowles. I want to see if I can grab a quick word just as the klaxon goes. Bruce, mate, this has been a tough weekend for you, and the car itself, it looks like it struggled out there. What's your take on that?
Yeah, definitely not our best weekend, but you know, we've got a good position for this race, so I think well, the championship's out of the window now, but all I can do now is do my own thing, finish as high up the grid as I can for this this race, and obviously we want to win it and let them lot battle it out behind us.
Yeah. Do you reckon you can get away with a podium?
Absolutely.
Okay. Best of luck. Enjoy it.
Thank you.
Stay safe out there, mate. Where did Paulo go? Did he disappear? He's run off. He's run off. Here we go then. They're clearing the grid. This is going to be exciting. Plenty of action coming up. Jack Constable as well starting on that one. No real damage from him. Whistle blows. TCR UK. It's round 15. It's the finale. Championship's decided. What's going to happen? Let's find out.
Anthony Jordan has managed to achieve something quite impressive. He's done hardly any talking all day, and yet he's losing his voice. But clearly the excitement getting to him as he's down on the grid, soaking up the atmosphere ahead of what is set to be a fantastic final round of the 2023 Championship. It's a reversed grid race at the end of the day at Brands Hatch. It doesn't get much better than this, really. It's the kind of race that you just feel it could all kick off in. A few scores to be settled, and still this fascinating fight for second place in the championship to be decided as well. Coming into this final race of the season, Adam Shepherd is second on 333 points. That is 12 points clear of Alex Lee, but of course Alex Lee was the winner of the first race, looked like one of the fastest drivers on the track. He is then in turn 9 points clear of Jensen Brickley, who was absolutely the fastest car on the track, no doubt about it, in that first race. Had he started from pole as he was supposed to, rather than the pit lane, he could have been a real threat for the race win. Then you've got Bruce Winfield, a further 3 points back, and Jack Constable is a further 12 points behind. So we could well see a bit of chopping and changing of the order in that second placed battle, but we'll try and keep you up to date with that as the race wears on. It's another 25-minute race. Top 10 finishers from race 1 reversed, so we've got Alex Lee starting 10th, and we've got Brad Hutchison starting from pole position. Hutchison then makes it an all-Audi row 1, but it's the Gen 1 Audi of Hutchison on pole, the Gen 2 example of Oliver Cottam starting second. Neither of them have ever won in TCR UK before. Then it's Bruce Winfield looking to try and end what's been a difficult second half of the season on a high, with Jack Constable in the Rob Boston Racing Audi for company on that second row. Row 3 then for Jensen Brickley, star of the show really in race 1 and perhaps the pre-race favourite this time. Joe Marshall starts alongside him on row 3. Row 4 then is where you find the top 2 in the championship. Carl Balding now provisionally is crowned the champion after that race 1 result, whilst Adam Shepherd will come in from 8th and has to try and score well to hang on to that second place in the points. Top 10 then completed by our top 2 from the earlier race. Callum Newsham, what a revelation he's been this weekend. Alex Lee starting 10th on the grid, the race 1 winner. And those two are going to be interesting to watch as they try to pick their way through the order. Luke Sargent in the Elantra just missed out on a front row starting position. He will start 11th ahead of Rick Kerry in the Gen 1 Cupra. Then we have got Matthew Wilson and Andy Wilmot in the 2 Gen 2 Cupras sharing the 7th row of the grid. Row 8 is shared then by Jeff Alden with no Chris Smiley. Unfortunately, if you're just joining us, Chris Smiley withdrawn from this race after the technical drama that took him out of race-winning contention in the first race. Darryl Wilson's Astra and Scott Sumpton's Honda line up on the 9th row of the grid. Then it's George Jackson and Mark Smith rounding out the top 20. Barry Townsend hopefully will be out there. He had a collision in the earlier race, I believe, with Andy Wilmot, so I've heard, and he will hopefully be starting from the very back. Right then, Paul O'Neill joins me in the commentary box. Championship's decided, second place still up for grabs, but I've got a feeling that we could have a real fight for the race win here. We've got 2 drivers on the front row who have never won a race in this championship. They've both shown potential this year to do that, though. What do you think? Who's going to grab the victory?
Oh, you put me on the spot now. Yeah. Do you know what?
Good answer.
I actually don't know. I would like to think that Bruce Winfield or Jensen Brickley is going to come through, but don't count out Oliver Cottam.
No.
Honestly, if he just gets his start sorted, it just depends if he's second on the first lap, whether Brad Hutchison just holds him up too long. But Brad in his own right is proper. And I thought Brad had actually won a race.
He did on the road, didn't he, at Donington, was then excluded. So he's won on the road. That was in the Cupra that he was doing a one-off entry in. But yeah, hasn't yet won a race properly. Let's see if he can do it then. In the final round of TCR UK for 2023, the revs start to rise. The red lights go out now, and we are away and racing. 3 Audis there in the top 4 positions on the grid. Which of them will lead into Paddock Hill Bend? It should be Hutchison, I think, from pole position. Cotham's got Bruce Winfield up the inside of him. And there goes Carl Boardley round the outside of everybody into 4th place. What a brilliant start from the champion. That was a big moment for him. They're 3 wide for the race lead though, and up the inside goes Bruce Winfield. Winfield leads at Druids Corner. Boardley scything through into 4th. Brickley is out wide. They're all banging doors. Proper last day of school. Cottam around off the front of Carl Boardley though. In front of the pack, that is Matthew Wilson and Scott Sumpton. Big damage done as they come down the hill. Others get involved as well. What a terrible way for them to end their season. Big damage, surely a red flag coming. So unfortunate now. Brickley sideways as well. Jensen Brickley around at Surtees. Can he save it? Yes, just about. Big drama. The red flags have flown, Paul. Not a huge surprise. Not what we like to see at all.
No, not at all. And very surprising to see a car with a wheel coming completely off. That is a lot of damage. All set off by, I think, Oliver Cottam getting a little bit sideways as he come out of Druids. The right call and a very quick call to finish and stop that race. I mean, yeah, that's such a shame, and you don't ever want to end a race full stop like that. But that was quite scary because the car of Matthew Wilson's went over the top of its own wheel and nearly went over. It was horrible to watch.
Not nice at all, and all triggered, I think, by a bit of a strange moment going into Druids, as I think Hutchison must have had a moment at Paddock. That let Winfield up the inside. There were 3 abreast, and from there, disaster written all over it, really, because it's a narrow part of the circuit. They're on cold tyres. We've discussed this a few times this weekend. In the start of a race, it only takes one tiny little miscalculation, one little movement left when someone else goes right, and unfortunately, it can have those sort of consequences.
Yeah, exactly. I think what happened was, to be fair to Bruce Winfield, it was a brilliant, clean pass into Paddock. I'd just seen the back end of the shot of the cars going down Paddock, and he got the switch back on Hutchison, who was running wide out of the exit of Paddock Hill Bend, and then Oliver Cottam went around the outside of Brad Hutchison, quite hot in. He was sideways on entry, and then there was a couple of cars down his inside, and I don't know if somebody has tagged him and spun him round, or he was just a bit leery on the exit and had a big sideways and then got hit. But then Matthew Wilson, I think, hit him pretty hard. A couple of cars missed him, and then Matthew Wilson was into the back of him. So that's going to be big damage for both cars, which is not the best way to end a fantastic TCR UK season for some of these drivers.
No, exactly. That's a shame. You can see Matthew Wilson there just catching his breath on the banking. Scott Sumpton chatting to the marshals and the medics as well. So they're both out of their cars. They're both more or less okay. A bit shaken though, I'm sure. I mean, we can get a little bit blasé about these things sometimes. We're so used to the cars being so safe, and, you know, we do get accidents every now and again. Not a nice part of motor racing, but we do get used to it. But you, I'm sure, have been behind the wheel sometimes when things haven't quite gone to plan, and it shakes you up, especially if it's, you know, one of the first times you've been involved in something like this.
Yeah, exactly, because that was a high-impact accident. You're probably pulling just for 4th gear as you come down that hill, so you're well over 80 miles an hour, and to have an impact like that, you can see where the ambulance is placed at the top of your screen. That's where it all kind of kicked off and started. But it knocks your confidence, and the worst thing is now they won't get back in a car for quite a while. Yeah. So yeah, it's not ideal.
No, absolutely. Big shame, but the cars doing their job to keep the drivers safe, and as we've said, they're all out of their cars. They all appear to be fine. It's now just a case of clearing the track up. Whilst they're doing that, let's see if we can piece together exactly what happened then at the start of the race, because it was a dramatic opening few corners that sort of led up to this crunch point, quite literally, but it was the action through the first couple of corners that sort of set that all up, didn't it? It was a very, very good start actually by Brad Hutchison initially from the front of the grid. I don't think Cottam got away all that well. Let's take a look at it then. So here's the launch, Paul. Talk us through it.
Yeah, so you can see there that the 17 of Brad Hutchison really does wheel spin in the first phase, but then gets it straight and he's away. Bruce Winfield down the inside of Cottam, but then watch as as I think Hutchison was left foot braking because he was sliding down the hill. So Brad was opening the door. But watch Cottam now around the inside. He then, on the outside, he goes sideways. As he come back across Boardley, Boardley's got Marshall. That's what's happened then. That's Marshall coming down the hill in the Audi. And then you'll see Matthew Wilson unsighted and bang into the back. So there was contact from Boardley, who had nowhere to go. And he got squeezed by Joe Marshall into Oliver Cottam. So that's why Cottam was involved. But that hit from Matthew Wilson, that is going to be a very expensive repair bill for Cottam, I think, and for the Cupra of Matthew Wilson. They're struggling to get that car has been that car's been hit so hard that they're struggling to get it on the flatbed.
Yeah, well, this is what the marshals have to assess when they arrive on scene. Obviously, first thing, prioritise the drivers, make sure they're okay. Once that's been dealt with, how do you clear the cars out of the way? And depending on the state that you find the cars in, that makes a big difference as to whether they get towed, whether they get lifted. There are 3 cars, I think, that need recovering, so you need to get 3 of the appropriate recovery vehicles down there. And that is thankfully what they've been able to do, but it's going to take a little while. I think we're hearing maybe about 10 minutes or so to get the track cleared on the exit of Druids Corner.
Scott Sumpton was involved in that as well, wasn't he?
Yes, he was. Yes, yeah.
So his car was that was the car that was sideways on. To be honest, I forgot that he was involved in that melee. But
yeah,
I mean, to see that wheel go underneath the car, that's how hard it was hit to knock a wheel and a hub and a wishbone coming out as well. That is a massive hit. These cars are so strong, like you alluded to, but when they get hit at a certain angle, you know, you're always going to, the law of physics says, that's it, I've had enough, and parts will start coming off. But yeah, big hit, and just shows how strong the cars are, because the drivers got themselves out of the cars, and hopefully with this grid reforming so quickly, I would say they know how quickly they're going to get this done. Like you say, it's probably going to be 8 or 9 minutes, I think.
Yeah, I think they've got recovery vehicles in place. There's a bit of fluid that's going to need to be cleared as well, so there'll be cement dust down at that part of the circuit as well.
Tell you who is an absolute winner in this whole situation. There's 2. There's Brad Hutchison, who will retake the pole. Jensen Brickley will not believe his luck.
Yes, because that didn't exactly go to plan, did it really, that first start? He found himself running wide just before that all kicked off. That kind of put him behind the accident, but then he picked his way through it. So, yeah, that was a lucky break for Jensen Brickley. Right then, team personnel being welcomed back onto the grid just so that they can check over with their cars and drivers. And they've also allowed Anthony Jordan out onto the grid, and he, I believe, is about to have a catch-up with our newly crowned champion.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I'm not surprised. Well, I'm surprised they let me on the grid, but yeah, here with Carl Boardley, you can see probably at the front, you can see the guys from Goodyear just checking out the tyres. Bit of damage on the front there, bit of rubbing, bit of front damage as well. Carl's in the car though here. Carl, obviously you got a front row seat to what happened there. A very dramatic start. What can you tell us from your point of view?
I made a demon start and just thought I'll just go for it. Bit of a lunge around the outside and made it all the way. Brad on pole got a bit loose, so I just backed off and let him have it. He come in, I think Bruce got into the lead. Brad second, and then Ollie Cottam was on the outside. I gave him loads of room, and then the next thing I just got a massive whack in the right-hand rear corner, which put me into Ollie. And at that point, we're just a passenger, so I eased off. I don't know what happened to Ollie in the end, and everyone came past, so it was a bit of a hectic lap 1.
Yes, very hectic indeed, but obviously you don't need to worry about any championship dramas out there. You're racing as a champion right now, but you get a second chance at this one again, and yeah, we'll see what you can do this time.
Yeah, hopefully we're okay. I'm a bit concerned that the rears took a bit of a whack, so we'll see how it feels on the formation lap and go from there.
Yeah, mate, we'll let you chat with the team. Best of luck for the restart on that one. Yeah, obviously very dramatic there. Carl getting a front row seat to that one. Here you can see the bonnet up on Adam Shepherd. What's going on here? Got some of the scrutineers over as well, just to check to make sure it's all okay. Want to see if I can jump in and have a quick chat. He's having a look at some data at the moment, so can't really have a chat. Adam, if you're free, bonnet's up. What's up, mate?
Got a power problem from race 1, so we're just we changed the turbo actuator. Just seeing if it secured it or not. We're not sure at the minute.
Yeah. Did you see much of the incident at the start of that?
It was a bit chaos. I think Carl hit someone, and it's turned someone else round, and it was all a bit of a mishmash. So I'm not sure what will happen with that, but yeah, just try and stay out of trouble and go again.
You're fighting for second of the championship still. Do you still feel your hopes are there?
Yeah, we're running second at the minute. We just need to get a nice clean race now. I would have liked that one to carry on because Jensen, I think he spun going into Surtees. So all I had to do was then follow Alex round really, and it would have been it. So yeah, let's see what happens now.
Yeah. Second chance at another start.
Cheers.
Best of luck to Adam Shepherd on that one. Let's see if we can try and chat to Jensen Brickley out there, because he certainly had a dramatic start, not the start he would have wanted. I think he had quite a bit of rear damage as well. It looked like one of the rear wheels had locked up, but just having a quick look on this side, it looks okay. So, yeah, I think it may have just been my eye that caught in. Jensen's dad just here. Am I right to jump in and have a quick chat with Jensen? Jensen, you're probably the luckiest lad on this grid right now. You get a second chance at fighting for second in the championship. What happened at the start of that race?
I got a really bad start, just got wheel spin. I don't think the tyres were hot enough. And then obviously went wide at Druids and lost the back a bit. Lost a few places there. Then obviously carnage happened down towards Graham Hill, and I left a bit of room for Alex, and he just dived on me. Yeah. Left me no room, and then obviously I was on the grass and the right rear was covered in grass. That's why I lost it at Surtees. But yeah, like you say, not an ideal day so far for me, but yeah, I think if we would have started on pole in the first race, we probably would have won it by looking at the pace that we had coming through from the pit lane to P6, sorry. Yeah, starting 5th, get 2 green flag laps now, get some proper heat in and restart and go from there.
Yeah. You may say you could have been a bit more lucky, because if you'd have started a little further back, if you had won that race, you may have been involved in that coming together there. So I think you can count your lucky stars on that one. But no damage reported from the team. They say the car's all good?
Yeah, car looks all good.
Awesome. Excellent, mate. Best of luck. Have a good attempt at this one. Restart. Now, Bruce Winfield, he had a brilliant start to his race, and I heard a quick word from the team on that one saying, mate, just do the same. See what you can do. Obviously, now for Jack Constable, there is a huge gap here where Oliver Cotton's car is now gone, and Brad's in there just chatting away. If you can get the camera in there just to see. Obviously, we won't chat to him. I'll let him focus, get himself ready for this one. But he certainly is hoping for another good start. Brad Hutchinson, who starts this one on the front, he gets a second chance of this as well. Didn't get a good getaway, but crucially this time around, he's got no one around him. He's got a clear run in towards turn number 1. He is all good at Paddock Hill. No real drama. Looks like we're nearly ready to go. Klaxon's blowing. They're clearing the grid. It's attempt 2 then at round 15 here for TCR UK, the finale. We'll give it a go. Boys, back up to you.
Thank you very much.
What are you laughing
Anthony? At? Nothing at all, Paul. Just enjoying the moment. Final race of the season, take 2, will take place over 18 minutes with 2 green flag laps. So they're going to get 2 green flag laps. No tyre rotation, it's just an extra green flag lap to make sure they've got heat in their Goodyear rubber. And to check out the track conditions, because I believe there's a little bit of cement dust possibly that's been laid down on the exit of Druid, but brilliant work by the marshals and recovery crews to get those cars out of the way as quickly as they did. I think it was only about a 10-minute pause in the end, and we are now pretty much good to go again. So Brad Hutchison will have the front row all to himself. Brad didn't make a bad start, in fairness, first time around. He, as he said, had that moment at Paddock Hill Bend, but he'll have learnt from that as well now, won't he? There is Ollie Cotham's car, by the way.
That's not going anywhere, by the way. The wish button's hanging off the rear.
Yeah, oh yeah, you can see, can't you? Yeah, so that's it's just behind the pit exit, but it's not going anywhere, unfortunately. So he will be an on start. But yeah, Brad Hutchison, he'll have learnt from that first start. The actual launch was okay, but now without Cottam alongside him, there's more space for other drivers to come up and challenge him. So he'll have to have his wits about him here.
Yeah, Joe Marshall on the right-hand side there, starting 4th place, middle of your screen in the Audi. He'll have a nice... He's got nothing to lose now, so loads of gap in front of him. He could maybe get down the outside and not be, maybe blocking Bruce Winfield if Brad does make a bad start. But that where Brad is, I have this conversation all the time. It's so cambered. That's why you always see loads of tyre smoke, because people wheel spin and the car just drags itself to the wall, to the right-hand side. Then you have to come out the power, and then you have to go back on it. That's why most pole position people make a terrible start. Didn't make much wheel spin then, to be fair to him. Brad on his on his first go at a start, so he should be okay. They're going to get 2 green flag laps because they need to heat those tyres up, and they haven't got a chance to what they call rotate the tyres again. So the tyres are in place. There's not going to be any stopping on the grid. Only stopping on the grid will be to extinguish the red lights and get on with this race.
Indeed so. So off they go onto the green flag lap. I think we can maybe take a second look at how they're going to line up, minus a couple of drivers, of course, for fairly obvious reasons. But Brad Hutchison will be there on the front row of the grid. But of course, no Oliver Cottam, unfortunately, with that extensive damage done to the Porsche Racing Audi. Row 2, though, will be all present and correct. That's Bruce Winfield, who was on his toes at the initial start of the race. He's got Jack Constable alongside in the Rob Boston Racing Gen 2 Audi. Still lots of Audi presence towards the front of the grid at a track at which they said that they were probably going to struggle. Jensen Brickley will start 5th, a very lucky boy indeed, after going off at Druids and then had the spin at Surtees before the red flag flew. Joe Marshall will start from 6th position alongside him. Then Carl Bordley, he came from 7th on the grid to 4th at the initial start. What can he do this time around? Adam Shepherd hopefully has got that turbo issue sorted and will start alongside him in 8th. Then it's Callum Newsham and Alex Lee, the top 2 from the earlier race. Fascinated to see what progress they can make. Newsham's long run pace, particularly in that first race, was very, very impressive. Then we have Luke Sargent, who by the skin of his teeth managed to avoid the spinning Oliver Cottam at that initial start to the race. Rick Kerry is going to be starting next in his Cupra. Then it is not Matthew Wilson, but Andy Wilmot on his own on the 7th row of the grid. Race, we will have Jeff Alden. We will not have Chris Smiley because he was a non-starter anyway after the tech issues in the first race. Then Darrell Wilson, and of course Scott Sumden absent as well. So sadly, we start racing not going to have any presence at all in this final race of the season. George Jackson and Mark Smith will bring up the rear, but that's a real shame. As we start racing, they've been such big supporters of TCR UK. To have neither of their cars now ultimately taking part in the final race of the season, not what we want to see, but I certainly want to thank them for their support over the last 2 years. They've stood by TCR UK. They really believe in this championship, and Chris Smiley has been a very gracious champion throughout the season, even when things haven't quite gone his way. And yeah, fingers crossed it's not the last we've seen of them.
No, hopefully it isn't. And yeah, I'd like to add to that and say that they've upped the game of this whole championship. People have had to do more testing. They've had to work harder because they upped the level of competition when Chris won it. And even when Chris couldn't win some of the races and was struggling a bit with the new FL7 Honda, he didn't throw his toys out the pram. He raced. He did his best. He was very professional, and it's good to see a professional champion outgoing now and see Carl Bordley, and like you say, very gracious. And that's a lot of championships and a lot of drivers could take some leaves out of that book.
They certainly could. So the second green flag lap then underway, and hopefully the drivers will be well prepared. What difference does this make then to your tyre warm-up cycle, if you like? Because obviously they have that rotation initially for a reason, and they have that all well prepared, and they know what they're doing with a certain way of heating the tyres on the out lap and then on the green flag lap as well. Now slightly tweaking that system by not having the rotation. What are the drivers really looking to do on these 2 laps?
So there will be a delta difference. And by delta difference, I mean there will be a bigger spread of tyre temperature across the front tyres as opposed to the rear tyres. Rear tyres will always be colder than the front because the driven wheels are the fronts on all of these cars. So what you don't want to do is heat up the fronts too much and not put as much temperature in the rears. So you're always going to have a temperature difference, and you're always going to have cold rears at the start of a race. But now they've got these 2 laps. They're not going quick enough for me to get tyre temp. I was here testing on Wednesday in an Audi TCR, and it honestly took a long time. It's a little bit warmer than it was on Wednesday, but it took a long time, and I'm very surprised how slow these 2 laps have been.
Yes, and you could say that the pace is dictated a bit by Brad Hutchison, but even those behind, Jensen Brickley, they're crawling through the final couple of corners. So, well, we'll see. They might live to regret that in a few moments' time when they all go barrelling off into Paddock Hill Bend on cold tyres.
The other thing to look out for is people missing their spots on the grid because of the big gaps now. Hopefully you use the reference of what's on the pit wall and where you should start, but sometimes if there's cars that haven't turned up in front of you, like for instance Joe Marshall and his 2 spaces in front of him, you can miss your spot. But it looks like they've mostly all got lined up, but it is difficult as you get further on the back of the grid. You can easily do it. I've done it and got a drive-through penalty.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and it went down like a lead balloon with my team, and I got fined.
Oh, really?
I deserved it.
Well, indeed. Right then, here we go. Let's try this again. Final round of TCR UK for 2023. 18 minutes on the clock. Brad Hutchison on the pole. What will happen in the final 18 minutes of racing this season then? Revs start to rise. The red lights will go on. Who gets the hold shot? Into Paddock Hill Bend. Brad Hutchison away reasonably well. Not such a good start from Constable this time, I don't think. So Bruce Winfield will clearly move up into second place, and Jensen Brickley might even take third. Callum Newsham takes to the grass there to try and get up the inside, whilst Bordley has a bit of an oversteer moment. Almost the same thing, and Ash Shepherd goes around, and that is Joe Marshall towards the barrier. Did he make contact with it? Yes, he did. Shepherd bounces back on as well, and another messy start to the race. It's continuing up front. Look, Hutchison leads, and now almost Brickley getting turned around. Alex Lee, where has Alex Lee come from? 10th on the grid, and he is 5th with a lovely lunge at Graham Hill Bend. The safety car is being scrambled, not a huge surprise. Messy, 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 Paul.
Cold tyres and end
hot
of
heads.
the season. Yeah, hot heads, you're dead right. You called it. The reverse grid is great, but sometimes, when you've got cars that, he ain't happy. He ain't happy. That's going to be, that's broken a rear right toe link. He's going to be lucky if he gets that back. It looks like it's going to fall apart. Yeah, but he was lucky, because Joe Marshall. It was Joe Marshall, wasn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, that he got hit like across left to right of Paddock Hill Bend, and I thought that was going to be a monster impact, but it must have slowed down enough, and it did hit it quite hard, but not as hard as I thought. I hope he gets down the pit lane, because it might just conk out before he gets down the actual pit lane entry.
It's had a hard life, that Hyundai, hasn't it, really? It's not been without trouble over the years. There is Joe Marshall getting out, not very happy, as you can imagine. And he's just made contact with the tyre barrier there, but not too much damage done to the barrier, which is normally a good sign that it wasn't too significant a hit. But from memory, we might see it again, but Shepherd, I think, was going to spin completely, and then Marshall sort of straightened him out a bit. Yeah. So if Shepherd had lost it in front of the pack, that could have been another multi-car incident. So I think we dodged a bit of a bullet there. Brad Hutchison, though, managed just about to hold on to the race lead. Bruce Winfield second, Brickley up to third, and Jack Constable. Poor start from Constable. Strangely, we were just saying that pole position's the difficult place to start. Second place sometimes an advantage. Not the case that time.
No, Brad, actually, Hutchison made a fantastic getaway. Didn't have any wheel spin. His first practice start just before he went to the 2 green flag laps looked absolutely nailed. His first start, which was the red flag, that was actually an awful start with loads of wheel spin, and then him having to come out of the power. So yeah, really good to see Brad still leading this race, and it'd be great for him to get. Imagine if he got a win going back to the old car on the road, and it obviously come true. Just to remind viewers, he had a different car. He was in the Cupra, won first time out in it at Donington Park, but it was a short-lived one because the ride height, and a few other people got pinged for ride height when they measured the splitter to the tarmac on the ground. It was too short.
Yeah, which was a shame because he dominated that race. It was a brilliant performance in the wet conditions, of course, the weather changing. Right, here's a replay of the start. So it's all going to kick off between Joe Marshall and Adam Shepherd. They're the second and third cars on the outside line as we look at it. But as Paul said, a dream start here for Hutchison from pole position. It's Jack Constable who seemed to pick up a little bit too much wheel spin.
Yeah, it was, wasn't it? Look at that banging already there. Joe Marshall into the side of... I think that was Callum Newsham, wasn't it? So Joe Marshall, 99, on the inside of Shepherd. Right, there was contact. It wasn't meant, but Joe Marshall... God, that's a big hit, that. Joe Marshall was sideways into paddock, left foot braked, and then he tapped Adam Shepherd into a slide. Then Adam Shepherd come back across him, got straightened out by Joe, but Joe was the byproduct of that contact, and Joe ended up in the barrier. So that's a racing incident. There would be no malice at all in that. Safety car lights are out.
Yeah, top job by the marshals. They've got the car out of the way, and they are getting ready then to restart the race with what's going to be about 13 and a half minutes left on the clock. Brad Hutchison now needs to nail a safety car restart, but he's got a hungry pack of very rapid TCR drivers behind him. Winfield, Brickley, Constable, Lee, Bordley, all multiple race winners, and it's a very bunched up restart here. Hutchison almost tried to cause a bit of havoc behind him. He steps on the loud pedal.
Clever.
And, well, it didn't really work though, did it? Because Winfield has anticipated that well and goes with him. There's well under a car's length between them. And as they head for Paddock Hill Bend, Hutchison immediately has to go on the defence. Bruce Winfield on the outside line. Look behind, Jack Constable steams up the inside of Jensen Brickley. Brilliant move back the third. Hutchison sideways, Winfield to the outside. They're picking up exactly where they left off as they all arrive at Druids together. Winfield on the outside line. Hutchison, is he going to leave him space on the exit of the corner? Not really. Onto the grass goes Winfield, onto the grass goes Lee, and it's still Hutchison the race leader, Paul.
Wow, how's that happened? He's down to fourth. Winfield now. Brickley up to third. And look at the man, Jack Constable second. Side by side, Alex Lee and Carl Boardley. Boardley thinks, I've had enough of you all year, mate. Oh, what's gone on there? No, he's gone sideways. That's a change for the lead.
Constable up the inside, Hutchison out wide as well, and Jensen Brickley, I believe, is going to go through into second place. Yes, he does. Winfield now on the inside line of Brad Hutchison. So Hutchison about to slip off the podium potentially. You can tell it's the last day of school, can't you? Elbows out, no quarter Astor given. Lee on the inside of Hutchison, leans on him, Boardley goes on the inside. They're 3 wide towards Druids.
Oh, it's the last day of school, and Boardley's going to get involved. He might be the champ, but he ain't going to roll over in this race, and he's down the inside of Brad Hutchison. But Brad is dropping like a stone, and there's smoke from tyres locking up and all sorts going on. What a race we've got now for 12 minutes.
So Constable leads, don't ask me how. Brickley is second, Winfield third, Alex Lee 10th on the grid, is fourth, and could be staring down the barrel of double race victories on the inside of his teammates. Contact with Bruce Winfield, out goes Bruce Winfield out wide. He rejoins the racing line once again, and as they head down to the start-finish line, Bruce Winfield is not going to be happy about that one little bit, but Alex Lee wants to try and claim a double race victory. I can't remember the last time anyone managed that in TCR UK. It's been a while, possibly Max Hart last year at Donington. Round the outside goes Boardley, Hutchison leaning on him. Carl Boardley wants to move forwards.
What is Boardley doing? I'd have had that thing packed up in the truck, gone home with my trophy, and left it at that. But round the outside, the new champ sticks one on Hutchison, and fair play, Hutchison. You had a chance to turn him round there, captain, and you didn't, so great driving by him. But look who's in second place, and look who's closing. It's Brickley. Jensen is now gaining massively on Jack Constable, but look at this in the midfield, and Hutchison is still in the mix.
Right, okay, breathe everyone, 11 minutes still to go. Dare I say it, things just calming down for the moment, although the lead gap is coming down because Jensen Brickley just set a new fastest lap of the race. Andy Wilmot here getting stuck in, and he's got Callum Newsham in his sights. Newsham not making the progress, maybe, Paul, that I expected him to.
No, I thought he'd be a lot faster than this, but yeah, maybe he's just not got them tyres up to temperature at the rear. But look at Wilmot, he is not giving up. He was nearly enough in the back of Callum Newsham there. But Alex Lee is going to have, well, Bruce Winfield might not wait for the debrief for this race, and I think he might try and ping him at Clearways because they're getting close now.
Sure, Adam Shepherd has an opinion on that as well, but we won't go there right now. Brad Hutchison, I think he might have some damage, you know, on that right rear corner. The toe looks a little bit out to me on the bonded blue Audi. We'll figure that out in a moment, though, because we've got a battle for the race lead on our hands. Jack Constable leads the way. Jensen Brickley is right on his tail, though, as they head for Paddock Hill Bend. Behind them, Callum Newsham is up into 6th place now, ahead of Brad Hutchison, who does seem to be struggling now, and that's Wilmot looking up the inside as well. Carl Boardley has set the fastest lap. They're all bunching together at the front.
I tell you what, they're brave using that curb at Paddock, because I tried it by accident on Wednesday and nearly ended up in the Kentagon at the bottom of Paddock Hill Bend. So yeah, but some of those cars looking very well done. I'll tell you he is under pressure now. Brickley was so fast through Graham Hill Bend that he is going to be on the back of that Audi as they come out of Clearways. That rear right on that Audi locking up harshly. Ah, yeah, I can see what you mean there.
Could just be the bodywork, maybe, I'm not sure.
Yeah, Brad Hutchison, that wheel doesn't look brilliant, but the car's still seeming like it's holding 7th place.
Right then, so into Paddock Hill Bend, 9.25 minutes of the season left to go, and Jensen Brickley closing in on Jack Constable now as they head for the top end of the circuit. And Jack Constable, who's become a regular winner over the years, he's had 12 podiums in the championship, has Jack, and has been a regular contender really ever since he joined the championship a few years ago. He has 5 race wins, 3rd actually on the all-time wins list, but to get another one he's going to have to try and fend off Jensen Brickley, who in race 1, Paul, looked to have the pace of anybody coming from the pit lane to finish well up the order. but passing Jack Constable is never easy, is it?
It isn't, but if Jack Constable misses that apex again, like the width he just missed it, but look at the speed of that thing in a straight line. That will be probably the 40 kilos of Jensen Brickley's compensation weight that's making him struggle coming out of clearways, but he's got the measure of him everywhere else. And on the entry to clearways, I think he might have to lunge him. But yeah, Jack Constable, look at this. This is a fine drive. If you can hold this on for 8 laps, I'll be well impressed.
Yeah, absolutely. Brickley not really being caught by Alex Lee, though. Lee was actually a tenth slower than these two on the previous lap. Callum Newsham, as you can see, has now set the fastest lap, but he is a couple of seconds behind this squabble for third. That's Lee, Winfield and Boardley. Boardley not afraid now to get his elbows out a bit more. The championship is sealed as long as he doesn't do anything really silly and pick up some sort of penalty. He is the 2023 TCR UK champion, so now he wants to go out with a podium. Just missed the podium in race 1, and he's running in 5th place at the moment. Lead gap down fractionally again that time, a 49.0 for the leader, a 48.9 for Jensen Brickley. We've followed them for a couple of laps now, Paul. Where, if anywhere, do you think Brickley has an advantage that could lead to an overtake?
Well, coming into Druids will be a hard ask, but coming down, if you watch the leaders, coming down to Graham Hill Bend, the speed of Brickley's car on entry is just super stunning. A bit like what you can see here with Carl Boardley. The car has got so much grip, but he needs to be closer. A bit like Boardley was doing there, and yeah, just trying to get the car in. It'll be a struggle to get down the inside of clearways unless he makes a mistake, but he is really close now. If you can start to make him defend, this is game on. That Audi's got some waft, doesn't it? Look at that.
Always gets off the tight corners well, though, doesn't it? Clearway's a perfect example of that. He parked it on the apex, but then still came off the corner quicker than Brickley. Lee still third. Another new fastest lap for Callum Newsham now, as he continues to try and close in. Only about a second now behind the Winfield-Boardley scrap, as Alex Lee now is definitely starting to march towards the top 2. So the top 3 covered by 1.3 seconds at the moment, as Alex Lee tries to claim a second victory of the day. Through Graham Hill Bend, Constable's car again, a beautiful little 4-wheel drift through the apex. He gets off that corner well too, and a car with good traction is a really difficult car to overtake, Paul, because by the time you get into the next braking zone, you're just not close enough to really have a go.
Yeah, exactly. This is a fantastic effort from Jack Constable, because that car is nowhere near as quick as Jensen Brickley's. There's just nowhere that the Audi looks faster than Jensen's car, except for the traction it gets out of clearways. What's going on here? That's Darrell Wilson, isn't it? Has he had a spin?
It's like up at Druids, isn't it?
Checking the geometry of the car as Bruce Winfield is trying to fend off the attentions of Carl Boardley, but Callum Newsham, I cannot get my breath how fast that kid has been. He is half a second quicker than the race leader. Most laps, half a second.
Yeah, flying, isn't he? Now he's in clean air. He's caught this pair who continue to squabble, Winfield and Boardley, 4th and 5th, and Bruce Winfield does seem to be struggling at Graham Hill Bend, doesn't he? Boardley continues to get a good run out onto the Cooper Straight. Callum Newsham there as well, right to the edge of the road. Oh. And Bruce Winfield's been given a 5-second penalty for exceeding track limits, so in a way this battle doesn't really matter, but he's still physically there in front of Carl Boardley, who wants to try and get through if he can. Goes to the outside line at Paddock. Can he get the switchback manoeuvre? No, Winfield manages to cover that off. Remember, Winfield came into this race very much fighting for second in the championship. That's slipping away now as well, as Callum Newsham sails round the outside of Boardley, who was boxed in behind Bruce Winfield, and in the end, Newsham makes it look easy.
That was a great move, that was. Now he's got that done. I don't think Bruce Winfield's pace this weekend has been very good at all, but he is actually behind him on the road, but with that penalty, it's just a shame, isn't it? You've got to pass someone that shouldn't be in front of you.
As it stands, by the way, Jensen Brickley would be your championship runner-up, would you believe, having come into the weekend a long way back. He is currently 11 points clear of Alex Lee, so Lee is extra motivated to try and catch these two, because if he could win the race, he could potentially still finish second in the points. There are those up-to-date live championship standings. Brickley second, Lee third, Constable fourth, Winfield fifth, and the luckless Adam Shepherd would fall to sixth, having come into the weekend as perhaps Carl Boardley's most realistic championship rival. Constable continuing to lead the way, but Brickley, he just can't get close enough in the right bits of the track, can he? I think clearways is probably his best bet, but Constable knows that and will always defend.
Yeah, definitely. And this is the thing, now he's close enough to have a bit of attack. I wouldn't be surprised if Constable now missed the apex of clearways, but I'm wrong. But this is the closest he's been. Look how close he is, and then look at the traction of that Audi. it reminds me of the FL7 Honda when Chris Smiley was in his car this morning. Absolutely belting off that last corner. And if it's that good there, you've really got you've got a problem trying to pass anywhere else, because the only other place he's really good against the Audi is Graham Hill Bend, but there's just not enough braking to do to pass.
No, he's good out of paddock, isn't he, Brickley? Closes in. Maybe a little lunge at Druids could be an option in the future, but he's running out of time. 3.25 minutes to go in this final race of the season. Again, that was a good run through Graham Hill Bend for Brickley. Constable a bit wide of the apex. Is Brickley maybe going to commit to the move this time? He had a little sighter up here, maybe a lap ago, sails in late on the brakes, but Constable covers the inside and then just parks on the apex, waits until he's absolutely sure that he's blocked that momentum that Brickley was carrying, and then hits the loud pedal, heading down across the start-finish line. Jack Constable leads with just under 3 minutes to go, but this will feel like a very long 3 minutes with Jenson Brickley all over him. We know how quick Brickley is. He's been driver of the day for me so far, Jenson Brickley.
Yeah.
And if he could pull off the race win, that would just be the perfect way to cap off the weekend.
Yeah, I'm with you on this. Alex Lee will want to... well, there's only 1 point in it, isn't there? No. 11. Yep, so 11 points for him to try and find to get second place. But yeah, Jenson Brickley's been a star this weekend. Shame about his actuator and gearbox problem. Just to correct myself, I've been saying FL7 Honda, it's an FL5. So sorry about that, you Honda nerds.
Yes, and there are many of them, I'm sure, who will be picking up on that. Darrell Wilson now warned about track limits.
For the first time this weekend.
Yes, you might be right, Paul. He's had a trying race, has our Darrell. Always a popular figure in the paddock, though, as is his green and red Astra. Bruce Winfield holding on to fourth. I'm a bit... Oh, hello. Someone has been off, or is off, at Clearways. I'm not entirely sure. I didn't see a car in there. I think everyone still came across the line. Not entirely sure who that was. May have been Andy Wilmot. He had quite a slow lap, didn't he? A few seconds off the pace, but anyway, appears to have got going once again. But yeah, I'm a bit surprised Callum Newsham hasn't got past Bruce Winfield yet. Winfield actually in the second half of the race, seeming to find a bit of pace.
Yeah, starting to open up for him. But yeah, these guys, I did notice Jenson Brickley in P2 was just starting to real snag the steering wheel going into the fast left-hander Surtees before Clearways, and that always says to me that the front tyres are running out and they're trying to induce a loose rear axle to try and get the car to turn in. So yeah, I think people are starting to run out of tyres now, especially Jenson. He's had another little lock up there as well.
Darrell Wilson emerges on the horizon to be lapped. That's going to be another little hurdle to be jumped, as Bruce Winfield's penalty is doubled now from a 5-second to a 10-second track limits penalty. Quite a bit of traffic ahead. They're going to be starting the final lap this time. Let's hope they've all got their wits about them. Meanwhile, Newsham's had a terrible run off Graham Hill Bend, and Carl Baldley's trying to get around the outside of him. That will give him the inside line for Clearways. But Carl doesn't really need to pick a fight with Callum Newsham right now and lets him have it. Carl Baldley, I think, will be satisfied to round out his season with 5th place, the championship already in his pocket. Wilson stays well out of the way. Good driving that from Darrell. He did slow down quite suddenly as they came across the timing line. Can Brickley do this? I think if it's going to happen, Paul, it will be into Clearways, won't it? But I just don't see Constable leaving that door open.
No, but are they coming across more lapped cars? Oh, they are. Is that Mark Smith?
Oh, it is.
Oh, good lad. Good lad, fair play. You don't want to get involved in that. Oh, that's great driving by him. Perfect. This is job done. Can't see George Jackson causing a problem here. Should be all done and dusted by the time he gets around. But yeah, another great race. And Jack Constable, that's outstanding stuff from him.
Brilliant defensive drive, a defensive masterclass actually from Jack Constable to keep Jenson Brickley behind him. Out of the final turn he comes. I don't think he'll quite get to lap George Jackson, so it will be for Jack Constable a 6th career TCR UK victory to round out the 2023 season in style. Jenson Brickley comes home in 2nd position, and it's a 3rd place finish for Alex Lee. Not quite the double race victory then for Alex, but I think he'll still be reasonably satisfied with that. Callum Newsham finishes in 4th. Carl Baldley comes home 5th. Champion finishing his weekend off with 2 solid top 5 finishes, and Andy Wilmot ends up in 6th position. Strong result for him. Then Brad Hutchison, Luke Sargent, Bruce Winfield and Rick Kerry. Winfield, of course, that 10-second penalty dropping him down the order. But a fantastic final race of the season there, Paul. Bit of a shame about some of the damage incurred to drive to cars in the early stages there, but once we got going, some proper touring car racing and a brilliant drive there by Jack Constable.
Yeah, really good drive by Jack Constable, so congratulations to him and Rob Boston Racing. That was absolutely spot on. And great to see a fantastic crowd here. That's the top of Paddock Hill Bend, that. So yeah, so good stuff for Jack. I was talking to him a bit earlier, and he was a bit downbeat and saying the car wasn't the best thing in the world around here, but you've just done it, mate, so well done to you. Jensen Brickylow, my driver of the day, your driver of the day, top man.
Agreed, absolutely. Jack Constable then wins the final round of TCR UK in 2023. Jensen Brickley comes home second. Alex Lee, with a solid conclusion to his championship, is back on the podium again. Callum Newsham finished in fourth. Best weekend he's had, I think, in TCR, certainly for consistency anyway. Carl Baldley, the champion, is fifth ahead of Andy Wilmot, Brad Hutchison, Luke Sargent, Bruce Winfield and Rick Carey to complete the top 10. George Jackson was 11th ahead of Mark Smith, Darren Wilson and Jeff Holden in 14th. In fact, Jeff Holden wasn't running at the flag, nor was Joe Marshall, nor of course Adam Shepherd after their tangle at the restart of the race. Well, Paul, sun setting on another cracking season. TCR UK has certainly entertained me this year. We've said earlier on, a very competitive season of racing. Lots of different drivers capable of winning races. The future continues to look bright, I think, especially with now more of these Gen 2 cars starting to come into the championship. A fitting way there to end what has been another cracking season.
Yeah, great season. Great to be involved, and yeah, good to see Rob Boston Racing getting 2 Audis and it working out for them right at the end of the championship. So they'll have a lot going on in the background, I'm sure, with a lot of data. And yeah, the Gen 2 cars have been fantastic addition, and the Gen 1 Cup I'm really looking forward to, because that is going to open a lot of doors for a lot of very good drivers who will be able to be seen on this platform.
No, exactly. That's a fantastic initiative that's been brought in for next year to allow some of the older generation cars to come in, still fight for overall honours, but also have their own class within themselves to fight in. I think that's a terrific idea, really, from the championship promoters. So, Jack Constable, a race winner once again, and like I said, he's third on the all-time wins list, only 2 behind Dan Lloyd now, the very first champion in TCR UK. Of course, it's one Lewis Kent, who has won more than anyone else. 14 times winner was Lewis in TCR UK. He'll be out again later on today in the final Civic Cup race of the season, where we're hoping we'll have a championship showdown between Max Edmondson and Dan Thackeray, if Dan can get his engine sorted for that second race. So don't go anywhere, we've got that still to come, and of course the grand final for the Formula Ford Festival. First, let's head down to the pit lane and hear from Anthony Jordan and our final podium finishers of the year.
Thank you very much, guys. Yes, a dramatic final race of the season. What can you say from that? And well, Jack Constable, welcome to the #1 spot here at TCR UK. Mate, honestly, that was a race.
Yeah, definitely a race. One of the harder fought ones. I mean, Jensen was stronger in other places, we were stronger in other bits, so I just had to make sure that I kept doing the bits where he was stronger right, which is quite hard work, but yeah, definitely a good one.
There was a lot of talk going into this weekend saying that, oh, the Audi's never going to do well at Brands, and here it is on the top spot here with you at the wheel of it. You were so excited when you came in, you forgot to put the handbrake on, so we've had to chock it with someone's tripod, which is fantastic. But honestly, mate, in this one, what a result for you. What a way to end a season as well.
Yeah, that's exactly what I wanted to do to finish the season, so yeah, really chuffed.
With this win, does this bolster your things for what you want to do next year? I mean, do we know what the plan is?
We've got lots going on in life at the moment, so I need to take the winter, get my head straight, and then come back.
Well, honestly, mate, this championship wouldn't be the same. Yeah, exactly. This championship, it wouldn't be the same without you, mate. Honestly, we do hope to see you back, and yeah, what a way to end it. Congratulations.
Cheers, mate. Thanks. I really appreciate that.
Honestly, really, really solid drive there from Jack Constable. Super, super impressed. Same with Jensen Brickley as well. He secures second in the Drivers' Championship as well after a brilliant weekend. Jensen, we were talking all the way throughout this weekend. You wanted to secure second in the championship. Provisionally, of course, you've done it. Congratulations.
Thank you. Yeah, obviously that's the aim for the whole weekend. I think the problems before race one mixed that up a little bit, and yeah, well, we knew we could do it if we had a good result in this, so yeah, really happy with that. Obviously, Carl's supposedly a rookie, but in my eyes, I think we won the rookie championship this year because he's more experienced than anyone on the grid.
Yeah, exactly that. But for yourself there, you were super lucky with that red flag. You're getting the second chance after that spin, but the wagon was working well, and honestly, mate, you were flying out there. Obviously, I'm thinking that compensation weight, the competition weight, was just holding you back just a little bit out of clearways, but the rest of it, you were looking absolutely solid, mate.
Yeah, definitely. I think the only place I was struggling to catch Jack was out of clearways. He just had the acceleration on me. I think
in qualifying we didn't really feel the weight because it's only short stints and the tyre's still new, but when the tyre gets old and the car's getting hotter and the track's getting hotter, obviously it plays in a bigger part.
Yeah. But for yourself right now, you can relax, weights lifted off your shoulders, second runner-up in the championship as well. You can take that because that comes with a huge cash bonus as well, doesn't it?
Yeah, definitely. Thank you.
Mate, congratulations on that one to Jensen Brickley. Let's jump over and chat to Alex Lee wherever he is. I'm just trying to find where Alex is. He's right over here with the white hat on, chatting away with the team. Alex, mate, third on track. And third now in the Drivers' Championship. You wanted second, but third, that's brilliant after you started and came into this weekend sixth.
Yeah, over the moon, 6th to 3rd, so we missed out on second, but still so happy with it this weekend, so thank you very much.
Yeah. Tough old race, that one. Restart in the middle of it, obviously red flag early doors. Lots happened in that one, but you were one of the drivers who came through. And, mate, talk us about some of those moves. You were fully sending it there.
Yeah, I think most of my moves were at the hairpin after the first corner. Yeah, just going full send. So, yeah.
Yeah, delighted with that one, mate. Honestly, a brilliant result for yourself, and, you know, to come away with third in the championship and 2 podiums in a weekend as well. Mate, that is a brilliant weekend. You've lost your bottle lid, though. You've broken your bottle, mate. Oh, look at that. End of the season, new bottle, new car. Mate, honestly, and that brings us on to that question. What is it for next season? You know, where do you see yourself going? Is it another year of this, or are you moving up in the world?
Who knows? I'm not sure yet. We're going to work hard over winter and then work on our plans, so...
Awesome. Well, congratulations, mate. Enjoy that one. I know we have to wrap up very, very quickly. Just want to chat with Carl Bordley, who comes away with another bit of silverware. Carl, very quick question because we've got to wrap up. Mate, exciting race. A lot of drama in that one. Another bit of silverware for you.
Yeah, another bit of silverware. To be honest, we're gonna pass this one down the line. So we're going to send this up to Andy Wilmot on behalf of Dan Kirby.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Brilliant, mate. Congratulations on that one. Well done. Brilliant season as well.
Yeah. Fantastic. Couldn't ask for more.
Brilliant. Thank you very much. We're going to wrap up now. Plenty more action to come. Don't go anywhere.
Do you wonder why your competitors' websites appear in Google searches ahead of you? Then make a call to the SEO experts Warrior and understand how your business can be more visible online. As the official marketing partner of TCR UK, you can now work with a trusted search engine optimization partner to increase web traffic, inquiries and sales. Speak to us for your free audit and quote by visiting warrior.co.uk today.
Amazing weekend to conclude our TCR coverage, and what a fantastic season they've had, and thank you for the team all involved in bringing that to us over the course of the year. We now move on to the Formula Ford Festival final, sponsored by HeadTech. Big thanks to HeadTech and all our sponsors for the Formula Ford Festival. And as I look around me here, first of all, we're being blessed with wonderful weather today. It was nice and sunny at the start of the day. Thankfully that has remained. Those of you who watched last year with us will know we got rained out. It was very, very unfortunate, but today it's almost like we're being smiled on, and we've had fantastic weather to get us through the semi-finals, the last chance race, the Brian Jones Memorial for the Historics as well. And it's, for me, as I started watching, as many people do in journalism, as a youngster, so my passion was fired up really at Brands Hatch from the festival for many, many years, and just looking around here at the quality we've got on the grid is absolutely amazing. And what we're going to do is start at the sharp end of things, and we're going to talk to some of the guys that have worked their way through. A little bit out of shot there, Alan. We've got Logan Paxer, the Canadian driver. He's actually 10th on the grid. Wasn't room to squeeze him in over there. But I'm going to come to Rory Smith first of all. And Rory, like Jamie Sharp, who lines up alongside you, starting P2 for the semi-final. Now you're on pole. Is that going to make a difference, or do we like the outsider brands?
It's always hard to start off pole here, just the way that the track sort of rises there. But I mean, it's really hard to overtake around here, so pole is still the place you want to be. You know, hopefully I'll get a decent launch despite going uphill, and I can try and hold them off from there. But we'll see. It's all to play for. You've got great drivers around me, so I know it's going to be exciting either way.
It's a real quality feel to the field right at the sharp end, and I think probably one of the strongest lineups I've seen for a final for many, many years. You were champion back in 2020, so looking to add your name to the double winners. What does it feel like sitting there waiting for the off?
Do you know what? I'm remarkably calm. I wouldn't have thought I would be, but yeah, I guess because I've been in this situation once before, so it takes a little bit of the edge off it. I just know I need to go out there and do what I've done in the semi-final, so I'm confident I can do that. But, you know, like I said, it's anyone's game, anything can happen, but I'll just go out and have a good race.
And what are the preparations that you do after the semis before you come here? I saw a couple of the drivers sort of praying and eyes shut and trying to focus. Is that the sort of race prep that you do?
To be honest, I just try to chill out, have a bit of a joke and relax, to be honest. I think the worst thing you can do is just sit bubbling and boiling, getting all nervous for the hours in between. So, yeah, just chill out, have some lunch, enjoy the gap between. I don't do anything too special, to be honest.
Don't watch anything back and see what Jamie was doing, or?
Yeah, I mean, I do, in fairness, watch footage back and look at the data, but in terms of, you know, keeping your head in the right space, I don't do anything too crazy.
Excellent, Rory. Good luck to you. Thanks for having a chat with us. Stay safe in the race, as indeed we want all our drivers to do. As you probably worked out what I'm going to do, I'm going to go down some of the top runners and come into Jamie Sharp. Jamie, we've spoken many times, and obviously you raced with us on the Toka package many years ago. Like Rory Smith, a previous winner, does that take the pressure off to some point because you've been in this situation before?
I wouldn't have said any pressure's off. I think it's still the same amount of pressure as it's always been. But I'm just here to have fun. I think this is the best I've ever positioned myself for the final in the festival, so I'm just here to have fun, and I'm still here to win, but whatever happens, happens from now.
And the quality of drivers around you is exceptional, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Everybody's here proved themselves this year and this weekend, so I mean, I'm just happy for myself to be in this situation, so yeah.
And I was saying to Rory about, you know, both of you guys came from P2 on the grid in the semi-finals, and you're P2 here in the final. Does that give you the advantage?
Yes and no. I mean, if it was a bit wet, maybe, yeah, but yeah, can't tell that until I'm out on track. We'll have to see. It's rare I ever start in P2, so I'll have to see from now.
Well, I hope you have a great race and a safe one, and we look forward to hopefully or possibly seeing you on the podium. Let's go round. I'm going to mess things up here. Laura's doing the camera for us, so change of tack. I'm going to go around this side of the car just to make things a little bit different for the viewers and have a chat with Niall Murray. Niall, you were the first person I actually spoke to this weekend when we were getting ready to go out to the heats, and I think I probably waffled on a little bit too long to you. We didn't get a chance to talk to anyone else, but it's always good to catch up with you. A double champion up at the shop. It is such a very, very experienced and talented field at the front.
Yeah, it is. Look, you've said it yourself. I could hear you talking to the other guys. You know, the top three of us on the grid have won the festival before. You know, Chris won the championship in 21. Luke Cooper's Castlecoombe champion for, you know, a number of times. Jordan Kelly won the championship this year, so that's only just the top six. Yeah, so yeah, look, it's always competitive. No matter what year you come to the festival, you know, some big names might not show up, clashes with other races, but there's always still very, very competitive, top six, top eight. And yeah, anyone up the front can win it, really.
When we talk about festivals of years gone by, we inevitably go back to well before you were born, the likes of when Johnny Herbert won it, and that was in the days when we had heats, quarterfinals, semi-finals and the grand final. And I think Johnny had a problem in qualifying, and he was right off the back for his heat and worked his way through. Not quite as daunting as you did, but you were sixth, weren't you, in qualifying, and you've come through and find yourself on the second row. So a good, strong festival so far.
Yeah, definitely. Look, I said it to you yesterday. You know, yesterday was just damage limitations for us. I'm still scratching my head a little bit over our lack of pace in the wet, but we know we have the most pace of anyone in the dry. I can easily, you know, bang in the low 50s on my own, no problem. So look, I'm confident in these sort of conditions. When I won it in 2013, I started 6th, I think, or 5th. And when I won it in 2016, I started 2nd, I think. So I've started pole other times as well and haven't won it. So, you know, maybe starting a bit further back is better.
In terms of challenging during the heats, trying to make your way up and the semi-finals, how much do you stay in reserve and think, I've got to preserve the car, I've got to make sure I finish?
Oh, you have to. Look, it was, you know, as Jamie will tell you, I'm sure that last year both of us were probably a little bit too aggressive with each other and went off in the heat, and that kind of put both of us obviously in the back foot, him more so because he didn't finish. But yeah, look, today when I started that semi-final in 3rd and I got up to 2nd straight away, I was just banking that, you know, I didn't want to do anything stupid. You know, as soon as I got up behind Rory, he kind of was backing me up into Luke. So at that stage, I just tried to back off, try to keep Luke behind me and give Rory a bit of space, which, you know, worked out well. I just wanted to get finished, get on to the first couple of rows of this final, and yeah, we'll see what happens now in a few minutes.
Okay, well, best of luck with it. Hope stay safe. We'll see you on the podium. I say that to all the drivers, sometimes we don't get to. Let's have a word with Chris Middlehurst, another driver with podium experience, actually, of Formula Ford Festival finals and a multi-champion in his own right many other times. Chris, is there more pressure being, say, on row 3 than there is being at the front?
I think yes and no, really. I'd rather be probably a little bit of maybe one row back, see what happens at the first corner, in case it gets a little bit, you know, spicy, but ideally, yeah, you want to be on the front row. It's hard to make a much better start than most people because you're so experienced. You're going to get quite an even start. Of course, you're also staggered. So, yeah, we're just going to obviously try and get through the first couple laps. If I get a chance, I'm going to make the move 100%. And then, yeah, just try and get out the front. And yeah, I've got a good feeling about this race. You know, long build-up all week testing and 2 second places so far. 2nd in the heat, 2nd in the semi. I've got Niall next to me, so we have the speed, definitely. It's just a case of having luck on your side. That's certainly one thing you need in the festival final. And yeah, speed and just seeing how the race pans out. You just never know. You can't plan anything at all. You just got to if the opportunity arises, you just got to take it. As long as you know you can get past, you know. And towards the end, of course, you can start taking more risks if you're further back.
It's a long wait for you, isn't it, for the holding area? We had the TCR final, and I've just been told we've got about 3 minutes before they let you go. So I'm going to move on just so we can chat to a couple of other drivers. But Chris, thanks for taking the time to talk to us, and good luck for the final. Chris Middlehurst. Let's go back to Luke Cooper, and obviously Niall was talking about, you know, being backed up to Luke Cooper and getting involved in that battle for 2nd position in the semi-finals. Luke, how are you feeling? I was just saying to Chris Middlehurst, very, very long wait, isn't it? To, you know, from getting out to the paddock into the holding area, waiting to go out on track. Does that add to nerves, or does it actually help calm you?
A little bit of both, really. I mean, once I'm in the car, you've got the helmet on, you just kind of get in the zone and focus on what you're doing. Obviously, the faster you get on track, the faster you can just focus on the driving. While you just sat here, you're left to your thoughts.
Decent chance from 5th on the grid?
Yeah, it's in the mix. Anything can happen. The main thing is being there at the end. We're in a great position to hopefully go forward and maybe pick up the pieces if anything happens ahead as well.
Nice one. Good luck. I'm going to have a quick word with Jordan Kelly because we haven't spoken to Jordan Kelly this weekend. We normally get an opportunity to talk to the national champion. We haven't had a chance to do so. So for our head tech final, let's go to Jordan. Tell us about your weekend so far.
It got off to an alright start. We qualifying, testing and stuff, but then whenever it came to the race, I just made too many mistakes and just probably were driving it a wee bit too much, and kind of got my head together today and made the passes I needed to make to get up to 3rd. So I got 3rd for the semi. So now we're here in 6th. So at least we're in the fight. So it's good to get back to this position at least.
Yeah, progression and moving forward is what the festival's about, isn't it, as much as anything else? So winnable from here?
Anything could happen. I know I've raced against most of them ahead of me, so it's going to be interesting now, the final.
Wish you well. Thank you for chatting to us, Jordan Kelly. You heard the whistle, you heard the engines pop into life, so that's our top 6 drivers that we've introduced you to here on the grid. The waiting is nearly over. It's time to go and get the grid now with Andy and Scott in the commentary box. Enjoy the race.
Sterling work, Richard, as always. Thank you very much. Great to hear from a few of the drivers down there in the assembly area. as they start to get pumped up and ready for what should be a fantastic conclusion to the 52nd edition of the Formula Ford Festival here at Brands Hatch. 20 laps will decide who adds their name to the illustrious list of previous winners of the Formula Ford Festival. Are we going to get a new winner, or will one of those 3 drivers off the front of the grid who have been champions of this event before manage to do it again? Here is how they'll line up then for the final 20-lap Formula Ford race of the weekend. Rory Smith on the pole position, alongside him Jamie Sharp with Niall Murray and Chris Middlehurst making up row number 2. Luke Cooper, a heat winner in the wet yesterday, starts 5th, with Jordan Kelly, the Irishman, for company. Row number 4 then is where you find Jordan Dempsey and Tom Nippers, both of them still potential race winners, even though they're starting a bit further back. Jeremy Fairbairn was quick yesterday as well. He will start from 9th alongside the Team USA driver Zach Sullivan, the first of the Team USA scholarship drivers, starting in the back of the top 10. Logan Paxer starts 11th, ahead of David MacArthur, with Alex Berg and Brandon McGorgan together on row 7. McGorgan one to watch, remember, charged through from the back in his semi-final and will be starting from the outside of row 7. Porter Aiken and Henry Chart will share the 8th row of the grid. Charlie Mann and Johnny McMullen are next. McMullen another who charged from the back in the semis. 18th, not the ideal place to start. What progress, though, will he be able to make? 19th for Ayrton Houck. He should be further up the order than that, really. The second Team USA scholarship driver will complete the top 20 alongside Tom Hawkins, Morgan Quinn and Sam Street. 2 more quick drivers, particularly Morgan Quinn, starting on the 11th row. Row 12 then for Jason Smith and Nolan Alaya. 2 more really quick drivers who are starting deep in the order after their dramas in the semis. Felix Fisher likewise with Donald Downey on the 13th row. Row 14 then for Rick Morris and Richard Higgins. We're getting into those now who made it in through the last chance race, whilst Drew Stewart and Drew Cameron once again start next to each other, this time on the 15th and last row of the grid. Well, Andy McEwen here to talk you through the action alongside me, Scott Woodwis once again. And Scott, going down the grid there, it's the first time, because of the hectic nature of the day that it's been, first time I've actually had a chance to properly sit and look at the grid. So many drivers well down the order who we came into the weekend saying, yeah, they could win the festival this year, and they have got a big hole to try and dig themselves out of. Winning perhaps not really all that likely, but it's going to be fascinating to watch their progress up the order, while some of the expected heavy hitters are, of course, going to be challenging from the front from the get-go.
I've said this before so many times to people recently in the last few hours, and I'll say it again. The line that we've got here, I can't pick a winner. I genuinely cannot pick a winner, and it feels like, quite deja vu, it feels like 2021 again. So many good drivers at the front. Anyone from at least the first 7 rows has got a genuine shot of winning this. You've got, former winners. You've got effectively, aside of Max Esterson, you've got a lot of recent winners. You've got Niall Murray, you've got Rory Smith, you've got and Jamie Sharp in the mix. Chris Middlehurst has been a serial podium finisher here in the past. You've got Luke Cooper, who's had a fantastic festival, and it would be a great feel-good story if he takes the victory. You've got Jordan Kelly, the national champion. He wants to emulate what other national champions have done and won the festival on the same weekend. You've got all 4 North American scholarship drivers, both Team USA, with Ayrton Houck and Jack Sullivan, Logan Paxer and Alex Berg in the mix. They're going to be up there too to pick their way through, some a little bit deeper than they should be. You've got other drivers to come through, Nolan Ola and Felix Fisher from towards the back. Rick Morris in another festival final, which would be amazing to see. I think also Henry Chart's not started, so I think the next reserve is Isaac Cantor da Silva. He's first reserve, because I saw there's a gap on 18th place. He'd actually been drawn after the historic final, which means that the first reserve gets on the grid. So it's Isaac Cantor da Silva, the young Brazilian. He's at the back of the grid, just 16 years old, only about 2 or 3 weeks ago. And he's now experienced his first festival final from the very back of the grid, but he's in there too. Others to experience: Porter Aiken, USF 2000 champion, Brandon McCorkin, you rightly said, in there, Johnny McMullen's in there too. I could go on for ages, Morgan Quinn, others. There's so many good drivers in this field. Once again, it's impossible to pick a winner. There is favourites you could put there in terms of key names that stand out initially, but you've got the others in the mix in there too. This is the race where you'll have to just simply watch the next 20 laps, watch it unfold, and just see who comes out on top. It is literally like sticking your ball into, it's sticking your hand into a bucket of 30 ping pong balls with names on them, picking one out, and that's your festival winner. That's how close and tight it is. And it is going to be, I hope, 20 laps that are going to be an epitome of what the festival and Brands Hatch and this event really is, and that's a great sight. TCR, of course, have been here for TCR as well, but some of them have been here for TCR are staying for the festival. That's one of the best sights you can see. A pretty heavily packed grandstand down at Paddock Hill Bend, I'm certain, are about to see a festival final that's going to hopefully entertain all of them and us and all of you watching at home. There's about, at least on the Brscc stream, I think about 1,500 people already watching. On top of it, all of you watching on the TCR stream, there's over 2,000 people in total. Thank you to every single one of you that is watching. You're hopefully in treat for an absolute treat, because we've got 30 drivers, 20 laps, and 1 festival champion for 2023. I'm excited, and is excited. You should be too. Let's rock and roll.
For the 52nd time, then, it is time to crown a champion in the Formula Ford Festival. The Head Tech Grand Final about to get underway. The lights go out. Away we go. Good start made by Jamie Sharp from the outside of row 1, but Rory Smith, I think, will hold on to the advantage on the inside. Yes, he does. So Smith leads the way then. It is Sharp second. It is Murray in third as they head for Paddock Hill Bend for the first time. Single file amongst most of the top 10 or so, with some good side-by-side action further back. But a cagey start to the race. No one really wanting to show their hand too early, perhaps, and maybe a little bit of temporary truce formed amongst those front runners to try and pull a gap on the rest of the field and then settle it between themselves. They are locked together as they head down the Cooper Straight for the first time. Rory Smith, Jamie Sharp and Niall Murray, with a gap back to Chris Middlehurst in 4th place. 5th place then is Luke Cooper as they turn through the left-hander at Surtees and towards the conclusion of the opening lap. Now, this next few seconds will be telling. Do we see anyone try and make a move down the pit straight, or are they content just to sit in line for now? Well, there's your answer. Niall Murray pops out up the inside of Jamie Sharp and challenges for second place as they head for Paddock Hill Bend. At the end of lap number 1, Rory Smith leads. It's almost a dead heat for second, but Niall Murray, I think, is going to go through on the inside line and move up into the runners-up spot.
You can tell already in 1 lap in, they're not going to settle it. They go for it, and that was a bit on the cement dust. I think there was possibly a little bit of contact, I think, if not on the cement dust, between Smith and Murray. And round the outside goes Jamie Sharp. The three festival winners in the field, first, second and third. Middlehurst, Dempsey, Kelly and Cooper in the mix. There's your leading 7. The next group led by Jeremy Fairbairn in 8th. They head their way up the straight now towards Surtees for the second time. It's Smith in control, Murray on the outside line. There's a bit of damage to his front nose on the left-hand side. There must be a way he tried to get past, I think, Rory Smith. There was a bit of blocking there in some cases, or defensive move there from the car in front. He's holding on to 3rd place for the time being. Fairbairn's joined that group now. He's also got Tom Nippers up there in 9th. Jack Sullivan ahead of them is there. Running wide there was Jamie Sharp, and through now goes to 2nd place goes Niall Murray. And Sharp has lost momentum. He's also going to lose out, I think, to Middlehurst, who's going to get the push from Jordan Dempsey down the pit straight towards Paddock Hill Bend, down the outside to make it to 3rd place. Trying to take the high wide enhanced line if he can. He gets pushed out wide. Dempsey in the mix as well. It's only lap 3 and is properly kicking off at the front.
Oh, Jamie Sharp with a rare mistake then, dipping those wheels into the gravel. Recovered well, only lost 1 place, but look at the distance that he's lost to the top 2. Smith continues to lead. Murray second, and Sharp does now manage to hang on to 3rd place. Big lunge up the inside. Meanwhile, that is the number 99 machine trying to make some progress of Jordan Kelly. Didn't quite manage to make that move stick, and now actually he's under threat from Jeremy Fairbairn. The other driver who gained out of all of that was Jordan Dempsey. He's into 5th now, ahead of Luke Cooper, who's just started to slip backwards a little bit more than he would ideally like. 3rd lap then about to be completed. Fairbairn, by the way, has the fastest lap of the race. He's down in 8th position, but he is looking rapid in the early stages. Lead margin, 6/10 of a second. Niall Murray just about still within slipstreaming range, and he now steals that fastest lap back away from Rory Smith. This is going to be a real test now of Niall Murray's mettle. Can he chase down Rory Smith? It looks as though he might have half a chance, and he's definitely, Scott, getting away from this almighty fight for 3rd.
And that's the key thing. If you can break away early and break that toe from the cars behind, it means you can go into a race of your own. Rory Smith has got that gap by about 6/10 per second. Murray's going with him. Now at the moment, the small cork in the bottle appears to be Jamie Sharp here. He's now trying to bring along Middlehurst, Dempsey, Cooper and the rest as they come down towards Surtees on lap 4. We're already at 1/5 distance in this race already, it seems. But now it looks as though at the moment it is Smith versus Murray for the festival winner, unless everyone closes back up again and the rest of the pack led by Jamie Sharp can close them, bring them back towards them. There's a 1.3 second gap at the last split between Murray and Sharp at this point. Cross the line they go. It is a new fastest lap of the race to Niall Murray. 50.287 is looking up the inside to take 3rd place. Goes Chris Middlehurst down the inside. There's a bit of wheel banging, but in classic Formula 4 style, down the inside. Out wide goes Sharp, and here comes Jordan Dempsey, last year's festival national champion, looking to try and take 4th place from the 2021 festival winner. Through Druids they go side by side on the exit, with Jamie Sharp will have the inside line. That was forceful stuff from Middlehurst. He knew he had to make that pass if he wants to catch the top 2. He's been on the podium a couple of times before. Middlehurst wants a first festival victory.
And he had to make that move, didn't he? You could see that, as you said, Jamie Sharp was weirdly struggling for pace. I had Jamie Sharp nailed as perhaps the fastest driver on the grid. and it's just not really panned out that way. I don't know whether they've made a setup change between the semi-final and the final, or perhaps they haven't made a setup change, which they should have done. It's a little bit cooler now, later in the day, a bit more rubber down on the track, and a lot of the Formula 4 drivers actually have said that the Goodyear rubber laid down by the TCR cars is really wreaking havoc, actually, with their tyres, and they're not getting the same grip levels that they would be used to. Right, battle for the race lead. Rory Smith having to defend from Niall Murray, who looks to the outside line into Druid's corner, and Niall is in a dream position here, really, in Formula 4 racing. He's on the tail of the leader. He's caught the race leader, which proves that he's got good pace, and he's got no pressure from behind. Niall Murray is free to experiment here, use whichever line he thinks he needs to try and get the move made, and Rory Smith is going to have to make that a very, very wide Medina if he's going to hold on to the lead of this race for much longer.
Certainly pushing as hard as he can. This is Niall Murray of old, really, pushing on to try and see if he can make it happen. This appears to be the battle here. If Middlehurst can try and bring the cars towards him, he's going to need some help from the likes of Sharp and Dempsey. If not, this is the battle for the festival win. It's two former champions sparring with each other. Smith wants his second festival win. Murray wants to go for 3. Looks round the outside, going for the high wide and had to move. He's gone round the outside.
Oh.
That's one of the best moves of the festival. He runs a little bit wide, almost side by side. They're almost touching. There is contact between the two. Smith goes across. Murray came across a little bit too much, but Niall Murray with a superb outside pass. A little wide over the curb, admittedly, but Niall Murray, two-time champion, hits the front of the Formula 4 festival. He's going for festival win number 3.
Who cares about track limits? Let them race. That was fantastic stuff. Niall Murray, full of commitment, full of bravery, right round the outside. One of the moves of the weekend, certainly, and one of the best we've seen for the lead in a long time at the festival, but that does not win him the race by any means. Rory Smith now gets that slipstream, and as long as his car isn't damaged after that little knock, they've both had a few knocks in fairness in this race already, he should be able to still challenge there. Meanwhile is the fight for third. Chris Middlehurst third, Jamie Sharp fourth, and Jordan Dempsey in 5th position. 3 cars just starting to detach themselves maybe from Luke Cooper in 6th position, who just doesn't seem to quite have the raw pace now that the track is fully dry. In the wet yesterday, he dominated in his heat, but in the drier races that we've had subsequently, he does appear to have struggled just a little bit. Heads down the hill then towards Graham Hill Bend. Chris Middlehurst getting away slightly from Jamie Sharp, and that I just don't think that Jamie Sharp is particularly happy with the way that his car is handling. It doesn't seem to be reacting in the way that he would like it to, and that's showing in his lap times.
A little bit. He's coming under pressure now for Jordan Dempsey. He's sliding out wide. I think you're absolutely right. The setup's not where he wants it to be. There's a black and white flag for Luke Cooper of track limits, because if he keeps on transgressing that, he will get a 5-second penalty for that. He's got to be careful, but he's keeping in the slipstream now of Jordan Dempsey. So all the front most expected. The rest of the top 10, as you mentioned, Jordan Kelly, national champion, in 7th place. Jeremy Fairbairn in 8th. 9th is Tom Nippers. I have to say, credit to Tom Nippers. Really good run from him so far in P9. And Jack Sullivan, highest of the North American scholarship drivers for Team USA, in 10th position. But he might be about to lose that a little bit, because down the outside looks to be Brandon McCorkin, who's having a fantastic charge from where he started. He was back in 14th. He's up to 11th place now, up 3 places. Now you see the rest of the pack coming through.
And on that note, actually, a few others that we should point out that were coming through the order. McCorgan 11th, you mentioned, but we've also got Houck up to 16th, McMullen 17th, Morgan Quinn 18th. The one that's not really made much progress is No Another Lie. He's still down in 22nd place at the moment. Did get 1 position on the previous lap, but he would have been hoping for a bit more progress in the early stages, because we are nearly halfway through the race. We're about to start the halfway lap. It's the 10th lap of 20, and Rory Smith is right back with Niall Murray. Goes from the outside to the inside. What a move that could be for Rory Smith. Anything you can do, he says. I can do better. Niall Murray, 2 wheels in the gravel trap. They're still side by side, though, as they head for Druid's corner. Rory Smith back to the lead. Fabulous racing, Scott.
Sensation. I thought Niall Murray's move was great. That was the last minute dummy to perfection. Rory Smith, you hero. That was superb. This is a proper festival fight for the victory between 2 former champions. And look, Chris Middlehurst has broken away from the pack. He's coming for them. The harder these two fight each other, the easier it is for Middlehurst to catch up. And remember, Middlehurst hasn't won a festival. No. Rory's won 1, Murray's won 2. Could it now be 3 of them? It's 2 Team Dolan cars, even though they're in the same team. Middlehurst wants this win just as much as Murray does. Forget about teammates, he's going to go for it just as much as Niall is, but Rory Smith now might have 2 Team Dolan cars to deal with. Here comes Murray again to the outside line, down towards Paddock Hill Bend. Is he going to make it a repeat move? Can he do the switch back? No, Smith holds the inside line and keeps it locked in. Looks again, looks one way then the other, back to the outside line. Middlehurst is coming, he's coming after him in 3rd place, and it might also start to bring Sharp, Dempsey, Cooper, because they're not too far away either. I think there was a tiny bit of bodywork came off the nose from the remnants of that initial contact earlier on. He's getting very close. He's practically shoving the nose of that Van Diemen up the Medina Sports gearbox. And here comes Middlehurst for third place. 9 laps to go. This is on.
Middlehurst 7/10 quicker than the race leaders last time around because they are starting to squabble. So he is absolutely going to be in contention here. Luke Cooper, by the way, is back into the top 5 now as well. He got at the inside of Jordan Dempsey exiting Paddock Hill Bend, and he is now also trying to move himself back into podium contention. Through they go. We are 11 laps into the grand final here at Brands Hatch, and Niall Murray once again goes to the outside line into Paddock Hill Bend, but Rory Smith, I think, has figured this one out now.
Ooh.
He just drifts over a little bit. He's very sideways on the apex, though, and that kills his momentum heading up Hailwood Hill. Niall Murray to the outside line, late on the brakes, nose ahead. Can he go right round the outside? Does Rory Smith leave him the space? Oh, just about. Again, Niall Murray has to take to the curbs, but he's got the inside line for Graham Hill Bend, and Niall Murray once more leads, and here comes Middlehurst. Chris Middlehurst much quicker off Graham Hill Bend. The road is blocked by Rory Smith, but it is well and truly now 3 for the lead.
And watch the cars behind, because Jamie Sharp's in 4th. You've got Cooper, Kelly, Dempsey and Fairmeadow in there as well. We could end up with possibly an 8-car train. Here comes Jamie Sharp in 4th place. We've still got 8 laps to go here as they come through. Murray back to the front now, but it's 3 for the lead. It could be 4, could be as many as 8 if they all close up together. This is the magic of the festival altogether now. Murray leads the way across the line. His gap is about 1/4 of a second as Middlehurst is looking for 2nd place here. It's now Rory Smith's BM Racing Medina in a Team Dolan Van Diemen sandwich. He's got Murray in front of him, Middlehurst right behind him as well. Looking up the inside line, he thought about it, just poked his inside to put himself into Smith's mirrors, but just tried to hold on for 3rd place if he could. And Sharp is coming back in as to the 3 festival winners in the mix, along with the man who's been on the podium a couple of times, are going to make it now possibly a quartet for the victory.
Middlehurst the key man here, I think, though. If he starts to distract Rory Smith, that could just allow Niall Murray to break away. It's not happening yet, but if at any point Smith has to defend that 2nd place and really starts losing them both time, that could be Niall Murray's ticket to a decent race lead. We're about 2/3 of the way through. The race is flying by far too quickly, but we're getting down to crunch time now. The race will not be won in the first 15 laps. It's always what happens in the final 5 that really makes the difference. Rory Smith tries to sell the dummy again, but just a touch too far back that time, and by going in tight again, he's sideways at the apex of paddock, and Middlehurst sees his chance. There's no room at the in on the inside line, and also gaining on them very much so is Jamie Sharp, who I discounted completely about 10 laps ago, and he's right back in it. But look, that one defensive move from Rory Smith just buys Niall Murray a car length or so. It's not much for now, Scott, but it's probably the biggest lead anyone's had so far this race.
Yeah, it's probably the biggest lead he's going to get, because if Rory Smith can figure out, well, he's not going to get any help from Middlehurst. Of course, he's a different team. If anything, Middlehurst is going to help anyone, it's going to be Niall Murray, if that. But in many cases, it's going to be pretty close. He's just got to try and drive his own race and try and get back towards it here. All he can do is just try and chase after Murray, stay in his wheel tracks and keep after him. Now this is critical. Middlehurst is going from the hunter to the hunted, because now Jamie Sharp's coming back into play here. Cooper's keeping a watching brief distantly in 5th. He's maybe a dark horse if it all kicks off a bit more in front of him. Rest of the top 10 will give a shout out to Jordan Dempsey in 6th, Jordan Kelly 7th, Jeremy Fairbairn 8th, Jack Sullivan 9th, and Tom Nipper still 10th, independent runner. As for the rest of the Team USA and Canada drivers, Alex Berg is the next best of Team Canada in 12th, Logan Paxer's 14th, and Ayrton Hauck, a bit disappointed for him, down in 18th place, not at the festival final he was hoping for, but in the thick of it, in the middle of the pack as well.
He is indeed. Right then, we're going to be 3/4 of the way through the race at the end of this lap, and Niall Murray is putting together a really big lap here. He was nearly a 10th quicker than Rory Smith in Sector 1. That gap is growing out over half a second now. That still means that Rory Smith is within slipstreaming range, but he's not close enough to attack as they head into paddock. Now that's interesting. Black and white warning flag, race leader Niall Murray. It's not a penalty yet, but the stewards are watching him. He's been pinged for exceeding track limits. If he does it once more, then a 5-second penalty will go his way, and that will ultimately cost him a chance at the victory in the festival. So now not only does he have to defend from an ever-increasing queue of cars forming behind him, he has got to be extra careful, Scott, that he stays within those white lines.
Oh, he put 2 wheels over there at the entering Graham Hill Bend, but that's not where the sensors are. It's at the exit of Graham Hill Bend he's got to be careful of. 4 of them for the lead now with what's coming to the final 4 laps. This is the final we should have had last year. It's the final we're getting this year. This is the proper festival final we wanted for. This is magic with 4 laps to go. This is a proper Formula 4 race.
Yes, it is. Right, what can Rory Smith do? He's closer this time as they come through Clearways and Clark Curve. He's in the slipstream. We're at that stage of the race, though, where he knows that any move he makes now might be his last. If he makes a move, it doesn't work. He could spend the remaining laps trying to fend off Chris Middlehurst and Jamie Sharp behind him. Doesn't go for a lunge this time into paddock. Much neater that time, though, for Rory Smith, and it pays off. Look at the exit speed lead that he had. He forces a defensive move out of Niall Murray, but Smith daren't go wide because Middlehurst is there to fill the gap if he leaves the door open. So he's got to box clever here, Rory Smith. If he goes for a move, he's got to be confident that A, it will work, and B, it won't leave him vulnerable to attack from Middlehurst, who's right on his gearbox now as they head down the Cooper Straight. Thinks about going to the inside at Surtees, actually does Middlehurst. The three of them virtually pushing each other through Surtees as we head towards Clearways, after which we will have 3 laps to go.
3 laps, longest laps in Niall Murray's life, I'm sure. He wants Fiesta to win number 3, but everyone else behind him is stacking up to try and take it from him. Rory Smith wants to take his second, Middlehurst wants a first, and Jamie Sharp wants a second too. He's going to be close as he's ever been. Which way it's going to go? He looks to the outside line. Here comes Middlehurst to the outside too. Thought about it, looks for the undercut right underneath the gearbox of the Median Sport, and here comes Jamie Sharp.
What a run!
This is BM Racer versus Team Dolan. This is 2 by 2 here, and look at Jamie Sharp round the outside of Chris Middlehurst. Can he go for second? He was a little bit too wide. That's another great pass to the front. Fantastic from Jamie Sharp. He's really in the mix now. 2.5 laps to go. This is really on now. This is hotting up now. Murray leads at the moment, but it could change the drop of a hat.
If Jamie Sharp wins this race, I'll eat my hat. I had properly counted him out when he had that moment at Clearways. The car wasn't handling well. He didn't have the pace, and suddenly he's right back in it. 4 cars for the lead as they head through Clearways and Clark Curve. We will start the penultimate lap, and Niall Murray's got his hand out of the cockpit. What's going on? No!
He's got
problems for Niall Murray as we start the penultimate lap of the final, and Niall Murray could be out of it. Rory Smith inherits the race lead, and Jamie Sharp is up to second. Chris Middlehurst goes to the outside line and challenges for that second spot through Paddock Hill Bend. Absolute heartbreak for Niall Murray, though. His chances of a 3rd festival victory are shattered.
I think that's a shade of 2015 when he had an engine failure in 2015. That's heartbreak for Niall Murray. A 3rd festival win is snatched from him once again. He'll have to wait and come back next year. He'll keep on trying until he gets festival win number 3. I'm sure he will. So, lap and a half then. Luke Cooper's now in 4th in the mix as well, and so too is Jordan Dempsey. It is 5 for the lead with a lap and a half to go. Smith leads it. It could be a BM1-2 if they hold on to this with Smith. This is the newer Spec Medina Sport chassis, of course, with a newer pointier nose. If they could pull off a 1-2 in that car's first festival final, what a performance that will be.
Now, this is where we find out just what Jamie Sharp's got. Did he catch the leaders because they were squabbling, or did he catch the leaders because he was quicker than them? At the moment, I'm suspecting it might be the first of those options because he's dropping back, and actually Chris Middlehurst tries to get to the inside of him into Paddock Hill Bend. We are on the final lap of the Head Tech Grand Final here at the Formula Ford Festival, and Rory Smith might be about to claim his 2nd festival title in 3 years. Through Druids Corner he goes. He's hanging on for now. Jamie Sharp is giving this everything he's got. The car sideways out of Druids Corner as he desperately tries to get within striking range. There is realistically 1 more chance to overtake, and that comes into Clearways, the final corner. Short of that, it'll be a drag race to the line, which surely Rory Smith will fancy his chances of winning. Into the final turn, he doesn't even have to defend. Jamie Sharp sends it in from a long way back. He can't get up the inside line. He drifts wide of the apex, and I reckon that Rory Smith might just have done enough. Out of Clark Curve he comes. The 52nd Formula Ford Festival at Brands Hatch goes to Rory Smith after a sensational 20 laps of racing. Jamie Sharp just hangs on to second ahead of Chris Middlehurst 3rd, Luke Cooper 4th, Jordan Dempsey 5th, with Jordan Kelly and Jeremy Fairbairn also on the back of that trade. Top 7 cars covered by less than 3 seconds at the flag. Then it is McGorgan 8th. Brandon McGorgan started that race 14th and moved up to 8th place by the flag. Jack Sullivan 9th, and Tom Nippers completes the top 10. What heartbreak for Niall Murray. Not the first time in recent years, actually, that he will say he's been robbed of a chance to win the festival. But, oh, hello.
Oh, dear.
I thought that was Niall Murray when I caught a glimpse of it. It's not, is it? It's the...
That's
Jason Smith on top of somebody.
That's David McCarthy by the looks of it.
Oh, dear. Oh, yes, they didn't
Blimey.
come through. They were battling just outside the top 15, I think. And they have clearly tangled the Druids on the final lap. Anyway, they both appear to be fine, so we can move swiftly on. Now, our timing tower is saying Jamie Sharp race winner, but the timing screen is saying Rory Smith. So I think we've had a couple of glitches in the system today. We'll ignore that for now and say that Rory Smith has definitely won the Head Tech Grand Final here at Brands Hatch after a storming drive. I mean, there were times in that race where it really looked like Niall Murray might have the better of him. When Niall made that first overtake for the lead round the outside of Paddock, and he sort of started to get his head down and pull away. I suspected then maybe Niall had it in the bag, but Rory Smith tenaciously dug deep, didn't give in, and managed to drag himself back into contention. Made a superb move of his own as well. In fact, 2 superb moves of his own to get the lead. Jamie Sharp will be the first to congratulate him as Rory Smith pulls up in front of the number 1 board. The team are going to be there to congratulate him as well. I think a slightly shocked Rory Smith just takes a moment to compose himself, before he gets out of the car, where shortly he'll have a chat with Richard John Neil. And, well, if he can even attempt to sum up what happened over the last 20 laps or so in the short space of time that we'll have with him, that will be very impressive. But now it starts to dawn on him that he is a double festival champion, with his first one back in 2020, and he managed to get a second one here in 2023. And you know what, the way he's performing at the moment, it may well not be his last. Niall Murray will tell you how difficult it is to win a third festival final. He waited 3 years as well, actually, between his first two, did Niall Murray, but in 2013, then again in 2016, and well, 7 years and counting now since Niall Murray last stood on the top step of the podium. Car not broken on him, who knows, it could have been a very different story. He could have been celebrating a third festival victory right now. Them's the breaks, unfortunately. Good and bad fortune have always played a part in motor racing, and today fortune shone on Rory Smith. So Rory Smith victorious in the Brands Hatch Formula Ford Festival for a second time in the last 3 years. Chris Middlehurst comes home second place in the end. Jamie Sharp comes home in second place at the end. That result on screen is not the correct one, as we understand it. It should be Smith the winner, Sharp second, and Middlehurst in third, with Luke Cooper fourth and Jordan Dempsey in fifth position. Sixth place then goes the way of Jordan Kelly, seventh for Jeremy Fairbairn, eighth place for Brandon McGorgan, ninth was Jack Sullivan, best of the Team USA or Team Canada scholarship winners, and then the top 10 completed by Tom Nippers. So, incredible stuff. And actually, of the 30 starters, 27 of them got to the flag, and all of the retirements came inside the last 2 laps. It was a perfectly clean race, no safety cars either, which is a bit of a rarity. Actually, you can understand when the tension starts to rise and it's all on the line. We do occasionally get a few incidents in the final, but not today. Niall Murray's unfortunate mechanical failure taking him out, and then whatever happens to MacArthur and Smith also meant they were non-finishers. Here is confirmation then properly of the result. Smith, Sharp, Middlehurst your podium, with Luke Cooper and Jordan Dempsey completing the top 5. Jordan Kelly 6th, Jeremy Fairbairn was 7th after an up and down weekend really for him. Brandon McGorgan 8th, Jack Sullivan 9th, and Tom Nippers completes the top 10. Then it was Morgan Quinn, 11th position, having started 21st, not bad going. And Logan Paxson was 12th, Alex Berg 13th, and Ayrton Hauk in 14th. So you got all of the Canadians and Americans sort of getting together in the middle of the teens there. Porter Aiken then was 15th, Nolan Alai was 16th in the end, which didn't make the progress early on that he needed to really. Same true of Felix Fisher and Johnny McMullen, who finished 17th and 18th respectively. Charlie Mann 19th, and Isaac Canto da Silva, the late entry to the final, a reserve entry, but managed to come from back to finish in 20th. Then it was Sam Street, Donald Downey, Tom Hawkins, Drew Stewart and Richard Higgins, the historic final winner, managing to finish 25th overall. Then it was Drew Cameron and Rick Morris. So Rick Morris finishes another festival final in 27th place. Well, we need to go and have a lie down somewhere, I think, after that one. Let's hand over, shall we, to Richard John Neil, who is able now to catch up with our festival champion.
And that will be a very well-deserved lie down, Andy McEwen and Scott Wilbis. Very well called. Thank you for entertaining us. And I'm going to get straight on with this. Rory Smith, our winner. Rory Smith, ladies and gentlemen. Congratulations, Rory. We'll get you there. Going to grab a... What a race. Just tell us about it from start to finish. Actually, we haven't got that long, but tell us about your experience.
Yeah, I mean, after the semi, I was hopeful that I could keep Niall behind, but it was too quick in this one. So the toe just brought him back into the game, I think lap 3 or 4 maybe. And then it was just a real slug match from there. Just the both of us just trying to do everything we could to get back past each other, which we did. So we had some great racing, and absolute kudos to Niall. He's a cracking driver and he drove insanely well. So well done to him, and it's unfortunate that he did conk out there. I'm not too sure what happened, but yeah, it looked like the last few laps are going to be even more exciting and the same thing again. So do feel a bit sorry for Niall, but obviously it was an awesome race and absolutely ecstatic for myself and team and everyone involved. So yeah, it was great.
Rory, well done, double champion. We'll catch up with you a little bit later on, because once the photos are done, Kentigan for the official presentation. We'll see you there. Well done. Quick word with Jamie Sharp if we can. P2. Look at the reaction to Jamie of the race. Well done, Jamie. The guys in the comms box had written you off at one point early on, but you came back big time.
I had as well at one point. I just couldn't get the car to get the heat in the tyres. Couldn't get it to run as I wanted it to. But yeah, it come back a little bit at the end. Engine started getting a bit hot, but yeah, just brought up the rear and managed to pop a last-minute move on Chris. And
outside at Druids.
Yeah, it paid off for the first time.
A move that we savoured and enjoyed. The battling for the lead and for the podium positions was superb, and everyone seems happy. No one's ever happy to be second, but that was a great performance.
No, yeah, absolutely. I think I'm more happy for the team and Rory. It's very well deserved for all of them, and the team have proven everything this weekend. It's just always up there. And if any of us decided to do a full championship, we'd definitely be fighting for it. So that's proving it this weekend.
It would be great to see you back full time, and I hope we'll see you next year for the festival. It's the festival is a lovely habit to have, isn't it?
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, there's debating it being the last one for a while, but we might see. You know, we're there or thereabouts, so we might have to make a return.
You've got to go for number 2 like Rory. I hope we see you in the Kentagon afterwards, after the Honda Civic race. And our podium, let's make our podium complete for the head-to-head final. Chris Middlehurst. Chris, another superb drive and great driving all weekend. Another podium for you in the festival, and I hope, like Jamie, we see you again going for that win.
Yeah, 100%. You come back every year and you try to win the race, and so I guess try again next year. It was so close out there, and I got boxed in towards the end at Druids, and Jamie managed to get around the outside of me. Up until that point, I was sitting pretty in third. I thought, got really good speed, let him battle ahead, and then tried to get past one of them as they start to battle, which was working out a treat until Jamie was around the outside of me, and then he just sort of slowed me up really. So that's the way it goes. It's very hard round here, because it's very hard to get past. It really, really is, and you've got to kind of force someone off the road really, or wait for someone to make a mistake before you can get past. But obviously good to get a podium out of it, I guess, at the end. And big thanks to Team Dolan for giving me a great car all week, all year, as always, and Middlehurst Garage for sponsoring me.
Top man, Chris, many congratulations. Please join us in the Kentagon a little bit later on. As you can hear, engine sounds in the background, a full packed programme, as fast as the programme going as quickly as the cars do on circuit. It's Civic Cup time now, so without further ado, I'll hand you back up to Scott and Andy for the grid, and I look forward to their last race of the year. Bite your nails.
That's exactly what we were doing, actually, Richard, as we were discussing what may or may not happen over the course of the next 15 minutes or so. It is the final round of the Miltexport Civic Cup Championship decider, no less, with Max Edmondson and Dan Thackeray set to do battle. We'll get into the championship permutations in a moment. Let's first of all set the scene a little bit and show you how they're going to be lining up on the grid for this one, because it is a grid based upon the race result from race 1, but with the top 10 inverted. So it is Owen Hillman and Sam Nicolau who get the front row to themselves. Tommy Knight and Alistair Camp then share row number 2. Campy, unfortunately, no longer in contention for the championship after a disappointing race 1. Alex Kite will start from 5th, with Ryan Bensley in 6th position. And then the 4th row shared by Harvey Caton and Lewis Kent. Then we have Dave Marshall and Max Edmondson, top 2 from the earlier race, and Max Edmondson, with that victory and a non-finish for Dan Thackeray, has now moved into a fairly healthy championship lead. Then it's Travis Chapman starting 11th, Louis Hounsell 12th. Brilliant effort from the youngster Louis Hounsell, actually, in only his 2nd event as a Cup class racer, with no production class to enter into this season. Then it's Liam McGill. He had strong pace in the first race, but picked up a track limits penalty, whilst Bradley Kent had a quiet run to 14th, from where he'll start race 2. Harry England is 15th, again making his debut this weekend, with Jack Riddell 16th, Anthony Gannon starts 17th, and Charlotte Birch will complete that 9th row. Row 10 then for Simon Welch, and with Dan Thackeray next in line. Simon Welch, by the way, has more or less wrapped up the Goodyear Diamond Trophy, but he needs to make sure he finishes this race in order to make sure that he seals the deal. Dan Thackeray will start 20th. We've heard he is in the assembly area with a new engine fitted, we believe. Fingers crossed everything works okay, and he can mount a challenge from the back for the championship. Reece Lewis and Jordan Brennan will start from the back, having not finished earlier as well. Right then, what has to happen for Max Edmondson to win the championship? Well, basically, Max Edmondson, if he finishes inside the top 6 in this race, is the champion regardless. Even if Dan Thackeray puts together the drive of the century, comes from the back of the grid with a new engine, wins the race, sets the fastest lap along the way, even if he does that, Max Edmondson only needs to finish inside the top 6 in order to win the championship. If he doesn't finish inside the top 6, then Dan Thackeray still, by the looks of it, needs to finish inside the top 5 as a minimum. So if Dan Thackeray isn't in the top 5, then there doesn't appear to be a way in which he can win the championship. But there, Paul O'Neill, is the best news we've had all day. Dan Thackeray has got the car out on track. Now, I don't know whether it's been a full engine change. I suspect it probably was. It looked like a fairly catastrophic failure, but there's always a bit of nervousness, isn't there? You put a new engine in that's not been tested, not been run in. You don't really know how it's going to perform, whether it's all been fitted properly. They only had a couple of hours to do it as well, so his nerves are going to be through the roof right now.
Yeah, just let me say, if you're a race car driver and you've got an engine in a car and an engine spare, you ain't going to have the best engine you've got sat as a spare. So it depends where it's come from. Never know, could be an absolute snorter. But he's out there and he's got a chance, you know. You never know what can happen, especially what we've seen in TCR UK. The ambient temperature has dropped a little bit, and yeah, let's just see if they can get the tyre temps up, and away we'll go then. And I think this is going to be, again, end of season. People want to finish on a high. They will take more risks than they've been taking up to now this weekend.
How's Max Edmondson feeling right now, do you think? I mean, we've said that he's matured so much as the year's gone on, but he is young. He's not used to being in this kind of situation. Dan was at least in the championship fight last year when we went to the final rounds. Max has to start 10th. That's right in the hornet's nest where things can so easily go wrong at the start of the race. If Thackeray's nervous, then describe to us how Max is feeling.
Well, yeah, Thackeray will be nervous, but I don't think he'll be as nervous as Max. But the other thing I will say is Dave Marshall's just ahead of Edmondson, and we know how difficult that car will be to get past. But all it needs is one of those drivers that, you know, he doesn't race against after qualifying usually, that's around him, and he's got to get past a lot of them. And there's a lot of Pro Alloys cars that he needs to get past, and a lot of other cars. But Motion Motorsport are a single car outfit, and Area as well. I've got other cars, but let's just see who's been nice and who hasn't over the years.
Yes, time to repay some debts maybe in the final race of the season. Right then, the sun's shining here at Brands Hatch as the Miltech Sports Civic Cup's 2023 season prepares to come to a thrilling conclusion. The red lights are on, and for the final time this year, we're away and racing in the Civic Cup. Good start made seemingly from the pole position then by Owen Hillman. Is he going to hold on to the race lead? I think he will, but Sam Nicolau is going to try and challenge round the outside line. Steaming up the inside goes Tommy Knight, they're 3 abreast. Alistair Camp is squeezed in the middle. And the race leader, Owen Hillman, is sideways in front of the pack. He saves it, but they will all scatter to avoid. Watch Edmondson, he's on the outside line, and that could be in the firing line if it all goes wrong. Someone locking up right in front of him. Edmondson trying desperately to stay out of trouble as it very nearly all fell apart in front of him.
Yeah, that could have been absolutely horrendous. Thackeray already in the middle of the pack. That Tommy Knight.
Oh, it is. He's coming back into the road. Somehow again saves it, and Edmondson once more finds himself in the thick of it all. There's cars bouncing down the grass. That's Lewis Kent, I think, heading for the barriers, but just manages to avoid. And in all of that with a championship too, because actually Thackeray has had a brilliant start. He gained loads of places through the first few corners. There is Dave Marshall, Harvey Caton out wide, Max Edmondson in that fight as well. But where is Thackeray? He's only 3 places. Look behind Max Edmondson.
Well, he's not. He's closer than that. Look at this now. He's right there, isn't he? He's really, really close. It is 3 places, but this is going to be carnage because there's still 2 and 3 abreast, and Dave Marshall has not let him pass, but Edmondson sideways past him, and he needed to get that done, and now Thackeray has got to follow him and got to get on with this.
That was a big pass though for Edmondson. More contact right in front of Thackeray, who's just got to go where they're not really at the moment, go for all the gaps, gets blocked a bit there though by Sam Nicolau, who was sort of recovering from that half spin, and Dan, well, interestingly, doesn't just dive on the inside of Grey Mill Bend, as I think I'd have been tempted to do, and that might now cost him on the exit of the corner. But yeah, Edmondson getting past Marshall was big, I think, Paul, because you made the point. Marshall's not an easy man to pass. That car is quick. Getting that job done early was crucial.
Yeah, that was a really, really, you know, had to be.
That is Nicolau.
Nicolau has had that's the worst couple of laps I've ever seen. He has had a nightmare. That looked like he'd been fired round. Someone's hit the back of him, actually. So, interestingly, that's him gone, but Thackeray will have got one more place, and that's Jordan Brennan in front, isn't it? So, he needs to get past him. He's done it. Yeah. Wow, there's nothing wrong with that car, is there?
No, good horsepower down the straight. Brennan, in fairness, didn't make life difficult for him. That is Travis Chapman running wide in the Pro Alloys car. Jack Riddell gets to the inside of him. They're in a Kent sandwich, actually. Lewis Kent just ahead, and the bright yellow car of Bradley Kent in behind as well. Down the hill they head then. Just calming down a bit. Edmondson sits in 5th position right now. Thackeray in 12th, but Thackeray, despite that early progress that he made, not having the rub of the green since then.
No, he went into Grey Mill Bend very quickly then, and the car didn't want to get in and out of that corner. So, yeah, this is still a bit of a nibble. That Tommy Knight, isn't it? Getting McGill having a little nibble on him there. There's cars that are drifting out of the gravel trap on the exit of, wow, Edmondson with the fastest lap. I don't think that's going to be the quickest lap of the race, but it seems to be going purple every 5 seconds. But yeah, I don't know where to look next. Look at this now. Was that Harvey Caton trying to have a look at Dave Marshall in the middle of your picture, headlights ablaze.
Yeah, Marshall does seem to get stronger as the race goes on, really, doesn't he? So, yeah, struggling a bit maybe in the early stages, may yet become a factor later on. Max Edmondson sets the fastest lap, meanwhile, worth a bonus point in the championship, so that's significant as well, and he's definitely catching the leaders. In fact, he is the first non-Pro Alloys racing car, isn't he? It's a Pro Alloys 1, 2, 3, 4 right now, with Kite, Hillman, Camp and Bensley running at the front of the field. Then it's Edmondson. With this, then the fight for 6th, Dave Marshall and Harvey Caton. Was that Edmondson up the inside of Bensley? He was trying it. I'm intrigued here. Does he need to keep pushing like this, Edmondson? He's in a good spot right now. No pressure from behind.
He is in a good spot, and if I was him, I wouldn't start pushing just yet. Don't be messing around, getting yourself involved in any kind of trouble. Bensley is not in a straight car. That car's bent from Silverstone. They know it needs a reshell, but he's had a big lunge. I tell you what, Bensley will not wave him through. I'll tell you that for nothing. They're all the same. All them Pro Allies cars, they will not wave him past.
And Alistair Camp didn't really do Druids particularly well then, so he drops back into that battle as Bensley's car bounces, sort of wallows over the curb there down at Graham Hill Bend. Thackeray check, by the way. He is 11th place, or he was at the start of the lap. Yes, still is, I think, just ahead of Lewis Kent. Not really making the steaming progress that he'd like. That's Edmondson up the inside of Bensley. Bit of a hip and shoulder on the apex, and Edmondson's through.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. It was a good move, but Bensley will not be having any of that. He will think, well, what did you do that for? You didn't need to bend my panel. But that was a clean move in my book. So let's see what Bensley comes back with him at. Ryan and a lot of the guys in front will not be the kind of people who'll be firing Max Edmondson off, because they'll do it themselves, obviously. Oh, wow.
I was over Hillman taking the rallycross route through Paddock Hill Bend, but thankfully gathered it all together. But yeah, a few of them seem to be grip limited at the moment, don't they? A few slides going into the corners, bit of understeer on corner exit for a few of them, as they all try and really extract the maximum in this final race of the season. We're a third of the way through then, just under 10 minutes to go, and Alex Kite perhaps on course for a race victory. That'll be a real feel-good story. He and Owen Hillman are both really going to be gunning for that race win. But this, Paul, is a fascinating battle. Alistair Camp's car doesn't look like it's handling very well. He misses the apex by a country mile, and Edmondson's on the inside. Camp tried to close the door. This could be disastrous if it all goes wrong, but Edmondson might just have the run into paddock.
This is where Max Edmondson doesn't want to be. Look at this now. This is not good. This isn't good. He ain't giving this up, and does Edmondson want to play ball? Well, Campy gives it up, but he'll try and get the cut back, but that car just understeered past the apex, didn't it? Campy's car. Oh, now his teammate's having a big lunge up the inside. But Edmondson, I tell you what, he's got the dirty work done.
Yep.
He just he's got 1 life left out of 9. That was, he's had some luck on these opening laps.
He has just lost a point, interestingly, to Dan Thackeray, because Thackeray has just moved into the top 10 and set the fastest lap as well, so he gets that bonus point back. But you can see he's stuck behind Liam McGill in that secondary pack of cars. Even once he passes McGill, I think he'll struggle to get back on turns with the leaders as Camp understeers again there for Clearways, almost understeers straight off the track, Paul.
Yeah, it looks like Bensley's got the overlap on him now as well, but I don't think Campy will squeeze Bensley as much as he did Max Edmondson. But yeah, that car doesn't look good, does it, of Bensley's? It looks proper bent. They just literally, Pro Alloys did a mega job to get that car out to race at Silverstone, and have had a bit of time to get it bit straighter, but I'm not sure that it's...
wow. Dave Marshall!
That was like proper Scandi flicking it in, wasn't it?
He gets stuck in, does our Dave, doesn't he? He's very exciting to watch, and he's got Harvey Caton behind him as well. He's usually Mr. Excitement too, so this has got the makings of a lively battle, I think, between these four. They're being dropped by Edmondson now, who wants to win the championship with a race win, and honestly, Paul, the pace he's got, I wouldn't bet against him.
No, not at all. I wouldn't bet against that at all. It's a bit of a shame that we've had to wait this long to see Alex Kite leading, because I really do rate that kid. He was great at Castle Combe. a real Castle Coombe specialist, but just shows he ain't a one-trick pony, and he's doing the business here. Oh, here we go. Thackeray, another place, and McGill is a fast old peddler. That's a great move to get that done.
Yeah, he's got up the inside through Clark Curve, inside line for Paddock Hill Bend. And I'll tell you what, that car is performing really well under the circumstances, isn't it? Fastest lap for Thackeray, and he's in now to 8th position. The trouble is that he is about 3.5, 4 seconds behind that group of cars that are battling towards the front of the field, and we're now past half race distance. So in a way, what Thackeray wants is a safety car. A safety car, a brief safety car now, would allow him to catch the next group of cars, but thankfully for us, that doesn't look like it's about to happen. Right, Max Edmondson on the tail of Owen Hillman for second. 2 drivers ahead of him now who have never won in this championship, and they might just put up a bit more of a fight.
No, not even that. He won't have had to have battled against these drivers before for a position like this. If I was Edmondson, I'd be loving the fact I've got such a big gap to 4th place. I'd be sitting where I am. You start making them defend. It's like going in your back garden and just, oh, that's a great move. He's got that done really well. It's like going in your back garden and starting to push a hornet's nest. Oh, big lock up from the leader. Alex Kite has probably just thought, I'm going to be next. He's going to get me. But this is a great drive from the champion-elect, isn't it?
It is. Second place now belongs to Max Edmondson then. And Alex Kite, by the way, also being warned about track limits. So that's going to perhaps play into all of this as well. 6.25 minutes to go. Max Edmondson, let's not forget, started 10th on the grid as well. So not only is this a great drive in the context of the championship battle, but also a great drive full stop to come from 10th on such a competitive grid, make lots of really good, bold, aggressive, but clean overtakes, and he now only needs to make one more, and he will be crowned champion as a race winner as well. In towards Paddock Hill Bend they go, just under 6 minutes remain. Is he going to lunge up the inside? Yes, he is. Max Edmondson commits to the move on the inside line. Alex Kite had no answer to that, and Edmondson goes from 10th to the lead in 9 minutes, Paul.
Yeah, that was pretty impressive stuff, and got it done so clinically as well. And when he needed to get his elbows out, he got it done and scarpered off into the distance. He just needs to get his head down now. He is in control of his own destiny, full stop. And Campy has just... they're like Siamese twins, these two, aren't they? Like, literally all weekend.
Can't get away from each other, can they? Dave Marshall now actually under threat from Harvey Caton, though, who I think is getting a bit frustrated. I think he believes he's quicker than these two, but just can't quite find a way past them. Thackeray, by the way, is catching this group of cars. Catching is one thing and then making his way through them another, but he is at least going to give himself half a chance of breaking into the top half dozen or so, as he is lapping massively quicker than the group of cars ahead. His previous lap was a 53.4, about 6 or 7 tenths quicker than Dave Marshall and Alistair Camp ahead of him. 5 minutes to go then. Sun setting on the season here at Brands Hatch, and Dave Marshall continuing to try and find a way past Alistair Camp for 5th.
Right. So Campy on the defensive. Got to say that car looked absolutely terrible through clearways. He hasn't at the apex once when we've had him on screen, so real difficult times for Alistair. It's a shame he wasn't in the fight to the very end.
Yeah, no, absolutely. A bit like last year, really, through no fault of his own, honestly. Found himself out of contention for the title, and the same kind of thing happening this season. But it was just a bit of strange inconsistency, very unlike Alistair, really, to have such an inconsistent season. I mean, he's been quick on occasions, not won maybe with the regularity that he usually would be expected to. He's had a few off days where things haven't quite gone to plan, but 5th place would be a solid way to round out his season. Dave Marshall, though, on a high, isn't he? He's getting used to this podium feeling, and he's thinking that if he clears Camp quickly, he might yet be able to go after the other Pro Alloys cars ahead, because Dave gets quicker as the race wears on.
Definitely. Yeah, it's all happening, isn't it? It's that car is... I was speaking to him after the first race, just talking about the rear beam on that car is different than the EP3. They're a wishbone independent suspension, so there is a lot of difference, and wishbone independent suspension is usually miles better than having a rear beam. So I remember when that car come out, actually, it's FN2, isn't it?
Yes,
FN2. When that car came out, I launched it, and it was like he's just nearly done there to Campy. But I remember when that car came out, the FN2 was made a little bit cheaper by having rear beams because they're just easier to manufacture. And it was always said that that would never be a better handling car than the EP3. But there you go.
I mean, I wouldn't say it looks like it handles all that well. I think it's just that Dave Marshall likes a car that's a bit loose and a bit sideways underneath him. Always has done, really. And Dave, I think, is just really gelled with this car. They've done a lot of work on it to get it to this level of performance. And it's right in the window now, isn't it, that he wants it to be in. Pro Alloys Racing setting up a bit of a photo finish maybe here for 3 of their cars. Anyway, it's not going to be a podium lockout, but Alex Kite and Owen Hillman running 2nd and 3rd, while Bentley behind them in 4th. Alistair Camp still holding on to 5th place. We've got 2.5 minutes to go. And Dan Thackeray is continuing to march up towards this group. 1.6 seconds now adrift of Harvey Caton, who will be his first target as and when he gets there. But if he gets there, it's going to be with a lap or so to go. And I just don't see him making a huge amount of progress through the order, but still a good effort this from Dan Thackeray. Just to get the car out there is impressive, and the fact that he's had the pace to charge through the field in this way has been more than I really expected of him.
Yeah, no, I'm with you on that, and yeah, having fastest lap as well. The only thing is that he'll be seeing what's going on ahead of him, and he'll be absolutely gutted. He can't do anything about it. And yeah, they did get disposed of very quickly, the Pro Alloys car. So I don't think it's the strongest setup they've got for Brands Hatch, as they are understeering quite a lot through that last corner. But yeah, good to see Max Edmondson just growing older and taking stock and heed of what he has to do to win a championship, and he'll fully deserve this if he wins it.
Oh, there we go, Dave Marshall. I told you he likes it sideways, and still made the apex and comes off the corner ahead of Harvey Caton. And yeah, Dave Marshall not having an easy time of this, but that's just dropped him a length or so away from Alistair Camp now as we begin what should be the penultimate lap of the race. Harvey Caton actually sees his opportunity now to get to the inside of Dave Marshall at Paddock Hill Bend. Bails out of it at the last second, although Marshall's understeering a little bit wide, just gets across the nose of Caton's car and manages to defend up into Druids Corner. Harvey Caton has been staring at the back of that red FN2 for the majority of this race, and he's not given up yet on his chances of finding a way past it.
Some great respect in this championship. I always say it. I mean, there's so many people who'd have just left their nose in there and gone, I'll give you a choice, and you decided to turn in front of me. But yeah, Harvey knew that he didn't have enough of the car down the side of Dave Marshall and didn't do it, and that is just something great to see from a youngster.
And it's something not unique to this championship, but it's definitely one of the big selling points of this championship. There is this universal sort of code of conduct that the drivers always really make an effort to stick to. They look after each other, they don't put each other in dangerous positions, and as you said earlier on, more championships I think could really learn from that. A lot of young drivers could learn from this man though, Max Edmondson. What a season he's put together from a whole host of penalties that he was picking up in those early rounds. He had race-winning pace from right back at the first race of the season at Snetterton, where he battled Jack Harding for a win. He went off the track on the last lap, cut the corner, didn't give the place back, and was subsequently penalised. There were other penalties that came his way in the next couple of rounds, and Max, I think, went away, took a good, long, hard look at himself, realised that's not the way that I need to go about winning championships, and through the second half of the season, he has completely and utterly transformed. I'm so proud of this young man. Max Edmondson brings the Area Motorsport car out of Clearways and Clark Curve. It's going to be another race win, but this time it's going to be a first ever championship in the Miltech Sports Civic Cup for Max Edmondson. Max Edmondson victorious at Brands Hatch, and he wins the championship in style. Alex Kite comes home in second. Owen Hillman finishes in third, ahead of Ryan Bensley and Ali Camp in fifth position. But it is all about Max Edmondson, and we're going to see some real emotion from this kid, because he is an emotional individual. You can read every emotion that he's feeling on his face at all times, and this is going to be a real mix of emotions, I think. Obviously elation at winning, relief and having overcome everything he's had to overcome this year, and the satisfaction of knowing that he has won a championship that we both know is not easy to win.
Yeah, of course, and my congratulations to Max Edmondson as well. I know that he's took a bit of flack off me in the past because I've said that he shouldn't have done this and he shouldn't have done that, but like you rightly said, he went away, he come back even stronger, had a look at himself, asked the questions, never moaned, and just got on with it. So fair play to you and Area Motorsport, the cream of the crop again, and condolences obviously to the second place man Dan Thackeray. He didn't deserve to end up that far off him. It should have been a 1-pointer or something like that, because that's how good these guys have been. Brilliant stuff, well done.
Just had a message from Jack Harding who sadly had to sit out the latter part of the season, he says Max absolutely deserves this championship. But that's really nice to hear, because they had that tangle back at Snetterton at the start of the year. I don't think Jack would ever have said that earlier on in the season, but he knows what we know. That's that this man is a deserving champion. He stands atop his number 33 Honda Civic, jumps down, and I think he's well and truly full of adrenaline right now. Max Edmondson is your champion in the best way possible as well, coming from 10th on the grid to win the final race. He didn't have to win. He could have just tootled around in 10th place. That was more than enough, more than likely, to win the championship, but that is not the Max Edmondson way. He wanted to go out fighting, and he did exactly that. It could so easily have gone wrong, I suppose. He had a couple of close moments with Alistair Camp, but he survived them, and he is going to seek out his team, his family, and his teammates. Well, not his teammates, actually, the Pro Alloys team. He is, of course, an area motorsport driver, area back-to-back championships again in the Civic Cup after Matt Luff got his first title a year ago. Max Edmondson this year is the one doing the celebrating. Area motorsport ready there. Josh Fars, I think, is part of that group. Rob Baker, team boss. That's George Al Williams, who raced for the team over the last couple of seasons. Luke Sargent, TCR driver. Everyone is there to celebrate this young man, because they all know what it means to be in his position, don't they?
Yeah, of course. Alex Lee as well there in the background. Yeah, it's good to see that. Nobody else deserved that. I mean, like he said earlier on in an interview with me, he said, you know, it was really hard luck, and I don't like to see what happened to Dan. I didn't mean it. You know, I didn't do anything about that. I just got on with my race and I've done it. So, I mean, 2 wins, what? That's a proper champion, that.
Yeah, absolutely. It doesn't happen that often, does it, to see the same driver winning the 2 races across the weekend. It's very, very difficult to win 1 race in the Miltech Sports Civic Cup, let alone to claim the pair of them. So, yeah, what Max Edmondson has achieved today is impressive in more than one way, really. And he will be very, very happy with his race results. Right then, this is how the race did finish. Max Edmondson victorious in the end by nearly 4 seconds as well. He stroked it home there at a comfortable margin. Alex Kite gets on the podium, though. Solid result for him, and so too Owen Hillman. That's nice to see, actually, because Owen's had a bit of a iffy season as far as the look is concerned. Nice to see him round out the season with a podium. Bensley is 4th. Alistair Camp will have to wait another year to challenge for a championship, or maybe he's got his eye on TCR in 2024. I wonder. Dave Marshall 6th. Harvey Caton 7th, and Thackeray 8th from the back of the grid. A heroic effort, the unluckiest man at Brands Hatch, quite honestly, and he is, I'm sure, going to be gutted, but he'll also be the first, I think, to go and congratulate Max Edmondson when he gets a chance. Liam McGill came home 9th, Lewis Kent was 10th, Louis Hounsell was 11th, Travis Chapman 12th, Tommy Knight 13th, and Jack Riddell came home 14th place. Jordan Brennan, Bradley Kent, Harry England, Anthony Gannon and Sam Nicolau were next, and it is worth pointing out that Simon Welch, despite finishing 21st and last in that race, is provisionally the Goodyear Diamond Trophy champion. In the end, only by 26 points over Anthony Gannon, who did make a bit of a run at it towards the end of the season. Max Edmondson also had wrapped up already before that race the Paul Winfield Trophy, which was for drivers who had not had a podium finish in the championship before this season. He says, waiting for Phil Kidd to come and tell me that I've got that wrong. I think that's what it was. Anyway, for the rookies, or the relatively inexperienced drivers, Max Edmondson comfortably came out on top in that class. So, don't forget that Max Edmondson also has that prize to look forward to, the test drive in the Yas TCR FL5. It's a very bright future for Max Edmondson, and we can hear all about how he feels about that as we head down to catch up with him and Anthony Jordan.
Thank you very much, Andy. What a race that was. You started from 10th, you had a championship at stake, and they were talking all the way throughout that race, Max, you don't need to take these places, but there was also saying that's not the Max Edmondson way, and mate, you won the race and the championship. What a weekend and what a year.
Yeah, I mean, I can't thank all my sponsors enough, all my friends, all my family, everyone who supported me all the way. I wouldn't have been here without any of them.
Yeah. Talk us through that race, because honestly, the car looked like it was on rails. You looked absolutely rapid out there. The start, though, a bit shaky, though. You had to do a bit of avoidance.
Yeah, I went round turn 1 and just saw loads of smoke and saw no cars to the left, so I picked up a few spots there. Come out of turn 3 and saw like a car sideways, so I was like, oh, this is not going to end well. I think I hit the back of someone, I don't know, but yeah. I was just trying to avoid everything if possible. You overthink stuff, and obviously you don't want to end the championship not on the track, so yeah.
Exactly. Honestly, with the performance that you've had this year and, you know, the skill that you've shown out on track, Do you see yourself in a TCR UK car next year? Because I think a lot of the drivers in that paddock certainly seem to think so.
It'd be nice, but obviously money's a big factor in motorsport, so we'll see what we can do over the winter.
Yeah, it'll be the main thing, won't it? But honestly, yourself, I'm sure you'll enjoy a celebration. You certainly did with the team on top of the car, but mate, what a result on that one, winning and champion as well. Solid result.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Excellent stuff there for Max Edmondson. What a way to end the championship. He can celebrate with his team as well. Brilliant to see that. You know, the area motorsport team, absolutely fantastic with all the work that they have over the season. Absolutely brilliant to see. Right, let's go over and see the two pro alloys, boys. We'll start with Mr. Kite, who is standing right here. Alex, good race. Honestly, do you need some oxygen? Have you ever been this high up before?
Yeah, no, not for a long time. Yeah, not for a long time. But yeah, we finally got there, so... Yeah, it's been a fantastic season. So we've learned every round we've come to. Yeah, just really grateful for the to round it off with the podium. So
yeah, certainly. Is that why it was like the start of this when you see Max coming up behind you, thinking, oh, I know he's going to absolutely send it. So do I just give a little bit more room than I would?
Yeah, no, he's been on a different level. So, but yeah, there's no way we were going to keep up with him. So after about 5 laps, the front tyres were just finished on my car. So it was just managing the gap, managing it to Owen. I think we were all trying to work together on that one, so try and protect ourselves. But no, I really enjoyed it. Long old race, but it definitely felt like 15 hours, not 15 minutes. But no, it's been great. But yeah, just like to say a massive thank you to Pro Alloys Racing for a fantastic season. Cross Country Co, Angus Buchanan Smith and Channel Plant Hire. It's been great. Hope to do it again next year.
That's the biggest thing, isn't it? Congratulations, well done on P2.
Thank you very much.
Excellent stuff. Let's move over and chat to Owen. Owen, come this way just a little bit. The sun's over there, yeah. Owen, that was an incredible drive from yourself. The start, very, very shaky, but you got away with it.
Yeah, I was a bit nervous at the start. Like I said, the best I've had before this is a P9, let alone a reverse grid pole or anything even near that. So, you know, I was hoping for a top 5 finish or, you know, something in the top 10. I was hoping to hold my ground, but to be on the podium, yeah, it's a little bit of a surreal experience at the minute. I'm just trying to take it all in.
Yeah. I was chatting to your mum, I think, before the start of this race, and she was like, oh, God, it's been such a tough year, nail-biting stuff. Yeah. She wanted a good result, and you've come away with a podium. This is obviously a fantastic way to end the season, isn't it?
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, I've had a bit of an unlucky season, so to end it like this is just, yeah, incredible. So, yeah, really happy.
What is the plan for next year? Is it another season of this? Are we stepping it up, or tell us?
Yeah, no, I'll be back in these next year, so obviously I outmanage the team, so keep pushing with the Civics. I think we'll probably have a few TCRs in the team, but not myself this year. And then see how we get on next year. And then if we keep building like this, and hopefully maybe a TCR 2025 or something along those lines.
That's what we need. Well done. Congratulations on P3 there to Owen and to Alex and to Max as well. Brilliant results on that one. A couple of other drivers we can chat to in this one as well, because we have the time. Goodyear Diamond Award. We have got Anthony Gannon here, but we've got Anthony Gannon all the way down here. Max Edmondson winning the Paul Winfield Trophy as well out there. Come on over. All the way, hopefully the camera can reach. Right, all I'll ask is that come this way because the sun's over there. Absolutely. Anthony, another bit of silverware as well, championship involved, but you yourself, a brilliant weekend?
Brilliant weekend, brilliant season, massive learning curve, met loads of friends, couldn't ask for more really.
Yeah.
You know, safe, close, fast driving, experiences, amazing.
Yeah. The EP3s always look fantastic to drive, don't they? They look solid, they look dependable as well. How do you feel them?
But do you know what? It kind of gives you that like boy racer touring car feel. They're literally like a mini touring car, you know, on a very small budget. Albeit they're expensive, yes. But yeah, if you thrive to have that touring car feel, EP3 is fantastic.
Yeah. Certainly is. Plan for next year, where are we going to see you?
Here.
Yeah?
Yeah, I'll be back. Yeah, absolutely. Awesome. Yeah, I'm not over 50 yet. Close.
Yeah.
But no, I'll definitely be back. Yeah.
Excellent. Plenty of stuff. Mate, congratulations. Well done. We'll see you on the podium a bit later on.
Thanks, Anthony. Cheers.
Excellent stuff. Paul O'Neill, welcome down. Good to see you down here. You're living the high life up there in the commentary box.
Save you.
Yeah, exactly. Mate, honestly, that was a stormer. Max Edmondson, he didn't need to prove himself like that, but he certainly did, didn't he?
That was amazing. Me and Anthony were full of superlatives. He didn't, like you say, he didn't need to come from 10th and risk what was going on. He risked a lot by passing some of the people. He had side-to-side contact with Ryan Bensley, was it? Or Campy, actually, both of them. Not massive. There was nothing, no intent in hitting anybody off, but he didn't need to do it. No. But because he loves a win and he's a champion, and that was the best way to win a championship, is to win 2 races, proper stuff.
Certainly. I feel devastated for Dan Thackeray. You know, despite their best efforts of rebuilding that car, new engine in it, sorted it out. It sounded amazing when it was getting ready. Nothing wrong with it whatsoever. And he flew through the field as well. It just wasn't enough.
Just wasn't enough, wasn't it? Like I said to Andy, you know, when you have two race engines, one in your car and one on the shelf, your best race engine isn't on the shelf, it's in your car. So, you know, I don't know where it come from, but there was nothing wrong with that engine because I think he had fastest lap.
Yeah.
You know, he was rapid and looked quick, but he just needed a safety car, and I think that wouldn't have been enough either. And the championship didn't deserve to have Dan on the sidelines because he battled so hard with Motion Motorsport all year to keep himself up there. So, yeah, I'm devastated for him, but he took it like a trooper, and you know, and he'll come back stronger. He's one of the best, you know, one-make drivers I've seen in a long, long time. And let's talk about Max Edmondson, though. That was, you know, for the amount of times I knocked him for what he'd done on track, and he took his medicine, took his penalties, come back and didn't moan. Could have come and had a go at me, never did, you know. Didn't argue the toss, just got on with it. And I have to say I've got more respect for him than I've ever had before, so fair play to him.
Yeah. Obviously, he spoke to him a little bit about maybe jumping into TCR next year. Obviously, he gets a drive in an FL5 Honda as well, so he has that bonus going to him. So he gets the tester. After that, do you reckon we could see him in TCR?
It's difficult, isn't it? Even though Stuart Lyons does a great job with Nicky and everybody involved in promoting the TCR Championship, it's still not cheap, and it's still not the budget that you need to get for Honda Civic, you know, Miltech Sport Racing. It's more money, but he's good enough now. He's set the platform. Why can't sponsors get involved, and why can't other people help him out? And, you know, we need people like him who are champions, and, you know, people like Dan Thackeray, and like Alistair Camp's done it. He's been a champion of it, and he's shown he can win in TCR, and that is the next logical step, and I'd love to see him in it. Will we see him? I don't know. Should we see him? Yes, we should.
Yeah, definitely so, because it's not just that as well. We don't want to lose drivers from the Civics, because obviously it's a fantastic championship. They're really good to drive. There is talk of a few of the Fiesta Juniors maybe coming up into the world of Civics, and then Civics moving up into the world of TCR. It's just the evolvement, isn't it, all the way throughout. And I reckon next year certainly is going to be another interesting year in all three of those championships.
Yeah, definitely. You know, I've spoken on other media platforms about other championships, and you know, the tide seems to be turning where there are now big corporate sponsors and people that are looking for professional drivers, and you know, they have to look past their nose, in my opinion, and sometimes they don't. But these junior championships and these one-make championships are at such a high level, and they're operating at such a high level. People are coming into them not because they're cheap, it's because they know they're going to have to drive against the best. Yeah. And when that word gets around, and especially with this championship, then people who want to put money into racing will come and see who the best are, because they want them to drive the best cars that they've already got sponsors for in higher up championships. So yeah, I think you're going to see a lot of people, you know, moving up and doing the best they can to get into these faster cars.
Yeah, and I think over the course of this year as well, there's been a real media boost as well in that one. And to clarify of the reason why we're still here and talking, we're waiting for Andy McEwen. You can just see a spec there coming through. The first time we've seen fresh air probably all this weekend. He's just refusing to run. I don't know why. I don't think,
Looks like Count Dracula.
Well, I'm glad you said that, not me. But honestly, I think the step up this year has been fantastic, hasn't it? You know, the guys behind the scenes at TCR UK, Alistair, Nicky, Stuart, everything like that, they've really bumped everything up. Phil Kinch working so hard as well. Andy McEwen finally joining us.
What a day you've had, mate. Like, how many hours have you done in that comms box? It's all good fun, mate. You know me, I love it. The walk over here, on the other hand, not so easy, I have to say. I don't want to do that again.
I definitely. So, from your point of view as well, we'll quickly grab that race. Honestly, Max, what a drive.
Just sublime, absolutely sublime, and I don't think he was capable of that 6 months ago. That's the great thing about his story. You know, I'm sure you guys have been chatting about that as we have. You know, for him to evolve as a driver and as a person the way that he has this year makes him a deserving champion. And it was Max Edmondson all over that last race. He didn't have to push, he didn't have to take those risks.
but he wanted to because he only has one style. That's go forward, push, attack, and try and win the race. The difference is he does it in a very different way now than he went about it at the start of the season. And yeah, honestly, can't think of a more deserving champion. I'm heartbroken still for Dan because he should have at least been up there to make a fight of it, and I think he really would have made a fight of it. But them's the breaks. It's motor racing, and Max ultimately performed on the day when he had to.
Yeah, certainly so. It's been a fantastic weekend, a fantastic season as well. Paul O'Neill, Anna McEwen, myself, Anthony Jordan as well. From us here at TCR UK, it's been fantastic. We'll see you next year. And thank you so much for everyone joining us throughout this season.
Welcome to the Kentagon. We're actually live on the live stream, which is going out with our good friends at Alpha Live. So everyone in here, when we get to the presentation part of the afternoon, we'd really appreciate you giving a nice warm round of applause or a hearty cheer, if that's your preference, to all of our trophy winners that we've got quite a lot to get through. We're busy rounding everybody up to make sure we've got presenters and drivers for you here, and we'll get onto that as soon as we can. But before we start the presentations, well, we just make sure we've got everyone here. I want to welcome Scott Woodwis from the Brscc and talk about a few things Brscc. Scott, your initial thoughts on this weekend?
Yeah, fantastic. Everyone enjoy that final? All good? Come on, it's the festival. All enjoy the final? That was a pretty good response, I think. Yeah, I think it was a definite modern classic, I think it was. Really good event. I thought 20 points was slightly better, but really good battle at the front. Very deserving winner. Great battle between three former champions, more recent champions in Niall, in Rory and in Jamie. Chris had a fantastic run up there as well. 3 English drivers on top as well. Couldn't have asked for more, really. I think it was a very competitive final all round. I think it's a very competitive field, and certainly one that was worthy of what the festival's all about, I think.
And the composition of the racing as a whole, our good friends from TCR, Civic Cup, the Mini 7 Club, the Brscc Fiestas, I mean, it's been fantastic.
This has been a real proper, if I call it, festival worth of racing. I mean, TCR have really added to it as well, as have the Civics, as have also the Juniors and the Mini 7s. Mini 7s are great wherever they go, so great to have Colin Peacock and his guys in the mix. It's been a mega weekend of racing all round on the whole, I think, and it's something that I think that everyone involved should be very, very happy with for the most part, and I think it's something that's certainly been befitting of what the kind of event it is. So I think well done to everyone involved for making it what's been all in all, I think, a fantastic weekend's racing here at Brands Hatch.
Have you personally, how much do you get to watch and enjoy the racing, you know, doing the work, because you're over the social media, you're commentating, and I know sometimes if I commentate on a race, maybe it doesn't go in to my head as much as if you were spectating.
It's easy when you commentate on it. When you've got your head buried in your phone doing social media, sometimes you have to go back and forth from assembly to podium and back and forth. So unless it's on a live stream, you can catch it as much as possible. But yeah, there's points where you can watch the races, and you can even watch it back on live stream wherever it is. And of course, if anyone's missed anything, of course, they can watch it back on the live stream that's on there for perpetuity to as much as they want to. And so, yeah, sometimes there's a chance to properly watch it. Sometimes I have to look back and see what the live stream was, see if there's anything that I've particularly missed. But yeah, on the whole, it's good to take it in and just enjoy the racing in the moment for what it is. It's great.
So that's a little rundown of how we've been going with it. Have we actually we've got everybody here ready? So are we pretty much ready to go? I'm looking over to, we are pretty much ready to go. Scott, we'll have a quick wrap up at the end. Thank you ever so much. Round of applause for Scott Woodwis, who works really hard on this event. And he's a top man who's absolutely enthralled with the commentary that we have from Scott over the course of the weekend, and Andy McEwen as well. We're going to start off with our presentations to keep you from waiting much longer. And the first one is for the Brian Jones Memorial Trophy for the historic final, sponsored by Race Parts. Our thanks to those and all our sponsors this year. I'd like you to give a very warm welcome, please, to Brian's daughter, Charlotte Park, making the presentation. Charlotte, do you want to say a few words? You don't mind? For me personally, I thought the historic final and the overall final were worthy of Dad's words.
Absolutely. He would have loved it. Fantastic races, great competition, and yeah, perfect festival. Really, he would have loved it. He was here in spirit, I'm sure.
I think Brian's advice would be raise a glass to the winner, and we would like to raise a glass to Brian, and indeed Neil Shanahan a little bit later on. That would be good. So, Charlotte, thank you for those words, and we fondly remember Brian. We're going to present the trophy and have a word with our winner. So the 2023 Brian Jones Memorial Trophy winner of the historic final, sponsored by Race Parts, Richard Higgins. Well done, Richard. I don't think he was probably, like the other people, expecting to have a seat up here and have a quick chat with us. So we will do the comfy bit after. I'm going to move out of the way of the pictures because you don't want an ugly presenter in there, because it's about Richard and it's about Charlotte and Brian. There we go. Everybody, I think, getting the stuff. Charlotte, thank you ever so much for that. Richard's now got to hang on to this. You don't have to sit down if you don't want to, Richard, but, oh, good, okay. It's a bit like a chat show now, isn't it? Richard, a cracking race, a thrilling race, and is it beginning to sink in now you've got this magnificent trophy with you?
No, not really. I'm still wearing my shorts, so I forgot there was going to be loads of pictures. But no, I'm over the moon. I'm sure he was looking down in spirit with us, commentating on it. But it was a tight race, but you know, it was an awesome race. We had a little bit of contact, but it was just racing. There was no malice in anything. Me and Sam spoke to each other, and he was more excited than I was. So
it was good of Sam, wasn't it, to come over and talk to you when we were doing the interview straight after the race. Terrific sportsmanship.
Yeah, I know Sam really well from Castle Combe. He gave me a big hug. He's there around somewhere, so I'll go and give him a kiss in a minute. Yeah, it was an awesome race, brilliant race. I loved every second of it, and obviously to get the win was just brilliant for me. Yeah, it hasn't sunk in yet, but I'm sure it will later.
And will that make you enjoy your racing next year even more, or the prep that you've got to do over the winter?
I don't do any prep, it's all my brother, so I can just chill out. But yeah, I'm sure we'll look at do a few. We'll do the Super Classic again probably, and then we'll come here again and see if we can defend it.
That'd be great. We look forward to seeing you come back. Any other thoughts, or are you done?
No, I'm done. I need to go to sleep.
That's right. Very well done. Give it up again for Richard Higgins, the winner of the Brian Jones Memorial Trophy for the historic final, sponsored by Race Parts. Well done, Richard. I'll just dip to the side again in case anyone wants to get a picture of you solo. With me out of the way. At least you can crop things these days, which is great when you've got someone like me up on stage. Our second award is for the highest number of positions gained during the festival final. And this one is very generously sponsored by Head Tech. So I'd like you to give a very warm welcome to Ed Moore of Head Tech and Motorsport Events Limited. Ed, come up and join us. Round of applause for this man. Massive support. Much appreciated. Ed, I'll start with a quick question. I won't grill you like I did Richard, but good weekend?
Loved every second of it. Brscc have done a fantastic job. The final was just unbelievable. Congratulations to all spectators, for everyone out there, because it's a huge effort just to get cars ready and the financial side of it. But it was brilliant, and it looked to be a very clean final. Well done, everyone.
Thank you very much, Ed, for those words, and thank you so much for your support for this event. So we need to get to the numbers and how they got there to the win. Going from 21st position to 11th, the highest climber was Morgan Quinn. Well done, Morgan. So, handshake. And Morgan's prize, as you can see, a super crash helmet. A big, big thank you to Ed Moore once again. Very well done, Morgan. I'll try not to go too far out, getting a wee bit of feedback. Remarkable performance, and it's lovely having this award where if a driver maybe isn't as far up the grid as they want to be, they've still got something to race for. All happy with pictures? Looks like we are. So I'm going to take a seat if you want to, Morgan. Obviously, a little bit of consolation for you coming through the grid. Tell us about your weekend, really, and what put you on the back foot.
Just missed opportunity with what happened yesterday. Put me on the back foot, put me at last for the semi, and then all the delayed starts and all that sort of stuff. With only 9 laps, couldn't get up that much further, but at least I got something out of the weekend.
Well, yeah, with the stoppages we had this morning, I'd forgotten about. Going back to that, it was very stop-start, wasn't it? And then, as you say, a shortened distance. How do you deal with that?
Just try and get into your head, try and you do your best.
Well, it's great to see you get an award. Many congratulations. Morgan Quinn, everybody. Congratulations, Morgan. Thanks for coming up. So our next award takes us back to, traditionally the Formula Ford Festival and World Cup, and it's the World Cup element that we want to present next. The award's going to be presented by the Super Classic coordinator, Alan Bowles. So give it up for Alan Bowles, who does a huge amount of work. Everyone's looking over there, including me. He's coming this way. We spoke to Alan yesterday on the stream during the lunch break, and we've got 3 trophies for the team. Got to have a quick word with Alan.
No problem.
The future's looking bright.
It's looking very bright. The festival ran perfectly this weekend. Finished on time. Sunny weather, perfect today. Totally different to yesterday. And let's put this one down to experience and build on the next one.
Absolutely right. And the weather's favourable, isn't it, this year? I know we're indoors, but it's actually quite nice to have it in the traditional home of the festival celebrations. If you haven't got that glass yet, then please do get that glass to raise to everyone. Yeah, next year will be good, and this year was good too, wasn't it?
Definitely. Something to build on. Let's create a platform to move the Formula 4 Festival up the racing ladder, get more teams, more competitors. Let's try and get back to that 100 cars.
I think with the finals we've seen today, that's on the way. Thank you very much, Alan, for presenting the award for us. So the teams, yeah, let's have another round of applause for Alan. The teams in the World Cup, we had Scandinavia, Canada, United Kingdom, of course, Ireland and the USA. The winning team appropriately came across the line, 1, 2, 3. Give it up for Team UK, Chris Middlehurst, Rory Smith, Jamie Sharp. They're not much of a team in terms of where they were standing on the floor, but we'll let those guys get their trophies from Alan. Congratulations, guys. And we'll pose for the pictures again. I'll just drop away slightly. Now, in terms of the interviews for these guys, I think we might be talking to them a little bit later on in a few questions' time. So we'll have an individual chat with them once we get to their individual. Well done, yeah. There it goes. Woo-woo. Congratulations, Team UK. Big thank you to Alan Bowles as well. So what's our next award? Well, we're looking ahead now to presenting the Roger Pedrick Trophy. And this is presented annually to the highest placed English driver in the Brscc Formula Ford Festival. And we're very delighted to welcome to present the trophy, Debs Nicol. Debs, lovely to see you. Thank you for coming back. A few words?
Well, I'm not sure why I'm being asked to present Roger's trophy, but I'm more than happy to. And it's just a shame Roger can't be here to do it himself.
Yeah, for sure. But always great to see you, and thank you ever so much for coming up. Well, the winner, you probably worked this one out already. He's already been up on stage, and we'll see him a few more times. The award goes to Rory Smith. Well done, Rory. Congratulations. Pictures all right, very good. Again, we'll have a little chat with Rory a little bit later on. And Debs is staying with us, which is great. For the John Nicol Memorial, we always have a little natter about. I was always impressed with what John did and how friendly he was. I say it every year. I make no apology for saying that. He was a lovely man and enthused a lot of people with his racing. Greatly missed, and it's wonderful that you're here to present the trophy again.
Well, thank you very much. He would have loved today. The final was just superb. Such close and relatively clean racing, which is exactly what he wanted. So he would be proud of everybody today.
Brilliant words. Thank you very much, Debs. So the John Nicol Trophy, presented annually to recognise the most outstanding performance by a British driver in the Brscc Formula Ford Festival. And nobody knows actually who's won this one yet, do they? Rory Smith. Well done, Rory. You're going to wear those racing shoes out for sure. Again, we'll catch up with Rory a little bit later on. And a big thank you to Debs Nicol for presenting the trophies today. Thank you, Debs, very much. Lovely to see you. So now we move on to the top 3. You'll go, oh, thank goodness for that. Top 3 of the festival. We did have a quick chat with them when they'd completed the race, so we had the energy from them as they got out of their cars and had their initial thoughts of a fantastic final. But now we can maybe dig a little bit deeper. The third position trophy in the 2023 Brscc Festival, sponsored by HeadTech, is again going to be presented by Ed Moore. So we'll hear it for Ed again. Thank you, Ed. And to collect his third place trophy, second time up on the podium, having been part of the UK team, Chris Middlehurst. Thanks to Ed. And Chris, take a seat. We'll have a quick moment. Other side, please. That's all right. You can have this one if you want, I suppose. Just easy for me not to walk around. Third position, we did speak to you straight after the race, and, you know, it was a cracking race, but just tell us about that from your point of view.
Yeah, I got a decent start and then tried to hunt down Niall and Rory ahead. Jamie also behind as well. Once I got past him, tried to sort of get a gap, which I did. And then he started battling out in front, Niall and Rory, so I sort of caught up to them. And then, yeah, it was just trying to hunt him down the whole time, really, putting in some good laps. The car felt absolutely amazing. So, yeah, Team Dawn done a great job with the car. Bernard, Luke, everyone, it just felt absolutely on rails. So, yeah, caught up to them. And then just sort of seeing what was happening, really, just how it pans out, because sometimes, you know, people come together and crash, and you've got to kind of be there, but also there to like judge what's happening and try to take, you know, action to avoid them potentially if they crash, whatever. So I was just sort of sat there, and then, yeah, towards the end, I got boxed in Druids, and then sort of Jamie came around the outside of me, and then from that point, then it was sort of trying to get back into third, and then Niall dropped out, unfortunately, which is a shame. So yeah, it could have been anyone's race, really. Love to have won it. But yeah, third still good result.
Still a must-do event, this one?
100%, yeah. I'll be back next year and try and win 100%.
That'd be great. We look forward to seeing you. Chris Middlehurst, everybody. Third position and winner of the UK, part of the UK team winning the World Cup. Fantastic. So Ed Moore's going to come back from Head Tech and present our second position trophy. Second position, Jamie Sharp. Well done, Jammer. So we'll do the picture for P2. So we get a lot of drivers that are regulars into, pictures. A lot of drivers that are regular, excellent performers, and obviously we're up into former winner territory here in terms of the festival. Jammer, I know you're a big fan of interviews, so take a seat. We're only here for half an hour. Again, sit back, relax. I'm surprised you didn't bring a drink up with you, actually, but you finished it. Okay. P2. I said this on the track interviews. The commentators, Scott and Andy, were saying, "Oh, Jamie Sharp's out of this now," and then the leaders started battling, and you came back. Not only did you come back, but you went round the outside, as Chris Middlehurst described as well. It was a good, clean, fair race, wasn't it?
I think it's the first clean race we've had in Formula Ford in a long time. So yeah, no, it was a good race. I thought I was out of it as well. So it's nice to come through and manage to fight off people's mistakes and get a nice little spot, nice trophy. So yeah.
One of the things I greatly love about the festival is the fact that drivers do come back year after year and technically put their reputations on the line. Anytime a champion comes back and has another go, it is putting your reputation on the line. So it's wonderful that you've done that. It's great that we see, Joey Foster obviously preparing this year, Rory Smith coming back and having a go as well. But you were saying previously, is that it? Nah. He's changed. Okay, I'm going to do a quick straw poll, right? And bear in mind that the waiting is probably going to be over that side. So if you want to make noise over this side to the left, who wants to see Jamie Sharp come back with everybody next year? There you go, Jamie. Just take a $5 off of each of them, and that'll be your entry.
That'll do for me, yeah.
And I forgot to mention with Chris, congratulations on being in the UK winning team. What does that mean to you?
Yeah, I'm absolutely on top of the world. Yeah, I mean, we've proven through the three of us that, we've put a good show on. Proven for the three of us that we can do it. Team GB can actually win something, so that's good.
I'm not sure that's how the media training part sort of goes, but
I'm too busy looking at him. He's not said anything yet, so I'm waiting for him to make a comment.
we don't want to heckle. It would be a Klaus heckle, wouldn't it, probably, in Formula 4 terms. Jamie Sharp, everybody. Well done, Jamie. Thank you, mate. Only one more to go. A big thank you to Ed Moore for presenting the previous ones. Thank you very much, Ed. The Brscc Formula Ford Festival final, as you probably know, is for the Neil Shanahan Trophy. And it would be appropriate, I know late Brian Jones would want you to raise a glass to Neil as well as him, and we'd like you to do that. So the Neil Shanahan Trophy, presented annually to the winner of the festival. It's a tricky trophy to pick up. As you can see, the man who's going to do the honours for us is having a little bit of coaching to bring it up. Please give a warm welcome to Chief Operations Officer of the Brscc, Paul McCurlin. And Paul will be presenting the trophy on behalf of Liam and Mary Shanahan. Without further ado, your winner, you know it already, Rory Smith. Rory might need the coaching with the trophy as well, because it's a very precious thing, is this trophy. While we're taking a picture, who wants me to have a word with Paul McCurlin? Cheer if you want me to have a word with him. So that's the first one. I think Paul's going to hand over the first place trophy as well, which is a little bit easier to deal with when you've got microphones being shoved in your face as well. So, Rory and Paul, there we go. Our 2023 winner, Rory Smith. Thank you, Paul McCurlin, as well, for doing the honours. Thank you, photographers. I'm going to grab a word with Rory because we haven't done it up on the stage yet. You're probably worn out of going backwards and forwards, Rory.
I'm worn out for the race, to be honest. It was, yeah, it was crazy. I mean, I'm glad, you know, we put on a show for everyone. It was just as exciting for me as it was hopefully for everyone else in the stand at Paddock Hill. So, yeah, it was great. Awesome meeting as always. I mean, the Brscc have done a great job as they have done in the past. So, thank you everyone very much for putting it on so well.
And let's go back to that fantastic battle you had with Niall as well. I mean, the podium places were well fought, but the lead battle was exceptionally so too.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm truthfully honest, Niall was the one guy I had in the back of my mind all weekend that I was looking out for, I was worrying about, and it was a fair enough worry because there he was right in my mirrors being annoying as always. And fair play to Team Dolan guys. Super unfortunate what happened to Niall. You know, he also drove a great race and he very much deserves to be up on the podium as well. So sorry about that for him. But yeah, I mean, the BM guys put together an amazing car. You know, Stevie, my mechanic, he's always there doing a great job, never puts a foot wrong. And just, yeah, massive thank you to all my supporters as well. My dad is always there, you know. He pays a lot of the bills, but he's there every day, he's testing, and you know, a lot of people don't realise, but Ray's actually some of the mastermind behind some of the setup decisions we make as well. So, yeah, thank you to everyone involved. Sophie, my girlfriend, my mum is here as well. So, thank you, everyone.
Ladies and gentlemen, the last word should be Rory Smith, your champion.
Thank you.
Overall pictures of Rory, so let's just pop out of the way. Thank you to all our drivers for speaking so eloquently today as well and giving us superb racing. And just to put Rory's win in perspective, he's magnanimous, isn't he, about Niall Murray, but they swapped the lead on more than one occasion. They were both really gunning for it, and either of them would have been worthy winners in my opinion. Couple more pictures to do, and then we'll do our wrap up both in here and on the stream. Give it up again one more time. Rory Smith, everybody. Our overall winner and part of our UK winning team. I'm going to get Scott Woodbush back up. We started our presentations this evening with a few thoughts about how the weekend's gone and the silverware's been delivered. A big thank you, by the way, again to all our sponsors and presenters that have done such a great job, and all our admin team. You know, on the stream, you only see the tip of the iceberg, as it was, but Alpha Live have done a super job, the whole of the Brscc. Thank you, as ever, to our marshals, everybody involved. Too many people to mention. But, Scott, a few closing thoughts from you on this wonderful weekend.
Yeah, just echoing the sponsors. Thank you to HeadTech, to Ed and to Natasha and everyone involved in that. Thanks to Avon Tyres. Thanks to Quantum Racer Suspension, to Race Parts and to iRacing for all the sponsors for this weekend. It's quite important we have them and great to have their support. Yeah, magnificent from everyone involved. Marshals, all the team I work with, the Brscc, live stream guys at Alpha Live, everyone that's watched and supported the stream, fantastic stuff. And yeah, just a couple of quick things on things that are coming up for Brscc. Really worthy cause to support is the Race of Remembrance. We're running that on Anglesey on November 10th to the 12th. A really worthy cause. It's a great event which supports Mission Motorsport and everything they do for ex-servicemen and current servicemen to retrain them back into motorsport and engineering, so do support that. And then a week later, if you want to find out everything that we do as a club up close, whether it's racing or getting involved as a volunteer, a coordinator, a marshal, we're running our first ever exhibition event driven by racing, November 18th and 19th at Silverstone. You can get tickets on the Brscc website. Come and get involved and come and try a race car out, see what it's like to Clark or to marshal or to be on the rescue team or to be a volunteer, and it's fantastic. I just want to say a big thank you to everyone on the stream, everyone here this weekend for attending the festival. Thank you for supporting it. Fantastic final as always, and want to welcome you all back hopefully for 2024. But thank you very much for all the support. Have a fantastic evening, and thanks to those watching on the live stream. You've all been brilliant. Subscribe if you haven't already, and can we also get some appreciate the praise for myself. Can we get some praise to Richard as well, please? He did a fantastic job on live stream presenting all weekend. He always does, and so he deserves just as much as any employees that me and Andy and the rest of the team as well. So you've done a sterling job all weekend. Thank you everyone for being part of it, and we'll hopefully see you back for 2024. Thank you very much.